Chapter 1. The Spirit Dust Realm. In the farthest eastern reaches of the Eastern Domain, countless villagers kneel in reverent supplication towards the distant, undulating mountain ranges. Once their prayers are concluded, they hurriedly depart, clutching their children or spouses. They seem to harbor a profound awe for the mountains, hesitant to draw near. As time passes, night quietly descends, the crescent moon shrouded by dark clouds, casting an ominous shadow over the mountains. No breeze stirs the grass, no beast roars, nor do insects chirp. The night sky grows increasingly silent and eerie. In the depths of darkness, the mountains resemble a fearsome beast, poised to devour any unwary soul. Suddenly, a chilling wind sweeps through, causing the grasses and trees to sway. And at this moment, the clouds in the night sky are gently dispersed. Moonlight cascades upon the mountains. The numerous white edifices within the mountains gradually come into view. They are vast clusters of graves. These graves, though appearing ancient, are remarkably clean and well-kept, with an array of flowers and fruits adorning each one. Then, an uncanny scene unfolds. Amongst the tombs, one grave begins to crack with a series of crackling sounds, stones tumbling down. A pale hand suddenly emerges, gripping the crumbling edge of the grave. Following this, a young man appears, tall and composed, his demeanor ethereal. He is clad in simple blue attire, which remains unblemished and clean, save for his long, flowing black hair, slightly disheveled. He stands quietly amidst the cold graves, his eyes fixed intently on the grave that belongs to him. I actually have a grave, how absurd. Lu Changsheng speaks softly, a hint of confusion in his gaze, with no memories related to this place lingering in his mind. Soon, Lu Changsheng notices the absence of an epitaph on his grave. His eyes flicker momentarily, and he glances at the myriad of graves around him, ultimately realizing that none of them bear inscriptions. None of them have epitaphs? Lu Changsheng murmurs, "Then who, besides me, is buried amongst these graves?" Just as he prepares to unearth the graves for answers, his brow furrows slightly. Two distinct presences approach the mountains. Lu Changsheng's gaze shifts, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, though no spiritual energy ripples forth, the grave he had just emerged from, along with the scattered stones, are effortlessly erased from existence. At that moment, two streaks of light dart across the mountains, materializing into two figures amidst the vast graveyard. One is a tall, dignified elder with white whiskers, while the other is a serene young man clad in splendid attire. "Master, it's nearly the witching hour. What brings you to the immortal tomb at this hour?" The young man in fine clothes queries, surveying the graveyard, only to be taken aback at the sight of a solitary figure standing silently, resembling a ghost. The elder had already noticed Lu Changsheng, yet he remained unfazed. It is not uncommon for practitioners from the spirit dust realm to visit such places. The immortal tomb. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's brow furrows slightly as he gazes at the elder and the young man from afar. In an instant, he turns to leave, harboring no desire to engage with them. The young man watches Lu Changsheng's retreating figure with a puzzled expression, sensing something peculiar about this practitioner, though he cannot quite pinpoint what is amiss. At that moment, the elder's expression shifts as he observes the spot where Lu Changsheng had previously stood. If his memory serves him right, there had indeed been a grave there, had there not? Now, however, it is utterly vacant. "Friend, please hold," the elder exclaims abruptly. Lu Changsheng pauses, turning to regard the elder coolly, awaiting his next words. The young man is bewildered, unsure why his master has halted this practitioner. Gu Hulin politely gestures towards Lu Changsheng, smiling as he says, "Pardon the intrusion, but I have a question to pose." Out of caution, Gu Hulin refrains from prying into Lu Changsheng's aura, for those who venture to the immortal tomb at this hour are typically practitioners from various parts of the spirit dust realm. If the other party possesses formidable prowess, his probing could easily be detected, an act deemed highly disrespectful. Lu Changsheng nods slightly, indicating for him to continue. Gu Hulin, known to be succinct, does not find this strange. He has encountered many reclusive practitioners. He then inquires softly, "Friend, I vaguely recall that the spot where you stood seemed to have had a grave. Upon hearing this, Changsheng glances towards that location and replies softly, "If you only vaguely remember, then you must be mistaken. There has never been a grave there." With that, he departs the graveyard under the watchful eyes of Gu Huelin and the young man. Gu Huelin gazes at the receding figure, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Could it truly be that he was mistaken? He looks again, and indeed, the area appears completely empty, as if it had never housed a grave. Quickly, Gu Huelin shakes his head, dismissing further thoughts. "Master, that practitioner felt rather odd," the young man remarks, frowning as he watches Lu Changsheng's departing figure. Gu Huelin, returning to his senses, chuckles softly. "In the realm of cultivation, reclusive practitioners abound. You, my dear, are still new to this world and have yet to witness much." The young man gives an awkward smile and says, "Master, you still haven't explained why you suddenly came to the immortal tomb at such an hour?" Gu Huelin's expression falters momentarily. Then, with a tone of reverence, he surveys the numerous white tombs and murmurs, "I'm not entirely certain. I simply felt a sudden urge to come and take a look." The young man scoffs quietly, "Master, what is there to see at the immortal tomb? It is commonly said in the realm of cultivation that whoever can unravel its secrets shall attain immortality. Yet this tomb has existed for at least 100,000 years, and no practitioner has ever succeeded. In the immortal tomb, one might seek eternal life, a notion that reverberates throughout the vast spirit dust realm. Initially, countless practitioners flocked here, but as time flowed, many were forced to abandon their hopes of attaining immortality within the tomb. They did not doubt this legend, for many powerful practitioners had sought immortality in vain and had attempted to breach the immortal tomb. Yet the tombs are remarkably sturdy, each one impervious to their efforts. They cannot even leave a mark upon its surface. Given this, what else could the immortal tomb be? If it is indeed an immortal tomb, it must harbor secrets of eternal life. They simply believe that immortality was elusive. If it were so easily attainable, it would not be immortality. At the young man's remarks, Gu Huelin suddenly admonishes sternly, "Preposterous. The ignorant are fearless. How dare you speak such nonsense before the immortal tomb? You should kneel and repent immediately." Startled by Gu Huelin's outburst, the young man instinctively kneels, trembling slightly. His fear is directed more towards Gu Huelin than the immortal tomb, for incidents within the tomb are rare. It seems to be no different from other graveyards, save for its formidable nature. Seeing this, Gu Huelin's expression softens, and he shakes his head, unable to suppress his curiosity as he glances once more towards the earlier spot. Could it truly be that he was mistaken? Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng has exited the mountain range, walking quietly along a path, his dark eyes glimmering softly. Such an unusual occurrence leaves even him feeling somewhat unsettled. A multitude of questions whirl in his mind. The immortal tomb, who possesses such great power to entomb me within? What has transpired? The traditional realms of cultivation, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, and tribulation crossing. Just past the witching hour, Lu Changsheng arrives at a village's outskirts. At this hour, many homes within the village have extinguished their lights, though a few still glow warmly. This village is not too distant from the mountains. With this thought, Lu Changsheng enters the village, swiftly arriving at a brightly lit house, gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He hears footsteps approaching, and soon, with a creaking sound, the door swings open. An elderly woman with vacant eyes appears before Lu Changsheng. Before the woman can utter her curiosity, Lu Changsheng smiles softly and says, "Elder, it is past the witching hour. Someone knocks at your door, and you do not even inquire before opening it. Are you not afraid of ill-intentioned individuals?" The elderly woman's dim eyes seem to gaze at Lu Changsheng as she replies with a smile, "The village is so close to the mountains, it is quite safe here." Lu Changsheng chuckles softly, meeting her gaze. "It is quite late. Do you require lodging, sir?" The elderly woman inquires with a smile. If it would not be an imposition. Before Lu Changsheng can finish, the elderly woman interjects, "Of course, it is no imposition." As she speaks, she turns and shuffles towards the bed, taking her seat, and begins to weave slowly with the fabric in her hands. Lu Changsheng glances at the sleeping girl on the bed, then steps inside, gently closing the door behind him, and takes a seat at a nearby table, silently observing the elderly woman's actions. The elderly woman seems to sense Lu Changsheng's gaze and smiles. "Sir, there's another bed in the inner room where you may rest, though it is rather old and worn. I hope you will not mind." "I am in no hurry," Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. "But what of you? Are you not going to rest on the bed?" The old woman continued her work without pause, chuckling. "As for me, I must weave more fabric to earn some money for my granddaughter's education. The night is relatively quiet, allowing me to work faster." "Indeed, the night is far quieter than the day," Lu Changsheng remarked, casting a glance at the old woman's vacant eyes before softly adding, "Elder, I wish to inquire about the legendary immortal tomb in the mountains." The old woman paused her weaving, lowering her voice. "If you wish to know something, ask away. The tales of the immortal tomb in the mountains are widely known, though I fear you may have heard them all before. It matters not whatever you know, please share." "Changsheng is all ears," Lu Changsheng gently encouraged. "Changsheng," the old woman murmured to herself, then resumed her weaving as she began her tale. "As for the immortal tomb in the mountains, none can say how many ages it has existed. People only know it may be the resting place of an immortal." Lu Changsheng listened attentively as the old woman recounted her story. "I have heard villagers say that some have seen brilliant streaks of light in the night sky, vanishing in the direction of the tomb." At this point, the old woman suddenly fell silent. Lu Changsheng glanced over, noticing that her hand had pricked itself on the weaving needle, a small trickle of blood emerging. "Sir, I apologize, I shall continue." The old woman gently wiped her palm, preparing to proceed with her narrative. "I have learned enough. You should rest early," Lu Changsheng softly interjected, rising to head towards the inner room. The old woman hesitated, smiled faintly, then turned to tuck the blankets more snugly around the young girl. In the inner room, Lu Changsheng lay flat on the bed, though his eyes remained open. He had gleaned little useful information from the old woman. Perhaps it was due to her mortal limitations, as her knowledge was scarce. The origin of the immortal tomb remained a mystery, as did the duration of its existence. However, from his earlier inspection of the graves, he surmised they must have stood for at least 10,000 years. As for the brilliant lights in the night sky, Lu Changsheng had no doubt they were merely passing cultivators, unrelated to the tomb itself. With this thought, he slowly closed his eyes. He was not particularly anxious about these enigmas. After all, time was something he had in abundance. The next day, as the sun rose, the young girl sitting by the bed, reading, suddenly noticed her grandmother move slightly. She turned around to see the old woman had opened her eyes, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Yet at that moment, the old woman's eyelids trembled violently, and after a blinding flash of light, she found herself momentarily stunned. The young girl's visage, radiant with a charming smile, appeared vividly before her eyes. "Grandma is awake. Xianyao will fetch you water to wash your face." The young girl, oblivious to her grandmother's expression, announced before preparing to leap out of bed. "Xianyao," the old woman called out urgently. The young girl paused, turning back with a puzzled look, only to be taken aback by the sight of her grandmother's eyes fixed upon her, filled with life and shimmering with tears unlike the usual emptiness. "Grandma, you?" The young girl stuttered, uncertain. The old woman reached out to caress the girl's cheek, her voice trembling. "Grandma, I can see you now. I never knew my granddaughter looked so beautiful." "Grandma!" The young girl rushed into her grandmother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. After a moment, "Xiaodong, there is still a gentleman in the inner room. Go wake him up to wash and tidy himself." "Grandma will prepare breakfast now," the old woman said with a smile, glancing around before hurriedly setting about her tasks. Now that her sight had suddenly returned, she felt as though her entire life had transformed. The young girl, puzzled, wondered about the gentleman in the inner room. "Grandma, there is no gentleman in the inner room." Before long, the girl dashed out to announce this. Upon hearing this, the old woman paused her cooking, entering the inner room to find only a dilapidated bed and neatly folded blankets. For some reason, she instinctively touched her eyes, murmuring, "Perhaps I have misremembered, let's eat." Lu Changsheng had departed the village in the early hours. not due to any particular reason, but rather a sudden craving for alcohol. His mouth parched. In the river of time, the only companion that would forever remain by his side was wine, even more so than the once loquacious turtle. At noon, a small town appeared in Changsheng's view, somewhat distant from the immortal tomb. Moyu Town, he thought to himself as he joined the throng entering through the town gates, his ethereal demeanor making him stand out like a crane among chickens. Many passers-by cast their gazes upon the young man in blue robes, wondering from whence this distinguished scholar had come. Such an aura was not something common folk possessed. Entering the town required paying a fee, a method employed by many town or city lords to collect revenue. Establishing such barriers also served to alleviate the crowding within. Changsheng observed numerous townsfolk paying 5 copper coins, and soon it was his turn. Changsheng feigned a gesture, reaching into his sleeve, preparing to extract something, when he heard, "Sir, you need not pay the entry fee. Please." Subsequently, he observed 2 guards at the town gate, slightly bowing and smiling as they gestured him to enter. The demeanor of the young man before them clearly indicated he was of considerable standing. Under the circumstances of not knowing his background, they were quite willing to extend courtesy. After all, 5 copper coins were but a trifling sum for the lord of the town. Moreover, the town lord had already given instructions. Witnessing this, the common folk gazed at Changsheng with envy for them. While 5 copper coins were not a large amount, they were certainly not negligible either. It is of no consequence, Changsheng replied calmly, producing several copper coins from his right sleeve and placing them into the hands of the guards. He then stepped into the town. The guards, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at the 5 copper coins resting in their palms, managing a wry smile. Indeed, with such a resonant clink, it was likely the sound had echoed even 100 paces away. In the bustling town of Mayu, despite the scorching sun, numerous vendors were perspiring profusely as they called out to attract customers. Changsheng strolled leisurely, occasionally stopping to peruse this stall or that. Each time a vendor excitedly thought a sale was imminent, they would find the gentleman in the green robe sauntering towards the next stall. This continued in a repetitive manner. Had it not been for the extraordinary aura exuded by the gentleman, indicating he was of significant background, the vendors would have long since shown their displeasure. Ultimately, Changsheng entered a quaint tavern. The moment the innkeeper saw him, his eyes widened. It was clear this was someone of considerable stature. He hurriedly approached. "Sir, may I assist you?" Before the innkeeper could finish his sentence, Changsheng's nose twitched as he smiled. "Might you have the peach blossom brew?" The innkeeper quickly responded with respect. "Sir, you clearly possess a discerning palate." "Indeed, we have the peach blossom brew." "Excellent. Then serve me a jug of it. And as for the dishes, I leave that to your discretion." Upon finishing his sentence, Changsheng walked toward the window-side seat, drawing curious glances from the other patrons in the tavern. "Please wait a moment, sir," the innkeeper replied hastily before retreating to fulfill the order. In the town hall of Moyu, the steward hurriedly entered the main hall, exclaiming with delight, "Town lord, reports have just come in that another extraordinary young man has entered Moyu town." A middle-aged man seated at the table, sipping tea, abruptly set down his cup and stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, where is he?" The middle-aged man, dressed in splendid attire with a square face, was none other than Xianyao, the lord of Moyu town. The steward chuckled wryly. "My lord, the men below did not follow him. Did you not instruct that if such a person appeared, we should refrain from rashly tailing them?" Xianyao smacked his forehead and laughed. Indeed, how forgetful of me this moment. Xianyao felt a mix of joy and apprehension. He was elated that another such person had graced Moyu town, providing him an opportunity, yet he was anxious that this individual might turn out to be merely an ordinary person, like those before. Xianyao harbored a dream of cultivating immortality. Though celestial beings were rarely seen in the mortal realm, he had been fortunate enough to encounter one. If only once, that singular experience had utterly entranced him. The freedom and exhilaration of soaring through the skies deeply captivated his heart. He yearned to attain such a state himself one day, especially knowing that the lifespan of immortals far surpassed that of mortals. Was the young man who had entered the town an immortal? Chandideo believed that a mere glance would suffice to ascertain the truth, for he had witnessed the grace of an immortal. The steward, being Chandideo's confidant, was well aware of his thoughts and smiled. "My lord, what shall we do?" To be candid, he too wished to cultivate immortality, though he had never seen an ethereal being. The tales recounted by Chandideo certainly did not seem fabricated. Moreover, in the easternmost region of the East Domain, there existed a celestial tomb. Upon hearing this, Chandideo mused, "Mayu town is not particularly large. Let us disguise ourselves and seek out this individual." The steward nodded, understanding that their disguises were to prevent the townsfolk from recognizing them. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, "My lord, if this individual truly is an immortal, how should we proceed?" Chandideo hesitated, waving his hand dismissively. "If he is indeed an immortal, we shall cater to his preferences and ingratiate ourselves. However, it is still too early to draw conclusions." Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with hope, Chandideo continued, "No more delays. We must change our attire and don some concealing hats before setting out to find him." Understood. In the tavern at the window side table, Lu Changsheng held his cup. Noticing a flicker in his gaze as he observed the chill emanating from the drink, rendering it delightfully cold, he then raised the cup to his lips, savoring a sip, amidst the blazing sun. The icy peach blossom brew was indeed exquisite. Of course, he was not averse to heat. It was merely a matter of ritual. Lu Changsheng inhaled the floral aroma of the wine, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this peach blossom brew was not of the finest quality, yet in this moment it was the most extraordinary elixir to him. This was the first drink he had savored since emerging from the celestial tomb after an indeterminate time. "Sir, the dishes have arrived," the innkeeper announced, placing several steaming plates on the table and adding with a smile, "By the way, our proprietor has graciously covered this meal for you. Please enjoy, sir." The innkeeper bowed slightly before departing. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng paused mid-sip, glancing at the old proprietor, who stood by the counter, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. From the guard at the town gate to the tavern proprietor, each treated him with utmost courtesy. He looked at the reflection of his ethereal visage in the wine cup, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Despite having restrained all outward qualities and aura, he remained conspicuously remarkable. Such had always been the case. There was little he could do about it. Naturally, he would not intentionally suppress his innate presence, for that would seem disingenuous to— Lu Changsheng sighed softly, raising his cup to gaze out the window, his thoughts drifting towards the celestial tomb. Meanwhile, the townsfolk and the town lord regarded their peculiar appearance with some bewilderment. Sensing the many curious glances, the steward awkwardly whispered, "My lord, it seems we are attracting some odd looks." He glanced at their own attire. Grimacing slightly to eye in this sweltering heat, they both appeared rather eccentric. Completely covered, it was no wonder the townsfolk regarded them with suspicion. Ahem, great achievers do not concern themselves with trivialities. It is a bit warm. "Let us quench our thirst at that nearby tavern," Chandideo declared, hastily making his way towards the establishment. The steward, noticing this, couldn't help but smirk as he quickly followed. "Good sirs, may I assist you?" The innkeeper began, but the steward interrupted. "Just bring us 2 jugs of peach blossom brew, and make haste." "Certainly, please find a seat. Your peach blossom brew will be ready shortly." The innkeeper chuckled at their unconventional garb before swiftly departing. "My lord, would you prefer a table by the window or a more secluded spot?" The steward inquired quietly, only to find Chandideo unresponsive. Confused, he turned and called out, "My lord." Soon, the steward was taken aback, for he noticed Chandideo's eyes, hidden beneath his concealing hat, fixated intently on a particular direction. The steward's curiosity was piqued as he followed Chandideo's gaze, his pupils widening in astonishment. There, at the window side table, sat an ethereal young man quietly sipping his drink. In that fleeting moment, the steward realized this could very well be the individual they had been searching for. After a brief interval, Chandideo took a deep breath, forcibly tearing his gaze away, suppressing his racing heart as he whispered, "Let us sit over there for now." The steward swallowed hard, following Chandideo to a nearby table, aware that they must not act too hastily. From Chandideo's reaction, he could tell that this ethereal young man might indeed be the legendary immortal. Soon, The two took their seats at a table diagonally adjacent to Lu Changsheng, allowing them to catch a side view of him. "Your peach blossom brew, gentlemen. Please enjoy," the innkeeper said as he approached with their order. The innkeeper placed 2 jugs of peach blossom wine on the table and discreetly glanced at the peculiar attire of Chundadeo and the steward before retreating. The steward whispered, "Lord of the town." Chundadeo, withdrawing his gaze from the eyes of Lu Changsheng, murmured, "Let us drink first on the surface." Chundadeo appeared composed, yet the whiteness of his clenched fingers betrayed his anxiety. "Indeed," the steward replied, taking up the wine jug to pour, his hand trembling slightly as well. Such details did not escape Lu Changsheng's notice. He refrained from looking their way, quietly attending to his drink. Though he felt a tinge of helplessness within, a handsome demeanor and refined aura could spare one from many troubles. Yet they could also attract a fair share of trivialities at tea that moment. Chundadeo could no longer contain himself. He and the steward rose, wine cups in hand, and approached Lu Changsheng, bowing slightly as they raised their cups. "Esteemed sir, we perceive that you are quite extraordinary, undoubtedly hailing from a noble lineage, and we hold you in great esteem. Thus we wish to toast to you, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Lu Changsheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, but showed no inclination to raise his cup. Seeing this, Chundadeo and the steward hurriedly lifted their cups and drank heartily. After their consumption, an awkward silence ensued. They were at a loss for what to do next, as the pressure before this gentleman in the green robe was immense. After a lengthy pause, Chundadeo finally stammered, "Sir, might we sit here to share a drink with you?" Noticing Lu Changsheng's continued silence, Chundadeo's complexion paled slightly, and he felt increasingly flustered. "Do not waste your efforts. Your innate talent is insufficient. You are not suited for cultivation." Suddenly, the previously silent Lu Changsheng set down his cup and gazed at Chundadeo, saying leisurely. Chundadeo and the steward felt a chill run down their spines. Truly, the immortal was worthy of the title. They had not even voiced their intentions, yet he discerned their purpose. However, as reality set in, Chundadeo's pupils constricted, and he trembled as he whispered, "Sir, is it true that I am indeed unsuitable for cultivation?" Lu Changsheng gave a slight nod. In an instant, Chundadeo staggered, his eyes losing their luster. "Lord of the town." The steward promptly supported him. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other patrons, as well as the innkeeper and the inn attendant. The patrons first cast admiring glances at Lu Changsheng, then curiously observed the heavily cloaked Chundadeo and the steward, unsure of their intentions. The innkeeper furrowed his brow, surprised that anyone would disturb the gentleman in the green robe while he was drinking. He swiftly signaled to the attendant. The attendant, feeling a jolt of anxiety, hurried over and frowned at Chundadeo and the steward, saying, "Gentlemen, please do not disturb the other patrons while they are drinking." "No trouble at all," Lu Changsheng softly replied. The attendant was taken aback and silently retreated. "Sir, is there a place for you to rest in this Muyu town? If not, might I invite you to my humble abode for a respite?" Though Chundadeo felt despondent, he thought that if he could invite the immortal to his home, perhaps there might be a turn of fortune. Even if it were impossible to cultivate, being in the presence of an immortal would still be a great blessing. He spoke eagerly, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng glanced at the sky and quietly said, "Then I shall impose." Upon hearing this, Chundadeo's body trembled, and he joyfully exclaimed, "No imposition at all. It is my honor." The steward was equally excited, thinking he might finally witness the legendary spells of the immortal. "Please have a seat," Lu Changsheng said. Yes. Chundadeo nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. And he quickly sat down with the steward, both feeling quite nervous in front of Lu Changsheng. Now they could see Lu Changsheng's face clearly, and they could not help but marvel at his ethereal presence. Akin to a pure blue lotus, he emanated a sense of cleanliness that the steward vowed he had never encountered in his lifetime. Although Chundadeo had previously met an immortal, he found that this one seemed to surpass the other. "Sir, please feel free to order as much food and drink as you desire. It is all on me," Chundadeo declared, fervently ingratiating himself. Observing Chundadeo's exuberance, the steward sighed inwardly, knowing that the lord of the town was not usually so solicitous. "Isn't it rather stifling in such attire on this hot day?" Lu Changsheng remarked, shaking his cup of wine gently. Chundadeo's body jolted, fearing he had displeased the immortal. After all, such a concealment of one's visage was indeed quite impolite, especially in the presence of an immortal. That he quickly replied, "It is quite stifling, indeed." "You speak truly, sir." With that, he exchanged a glance with the steward, and together they removed their tightly bound hats, though their hearts raced with trepidation. Sure enough, the patrons in the tavern, who had been casting glances their way, were now stunned into silence, their astonishment palpable. The lord of the town. The patrons began to stir, as word spread that such a distinguished figure had entered their humble tavern. They hurriedly approached, bowing in trepidation, exclaiming, "We, the common folk, pay our respects to the lord of the town." The once quiet tavern erupted into a cacophony, leaving the innkeeper and the attendant dumbfounded. One of those oddly dressed individuals was, in fact, their lord of the town. The attendant's face turned pale as he glanced at the innkeeper, inwardly lamenting the calamity he had brought upon himself. How could he have spoken so brazenly to the lord of the town? Chundaideo cast an awkward glance at Changsheng, then signaled to the steward. The steward understood immediately and sternly commanded, "You may leave. Do you not see that the lord of the town is conversing with the immortal?" The patrons nodded vigorously, retreating to their seats, all of them too intimidated to speak further. They gazed at Changsheng with reverence, secretly marveling at the extraordinary nature of the man before them. They were not fools. Piecing together the earlier events, it became evident that the lord of the town had disguised himself to seek out this gentleman in green. "Lord of the town, sir, this is on the house as a complimentary offering of food and drink." At that moment, the innkeeper, with a pale face, personally brought forth an array of dishes and drinks, carefully placing them on the table before retreating without daring to raise his head. Chundaideo looked across at the composed Changsheng and, with a restrained smile, said, "Sir, I must confess my embarrassment. I am indeed the lord of this Muyu town." Changsheng nodded, seemingly indifferent. Chundaideo was acutely aware that in the eyes of the immortal, he was but a mere trifle, and thus he personally poured wine for Changsheng, saying, "Sir, please." This scene left the tavern's patrons utterly speechless. Who exactly was this gentleman in green? Finally, they have departed, watching the receding figures of Changsheng and his companions. The innkeeper exhaled deeply, indicating the immense pressure he had felt. "Innkeeper, I was so bold as to raise my voice to the lord of the town earlier. Thankfully that gentleman was present, or I would have faced dire consequences due to your blunders." The attendant, sweating profusely, recounted the ordeal with lingering trepidation. The innkeeper cast a sidelong glance at the attendant and replied coolly, "Are you blaming me?" "What?" The attendant was taken aback. Realizing he had misspoken, he hastily waved his hands. No, innkeeper, that was not my meaning. Please do not misunderstand. You say such things are pointless. I'm already displeased. Your wages for this month are hereby halved." "Humph," the innkeeper angrily declared before retreating into the tavern. Leaving the attendant with a face full of woe. 2 days later, in a certain area of the eastern domain, the mountains rose and fell, thick clouds drifting gently among them. Atop the highest peak, the clouds lingered halfway up the slopes. A winding path connected the summit and the base, cutting through the sea of clouds. Near the mountain's peak, a series of continuous structures and pavilions stood tall, rising and falling like waves. The sky beyond the mountain was occasionally streaked with glimmering lights, creating a magnificent and enchanting scene. Qingyi sect. Outside a mystical cave dwelling, a youth in splendid attire clasped his fists and respectfully reported, "Master, the secular empire in the eastern part of our domain is urgently seeking assistance, claiming that demons are wreaking havoc among them." Demons? The eastern domain is vast, and the secular empires are as numerous as the stars. Even the tributary empires that pay homage to our Qingyi sect are countless. Can you not be more specific? An elderly voice emanated from within the cave. The youth's expression shifted slightly as his mind raced. Striving to recall the details, he quickly replied, "Master, it is the Lishui Empire." With a rumble, the cave opened, and an old man with a white beard stepped out. None other than Gu Helen, who had crossed paths with Changsheng at the immortal tomb. The youth in splendid attire was also the same boy from that day. Lishui Empire? Ancient He Lin furrowed his brow. Murmuring softly, he held quite a notable impression of the Lishui Empire. Not for any particular reason, but rather because it was the closest empire to the tomb of immortals in the eastern region. With a nonchalant tone, Ancient He Lin remarked, such trivial matters can be entrusted to the disciples of other elders. I still have a medicinal pill to refine, and I lack the time. Having said that, he prepared to return to his cave dwelling. The youth in splendid attire was taken aback and exclaimed urgently, Master, you are unaware that within our sect, it is just you and a few mountain-guarding elders. The other elders have gone out with the sect master on business, taking many disciples with them. Surely, we cannot expect the mountain-guarding elders to make these decisions, as their duty is merely to guard the mountain and not to deal with such trivialities. Ancient He Lin was momentarily stunned and, with a serious tone, inquired, out on business? How was I not informed? The youth, with a wry smile, explained just yesterday the sect master saw you in closed-door cultivation and chose not to disturb you. Ancient He Lin's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not been engaging in cultivation yesterday, but rather indulging in slumber. He then dismissed any inquiries about the whereabouts of the sect master and the others, waving his hand. Very well. Very well. It is but a small matter. Tong Exent, take some outer disciples with you. As he spoke, a token of the elder appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed over. Tong Exent quickly caught it. Glancing at the character for elder inscribed on the token, and joyfully proclaimed, At your command. He was not keen on remaining in the sect, as it was too dull. He would prefer to venture into the mortal realm to exterminate demons and enjoy himself. Do not get carried away with leisure. Complete your task and return swiftly to cultivate. Ancient He Lin admonished, shaking his sleeves as he entered his cave. With a resounding thud, the stone door closed, and tranquility enveloped the space. Tong Exen opened his mouth, letting out a despondent sigh. Endless cultivation again. He was a prodigy with superior lightning spiritual roots, and was not in a rush. Humph, what does it matter? Let him play. He resolved to vex his master. With this thought, a smile returned to Tong Xian's face as he merrily departed Immou town at the town master's residence. The afternoon sun cast its golden rays. Lu Changsheng sat in the cool pavilion of the backyard, casting his fishing line into the pond. The young girl stood quietly a distance behind him, holding a tray laden with pastries and drinks. Her head bowed. Over the past 2 days, Lu Changsheng had been well fed and well cared for in the town master's residence, with Chundadeo wisely refraining from interruptions and even arranging for a maid to attend to his needs. Pastries, Lu Changsheng said, gazing at the surface of the water. Ah, yes, the maid replied, snapping back to attention, as she hurriedly approached to offer a piece of pastry to Lu Changsheng's lips. However, it seemed as though Lu Changsheng had eyes in the back of his head, as he gently declined. No need, I can manage myself. The maid halted her gesture, her voice trembling as she responded, understood that Lu Changsheng casually picked up a piece of pastry, tossing it into his mouth while continuing to fish. The maid cautiously stole glances at the extraordinary young man in the green robe before her. He was indeed exceptional. These past 2 days had left her somewhat bewildered. None of the town master's previous guests were ever offered food directly by her hand. Moreover, this youth spoke very little. In 2 days, the entirety of their conversation could be counted on her fingers. Only pastries and drinks repeated ad nauseum. She had been sent by the steward, who merely advised her to be vigilant and attentive to this esteemed guest. How esteemed he truly was, she did not know, only that he was strikingly handsome and exuded a delightful aura. Just then, a hurried clattering of footsteps echoed. The maid turned to see the town master and the steward approaching the pavilion briskly. Her pupils constricted, and she quickly placed the tray on the stone table before kneeling. However, the respectful tone of the town master towards the young man in green astonished her. Sir, have you been comfortable during your stay in my humble abode these past 2 days? My humble abode. The town master referred to himself as humble before this man. The maid's mind reeled, pressing her body low and struggling to breathe. Who had she been serving these past 2 days? Some transcendent figure. Lu Changsheng finally turned his head, glancing at the bowing Chandadeo and the steward, and chuckled lightly, satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Chandadeo breathed a sigh of relief, and the steward cast a subtly approving glance at the maid on the ground. "That is good to hear, sir, in my residence. You may stay for as long as you desire," Chandideo replied with a respectful smile. Changsheng gazed at the gently rippling pond and coolly stated, "Speak, what brings you to seek me?" Observing the calm and composed demeanor of the young man in green, both Chandideo and the steward marveled anew at the wisdom of immortals. He truly seemed to foresee events with uncanny clarity. "Sir, you possess remarkable foresight," Chandideo began with an air of reverence. Then, with a hint of urgency, continued, "Sir, we have received word that the Li Shui Empire is beset by demonic calamities, and Mou town lies within the territory of the Li Shui Empire." With this revelation, both Chandideo and the steward were taken aback to see Lu Changsheng remain utterly unfazed, even his brow failing to furrow. The maid, still kneeling, was already pale with fright. "Demonic calamities?" "Yes, sir." Chandideo hesitated, struggling to find his words. Changsheng flicked his fishing rod, his gaze unwavering as he calmly remarked, "What concern is it of yours if there are demonic calamities? Have the demons made their way to Mou town to wreak havoc?" "Sir, it is said that this time the demons come with great ferocity, and I worry that Mou town may be affected," Chandideo said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "If the heavens were to fall, there would naturally be one to hold it up." "You need not panic," Lu Changsheng replied coolly. Hearing this, Chandideo forced a smile, understanding the sentiment, yet this was not the first time demons had appeared. Each time, the arrival of demons resulted in numerous casualties among the common folk, only for them to vanish without a trace, prompting Chandideo to speculate the involvement of an immortal. However, compared to past occurrences, he felt this time the demons were extraordinarily fierce. Their approach was ominous, to say the least. As the town master, he was understandably anxious. He had a responsibility to the townsfolk. He swore it was not out of fear for his own life. Just then, Lu Changsheng abruptly yanked his rod, and a fish leaped out of the water, thrashing violently at the end of the line. In no time, it was flopping before Lu Changsheng. With a smile, he removed the fish and weighed it in his hand, commenting, "Over 4 taels. We shall have a feast tonight." He tossed it into the bucket behind him. With a splash, the fish flailed wildly in the bucket for a moment before succumbing to its fate. Falling still that moment, Chandideo and the steward stood rooted in place, for they had noticed that the end of Lu Changsheng's fishing line bore no hook. He had caught a fish solely with the line. They could not comprehend such a bizarre feat, attributing it to the methods of an immortal. Their admiration for the young man in green deepened. "You have scared away the fish with your chatter," Lu Changsheng suddenly remarked lightly, casting his line back into the pond. Chandideo's body jolted. He was no fool and immediately grasped the implication, hastily bowing. "I shall take my leave, sir. You continue with your tasks." He exchanged a knowing glance with the steward, and the two tiptoed away swiftly. Meanwhile, the maid remained kneeling, too afraid to rise. Having witnessed the town master's subservience to Lu Changsheng, she dared not breathe loudly. "There is no need to kneel. Rise," Lu Changsheng said, gently lifting his fishing rod. "Sir, I find kneeling quite comfortable." The maid's heart raced as she stammered. Observing her reaction, Lu Changsheng chose not to press further. If she wished to kneel, so be it. It was not his coercion. Chandideo, frowning as he walked ahead, suddenly heard the steward exclaim in astonishment, "Town master, fishing without a hook. How is this even possible? I would never have dared to imagine such a thing." "Are you foolish?" Chandideo halted, then, with a relaxed expression, replied, "How would this town master know how the sir accomplishes it? The methods of an immortal are beyond our comprehension." If Chandideo had harbored any doubts about Lu Changsheng before, they had now dissipated entirely. Fishing without a hook and still catching fish. How could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? "Hee," the steward chuckled awkwardly. "You still find humor in this?" Chandideo cast a glance at the steward, worry etched on his face. "You are aware that this time the demons differ from those in the past. Town master, you need not worry. The sir is right. If the heavens fall, someone will naturally hold it up." The steward's face still bore a smile. "It is indeed fortunate to have a towering figure to rely on. But if demons truly manifest in our Mou town, and that towering figure does not arrive in time, how many innocent lives will be lost? What shall we do then? Chingyi shook his head with a sigh. He had just visited Changsheng, initially hoping to implore him for assistance should demons appear in Muyu town. Although he did not explicitly state it before Changsheng, his intentions were unmistakably clear. Yet, alas, is the town master preoccupied with his earlier meeting with the gentleman? The steward suddenly interjected with a smile. Are you quite pleased? Chingyi's expression darkened. For some inexplicable reason, he found the steward's smile irksome, wishing to give him a good thrashing. Please do not be angered, town master. I believe you may have misunderstood the gentleman's meaning, the steward remarked, glancing toward the pavilion in the backyard, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Oh, what do you mean by that? Chingyi raised an eyebrow, looking at the steward with a hint of anticipation. The steward's countenance grew serious as he spoke earnestly. Town master, do you not think that the gentleman's words and actions just now were laden with meaning? Meaning? What meaning? Chingyi appeared perplexed, utterly bewildered. The steward smiled mysteriously before respectfully stating, the gentleman mentioned that should the sky fall, there's a towering figure to uphold. You not think it possible that he was implying he himself is that towering figure? Indeed, Chingyi's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, pointing at the steward and exclaiming appreciatively, Continue. The steward, now beaming with pride, continued. After catching a fish, the gentleman remarked on having surplus for tonight's meal. You think it feasible that he was metaphorically referring to the demons as that fish? Chingyi, increasingly excited, struck his fists together and exclaimed, Absolutely. That must be his intent. The steward then inquired. Finally, the gentleman stated that the fish have all been frightened away. What do you think he meant by that? Observing Chingyi's face flush with fervor, the steward respectfully pressed for an answer. This time, there was no need for the steward's explanation. Chingyi raised his fist in triumph and quickly replied. The gentleman is advising us to maintain a low profile, to proceed as usual. Otherwise, should the demons learn of his presence, they would be too frightened to show themselves in Muyu town. Clapping his hands in admiration, the steward praised, Town master, you are truly astute, instantly grasping the gentleman's intent. I, an old servant, was still pondering the meaning of his words. There is still much for you to learn, but you are commendable in your own right. Chingyi waved his hand dismissively, strolling away with a light-hearted tune. That moment, he felt enlightened and in high spirits. What are the demons? Muyu town is under the protection of an immortal. One slays one, two slay two. By the way, steward, do not disclose the matter of the demons to the townsfolk for the time being, but if they become overly panicked, it could disrupt the gentleman's strategy. Chingyi suddenly halted, turning to give his directive. Rest assured, town master, the steward bowed in response that in the kingdom of Lishui, within the royal palace, it was a time of political discourse. The Lishui hall was unusually boisterous, lacking the solemnity of days past. Typically, demons appeared singly, yet this time there were multiple and their approach was aggressive. Many townsfolk had already suffered greatly. Many citizens, initially filled with hope, had turned to lamentation. Indeed, if this continues, our kingdom of Lishui will surely descend into chaos. I could see that moment. The elder seated on the left discreetly cast a glance at the brooding king before standing up and declaring loudly, Silence! What sort of disorder is this in the Lishui hall? Who among you does not know the situation? Now, we must devise a strategy to alleviate the king's worries. With that, the hall fell silent. The king, witnessing the change, relaxed slightly, casting a satisfied glance at the elder before speaking gravely. All ministers are welcome to present their thoughts, but please do so in an orderly manner, without chaos. The ministers exchanged glances. And finally, a middle-aged official stepped forward, bowing and stating, Your Majesty, as mere mortals, we are naturally powerless against the demons in times past. We must rely on the immortals to intervene. Upon hearing the title of immortals, the crowd was visibly shaken. While the common folk may be unaware of the existence of immortals, all those present at court knew of their reality. Moreover, they were instructed to keep the immortals' existence a secret from the mundane world. This knowledge was firmly etched in their minds, treated as a confidential matter. In previous times, any demonic threat was typically dealt with by the immortals. After all, They received tributes annually, and it was only natural for them to protect the region. However, this time, the immortals had yet to arrive, and anxiety began to surface as the officials looked at the king with hopeful expressions. The Lishui king shook his head and sighed at the onset of the demonic threat. I dispatched messengers post-haste to Qingyun sect to summon the immortals. Yet even now, there is still no word. The official spirits plummeted, their faces growing pale. If this continues, their lives would also be in jeopardy. To date, how many lives have been lost in the afflicted towns? The Lishui king asked solemnly. Your Majesty, in Jiyuan City, the death toll is approximately 200. In Pingyang City, about 300. In Lulu Town, around 110. There are many other small villages that have yet to be accounted for due to their remote locations, and the death toll continues to rise. The middle-aged official reported. His complexion ashen. Over 600 lives have been lost already. The Lishui king's pupils constricted, realizing this was only the number that could be accounted for. And the wounded, did I not instruct you to report all casualties? The king's expression was one of fury. The middle-aged official trembled, falling to his knees as he sorrowfully replied, Your Majesty, there are no survivors. Anyone who encounters the demons is doomed. The Lishui king's face hardened in anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Your Majesty, the towns affected by the demons are on the brink of chaos, and the town leaders are struggling to pacify the frightened populace. We must have your guidance. The middle-aged official insisted. Upon hearing this, the other officials hastily knelt, pleading, Please, Your Majesty, offer us your wisdom. Their voices were deafening, and the Lishui king stood in stunned silence for a moment before rising with a grim expression, shouting, Those are demons. What strategy can a mere mortal like me devise? And you, are you all merely idle spectators? In times of peace, each of you boasted your capabilities. Have you all withered away? Confronted by the king's wrath, the officials trembled, bowing their heads in fear. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. The assembly turned to see a general accompanied by 11 young men and women entering the grand hall. Except for the leading youth clad in fine garments, the others wore matching dark green attire, each bearing a haughty demeanor, their chins almost touching the sky. This group consisted of Changsheng and the outer disciples of Qingyi sect. Your Majesty, I am honored to fulfill my duty. The general bowed before the Lishui king, who seemed lost in thought at that moment. The Lishui king had no mind to commend the general. He rushed down the steps to stand before Changsheng and the others, his excitement palpable as he reverently declared, At last, the immortals have arrived. Salvation is at hand. My kingdom of Lishui is finally saved. The officials, having inferred from the general's words and the demeanor of the youthful entourage, surmised their identities as immortals. Upon witnessing the king's respectful demeanor and words, their eyes sparkled with awe and exhilaration. Immortals, true immortals. Changsheng waved his hand, looking at the Lishui king with indifference. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matter at hand. We encountered no demons along the way through the towns. What is the reason for this? The Lishui king, devoid of any displeasure regarding the youth's demeanor, quickly responded with respect, Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but the towns afflicted by the demons are all situated in the eastern region of my kingdom of Lishui. I suspect you arrived from one of the other 3 directions. Ah, I see. Changsheng and his 10 disciples nodded slightly. Approximately how many demons are there? What are their physical characteristics? Changsheng narrowed his eyes, inquiring in hopes of extracting useful information. The Lishui king's complexion paled as he stammered. I do not know. And how did the unfortunate victims meet their end? Changsheng pressed further. The Lishui king's expression shifted again. He realized he possessed scant information, practically nothing at all. After a moment of difficulty, he managed to reply, I only know that the bodies of the victims appeared as desiccated corpses. Beyond that, I cannot say. Desiccated corpses? Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. You do not even possess basic information. What have you been doing? Without waiting for the childlike heart to speak, a male disciple could not help but step forward and shout in a low voice. His voice was deliberately infused with spiritual energy, causing the crowd to feel somewhat dizzy. Celestial being, please refrain from anger. Those who have encountered the monsters are all dead. Not a single one has survived. We are merely mortals, the king of Li Shui. Frightened, bent deeply, and spoke with a sense of sorrow. The male disciple glared, ready to say more, but was interrupted by Tong Xin, who raised his hand with an indifferent expression. Enough, Tong Xiao. Withdraw. Tong Xin admonished sharply. Yes, yes. The male disciple's face turned pale as he retreated, gazing at Tong Xin with the same reverence as the other disciples. Tong Xin usually appeared quite amiable, but when angered, he was terrifying. Although Tong Xin was younger than them, his exceptional talent and high status made a significant difference. He was a direct disciple of the ancient elder, his rank far surpassing that of these outer sect disciples, a clear distinction between clouds and mud. Sensing the trepidation of the young men and women, everyone realized the high standing of the little celestial being at the forefront. The atmosphere became remarkably quiet, all eyes focused on Tong Xin. Celestial being. The king of Li Shui could not help but break the silence, wanting to say something. You need not speak further. Please provide us with the specific locations of the towns afflicted by the monsters. As for everything else, rest assured, our Qingyi sect collects tribute from your Li Shui empire annually and will naturally protect you. Tong Xin gazed at the king of Li Shui, speaking with conviction. Thank you, celestial being. The king of Li Shui and the officials felt a wave of relief as well as deep gratitude, unconsciously bowing to Tong Xin and his companions. Seeing this, although Tong Xin's expression remained emotionless and appeared quite aloof, he felt an immense sense of pride inside. To hold such a high status in the mortal realm. The feeling of being revered like a star was simply wonderful, almost euphoric. Especially to be called a celestial being, it was indescribably delightful. However, it must be said that these disciples were still novices in the realm of cultivation. Even those who wielded considerable power in the cultivation world would not dare to call themselves celestial beings. For what does a celestial being represent? It signifies immortality. Are there truly celestial beings in the world? Enough of that as for those minor monsters, With me, Tong Xin around, they're not to be feared. Mayu town, that night, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a hazy darkness. Town master, it's bad, in the dark of night. The butler shouted anxiously outside Chundadeo's bedroom. During this sensitive time, Chundadeo certainly did not dare to let his guard down. His nerves were always taut, even when sleeping with his wife. He did not dare to remove his clothes. Thus, upon hearing the butler's call, he burst through the door and stared at the butler, asking nervously, "What's wrong? Have the monsters appeared?" The butler was momentarily stunned. How could the town master be so quick-witted? He then quickly replied with a grave expression. "Town master, we just received a report that all 67 people from a prominent family in the town have mysteriously died. The town guards have sealed off the scene, and it is highly likely that it was the work of monsters." Chundadeo's body shook violently, a surge of anger rising within him. 67 people dead. "Let us go. We must see the scene," Chundadeo exclaimed, striding toward the exit. The butler jogged to catch up, hesitating. "Town master, for safety's sake, should we call for the teacher?" Chundadeo paused his steps, glanced at the night, and sighed. "Forget it. It's too late to disturb the teacher now. Let us first see the situation." Yes. The two figures quickly vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the town master's residence, Lu Changsheng leaned alone against a pavilion, occasionally sipping wine, his eyes flickering with an eerie blue light as he quietly observed a certain direction in the town. In the past, Mayu town would have been at rest by this hour. The citizens long asleep, but tonight, the place was ablaze with lights. An hour ago, the chilling scream that pierced the night sky had been heard by all. At this moment, a throng of shadowy figures stood before a mansion, their faces pale as they gazed at it. What happened at Xian's residence? What was that scream? When we arrived, the Qian residence was already surrounded by the town guards. We couldn't get in at all, and they wouldn't say anything. How can we sleep well? Just thinking about that scream sends chills down my spine. Have you noticed? The Qian residence is eerily silent, aside from the movements of the town guards. There's not a sound to be heard. Just as the citizens were buzzing with speculation, the butler's voice rang out. "Make way. The town master has arrived." "The town master has arrived?" The citizens seemed to find their pillar of support. Quickly turning to look, indeed, they saw Chandao walking through the crowd with a stoic expression, hastening towards the mansion. The citizens knelt in greeting, their demeanor sincere, clearly indicating that Chandao was quite beloved in Mayu Town. As Chandao and the butler reached the entrance of the mansion, he suddenly halted, turned, and forced a smile at the citizens. "Everyone, please rise, do not panic. I will enter to assess the situation, and I will surely provide you with an explanation." The citizens were immediately moved, nodding in agreement, internally sighing that the town master was indeed a good official. Seeing the citizens temporarily appeased, Chandao took a deep breath and, along with the butler and the captain of the town guards, pushed open the doors and stepped into the Qian residence. With a loud bang, the door was shut once more. The atmosphere grew quiet as everyone waited in silence. When Chandao and the others stepped into the courtyard, what met their eyes were bodies covered with white cloth scattered across the ground. Cold sweat broke out on Chandadeo's forehead as he scanned the area. There were exactly 67 bodies. Town master, everyone in the Qian residence has been murdered. The bodies are all here. The captain of the town guards, bending slightly, reported with a tinge of self-reproach in his view. He was the captain of the town guards, yet the Qian residence had been completely compromised right under his nose, making it impossible for him to absolve himself of responsibility. Chandao asked solemnly, "Were they human or monsters?" The captain hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth firmly. They were not human. Chandao inhaled lightly. Approaching the nearest corpse, squatting down to lift the white cloth, a withered corpse appeared before the eyes of Chandao and the others. The corpse wore a frozen expression of terror, with no wounds visible on its body. Chandao swallowed hard, continuing to unveil the second, third, and fourth corpses. "Town master, each corpse bears the same appearance of death. All withered as if their blood had been completely drained, their expressions reflecting sheer terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying before dying," the captain of the town guards explained. Chandao slowly stood up, his legs trembling as he surveyed the surroundings, speaking hoarsely. "Many towns in the eastern region of the Lishui Empire have been plagued by monsters. It seems our Mayu town has begun as well." The captain's gaze shifted. How could he have not known this news? The butler looked at him and said, "The news about the town's suffering from monsters has been sealed off. It seems the Empire fears a widespread impact that might disrupt the livelihoods of the citizens. The town master and I only learned of it through whispers a few days ago." The captain stiffly nodded, looking at Chandao with difficulty. "Town master, it seems the monsters are currently within Mayu town, perhaps even hiding in this Qian residence. They might be secretly watching us right now." At these words, both Chandao and the butler felt a chill run down their spines, glancing around as a sense of dread enveloped them. Moreover, to have killed 67 people in such a short time, it was likely that there was more than one monster. The captain of the town guard spoke gravely. "I asked the captain, although he could not compete with the monsters. He still had years of experience in handling cases. More than one monster," Chandao murmured, but the butler frowned and said, "Captain, since you suspect the monsters might still be within the Qian residence, why are they not attacking us now? We are mere mortals. Surely they could kill us in an instant." Chandadao's eyes brightened, pointing at the butler and exclaiming, "You are right." He realized the butler was very quick-witted. The captain of the town guards shook his head with a chuckle. "Butler, you are mistaken." Both the butler and Chandao were taken aback, only to hear the captain continue. "Town master and butler, you may not know, but in the past, when monsters appeared, the town guards had already studied the habits of these creatures. Though it is easy for them to kill us mere mortals, they mostly enjoy lurking in the shadows, striking unexpectedly, relishing the thrill of randomness, and creating panic, thriving on the fear of the people. Even with the capacity to annihilate us, there remains an inclination to toy with us as one would with a mouse." Chandao and the steward were momentarily taken aback, astonished by such a notion that "My lord," the steward addressed the town lord. "According to the town guard captain, the demons revel in instilling fear among the populace and are unlikely to make a move in the immediate future. However, we cannot be certain. What shall we do next?" The steward looked at Chandao, whose brow was furrowed with concern, and asked with a tinge of bitterness. "Moreover, There was a multitude of citizens outside the Qian residence awaiting an explanation. Chindadeo scanned the scene of carnage, his gaze flickering before turning towards the direction of the town lord's residence, and gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Please, sir! Please, sir! What, sir?" The town guard captain appeared somewhat bewildered. The steward glanced at the dazed captain, then turned to Chindadeo and whispered, "My lord, we should step outside. The citizens await your words." Furthermore, he did not dare linger in this place, as the thought of demons possibly still residing within the manor sent chills down his spine. Chindadeo cast one last look at the 67 lifeless bodies on the ground, sighed softly, and swiftly made his way out, stating, "Let us go," before long, as the doors of the Qian residence swung open. The gaze of the populace was drawn in unison. Upon seeing Chindadeo and his companions emerge, Chindadeo observed the citizens, their eyes brimming with curiosity, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke with solemnity. "I shall not conceal the truth from you. All 67 members of the Qian household have been slaughtered by demons." A heavy silence enveloped the air for a brief moment. The crowd erupted into chaos, a wave of panic sweeping through them. "Demons! Demons! The Qian family has been exterminated. What shall we do? Will we all perish? The Qian residence's fate could easily be ours as well." Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, Chindadeo sighed inwardly, fully aware that revealing the truth would lead to such turmoil, yet he could not bring himself to withhold it. The citizens had every right to know the reality. The steward had initially anticipated that the town lord would phrase it differently, but was taken aback when the unvarnished truth was laid bare. He glanced at the agitated crowd, then shot a worried look at Chindadeo, before shouting with all his might, "Everyone, please calm down. The town lord has something to share. Trust in the town lord." Gradually, the clamor subsided, and the citizens looked at Chindadeo with hopeful anticipation. Had it not been for their affection and trust in him, they would not have settled down amid such a life-threatening crisis. Chindadeo pressed his lips together, then spoke with conviction. "I, Chindadeo, have served as the town lord of Muyu for 5 years, and you are all well acquainted with the kind of person I am. I hope that you will follow my guidance moving forward. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety." The steward concurred. "Indeed, at this moment, your duty is to comply with the town lord's directives." The citizens fell into a momentary silence, but soon several voices erupted in fervent agreement. Yes, the town lord could have chosen not to disclose this reality. Yet, he chose to share it with us. The town lord would never speak without purpose. We trust the town lord. He will safeguard our lives, regardless of the demons. United in purpose, we fear them not. Yes, we trust the town lord. We trust the town lord. The citizens, inspired, raised their arms in unison. Half a stick of incense later, the citizens returned to their homes. Chindadeo observed the tranquility that had finally settled over the area. Shaking his head with a heavy heart, he turned to the town guard captain and instructed, "Forget about sealing the Qian residence for now. All guards must take turns patrolling the town without faltering." Understood, the town guard captain bowed in compliance. Chindadeo recalled the earlier scene, his eyes resolute as he declared, "Let us find the sir if he is willing to intervene, even if it costs me my life. I would gladly pay that price." With that, he strode purposefully towards the town lord's residence. The steward, watching Chindadeo's retreating figure, felt warmth swell within him. Indeed, the town lord was a commendable leader. "Steward, who exactly is this, sir?" The town guard captain withdrew his gaze and inquired of the steward, "Do not share this with others. It is enough for you to know in your heart." The steward replied cryptically, leaving the captain puzzled. He then noticed the steward hastening after Chindadeo, only to be startled by the steward's voice carried by the wind, causing his body to shudder and his pupils to constrict. "An immortal." "Huh? An immortal? Brother Tong, this is the first time since entering the realm of immortality that I have returned to the secular world that I never expected even us Qi practitioners to be dubbed as immortals. How amusing!" A flying carpet sped through the air, upon which sat 11 figures. One outer sect disciple regarded Tong Xian with a respectful smile. The other 9 outer sect disciples also chuckled in amusement. As Qi practitioners, they had yet to master sword flight or flying artifacts, and yet they were hailed as immortals, in the eyes of the secular world. Those who wielded magic and could fly were deemed immortals. Tong Xian maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly. As a distinguished direct disciple, he naturally had to uphold an air of gravity and prestige before the outer sect disciples. Cease your noise. We are nearing Jiyuan City, where 200 innocent lives have already perished. Who knows how many more have been added since? Tong Xian continued, his tone measured. Upon hearing this, the 10 outer sect disciples quickly fell silent, fully obedient to Tong Xian's words. Brother Tong, is it not fortunate to have you, a foundation-level cultivator? A mere demon would surely be terrified at the sight of you. A female disciple praised. The others nodded in admiration towards Tong Xian. Indeed, flattery is the highest form of praise. Tong Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, my dear disciples, it is paramount that you hone your skills against these demons. Striving for advancement to the inner sect is the true path to take. We shall remember Brother Tong's teachings. The disciples clasped their fists and responded respectfully. Very well, dear disciples, brace yourselves. I shall increase our speed. Tong Xian declared, flipping his palm to reveal a glimmering low-grade spirit stone. With a decisive motion, he pressed it into the core of the flying carpet. Whoosh! The carpet surged forward with sudden acceleration. The outer sect disciples clung to one another, and amidst the rapid pace, one disciple nearly tumbled off the carpet, his face ashen with fear. Moyu Town Lord's residence, rear courtyard, My Lord, how shall you address the sir? Chindadeo and the steward arrived in the back courtyard, and the steward inquired softly, as long as the sir. Chindadeo began, but was interrupted as he noticed a figure sitting quietly in the pavilion. Resembling a specter, Chindadeo and the steward exchanged astonished glances before hastening towards the figure. They bowed before Lu Changsheng, and Chindadeo respectfully stated, Sir, it is now the hour of the rat. I did not expect you to still be awake. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, glancing at Chindadeo, whose countenance was unnaturally pale, but did not respond. The air fell into silence. Suddenly, Chindadeo and the steward knelt heavily, banging their heads against the ground as they cried out, Demons have appeared in the town. Just moments ago, an entire household of 67 souls was mercilessly slaughtered. We mere mortals are powerless against such malevolent beings. We beseech you to take action. If only you would intervene, we are ready to offer anything, even our lives. The steward trembled as he echoed, Please, we implore you to act. If this continues, even more lives will be lost. And we are utterly at our wits' end. At that moment, the dark mist enveloping Moyu City began to dissipate slightly, allowing moonlight to cascade down. Under the glow of the moon, Lu Changsheng slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chindadeo. Some lives are predestined, and tell me, is yours truly of great value? The pavilion fell into a profound silence. Chindadeo and the steward knelt, their bodies slightly trembling. After a lengthy pause, Chindadeo finally managed to speak hoarsely. I understand that the affairs of the town do not pertain to you. Whether you choose to intervene is entirely at your discretion. However, the citizens, Lu Changsheng suddenly turned his gaze to the night sky and asked, Do you wish to cultivate immortality? Chindadeo was taken aback, then immediately filled with elation. Yes, I have dreamed of becoming an immortal. I can grant you the path to immortality, but the demons in this town are beyond my capacity to deal with. Lu Changsheng replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Chindadeo. The joy on Chindadeo's face visibly faded. Yet he quickly responded with a respectful smile. Sir, if that is the case, I shall forego my aspirations of immortality. I beseech you to vanquish the demons within the town, and I shall ensure your memorial is established. Serving you for eternity. Lu Changsheng's gaze flickered slightly. Are you certain you do not wish to cultivate immortality? The ability to soar through the heavens and earth, or even to share longevity with the heavens, is not without possibility. Chindadeo forced a bitter smile and said, Sir, if the great sword disregards the lives of the common people for personal gain, it would be unworthy of respect, and the path to immortality would surely be fraught with misfortune. Hence I shall not pursue it. Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Then it is as you wish. You may withdraw for now. Yet there lingered a sense of urgency in Chundadeo and the steward's hearts as they raised their gazes, only to find the figure of the man in the azure robe had vanished. Indeed, there was no need to set up a memorial tablet now. Suddenly, a whisper reached their ears, causing both to start violently. Their excitement palpable. The master is willing to intervene. At the entrance of Jiuan City, 11 silhouettes stood resolutely against the wind, disciples of the Qingyi sect. Changsheng glanced at the ominous black mist enveloping the city. Twitching his nose, he remarked, "There's indeed a presence of malevolence. Tong Xianyao. What shall we do?" A disciple inquired, casting a wary glance at the city gates guards. They were cloaked in invisibility talismans, rendering them unseen by the city guards. A smirk crept across Tongxin's face as he replied, "Naturally, we shall eliminate the demons before the talismans lose their efficacy and then proceed to the next city." With that, he leapt onto the city wall, followed eagerly by the other disciples. Meanwhile, within Jiuan City, though the lights blazed brightly, a palpable sense of death hung in the air, the streets nearly devoid of life. The recent, inexplicable deaths of numerous citizens had instilled such fear that no one dared extinguish their lamps at night. Even in slumber, they feared the finality of death. Surrounded by this pervasive dread, many citizens yearned to flee Jiuan City. However, the city had been thoroughly sealed off by the Lord, making entry impossible and exit unthinkable. Those who defied the order faced lethal consequences, a warning that had already claimed lives. Each day saw more citizens perish, and in light of the Lord's strictures, suspicions of demonic interference grew rampant. The populace's anxiety mounted, and in such tormenting circumstances, it seemed inevitable that they would soon rise in rebellion against the confines of Jiuan City. In the Lord's manor, the Lord of Jiuan City was beset by an overwhelming sense of dread. His dark circles as pronounced as ever, he gazed at the flickering candlelight, utterly exhausted. The death toll among the citizens had surged to 400 and continued to rise, but he bore an immense burden, both physically and mentally. Even now, he clung to the original decree. No matter the circumstances, the city must remain shut, await the arrival of the immortal to vanquish the demons. But when would the immortal arrive? The spirits of the city's inhabitants teetered on the brink of collapse. If the immortal did not come soon, Jiuan City would be doomed. The Lord of Jiuan City murmured helplessly, "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Startled, the Lord hastily peered through the gauzy door, only to find no one there, terror bubbling within him as he nearly cried out. Then, in astonishment, he heard a voice. "You must be the Lord of Jiuan City. Quickly order that no citizen may leave their homes, regardless of any commotion they may hear from within the city." Outside, Tongxin finished speaking and turned to leave. Upon hearing the youth's voice, the Lord of Jiuan City exhaled slightly, yet he wondered why he could only hear the voice without seeing its owner. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Filled with hope, he called out, "Wait, you are..." Outside, Tongxin bit his lip, feeling awkward as he responded, "An immortal." With that, he fled as if escaping. It was one thing for others to call him an immortal, but to utter it himself felt entirely disingenuous. Who would dare to claim themselves as such, especially someone in the foundation establishment stage? An immortal. The Lord of Jiuan City's eyes brightened, and he waved his hand, shouting, "Bring forth my decree. Tonight, all citizens must remain indoors. Regardless of any sounds, they are forbidden from going outside. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy." "Yes, Tong Xixiang, you have returned." The disciples greeted Tongxin, knowing he had everything in hand. "Indeed," Tongxin replied. Surveying the surroundings, Tong Xixiang, "How shall we uncover the demons as they lurk in shadows? It will surely take time." While the disciples furrowed their brows, pondering their next step, they watched as Tongxin flipped his palm, revealing an ancient spirit-seeking disc. Instantly, the 10 outer disciples gasped in astonishment, with one exclaiming, "A mid-grade spirit tool, the spirit-seeking disc. Indeed, my fellow disciples are quite knowledgeable. This is the spirit-seeking disc bestowed upon me by our master in his earlier years." Tongxin replied, a hint of pride in his voice. I could see that moment. he began to understand why the master had sent him instead of other senior disciples. It must be related to his possession of the spirit-seeking disc. The disciples gazed at Changsheng with envy, for such a rare spirit tool was a treasure, especially one of mid-grade, for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. It was a dream too far to grasp. As for magical artifacts and spirit treasures, those remained an unattainable fantasy. Of course, even if given to them, they would be useless, as their Qi refinement stage would render them incapable of wielding such power. They possessed only common magical tools like swords and staffs, even clothing and shoes. The simplest magical clothing was provided by the sect, with each disciple receiving a set, besides providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The clothing could self-clean, remaining unsoiled even after prolonged use, while the shoes possessed speed-enhancing attributes. A mid-grade spirit tool was something even many of Changsheng's peers in the foundation establishment stage likely did not possess. Although the spirit-seeking disc was a specialized tool lacking offensive or defensive capabilities, it bore prestige. Changsheng was indeed the most cherished disciple of Elder Gu. As the disciples stared in awe, Changsheng felt a surge of pride. Relishing the moment, and encouraged, "Fear not, dear disciples. With diligent practice, you shall all attain the foundation establishment stage one day and acquire the spirit tools of your dreams. May Tong Xiao's words come true." The disciples replied, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Changsheng nodded, his expression growing serious. "Now, let's uncover the location of the demons. I wish to see what kind of fiend dares to plague the mortal realm under our Qingyi sect's jurisdiction." With that, Changsheng circulated the liquid spirit energy within him, channeling strands of it into the spirit-seeking disc. He then released the disc, which floated gracefully in the air. The pointer at the center of the disc spun wildly. In an instant, it locked onto a direction, and the spirit-seeking disc sped forth toward that point. The disciples watched in envy, marveling at the spirit tool's sentient nature. Changsheng's eyes sparkled as he commanded, "Let us follow the spirit-seeking disc." Like grasshoppers, Changsheng and his companions swiftly pursued the darting spirit-seeking disc. Soon, they arrived at the southwestern corner of Jiyuan City. This area was relatively secluded, with only a few households, all of which had their doors tightly shut, yet lights still flickered within. Observing the quivering spirit-seeking disc suspended in the air, Changsheng murmured, "The demons must be nearby. This is the array flag. You must swiftly place these in the indicated positions." As he spoke, Changsheng produced the array flags and handed them to the disciples while retrieving the spirit-seeking disc. Understood. The disciples, after a moment of contemplation, quickly set to work, although they were unfamiliar with formations. Changsheng had guided them regarding the positions, making the task quite simple. Tong Xianyao is truly impressive, mastering even such profound techniques as formations. Two female disciples in the group remarked with admiration. Changsheng feigned aloofness. Smiling slightly without responding, he glanced at the disciples inserting the flags, then scanned the surroundings, his gaze flickering. With citizens nearby, they must eliminate the demons in Jiyuan City before the invisibility talismans expired. He would not take any chances. Elder Gu had taught him well. Caution ensures a safe voyage. Tong Xianyao, the flags are set. Not long after, the disciples returned to report. Changsheng nodded, surveying the area as he murmured, "Good, let us draw out these sneaky, vile creatures. Step back." At his command, the disciples hurriedly retreated, eyes fixed intently on Changsheng. He flipped his palm, producing an array flag, and began to swirl it in the air with a precise rhythm. As he waved, the disciples watched in astonishment as the previously scattered flags emitted a faint glow simultaneously, resonating with a low hum. In that instant, the commotion alerted the hidden demons lurking nearby. In the next moment, several residential doors creaked open with a resounding creak, and 3 swirling masses of black mist surged forth from within. These were not mere beasts. They were demons. The sight left the disciples in shock, prompting them to peer through the open doors. Indeed, they beheld several corpses lying lifelessly on the floors of each abode. Their expressions shifted as it dawned upon them that the inhabitants of these homes had been slaughtered prior to their arrival. As the 3 masses of black mist emerged, they immediately spotted the shimmering array flags trembling on the ground, and their instincts kicked in. Cursed be this fate. There are cultivators lying in ambush. We know not their strength. Retreat at once. Realizing the grim fate of the locals, Changsheng no longer concealed his presence, instead manifesting his form with a chilling smile. So, it is you demons causing a ruckus in the territory of my Qingyi sect. You truly have audacity. Wish to flee. Then reveal yourselves at once. With that, Changsheng raised the array flag in his hand, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and with a fierce flourish, he declared, Second-tier confinement array. Activate. Buzzing and vibrating, the array flags quaked more violently, unfurling a translucent barrier in the vicinity. The three black mists came to an abrupt halt. How powerful the second-tier confinement array is against mighty cultivators. Yet it turns out to be merely a nascent foundation cultivator. Ha! One of the black mists cackled coldly. Upon hearing this, Changsheng's expression soured. He then witnessed the three black mists materialize into three grotesque figures, each adorned with a single horn atop their heads, their mouths stretching grotesquely wide, long, thin black tongues hanging down, their features dark and hideous, black-tongued demons. Changsheng's body jolted, his face instantly contorting in horror. Black-tongued demons. Tong Xianyao, what are those? The other disciples, seeing Changsheng's pallor, were engulfed by a sense of foreboding. This was their demon name. The black-tongued demon was a second-tier creature. A single one could rival a nascent foundation cultivator. Yet here stood three. Changsheng clenched his fists, his face etched with gravity, fearing that today would not end well. Comparable to a nascent foundation cultivator, the disciples' expressions turned to terror, their faces drained of color as they beheld the three black-tongued demons before them. It's over, it's over. Only Tong Xianyao among us is a nascent foundation cultivator. The rest are merely Qi refining stage disciples. How can we contend with these three demons? Is our luck so dire that our journey in cultivation ends here? Ha! The little cultivators of Qingyi sect. At that moment, the foremost black-tongued demon looked at Changsheng with a sinister smile. Except for the leading nascent foundation disciple, the others were clearly perceived as mere Qi refining cultivators. Changsheng felt the weight of pressure, yet he steadied himself, declaring, Indeed, the Lishui Empire is under the protection of my Qingyi sect. You demons should promptly retreat. Seeing Changsheng's imposing demeanor, hope flickered in the hearts of the disciples. Could it be that Tong Xianyao has a hidden trump card? Ha! Ridiculous! Do you think a mere nascent foundation cultivator is enough? The black-tongued demon scoffed dismissively. I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Gu Helen of Qingyi sect. You little demons ought to consider your next move carefully. Changsheng inhaled deeply, proclaiming his master's name in an attempt to intimidate the black-tongued demons. His words were meant to shield the outer disciples behind him. If he were to engage in battle with these three black-tongued demons today, his Qi refining stage disciples would not stand a chance of escape. Gu Helen. The three black-tongued demons visibly trembled, indicating that this name wielded some weight. Witnessing this, Changsheng's heart leaped with joy, but that fleeting joy soon dissipated as the black-tongued demon spoke again. It seems this nascent foundation disciple has some backing that, if that's the case, we simply cannot let you leave. With that, the onlookers beheld as the three black-tongued demons transformed in a black mist, hurtling violently against the invisible confinement array. Boom! The array flags shook violently. This thunderous noise echoed through the silent night of Jiyuan City, causing countless citizens to tremble in their homes, unaware of the unfolding chaos, remembering the earlier edict from the city lord. They could only shutter their doors and huddle in fear. Seeing this, the black-tongued demons unleashed a wicked laugh and prepared for a second assault. In the next instant, the array flags swayed precariously. The second-tier confinement array had been effortlessly breached. Tong Xianyao. The disciples' faces turned ashen, panic-stricken as they looked towards Changsheng. Changsheng's expression was grim. He shouted, All of you, stay calm. I will do my utmost to protect you. Prepare for battle. The disciples, encouraged by his words, drew their various weapons, gritting their teeth as they focused on the approaching black mist. Yet their expressions remained steeped in despair. The battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, in the town of Moyu, Within the Qian residence, the dim lights flickered, and the ground was covered with white cloths concealing 67 corpses, slightly stirring in the breeze. Suddenly, a young man in green appeared silently in the courtyard. Lu Changsheng glanced at the white cloth-covered bodies, his face betraying no emotion, and then spoke softly, "Come out." The courtyard was eerily quiet, save for the increasing wind. Mere little demons, daring to conceal themselves before me. Lu Changsheng's gaze was calm as he surveyed a particular spot in the courtyard, his tone unhurried. Although he had lost memories associated with the immortal tomb, he was unaware of how he had ended up in this realm, why he had been buried in the so-called immortal tomb, or what had transpired. However, any memory unrelated to the immortal tomb remained vivid in his mind. Before being entombed, he had casually taken on the role of an immortal emperor due to his leisure. Throughout the celestial realms, he was known as the immortal emperor of Changsheng. Bang, bang, bang. In the stillness of the night, a cacophony erupted from the southwestern corner of Jiayuan City. The citizens huddled in their homes, trembling in fear. Such a tremendous noise could not possibly be produced by mere mortals. Simultaneously, in the southwestern corner, Tongxin's face was a mask of despair, his clothes tattered, and behind him lay 10 outer disciples. Sprawled in disarray, each was covered in blood, gasping for breath. In an instant, they had been grievously wounded by the 3 black-tongued demons, teetering on the brink of death. This stark contrast between the Qi refining stage and nascent foundation stage was akin to an insurmountable chasm. "Can you still hold on?" Tongxin asked, his gaze fixed on the 3 black-tongued demons, tilting his head slightly as he inquired gravely. And one answered him. The disciples were nearly unconscious, possibly unable to comprehend his words. "Haha, next it will be your turn. It has been ages since I tasted a cultivator's blood, a true tonic." The leading black-tongued demon sneered at Tongxin's conflicted expression, clearly reveling in his hesitation. That it was apparent that this nascent foundation disciple was torn, wanting to escape yet reluctant to abandon his Qi refining stage fellows. This was precisely why they had refrained from directly slaughtering the disciples. They aimed to ensnare this nascent foundation cultivator. Tong Xianyao, you must flee. We are beyond salvation." At that moment, one outer disciple managed to regain some clarity, his neck veins bulging as he shouted with all his might. As he cried out, the other disciples also stirred slightly, falling into a heavy silence, their expressions filled with unwillingness, despair, and dread of death. Upon hearing this, Tongxin felt an even stronger urge to stay. He furrowed his brow for a moment before exhaling deeply. As if having made a monumental decision, he produced a pale golden talisman. This was a gift from his master on the day he became a direct disciple, meant for life preservation. It was said to be a talisman left behind by his master's master, who had lost hope of advancing. Not to mention the immense power contained within, capable of matching the full force of a golden core cultivator. It also held tremendous sentimental value, highlighting its rarity. What is that in his hand?" The 3 black-tongued demons' expressions shifted as they sensed an alarming power emanating from the talisman held by Tongxin. "Quick, eliminate him. Delay, and we shall face dire consequences." A sharp command rang out, and the 3 black-tongued demons lunged at Tongxin. Seeing this, Tongxin looked at the talisman in his hand with a mixture of pity and regret. Yet he steeled himself, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and hurled it fiercely towards the 3 black-tongued demons. As the talisman soared through the air, it suddenly shattered into countless shards, radiating brilliant light in all directions, illuminating the astonished faces of the disciples. Boom! The pitch-black sky was suddenly pierced by flashes of lightning, followed by a slender arc of lightning descending from above. This arc was pitifully small, yet, in the eyes of the 3 black-tongued demons, it loomed large. Despite its diminutive size, it was still a manifestation of lightning power. The energy it contained was sufficient to rival the full force of a golden core cultivator. Flee in an instant. The 3 black-tongued demons lost their will to fight, terror overwhelming them as they transformed into black mist, attempting to escape. Alas, no matter how swift they could not outrun the lightning arc. Soon, the arc struck the 3 black-tongued demons. Ziz, ziz, Ziz! Instantly, black smoke billowed forth as the three black-tongued demons howled in agony. Ah! As the thunderous sound that had shaken the entire city gradually faded, the three black-tongued demons vanished beneath the crackling arcs of lightning. Juan City was plunged into an eerie silence. Bang. Unperturbed by the dazed disciples around him, Changsheng stumbled and fell to the ground, his face devoid of joy, murmuring in a trance, "Master, why has the talisman treasure left by my esteemed teacher been used by me in such a way? Why do demonic beings of level 2 emerge in the mortal realm?" It was evident that without the talisman, he, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, might very well have perished in this world of mortals today, let alone the disciples of the Qi refinement stage behind him. Meanwhile, in the grand courtyard of the Qian residence in Mayu Town, Lu Changsheng faced three black-tongued demons. Their grotesque visages were filled with mockery as they looked disdainfully at the young man in azure robes across from them. They speculated that this azure-clad individual might be a Taoist, given his elegant attire. If only he adorned a Taoist crown and carried a wooden sword, he would fit the image perfectly. This was because, aside from the occasional arrival of cultivators from the immortal realm, there were indeed many Taoists in the mortal world who specialized in slaying demons. However, they were not intimidated by these so-called half-hearted Taoists, who were merely Qi refinement practitioners lacking the hope of ascension and thus retreated to the mortal realm to lead a Taoist life. No, this individual should not be a mere Taoist. If he were only at the Qi refinement stage, they would surely be able to sense it. Yet, their perceptions revealed an unusually vague cultivation level that it appeared that he was at least at the foundation establishment stage. He was a practitioner from the realm of immortals. Suddenly, one of the black-tongued demons growled, "A Qi refinement practitioner. There's no reason we should not sense him. So he must be a foundation establishment practitioner." They did not believe that a dignified golden core cultivator would descend upon the mortal realm for no reason. However, they remained unaware of which tier of foundation establishment this azure-clad man belonged to. What of a foundation establishment cultivator? Even if we face one at the mid-foundation establishment stage, we can still fight. Since this cultivator seeks death, let us slay him. One of the black-tongued demons flicked its long tongue menacingly. Three demons of comparable strength to a foundation establishment human. What audacity allows you to so brazenly invade the mortal realm? At that moment, the previously silent Lu Changsheng regarded them with indifference and inquired. Logically speaking, while it was not uncommon for minor Qi refinement demons to appear in such a lowly world, the emergence of so many foundation establishment demons was somewhat abnormal. Did they not fear inciting the ire of the immortal realm? Ha ha, the immortal realm. The Lingshan realm has remained too stable for too long. The realms of demon and monster have already formed an alliance and will soon engulf the Lingshan realm. The black-tongued demon laughed triumphantly, its tone laced with malice. This is merely the beginning. To this, the other two black-tongued demons felt no concern. After all, this person was doomed, and at that moment, venting their bravado felt rather gratifying. Lu Changsheng nodded lightly. This world, known as the Lingshan realm, was about to descend into chaos. This was the knowledge he had acquired. You not wish to ask why. Cultivator, observing the indifference of the azure-clad man, the three black-tongued demons were taken aback and then filled with intense displeasure. Exclaiming in unison, "This is not the reaction we expected." Shouldn't this individual display extreme panic upon hearing such terrifying news? Why? Lu Changsheng asked earnestly. This dismissive attitude infuriated the three black-tongued demons to the point of nearly exploding with rage. "Kill him!" Seeing the three black-tongued demons charging at him with fierce momentum, Lu Changsheng suddenly smiled. "Even true immortals fear me like a deity. You three are quite brave. Ha! Arrogant cultivator, shamelessly boasting, just because you've reached the foundation establishment stage. You think yourself remarkable. Have you ever seen an immortal?" The three black-tongued demons were on the verge of losing their minds. They had never encountered such a shameless cultivator. Today, truly opened their eyes. For the world was full of wonders. Lu Changsheng, observing the three enraged black-tongued demons, ceased his words and casually flicked his sleeve. There was no visible disturbance of spiritual energy, nor dazzling and flamboyant spells. The three black-tongued demons inexplicably froze in place. The three black-tongued demons were momentarily stunned. Soon, their hearts began to race violently, their eyes nearly bulging with fright. They felt as though their bodies were ensnared by an invisible and unfamiliar force. What was even more terrifying was that the force binding them was not spiritual energy at all. They were certainly familiar with spiritual energy, having dealt with cultivators before. How could this be happening? The leading black-tongued demon, with a face ashen with dread, glared at Changsheng, his eyes filled with terror. Even in the darkness, one could see the fear in his gaze. This bizarre method could lead him to believe that the azure-clad man before him was a terrifying nascent soul elder. Changsheng smiled, turned with his hands behind his back, and took a step forward, vanishing like a ghost. What does this mean? He actually chose not to kill us, before the three black-tongued demons could express their surprise. The invisible force that had ensnared them suddenly contracted violently. With a chilling scream, they transformed into a cloud of blood mist with a resounding bang. That horrifying cry echoed throughout the entire Moyu town. The townsfolk hurriedly shut their doors, many trembling beneath their beds. This was a sound no mere human could produce. Indeed, it was undoubtedly a monster. Yet, why did the sound seem to convey such immense suffering? In the town lord's residence, Chundadeo and the steward exchanged stunned glances. Town lord, with that agonizing wail, could it be that our esteemed master has already dealt with the monsters? The steward asked, his eyes vacant and dry. How long had it been? Chundadeo shook off his shock and waved his hand briskly, saying, "Steward, let us go. Bring some fine wine to pay respects to our master." With that, he hurriedly rushed outside, colliding with the town guard captain who was preparing to report. "Town lord, just now in the town. I have no time for that now. You stay here," Chundadeo interrupted with a wave of his hand, not glancing back as he dashed out. The town guard captain stood bewildered, looking to the steward for help. "Steward, what's going on?" "Cough, town guard captain. Just wait a moment. Matters of the town are not urgent right now. I have other things to attend to. Farewell." The steward also hurriedly rushed out, moving with an agility unlike his usual self. Matters of the town are not urgent. The town guard captain watched Chundadeo and the steward's retreating figures, utterly dumbfounded. "Monsters are wreaking havoc, and you say it's not urgent." In the backyard, Chundadeo and the steward tiptoed in, as if they were thieves in their own home. Sure enough, they soon spotted the figures seated in the pavilion, and their faces lit up with joy as they hurried over. The steward gently placed a plate of wine on the stone table. "Esteemed master, this is a special wine prepared for you," Chundadeo said respectfully, with the steward bowing low beside him, not daring to raise his head. As Chundadeo spoke, he took the opportunity to observe Changsheng's azure robe in the moonlight. Noticing it was remarkably clean, devoid of any bloodstains, which made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Logically speaking, even if the master were an immortal, one would expect him to appear somewhat disheveled after battling monsters. What could this mean? Changsheng opened his eyes, effortlessly drawing the wine jug from the table into his hand, taking a sip and remarking, "Moyu town shall remain as it has always been." This seemingly mundane act stunned Chundadeo profoundly. To manipulate objects from a distance, an immortal's technique? Thank you, esteemed master. After a moment of shock, Chundadeo, regaining his senses, hurriedly and respectfully bowed alongside the steward. The answer was clear. The monsters have been eradicated by their esteemed master. I may stay in your backyard for a while. You do not mind, do you? Changsheng said softly while shaking the wine jug. Chundadeo's body trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Not at all. Not at all. Master, you may stay as long as you wish. It was his honor." If possible, he would gladly offer the town lord's residence to the master. However, the residence belonged not to him, but to the Lishui Empire. He had no authority to make that decision. "Very well. You may leave now," Changsheng said, slowly closing his eyes. "Yes." Chundadeo and the steward exchanged glances. Standing up and bowing once more before departing, and send that maid away from this backyard. I can manage on my own. Do not disturb me when there is nothing pressing. Suddenly, Changsheng's voice echoed again. Chundadeo halted, turning respectfully, I understand. The next day, what? You immortals are leaving already. In the grand hall of Li Shui, the king of Li Shui, with a face full of confusion, exclaimed urgently. The officials around him also bore expressions of tension. It had only been a single night. They could not possibly believe that all the demons had been eradicated in such a brief span of time. Even celestial beings would find it challenging. Surely, traversing various towns to exterminate demons would take more than just a moment. Indeed, those demons possess considerable strength, and we struggled against them. This matter will be reported to our master upon our return to the sect for further deliberation, said Tong Xen tactfully. Considerable strength. If it were not for his talisman, he might have perished. At that moment, the outer disciples remained outside, fearing that the officials would notice their injuries and disheveled appearances, which would be too embarrassing. The officials exchanged glances, the color draining from their faces visibly. Considerable strength. They were seasoned foxes of the court, fully aware that this little celestial being was certainly downplaying the situation. Furthermore, the absence of other celestial beings at this moment raised suspicions. Could it be that something had gone awry? Celestial being, if you depart, what shall become of the Li Shui Empire? Lamented the king of Li Shui. His face etched with sorrow. Jiayuan City should be stable for now. We have eliminated the 3 demons there, Tong Xen reassured, pursing his lips. Rest assured, upon our return to report this matter, the sect will certainly act with utmost urgency. At this juncture, Tong Xen could not afford to maintain a stern demeanor. He felt a pang of guilt within. Initially, he had intended to enjoy a leisurely visit to the mortal realm, yet he found himself entangled in such a troublesome affair. With that, Tong Xen abruptly turned and left for the exit. Celestial being, you must hurry. Our Li Shui Empire relies on you. Seeing this, the king of Li Shui and the officials hurriedly sprinted after him. Fear not. Ensure that the casualty statistics from each town are meticulously compiled. When another celestial being from Qingyi sect arrives, be sure to report thoroughly. Meanwhile, Tong Xen ascended onto the flying carpet, and the waiting outer disciples, their faces flushed, eagerly followed suit. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by the king of Li Shui and the officials, leaving them momentarily stunned. So, these celestial beings had been waiting outside all along. Yet, why did they appear so disheveled? A stark contrast to their earlier vigor. 5 days later, Tong Xen and the others, traveling at full speed, finally returned to Qingyi sect. Tong Xianyao, 2 mountain-guarding disciples, promptly greeted him at the sect gate. Tong Xen nodded slightly from the flying carpet and then turned to the 10 outer disciples on the ground, who wore expressions of shame. You need not overthink it, my fellow disciples. Go back and focus on your cultivation, he said lightly, preparing to steer the flying carpet toward the peak of Guhi Lin. Tong Xianyao. Suddenly, the outer disciples called out to him. Tong Xen turned in surprise, looking at them with confusion. The 2 mountain-guarding disciples also wore puzzled expressions. The 10 outer disciples bowed respectfully and sincerely expressed, Tong Xianyao, we are merely insignificant outer disciples. While you are a revered direct disciple, we owe you our gratitude for saving our lives. They understood well how precious the means Tong Xen had employed to rescue them that day. Since then, Tong Xen had often appeared lost in thought, visibly affected on the flying carpet. Tong Xen paused momentarily, his heart suddenly calming as he smiled and said, as long as life persists, all is possible. Fellow disciples, strive diligently in your cultivation. We shall exert ourselves 100-fold and not disappoint Tong Xianyao. The disciples clasped their fists in a show of determination. Tong Xen nodded in appreciation, choosing not to say more, and guided the flying carpet toward the mountain peak, the grand peak of Qingyi sect. Tong Xen knelt respectfully outside the cave dwelling, calling out, Master, I seek an audience. With a rumble, the cave opened, and Guhi Lin, stroking his beard, emerged with a satisfied yawn. Tong Xen, you completed the demon extermination quite swiftly, indicating you did not indulge in frivolities. Well done, Master. Suddenly, Tong Xen spoke softly. Guhi Lin paused, looking at Tong Xen with curiosity. Master, the talisman you bestowed upon me for the elder has been used. Tong Xen said, his voice trembling. Guhi Lin, momentarily taken aback, abruptly pulled at a strand of his white beard. rather than rushing to scold. His eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the direction of the mortal Lishui Empire. Asking solemnly, "What has transpired?" Tong Xen straightened himself, organizing his thoughts before recounting. "Master, it is as follows." He then proceeded to report everything that had occurred in the Lishui Empire. The more Qingyi Lin listened, the more furrowed his brow became. In a mere town, 3 black-tongued demons had appeared. According to Tong Xen, it was not just Jiayuan City that was plagued by demons. Qingyi Lin's old eyes sparkled with intensity. Previously, demons that emerged in the mortal realm were typically small creatures, comparable to those in the Qi refinement stage. Why was this time so different? Had the demon and monster realms forgotten their agreement with the Ling Chun cultivation world? After a moment of contemplation, Qingyi Lin declared, "Tong Xen, you shall accompany me to the mortal realm." Ah! Tong Xian's head shot up, disbelief washing over him. "Master, do you intend to take action personally? These are merely secondary monsters. Surely, it is unnecessary for you to intervene. Other, weaker elders could lead the disciples instead." Qingyi Lin, well aware of Tong Xian's thoughts, sighed. "Tong Xen, you know me well. Had the sect leader and the others returned, do you think I would wish to go?" The realization that the sect leader and others had yet to return left Tong Xian astonished, and he nodded in agreement. "We must not delay. Otherwise, the common folk of Lishui may suffer heavy casualties." Qingyi Lin seized Tong Xen, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. This scene was witnessed by numerous disciples of Qingyi sect. "That must be the Xianhe Peak. Where is Elder Gu heading? It seems he is bound for the mortal realm." The outer disciples have been abuzz with news of secondary monsters surfacing in the mortal world, and in significant numbers at that. Secondary monsters comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. Heaven forbid! How could such powerful demons appear in the mortal realm? Surely, it would not necessitate Elder Gu, a figure of great renown and respect, to intervene personally. Are you foolish? Currently, aside from the mountain guarding elders, are there any other elders available? In the demon realm, the scene before was one of shadowy world, where withered vines and ancient trees stretched for miles. Inhabited by countless crows that intermittently flapped their wings, their eerie and mournful cawing echoing throughout. On a precipice, 5 figures stood. Below, a rolling tide of black mist surged ominously, evoking a chill of dread. Any cultivator who found themselves here would be terrified, for this vast black mist was composed entirely of transformed demons. Where is the leader of the black-tongued demon clan? The foremost figure on the precipice spoke languidly. The black mist below stirred restlessly, and soon a wisp of it unfurled to reveal an ugly black-tongued demon with a long tongue, who bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord, I am here. What is the progress on the matters I entrusted to your clan?" The shadow on the precipice inquired indifferently. The leader of the black-tongued demon shuddered, reporting, "My lord, some time ago, I dispatched members of our clan to the eastern region of the Ling Chun realm, the Lishui Empire, and 6 have perished. This may eventually alert the Ling Chun cultivation world. Let them be alerted. A great war is inevitable." The shadow replied nonchalantly, continuing, "What I wish to convey is to expedite your efforts. Ensure your black-tongued clan does not indulge in frivolities. This matter is of grave importance that, if necessary, you must personally intervene." "I understand." The leader of the black-tongued demon responded promptly, "Go ahead and take care of it." The shadow waved his hand. Dismissing the leader, he then surveyed the many high-ranking demons present, saying, "Prepare yourselves. War may come at any moment, and we shall inevitably clash with the Ling Chun realm. Everything hinges upon the will of the demon sovereign and the demon lord." Yes, the countless black mist surged forth with fervent shouts. Seeing their spirits high, the shadow declared with satisfaction, "You may retire." With that, the black mist dispersed like a torrent, leaving the area eerily vacant. I in the abyss. Why has the demon sovereign suddenly decided to take action against the Ling Chun realm? Upon the precipice, a brawny man with well-defined muscles addressed the leading shadow in a hushed tone. In response, the other 3 figures turned towards the foremost abyssal demon lord, their expressions tinged with confusion. It was well known that among the 5 great demon lords of the demon realm, The abyssal demon lord shared an exceptionally close relationship with the demon sovereign. The shadow turned around, revealing a youthful visage of striking handsomeness, albeit with skin so pallid it resembled that of a corpse. His eyes were as black as the abyss itself. Xianyao surveyed the four demon lords, and, with a subtle smile, remarked, "The demon sovereign has long since reached a bottleneck in her cultivation." The four demon lords' pupils constricted. The implications of his statement were profound, considering the spirit dust realm, where the Black Serpent Demon clan had ventured. It seemed to be in proximity to a legendary place. Observing the expressions of the four demon lords, Xianyao smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, you have likely surmised the purpose of this alliance between the demon and monster realms. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Yet, had that place not remained an enigma to all for countless ages, the brawny man's inquiry elicited nods of agreement from the other demon lords. Changsheng, the demon sovereign, has visited that place numerous times, returning each time empty-handed. However, after all these years, she has conceived a plan, claiming it is the very reason for instigating war." Xianyao mysterious smile revealed an unprecedented excitement glimmering in his obsidian eyes. This left the four demon lords in a state of distress, eager for clarity, feeling as if swarms of ants were crawling upon their skins. "Xianyao, do share," Changsheng implored, scratching his head in frustration. Xianyao merely smirked, dissipating into a cloud of black mist, leaving behind a triumphant laughter echoing. "Ha ha ha. Guess at your leisure. I shall not indulge you further." Boom. Enraged, Changsheng struck a nearby withered vine and ancient tree, shattering them into splinters, causing numerous crows to meet a tragic fate. "Xianyao, you wretched cur, speaking half-truths, you infuriate me." He fumed. "No, I must inquire directly with the demon sovereign." This prompted the other three demon lords to rush to restrain him. "Changsheng, are you seeking death? How dare you approach the demon sovereign? If she wished to inform us, she would have done so long ago without Xianyao prompting." Changsheng's demeanor wilted, and he irritably waved his hand. "Enough. We shall learn in due time. Come, let us drink." "Very well. We shall accompany you," the other three demon lords agreed, recognizing their urgent need to quell their mounting agitation with spirits. In the Lishui Empire, within the Grand Hall, the king, upon receiving news, learned that there had been an outbreak of demons in almost all towns in the eastern part of the empire, with even Juan City being afflicted once more, despite the immortal having previously declared its eradication. "What shall we do? Indeed, it has been 6 days since the immortal departed, and his prolonged absence cannot bode well for the capital. The Lishui Empire is on the precipice of disaster. Alas, these demons are far too formidable. Those volunteers among the Taoists who ventured forth have fallen silent, likely meeting with misfortune." Bang! At that moment, the king of Lishui slammed his palm upon the table, causing the hall to fall into an immediate hush, with officials bowing their heads in fear. "I have raised a bunch of inept fools." The king bellowed, his fury evident as the veins on his neck throbbed. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." The officials trembled, hastily kneeling. "Enough of your useless chatter. Either devise a solution or be silent. Your incessant buzzing is giving me a headache." "A bunch of good-for-nothings." The king of Lishui had never been so enraged. The officials lowered their heads, some harboring resentment, their gazes flickering as they silently thought among themselves that their king was also a fool. "Enough! Did I not command that you report the casualties among the populace daily? What of today's report?" The king's expression darkened as he gestured dismissively. The middle-aged official rose, gravely reporting, "Your Majesty, the death toll in Jiyuan City has risen to 1,000. In Pingyang City, it has reached 800. In Tating City, 700, and the towns are on the verge of losing control over the frenzied populace." As the middle-aged official delivered his report, the hall grew increasingly silent. Too many had perished. The casualties in every town in the Eastern Empire had not fallen below 300 cumulatively. That amounted to a horrifying figure. "Heaven seeks to annihilate my Lishui Empire." The king stumbled back on his throne, dazed and murmuring he had recently communicated with neighboring empires, and they all seemed at peace, suffering little from demonic afflictions. if any at all. Why then did his Li Shui empire face such a terrifying onslaught of demons? Was it not said that the legendary tomb of the immortal lay within the mountain ranges along the eastern border of his empire? With such a favorable geographical position, his Li Shui empire ought to flourish. Why such calamity? The middle-aged official appeared to have an epiphany, hesitated for a moment, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I have one more peculiar matter to report." The king of Li Shui regained his composure, straightened his posture, and rubbed his aching temples. "Speak." The middle-aged official hesitated. "Your Majesty, in the eastern towns of the empire, there is one particularly unusual town with a remarkably low death toll of merely 67. And it has not experienced the same continuous rise in fatalities as the other towns due to its remoteness. I only received this information yesterday." The king and the officials perked up. Astonished at the middle-aged official, "Is there such a place? What town do you speak of?" The king pressed intently. "Mou town." The middle-aged official replied gravely, "Mou town. What does the town's lord say?" Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, the king urgently inquired. The middle-aged official sighed. "Your Majesty, the lord of Mou town mentioned that it seems demons did appear there, but after claiming the lives of 67. They vanished as if into thin air, and no further disturbances have occurred." The hall fell into silence, the officials furrowing their brows tightly. "I understand." Suddenly, an elderly official exclaimed with excitement, interrupting the contemplative silence. "Oh, Minister Dong, do share your thoughts," the king of Li Shui prompted the elderly official. Aside from the current demonic crisis, this elderly official had always been astute, possessing the ability to discern insights that others might overlook. The officials regarded Dong Gu with surprise. "Ha. Your Majesty, I believe I have unraveled the mystery of why such extraordinary events transpired in Mou town." Dong Gu confidently stepped forward. "My dear minister, the situation is urgent. Please speak swiftly," the king commanded sternly. "Ha. Your Majesty, esteemed colleagues, do you know the distinctive feature of Mou town?" Dong Gu inquired with a smile. The officials looked bewildered, while the king's expression darkened once more, irritated by the elderly man's obfuscation. "Enough of your games, speak plainly." Seeing the king's expression, Dong Gu felt a sense of urgency and quickly explained, "It is precisely that Mou town is the closest town to the tomb of the immortal among all the towns in the Eastern Empire. I believe it is possible that Mou town lies within the protective sphere of the immortal's tomb." At this revelation, the officials collectively gasped, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, it is highly probable. How could we have overlooked such a simple explanation? Apart from this, nothing else makes sense. Truly, in critical moments, we must rely on Minister Dong." Just then, the king's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he rose with fervor and declared, "Send word. All citizens of the afflicted towns in the east must bring sufficient provisions and relocate to the vicinity of Mou town. Tents will be provided by the military. Furthermore, all officials must prepare for other contingencies. Indeed, all ministers shall accompany me to the area. We cannot afford any mishaps. Should we falter, the Li Shui Empire is doomed." The officials were momentarily taken aback. Such a strategy was unprecedented. But what of the southern, western, and northern regions? Though they had yet to encounter demonic threats, one could never be too cautious. "I am well aware of your concerns. We shall first assess the safety of the vicinity of Mou town. If it proves secure, and if the southern, western, and northern regions begin to encounter demons, we shall then instruct them to relocate as well." The king of the Water Nation spoke dryly. This is indeed a solution of sorts. As for the celestial beings of the Qingyi sect, time did not permit him to wait any longer. Meanwhile, far away in the back courtyard of Mou town, Lu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. In the eastern region of the Water Empire, all the town leaders were filled with excitement upon receiving the order. They were finally liberated. Under the pressure from the common people, they could no longer bear the strain. Within a mere day, all the towns in the eastern part of the empire had gathered the populace. Escorted by the military, marching towards their destination, Mou town, in a grand procession reminiscent of ants relocating their nest. This spectacle left the black-tongued demons in various towns utterly bewildered. Where were they headed? They lurked in the shadows, prepared to strike at these soldiers and civilians in broad daylight, when suddenly their bodies trembled. They sensed the presence of a powerful cultivator. Looking up at the horizon, their vision confirmed that they indeed saw streaks of light speeding towards the capital, at least at the Golden Core stage. Thus, they could only hide reluctantly, suppressing their malevolent aura to the bare minimum. Preparing to report this matter to their clan leader for a decision that a Golden Core cultivator was beyond their capability to contend with that. Ah, master, look over there. So many civilians, where could they be going? In the sky, Changsheng pointed at the long line below, with confusion. Qingyi Sword cast a glance and replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with this for now. We should first visit the capital to meet with the king of the Water Nation and ascertain some details." Oh, with a swish, the two vanished from sight. Upon their arrival at the royal palace, Qingyi and Changsheng were taken aback. The palace, aside from the guards and a few palace maids, was utterly devoid of people. After inquiring with the guards, they finally learned what had transpired. Qingyi and Changsheng exchanged glances, recalling the long line they had seen earlier, and understanding dawned upon them. Simultaneously, countless doubts arose in their hearts. What was the king of the Water Nation planning by organizing the civilians to head to the remote Mou town? Was it to facilitate the Black-Tongued Demon's ambush? Did they believe that relocating to Mou town would ensure their safety? Even Qingyi, who prided himself on his intellect, found himself at a loss. "Master, what shall we do next?" Changsheng looked at Qingyi and asked. Qingyi's eyes flickered as he raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "Changsheng, did you not mention that currently only the eastern part of the Water Empire is troubled by demons?" Changsheng nodded. "Yes. What then is their ultimate goal?" Qingyi gently stroked his white beard, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. Could it be? Let us secretly escort those civilians to Mou town. Perhaps wishing to confirm his suspicion, Qingyi seized the bewildered Changsheng and transformed into light. Vanishing from sight, "Fly, fly, fly, a celestial being." The palace guard were astonished. Had a celestial being just spoken? Was it not somewhat disrespectful not to kneel in response? Would he not suffer a shortening of his lifespan? The guard were plunged into a state of panic. 10 days later, after a relentless journey day and night, the main force finally arrived in the region of Mou town, and scathed. "Your Majesty, it is rather strange. In these 10 days, we have not been attacked by any demons. These creatures are truly unfathomable," Donggu remarked, riding up to the luxurious carriage of the king of the Water Nation with a respectful smile. Inside the opulent carriage, the king of the Water Nation smiled contentedly. "This is indeed excellent. It is quite miraculous. Ever since we entered the region of Mou town, my previously tense nerves have relaxed considerably. Truly wondrous." Dongqing's eyes brightened, and he suppressed his excitement while respectfully saying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is only fitting that I provide some sound strategies during the Empire's time of peril. After all, serving the ruler is an obligation of an old minister." "Haha, splendid. Dongqing, I have indeed not misjudged you. Well then, let us set aside the matter of promotions for now. Between us, discussing such mundane affairs would only dampen our camaraderie." "I feel a sense of guilt in my heart," the king of the Water Nation said with a shake of his head and a sigh that Donggu was momentarily stunned, then quickly grew anxious to say something. A middle-aged official riding ahead turned back with a smile. "Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at Mou town." "Haha, good. Send word to the southern, western, and northern regions, should there be any anomalies. Ensure that we are informed at the earliest opportunity." The king of the Water Nation opened the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the small town ahead with a smile. Yes. Meanwhile, high above the main force, Qingyi and Changsheng sat upon a flying carpet, silently observing the small town below. "Master, why have the black-tongued demons not attacked these civilians in the past 10 days? This should have been an opportune moment." Changsheng queried in confusion. Qingyi shook his head and sighed. "That day, I was negligent. Upon arriving in the Water Empire, I forgot to suppress my aura, and perhaps the black-tongued demons sensed it." Changsheng was taken aback, realizing the situation, and then continued to ponder. "Then, Master, why have the black-tongued demons not wreaked havoc in the southern, western, and northern parts of the Water Empire in these 10 days? Why are they fixated solely on the east?" Gu Huelin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Changsheng with an amused smile. Ah, you've matured. Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. Of course, Qingyi Huelin furrowed his brow for a moment. Directing his gaze towards Mou town and the misty border beyond, his expression tinged with worry, considering the abnormal behavior of the black-tongued demons, coupled with my own keen intellect. It appears these demons, or rather the entity behind them, may have ulterior motives. Master means to say they have other designs, Changsheng exclaimed in shock, clapping his hands. Smack! Gu Huelin gave her a light rap on the head. Exasperated, what I said is quite clear. That is merely stating the obvious. Changsheng clutched her throbbing head, inwardly lamenting. The pain was too much to bear. Very well, let us observe closely what the king of the Water Nation intends by relocating the eastern populace here. Gu Huelin said calmly. Upon hearing this, Changsheng quickly halted the flying carpet in midair, and the two of them silently watched the scene below. But at that moment, Gu Huelin's expression changed dramatically. Changsheng's face turned pale. An overwhelming force descended from an unknown source, suddenly enveloping them and pulling them downwards. Gu Huelin's expression was shaken, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to resist this immense force. Yet it was futile. Against this might, he felt as if he were but a tiny droplet of water, foolishly attempting to resist the vast ocean. How could this be possible? This was the true reflection of Gu Huelin's inner turmoil at that moment. Master, what is happening? Are we truly going to fall to our demise? Changsheng cried out in fear that Qingyi Huelin's face also turned white. If he, the esteemed Gu Zhenren, were to perish in a fall from such heights, it would become a colossal joke in the realm of cultivation. Ah! Under the tremendous impact, Changsheng could no longer contain herself and cried out simultaneously, as Chundadeo and the steward warmly welcomed the king of the Water Nation and the officials preparing to enter the town. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they all looked up at the sky in unison. The guards also unsheathed their swords, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. What was that scream just now? Was it possible that upon their arrival in Mou town, the demons were already stirring? The faces of the crowd turned ashen. Chundadeo and the steward, however, remained calm. With the master present, how could there be chaos from demons? Moreover, that was clearly a human voice. Such fuss over nothing. They then greeted the startled king of the Water Nation and the others into Mou town with cheerful smiles in the backyard of the town lord's residence. Just as Changsheng and Gu Huelin were about to crash into the ground, they came to a halt and gently landed. The two quickly rose, scanning their surroundings with expressions of immense fear and vigilance. The experience had been too terrifying. The sensation of life being out of one's control was utterly chilling and despairing. Ah, it is you two. Once again, a gentle voice suddenly reached their ears, causing Gu Huelin and Changsheng to tremble. They turned abruptly towards the pavilion, where, unbeknownst to them, a man in a green robe sat quietly, sipping his wine. Gu Huelin and Changsheng stumbled in shock, their movements remarkably synchronized. There had been no one there just moments ago. In an instant, they recalled. The man in the green robe was none other than the cultivator they had encountered during their nighttime visit to the celestial tomb. How had this person ended up in Mou town? Gu Huelin's mind raced back to that terrifying force, and he looked at Lu Changsheng with a tense expression, striving to steady his voice. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, just now we were in the air." And then, indeed was I, Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Hiss! Gu Huelin and Changsheng involuntarily gasped, their eyes trembling with astonishment. In the next moment, Gu Huelin grasped Changsheng's hand and approached Lu Changsheng, bowing deeply. "Esteemed senior, Helen dares to inquire about the purpose of your summons." At this moment, Gu Huelin's mind was in disarray. Contemplating Lu Changsheng's visage, his thoughts racing, he had never heard of such a powerful practitioner, at least not in the eastern region. Was he perhaps an ancient recluse? "Please have a seat and enjoy a drink," Lu Changsheng said softly. "It is indeed an honor for Helen," Gu Huelin replied, feeling compelled to accept, for their lives were at the mercy of this formidable figure. Changsheng stood respectfully to the side, her head bowed in silence, her heart heavy with bitterness. They were merely seeking to break free from worldly ties, yet they found themselves unfortunate enough to encounter a powerful practitioner whom even her master could hardly resist. Aside from the sect master, she had never seen her master show such deference to anyone else. This man in the azure robe was the second. "Senior, allow me to pour for you," Gu Helen said, his hands trembling slightly as he filled Lu Changsheng's cup, betraying his inner turmoil. Observing the quaking hands, Lu Changsheng chuckled. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Yet that seemingly gentle smile only heightened the chill in Gu Helen's heart. "That night, I had no intention of engaging with you, but since fate has brought us together again today, it must be for a reason," Lu Changsheng remarked as he took a sip of his drink. Gu Helen forced a laugh. "Indeed, esteemed senior, you speak the truth." Beside him, Tongxin could not suppress a grin. She had never witnessed her master in such a state, not even in the presence of the sect master. It almost felt as though there was a hint of flattery in the AI. Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "I would like to ask you a few questions. I hope you can provide answers." Gu Helen hastily waved his hand. "Senior, you flatter me. Please feel free to inquire." Helen will speak candidly. With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table, Lu Changsheng, with an impassive expression, instructed, "Tell me about the Lingchun realm and the immortal tomb." Upon hearing this, Tongxin's body shuddered, and Gu Helen's expression turned momentarily perplexed. However, considering the possibility that the man before them might be an ancient recluse, he refrained from further contemplation. I could see this moment. He had no time to ponder other details or inconsistencies and quickly replied, "Esteemed senior, Helen will recount this for you." Subsequently, Lu Changsheng listened intently to Gu Helen's account, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, outside the town lord's estate, King Li Shui sat upon a chair, surrounded by officials and guards standing on either side. As the estate could not accommodate so many individuals, they convened under the scorching sun in the outer courtyard. Naturally, the king had someone to hold a parasol for him. "How goes the deployment of troops outside Miyu Town?" King Li Shui casually inquired. "Your Majesty, the arrangements are proceeding apace. Our seasoned troops are assisting, and we expect the townsfolk's relocation to be completed by nightfall," a middle-aged official reported respectfully. "Good, and ensure that latrines are dug for the people as well. Everything must be in place. Tonight, let the citizens consume their own rations, and tomorrow the army's cooks will prepare communal meals." King Li Shui continued. "Moreover, vigilance regarding the surrounding area must be maintained at all times." "Your Majesty is wise," the middle-aged official responded, bowing deeply. The other officials followed suit, hastily bending at the waist. "All right, you may leave and oversee the arrangements personally." King Li Shui waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Your Majesty." "I take my leave," the official replied before departing. Once the middle-aged official had left, King Li Shui turned his gaze toward the somewhat apprehensive Qingyi, smiling warmly. "I have never visited Miyu Town before. This time, I am rather taken aback to find it so picturesque and well-managed under your care." Qingyi quickly stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the officials, kneeling respectfully. "Thank you for your kind words." "Your Majesty, I am overwhelmed with gratitude." King Li Shui's eyes glimmered with appreciation. "What is your name? How long have you served in Muyu Town?" "I am Chun, with the given name Deo. I have been in service in Muyu Town for over 5 years." Chun Deo replied with deference, despite his nervousness, having never encountered someone of such high status in the Li Shui Empire. He felt somewhat reassured after having interacted with a celestial being like his master. Previously, as a mere town lord, he would have been struck dumb in the presence of the king. Observing Chun Deo's composure, King Li Shui felt a sense of admiration. "You, a town lord, are so composed in my presence. I have a keen eye for character, and you are indeed remarkable and worthy of significant responsibility." Chun Deo was momentarily at a loss for words, having never engaged with the king before, and could only awkwardly respond, "Your Majesty, you overstate my worth. I am merely fortunate." "Haha," King Li Shui chuckled, testing the waters. "In this eastern part of the empire where demons have caused havoc, all towns have suffered greatly. Yet Miyu Town has only seen 67 fatalities." Qingyi's heart sank at this remark, and he promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I am uncertain why. I suspect it may be related to Miyu Town's location." as it is closer to the fabled immortal tomb than other towns. This was the explanation Xianyao had prearranged with his steward, the only reasonable conclusion they could arrive at, knowing his master's unassuming nature. They understood he would prefer minimal interaction with the king and these officials. Excellent. I did not expect your mind to be so sharp. You have indeed arrived at the same conclusion as I. At this moment, Donggu suddenly stood up, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Xianyao. He felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. Ahem. King Lishui shot him a glance and cleared his throat. Donggu immediately trembled, recalling the gravity of the situation, and quickly bowed. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I momentarily lost myself. King Lishui waved his hand, allowing him to withdraw, not wishing to impose any blame. As the old man had indeed played a minor role previously, Xianyao finally grasped the reason behind King Lishui's presence in Muyu town. It seemed that they had indeed thought along the same lines. That was reassuring. Esteemed senior, this is all that Helen knows about the immortal tomb. It is the extent of knowledge in the entire cultivation realm, Gu Helen stated with a hint of trepidation in the pavilion of the rear courtyard. Lu Changsheng did not respond, but instead stared blankly at the pond's surface, lost in thought that he still had not discerned the specific time of the immortal tomb's emergence. According to Gu Helen, ancient texts vaguely recorded that the immortal tomb had existed in the Lingqian realm for at least 100,000 years. This meant he had been buried for at least that long. Moreover, it was a living burial, his consciousness trapped in slumber, awakening as though from a mere nap. Only this nap had lasted a tad too long. Yet for him, it was inconsequential that it was said that the immortal tomb held the secrets to immortality. Yet for countless ages, no one in the cultivation realm had succeeded in unraveling its mysteries. Even powerful practitioners who attempted to shatter the tomb found their efforts in vain. In contrast, Lu Changsheng, who had emerged from the tomb and obliterated the concept of a grave, maintained a clear gaze. At least 100,000 years. What had transpired before that? Lu Changsheng mused internally, though he desired to know. His thirst for knowledge was not overwhelming. He would be pleased to learn, but not knowing was also inconsequential. After all, he seemed to suffer no loss. After all, Lu Changsheng was already immortal, and his disposition had long since become more carefree. He had lost count of how many friends and even foes had vanished in the river of time. Only he traversed through time, transcending the path, freely roaming between heaven and earth, upon awakening from the immortal tomb. Lu Changsheng even felt that his strength had remarkably increased compared to before, which struck him as odd. The specifics of this increase were not something he was inclined to measure, as for the immortal tomb. He decided to set it aside for now. Should he feel an impulse later, he could always investigate or excavate the tomb, or perhaps revisit the Four Directions immortal realm to see if any of the other celestial emperors were still alive. Continue, Lu Changsheng urged softly, esteemed senior, regarding the immortal tomb. That is all that the Lingqian realm knows. Shall I now recount the details of the Lingqian realm? Gu Helen asked respectfully. Yes, Lu Changsheng replied, taking a sip of his drink. Proceed. Gu Helin pondered his words and said, Senior, the Lingqian realm is vast yet bounded, populated with countless perils and chasms. An ordinary cultivator might spend an entire lifetime traversing it, and there is a high likelihood of meeting their demise along the way. The Lingqian realm is divided into 4 domains, named conventionally as East, South, West, and North. Currently, we find ourselves in the Eastern domain. The 4 domains are predominantly inhabited by common folk, and we cultivators are relatively few in number compared to the populace. In truth, cultivators and commoners coexist within the same realm. It was merely countless ages ago that they were differentiated into the realms of cultivation in the secular world, often referred to as the separation of immortal and mortal. As time has passed, cultivators have seldom engaged in worldly affairs. This moment, Lu Changsheng chuckled, seemingly with a hint of amusement, separation of immortal and mortal. Do you little cultivators consider yourselves immortals? You speak rightly. Senior, Gu Helin replied awkwardly. The phrase separation of immortal and mortal does indeed seem somewhat pretentious. Put it plainly, it is merely a boastful claim made by arrogant cultivators in the realm of immortality. Beside them, Tong Xian felt a twinge of frustration upon hearing this. Despite the might of the senior, he was not an immortal. The way you little cultivators spoke was rather peculiar. Changsheng cast a glance at Tong Xen, but said nothing. However, that glance sent a chill down Tong Xian's spine. It felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. A mere illusion. Surely. Senior, Gui Lin wishes to inquire if you have secluded yourself for so long that you are somewhat unfamiliar with the Lingchen realm. Gui Lin couldn't help but ask. Indeed, Lu Changsheng replied softly, in no wonder. For some reason, Gui Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued, Senior, there are certain hidden places within our Lingchen realm that contain passages to the demon realm and the monster realm. However, both realms are considerably smaller than our Lingchen realm. The recent calamity caused by the Heish monsters in Lishui undoubtedly originates from the demon realm, not from local monstrosities of the Lingchen realm. Lu Changsheng nodded, offering no further commentary, as he was not particularly interested in this topic. Senior, you may not be aware, but after observing for some time, Gui Lin has discovered that these Heish monsters have a purpose for coming to Lishui. It is not merely to wreak havoc upon the common folk. Gui Lin suddenly stated with gravity. Tong Xen, who had been listening intently, was taken aback, his ears perked up, yet he was puzzled as to why his master would share this matter with the senior, especially since he had not yet disclosed it to him. They may be here for the immortal tomb beyond the borders of Lishui. Gui Lin spoke solemnly. Tong Xen was dumbfounded. Could it be that these monstrosities sought the immortal tomb? Surely that was impossible. The immortal tomb was beyond comprehension. Oh, for the immortal tomb. Lu Changsheng's pupils flickered imperceptibly, piquing his interest. What? Those little monsters have a way to uncover the immortal tomb that is impenetrable to the Lingchen realm. Subsequently, Gui Lin elaborated on the basis of his earlier assertions. Senior, what do you think? He asked respectfully, his urgency palpable. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. You are quite astute, receiving praise from the man before him. Gui Lin felt an inexplicable swell of pride. He cleared his throat and quickly composed himself, humbly responding, Senior, you flatter me. Very well, you may take your leave, Lu Changsheng said, placing his cup upon the table. Gui Lin froze. The conversation had come to an abrupt halt, rather unexpectedly, as he had yet to finish his thoughts. However, he dared not linger, rising respectfully to say, Senior, we shall take our leave then. Lu Changsheng nodded. With that, Gui Lin turned with Tong Xen, preparing to depart, when he suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back, only to find that the figure in the green robe who had been seated there was already gone. Master, the senior comes and goes without a trace. Did you forget to ask him something? Tong Xen inquired, casting a reverent glance at the spot where Lu Changsheng had been to Gui Lin lamented. We do not even know the senior's name yet. Alas, Tong Xen fell silent at Lu Changsheng. Just then, a faint voice echoed in their ears. Gui Lin and Tong Xen's pupils constricted as they exchanged a stunned glance. Lu Changsheng had indeed named himself after Changsheng. This senior of the Lu clan possessed remarkable audacity. Thank you for informing us. Senior Gui Lin shall return to pay a visit another day. Hurriedly saying this, Gui Lin, fearing rejection from Lu Changsheng, seized the bewildered Tong Xen and transformed into light, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, within the confines of the room, Lu Changsheng gazed out the window, towards the direction of the mountain's immortal tomb. Quite intriguing, he mused as night fell in the forest. Gui Lin and Tong Xen sat cross-legged upon the boughs of a tree, surrounded by the serenade of chirping insects. Through the leaves, Tong Xen caught sight of numerous flickering lights ahead, with countless figures bustling about. By this time, the military's encampment with the commoners was nearing completion. Master, the king of Lishui, is quite clever. Knowing that Senior was here, he brought the commoners to this MOU town. Tong Xen chuckled lightly. Gui Lin opened his eyes and sighed. I inquired during the day, and it is not as you have said. The officials of Lishui believe that MOU town is under the protection of the immortal tomb. Tong Xen exclaimed in surprise, so they are unaware of the senior's existence. Gui Lin suddenly fell silent, realizing that Tong Xen had a penchant for needless chatter. Master, why have you stopped speaking? Did I say something wrong? Tong Xen asked cautiously. Child, could you refrain from your incessant prattle? I've already made my point clear. Why must you reiterate? Gu Helin replied, exasperated. Tong Exine paused for a moment, then realized and awkwardly scratched his head. Master, I shall be more mindful next time. Humph, Gu Helin scoffed, his voice serious. Indeed, they are unaware of the senior's presence. However, I suspect the town's master is certainly aware, and he continued. Yet, that master would likely not inform the king of Li Shui, as the senior appears to be a rather reclusive individual. Master, you are right. The senior does seem quite solitary, as if he is at odds with this world. Tong Exine's words trailed off as he noticed Gu Helin glaring at him. Look at you, repeating yourself again. Tong Exine shuddered and quickly changed the subject. Master, what realm do you think that senior is in? As expected, this question caused Gu Helin to furrow his brow. His attention captivated as for the realm of that senior. I dare not speculate lightly. Gu Helin squinted, recalling the moment that had transpired when he fell from the sky earlier that day. He could see that moment. The unparalleled force he had felt was something he had never encountered before. It was simply insurmountable. He then continued, as Tong Exine eagerly awaited. While I have yet to break through to the Yuanying stage, I have interacted with many Yuanying ancestors. That senior strength is likely beyond the Yuanying stage. Tong Exine suddenly leapt to his feet, astonished. Could it be? The transformation god, true monarch? Gu Helin frowned. Sit down. What are you getting so agitated for? I am merely speculating. Tong Exine sat back down, his face a mask of disbelief. Could it be that the figure standing before them earlier was truly the legendary transformation god, true monarch? He was still in the foundation establishment stage. When could he hope to become a transformation god, true monarch? Was there any hope for that in this lifetime? After the shock, Tong Exine found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Gu Helin, observing Tong Exine's expression, discerned his thoughts and spoke solemnly. Tong Exine, do not aim too high. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You are merely at the foundation establishment stage, with the golden core and Yuanying stages still ahead of you. Are you already dreaming of the transformation stage? For heaven's sake, your master has yet to advance to the Yuanying stage. Do you wish to fly? In his final remark, Gu Helin couldn't help but scold him. Tong Exine jolted back to reality, lowering his head and trembling. Master, I understand my mistake. Gu Helin composed his expression, closed his eyes, and remarked indifferently, I will find time to discipline you upon our return to the sect. Tong Exine's face fell. After a long while, the multitude of lights in the distance gradually extinguished, and the weary commoners finally settled down to sleep. In the darkness, only the vigilant soldiers continued their patrols. Master, I have one more question to ask, Tong Exine said cautiously, gazing at Gu Helin to speak. In the ancient realm of Guilin, the figure of Guilin remained with closed eyes and slightly parted lips. As the curious Changsheng inquired about why the master had chosen to convey the matter of the demon's intentions towards the immortal tomb to that esteemed elder, Guilin opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of Moyu Town, intoning gravely, the matter pertains to the immortal tomb. The forthcoming tempest is fraught with uncertainty. The elder possesses immense powers, and should the situation escalate, it may indeed require their intervention to salvage the realm. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, Master, is it truly that dire? Guilin sighed with concern. It is but a conjecture on my part, alas. With that, he slowly closed his eyes once more, seeking enlightenment. An inexplicable urgency began to swell within him. He yearned to swiftly ascend to the nascent soul stage to better navigate the unfolding events, for he sensed that this incident was anything but simple. Yet the path to the nascent soul stage was no easy feat. Meanwhile, in Jian City, clan leader, a throng of black-tongued demons prostrated themselves upon the ground, disbelief etched upon their faces. The clan leader had personally arrived, leaving them momentarily perplexed. You reported earlier that a golden core cultivator had appeared in the Li Shui Empire. Where is that cultivator now? The clan leader surveyed the 15 black-tongued demons before him, his tone somber. We dispatched 21, yet 6 have perished. One of the black-tongued demons reverently responded that we surmise that the golden core cultivator is likely escorting those common folk to Moyu Town. The clan leader, already aware of the populace's migration to Moyu Town, remained composed and promptly inquired, Do you know who that golden core cultivator is? The The black-tongued demons shook their heads in unison, their ignorance evident, as they wished to distance themselves from the presence of the cultivator. Clan leader, we can only speculate that the Golden Core cultivator is affiliated with the Qingyi sect, given that the Lishui Empire falls under its jurisdiction and protection. Another black-tongued demon asserted confidently. Qingyi sect. The clan leader's voice escaped through clenched teeth, followed by a cold declaration. We shall remain concealed within this city for a few days to be prudent. Once all clan members arrive, we will proceed to Moyu Town and eliminate everyone there. Yes, the eyes of the black-tongued demons glimmered with a bloodthirsty excitement, their minds flooded with visions of blood, an endless sea of it. Let us proceed with caution, ensuring the situation does not escalate further. We shall focus on seizing the eastern region for now. The clan leader recalled the Abyssal Demon King's private council, uttering these words before vanishing into a cloud of darkness. The following day, as the dawn broke, the king of Lishui, accompanied by Chundadeo and a host of officials, basked in the morning sun while discussing matters of the empire. Before long, they found themselves wandering into the backyard. Chundadeo felt a pang of anxiety as he noticed the king gaze towards the yard. No, he thought, startled, I never expected the scenery of your lordship's backyard to be so exquisite. Haha, let us convene here. The king chuckled, moving to step inside, with the officials closely following that moment. Chundadeo gritted his teeth and darted in front of the group, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, this place is not suitable for entry. The king frowned, and the officials exchanged puzzled glances. Observing the king's expression, Donggu, feeling a surge of urgency, stepped forward and reproached Chundadeo. Little Chun, what could possibly be so inappropriate about a mere courtyard? It would be an honor for the king to hold an early meeting here. You should promptly stand aside and not obstruct His Majesty's path. Chundadeo nodded in appreciation of Dongji's good intentions, but resolutely replied, Your Majesty, this place is indeed not suitable for entry. Donggu, taken aback, sighed and ceased his protests. The king's expression fluctuated, before suddenly breaking into a smile as he looked into the courtyard and asked, Why not? Chundadeo's expression grew conflicted. Without the clever steward by his side, he could not conceive a suitable explanation. Could it be that this lordship's residence harbors some secret? The king was determined to investigate further that day. The king of Lishui cast a detached glance at Chundadeo, then led the officials into the courtyard. Just the day before, he had thought highly of this Moyu Town lord as a potential asset. But today he faced insubordination. Chundadeo, regaining his senses, realized that the king and the officials had already entered the outer courtyard. In a frantic rush, he dashed inside, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you cannot enter. You must not. His urgent cry did not escape the king's ears, yet he chose to ignore it, prepared to punish this lord for his disrespect. However, almost immediately, the king and his officials halted, staring in astonishment at the figure of a man in blue robes fishing serenely in the pavilion. He stood utterly still, exuding an aura of transcendent solitude. That presence was all too familiar to them. The aura of an immortal. It seemed even more pure and ethereal than that of any immortal they had encountered before. At that moment, Chundadeo rushed to Lu Changsheng's side, kneeling and trembling. Sir, I am utterly powerless to prevent the king from disturbing your tranquility. I am deserving of death for this transgression. Silence enveloped the outer courtyard. The king of Lishui and the officials stood entranced, fear creeping into their hearts. They were not fools. Within moments, the truth dawned upon them. The king now harbored a deep resentment towards Chundadeo. You said not to enter, yet you failed to mention the presence of an immortal. Had you done so, I would not have dared to intrude, nor bring so many officials with me. Nor would we find ourselves in this predicament. We pay our respects to the immortal. The king hastily led the officials, and bowing deeply, we were unaware of the immortal's presence, and entered so boldly. Please forgive us. Chundadeo marveled at the sight of the once mighty king reduced to such a state of fear, only deepening his reverence for Lu Changsheng. He could not help but feel an intensified desire to pursue the path of immortality. Yet it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. If time could be rewound, he would still make the same choice without regret. Rise, Lu Changsheng murmured, gazing at the water surface. Thank you, sir. Chundadeo exhaled in relief. Slowly rising, we express our gratitude to the immortal. The king and the officials echoed, preparing to stand. But soon, their faces paled as they discovered that despite their efforts, their knees remained firmly planted on the ground, rendering them unable to rise. Did I permit you to rise? Changsheng spoke softly. The king and his officials felt a jolt of dread. Indeed, they had been inexplicably restrained without the immortal even lifting a finger. They dared not utter another word, fearing that any misstep would lead to greater trouble. Go kneel outside and remain there for half an hour before leaving on your own accord, Changsheng instructed. Flicking his fishing rod, the immortal is magnanimous. Witnessing the immortal's restraint, the king and the officials felt a surge of relief, bowing gratefully before hastily exiting to kneel outside. Soon, the pavilion was left with only Changsheng and Qianyao. You should take your leave as well, Changsheng remarked. Qianyao hesitated, glancing towards the courtyard before finally bowing and tremblingly saying, Sir, is it not inappropriate to have the king and the others kneeling in such a manner? It would be unseemly should others see them. It is my fault for not adequately informing His Majesty earlier, and I take full responsibility. Changsheng's gaze shifted, and he paused momentarily before responding. In this world, I care not for right or wrong. I only know to punish those who disturb my tranquility, plain and simple. Qianyao's pupils contracted, and he fell to his knees once more, trembling with fear. Moreover, this is merely a minor punishment. You possess the qualification to question my decisions. Changsheng's gaze bore down upon the kneeling Qianyao as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Beneath the weight of those seemingly mundane words, Qianyao felt as if he were ensnared in a tempest, his body tingling with shock. Sir, I spoke without thinking. Before Qianyao could finish, Changsheng turned, picking up his fishing rod, and said lightly, You should join them in kneeling. Filled with shame, Qianyao bowed his head, yes. Outside the courtyard, the sun began to blaze with intensity. The king of Lishui and the officials were perplexed to see Qianyao kneeling alongside them. Donggu, quick-witted as always, discreetly observed the king's expression. Discerning his thoughts, he turned to Qianyao and asked in a hushed tone, Donggu, why have you come and kneel with us? Upon hearing these words, the king of Lishui felt a modicum of satisfaction within his heart, for Donggu had articulated the very question that plagued his thoughts. Qianyao, perceiving the gaze of the assembly upon him, rolled his eyes and, in a pitiful tone, declared, I, a humble official, have indeed erred and feel immense shame that I have come to humbly request punishment alongside the esteemed sir. Naturally, Qianyao was not foolish, having offended the king previously. He knew the importance of speaking kindly in the present moment. At this juncture, the king of Lishui and the assembled officials felt moved. How sincere was this seemingly insignificant lord of Moyu town? It appeared that their own thoughts had been rather narrow-minded. The king of Lishui playfully shifted his knee closer to Qianyao, patting him on the shoulder, saying, I have not misjudged you. However, considering that an immortal resides in your estate, why did you not inform me sooner? Had you mentioned it, I would never have dared to intrude upon the immortal's privacy. With a pained expression, Qianyao replied, Your Majesty, you are unaware that the sir has always preferred solitude. Upon hearing this, the king of Lishui sighed, once again patting Qianyao's shoulder in a gesture of understanding. Indeed, were their positions reversed, he would have acted similarly. I understand now. Suddenly, Donggu exclaimed, his voice filled with fervor, startling everyone present. The king of Lishui quickly glanced towards the courtyard, then turned to Donggu, his frustration evident as he exclaimed, Donggu, what madness has seized you? Do you wish to endanger us all? Must you raise your voice so? If you disturb the immortal, prepare for dire consequences. Donggu, realizing his gaffe, was drenched in sweat as he stammered, Why, Your Majesty? Yet before he could finish, a commotion erupted from the courtyard, accompanied by the voice of Changsheng, clamoring loudly for another half hour. An eerie silence enveloped the kneel for an entire hour. As mere mortals, they would surely struggle, especially given their pampered lives. Compounded by the sun's relentless ascent, the king of Lishui's eyes rolled back in frustration, nearly fainting from the strain. Observing this, Donggu hurried to approach him, intent on applying pressure to his acupoint. However, the king of Lishui forcefully pushed him away, hissing in a low voice, "Donggu, once this matter is resolved, you shall witness how I punish you." Dong Ji's countenance turned ashen as he bowed his head in silence, while the other officials cast reproachful glances in his direction. Truly, this was a dire situation. As time passed, the sun grew increasingly fierce. The assembled individuals outside were already soaked in perspiration, and their knees, which had initially ached, were now numb. During this ordeal, several maidservants and attendants passed by, their eyes widening in disbelief. They recognized the figures before them and could hardly believe their eyes. Among them was a maidservant who had recently served Lu Changsheng, her mind in a state of turmoil. "All of you, depart from this place. Today, you have seen nothing," Chen Dedeo barked, noticing the servants frozen in astonishment. These servants were courting disaster, instead of fleeing upon witnessing the king of Lishui and the officials in such a compromising position. They stood there dumbfounded. Should the king of Lishui's wrath be provoked, Chen Dedeo could not shield them from his ire. The servants, recovering from their stupor, quickly turned pale and scurried away. Meanwhile, the king of Lishui and his officials had no time to dwell on this. Their vision was becoming increasingly blurred. Beneath the blazing sun, their bodies were rapidly losing moisture, threatening to reduce them to mere husks. Furthermore, not even half an hour had elapsed. "Dedeo, you know the immortal? Why not beseech him?" "I fear I can endure no longer," the king of Lishui lamented, his face a mask of distress. "Indeed, Dedeo, please implore the immortal on our behalf. Our old bones cannot withstand this much longer," echoed the officials, their voices filled with desperation, some even shedding tears. Upon hearing this, Chen Dedeo recalled Lu Changsheng's earlier demeanor, and with a start, he waved his hands and forced a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, I truly am not well acquainted with the sir. He is merely residing temporarily. Please do not press me further." The king of Lishui and the officials ceased to press him, their faces pale as they endured the torment. "Dedeo, I must ask you something. Please answer truthfully." At that moment, Donggu, who had remained silent until now, spoke again. Chen Dedeo was taken aback but nodded in acquiescence to the safety of Mayu town due to the presence of this immortal. Donggu inquired. The king of Lishui and the officials immediately perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Dedeo. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Chen Dedeo realized that the truth could no longer be concealed. He sighed and finally admitted, "Indeed, the stability of Mayu town is a direct result of the sir's presence. All marauding demons have been vanquished by him." Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed among the assembly, their expressions filled with shock. All vanquished? They knew that even the immortal from Qingyu's sect had been unable to contend with these demons. The king of Lishui opened his mouth, ready to inquire further, when suddenly a voice resonated from the courtyard. "You may all leave now." Everyone was momentarily stunned before erupting with joy. It seemed the immortal, though stern, had a kind heart. What had begun as a decree to kneel for an hour was now lifted before half that time had even passed. They assisted one another with great difficulty to their feet and made a unified bow toward the courtyard. "Immortal, may your generosity abound." 2 days later, the countless citizens outside Mayu town felt a sense of relief wash over them, the smiles that had long been absent finally returning to their faces. Having spent 3 days in Mayu town, they had not encountered any further disturbances from demons, though the accommodations were rather humble. They preferred this over the dread and despair that had previously plagued them. The sun soon dipped below the horizon, and the passage of time seemed swift as yet another day had slipped away. However, it felt as though this night had arrived more swiftly than usual. The army had long prepared their rations, and the throng of citizens outside began to queue for their meals. After dining together, they retreated early into their tents. The night was cool, unsuitable for lingering outdoors. Time quietly passed. At the hour of high, the town fell into complete silence, save for the routine patrols of soldiers in the distant woods. Gu Helen and Tongxin remained seated on a tree trunk, having not shifted positions for the past 2 days. For cultivators like them, this was merely a trivial matter. Even if it were 2 years or 10, they would endure without complaint. Training knows no passage of time. Gu Helen remarked indifferently, eyes closed. Master, do you sense something amiss tonight? Changsheng exclaimed, her eyes snapping open in surprise. With a sudden movement, Gu Helen raised an eyebrow, sending a palm strike through the air that sent Changsheng tumbling to the ground. Rising from the earth, Changsheng rubbed her sore chest and looked up at Gu Helen, pouting, Master, what have I done wrong this time? Gu Helen's chest heaved slightly as he took a deep breath, replying, I do not wish to waste words on you, foolish child. Reflect and comprehend for yourself. Changsheng scratched her head, puzzled as to how she had angered her master. Master, Just as she began to inquire, Gu Helen's eyes widened suddenly, his voice low and serious. They're coming. Coming? What is coming? Changsheng asked, bewildered at that moment. A fierce wind howled to life. The night sky darkened as clouds gathered and dispersed. The trees and tents in the distance swaying violently. A thick black mist surged forth from the outskirts of Mayu town, rapidly engulfing the area. In an instant, both the interior and exterior of Mayu town were thrown into chaos. What is happening? Why has such a gale arisen so suddenly? Sound the alarm. All captains, lead your soldiers to ensure that the citizens remain within their tents. The commanders immediately issued orders. Yet the ferocity of the wind and the sheer number of citizens made it impossible to convey the message in time. Many citizens, sensing the commotion, poked their heads out of the tents, their faces stricken with terror, recognizing the strange phenomenon they had witnessed before. Demons! It must be demons! The demons have returned. We have journeyed so far. Why will these demons not relent? Heaven help us! Mother, father, I am afraid. Simultaneously, the king of Lishui and the others of the town lord's estate were roused from their stupor, hastily dressing themselves, and, under the guidance of Chundadeo and the steward, swiftly made their way to the town walls. Beneath the howling winds, they struggled to maintain their footing, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Through the hazy night, they beheld the chaos beyond the town. A disarray of shattered order, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries echoing in their ears. The king of Lishui, his expression fraught with urgency, realized that a stampede at this moment would spell disaster. Without a thought for status, he shouted, Stay calm. It is merely a sudden gust of wind. Do not panic. Ha, ha, ha. You wretched beings, do you think you can escape the torment of my black-tongued demon clan simply by coming to this remote little town? Foolishness at that moment. A dark, menacing laughter reverberated through the night sky. For a brief instant, the town of Mayu fell silent, only to be plunged into a profound abyss of terror, listening to the chilling words echoing through the night. The king of Lishui's lips parted dryly as he murmured, Demons, truly demons. The officials, their faces ashen, urgently implored, Your Majesty, what shall we do? With so many citizens gathered, are we not playing into the hands of the demons? Look at the swirling black mist. The number of demons must be considerable. Not only the citizens, but even our own lives are in jeopardy. Suddenly, the king of Lishui turned sharply and grasped Chindadeo's arm, exclaiming, Dideo, quickly summon the immortal. Did you not say that the demons that came before were vanquished by the immortal? Hurry. The king's grip on Chundadeo's sleeve was bone white, revealing the urgency of the moment. Chundadeo's expression faltered as he replied, Your Majesty, while it is true that the immortal dispatched the previous demons, whether he will intervene this time is beyond my authority to dictate. During this time, he had come to understand much about Lu Changsheng's temperament, which was wholly capricious, far removed from the noble image of a righteous immortal devoted to eradicating evil. Moreover, he had already sought the immortal's assistance once. To ask him again, especially since the immortal resided in his own estate, was a considerable request. To these words, the king's countenance fluctuated between hope and despair, but upon witnessing the chaos outside the town, he could no longer suppress his frustration and prepared to descend from the town wall, his voice ringing with indignation. If you will not seek him, then I shall. Seeing this, Chundadeo felt a pang of distress and resolutely declared, Your Majesty, I shall accompany you. Just then, a beam of sword light shot into the sky, illuminating the dark night. You demons, how audacious! You dare to invade the territories of the Qingyi sect, forgetting the covenant of the three realms? The clangorous voice resonated far and wide, silencing all around. The townsfolk gazed up in awe at the figure soaring on the sword. An immortal. An immortal? They exclaimed in wonder. This must be an immortal. I told you my ancestors had seen an immortal, but you never believed me. Have you ever seen a mortal ascend to the heavens? The crowd stirred restlessly, gazing in reverence at the figure aloft. Could salvation be at hand? This was a living immortal appearing before their very eyes. Upon the town wall, the king of Lishui and his officials were equally astonished, for at this pivotal moment, the immortal from the Qingyi sect had finally arrived. "This is my master, the ancient sage of the Qingyi sect," Changsheng remarked, having approached the king and gazing up at the radiant figure above. He had arrived at the town wall without their notice. Salutations. Immortal, the king of Lishui and the officials, recovering from their astonishment, hastily bowed in respect, while Xianyao also inclined himself. "Rest assured with my master here, these demons shall not stir up any trouble," Changsheng declared solemnly, crossing his arms. Hearing this, the king and his officials exhaled in relief, bowing in gratitude. "We are in your debt." Changsheng said nothing more, his gaze fixed expectantly on the figure above. For it had been long since he had witnessed his master in action, that in the sky, numerous black mists suddenly coalesced into dozens of black-tongued demons, confronting the ancient sage of Gu Hulin from afar. Leading them were 5 black-tongued demons, significantly larger than the rest. "Heh, I have heard much about this esteemed golden core cultivator. It is indeed the ancient sage of the Qingyi sect. A pleasure to meet you." The leader of the black-tongued demons floated forward, fixing a cold smirk upon Gu Hulin. Yet beneath that facade lay a hint of trepidation. Decades prior, Gu Hulin had been at the late stage of the golden core. And now, could he have reached the pinnacle? "You have heard of me, yet I do not recognize you," Gu Hulin replied flatly. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I must ask, do you wish to wage war against our Lingchen immortal cultivation realm?" The leader of the black-tongued demons, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, "You overestimate the situation, ancient sage. The demon realm has no desire for conflict with the immortal cultivation realm. It is merely a rash decision made by my clan." Gu Hulin glanced at the 4 figures accompanying the black-tongued leader, his heart sinking as he realized their true nature. 4 5th-level demons, equivalent to the early stages of the golden core. Alongside the leader, a 7th-level demon comparable to the late golden core, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Facing these 5 alone would be a challenge, not to mention the dozens of 2nd-level black-tongued demons. "Rash decisions? Your so-called decisions seem rather targeted." Gu Hulin steadied himself, responding with disdain. The leader's expression flickered slightly, but he chose not to elaborate further. Extending his long black tongue, he licked his lips with a sinister grin. "Tonight, I shall see if the illustrious ancient sage can withstand our onslaught." Instantly, the black-tongued demons behind him stirred restlessly, flicking their long tongues as they descended, thirsting for blood. A.S. for Gu Hulin. They were aware that their leader would handle him. Observing this, Gu Hulin's brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, he conjured an array plate. In the next moment, he decisively hurled it toward the swarm of black-tongued demons below. The array plate transformed into a faint stream of light, shooting forth at incredible speed, swiftly approaching the multitude of demons. With a resounding boom, the array plate exploded, unleashing a myriad of glowing threads that intertwined into a vast circular sphere, effortlessly ensnaring the dozens of black-tongued demons within. Yet for those trapped within this array, the world around them shifted dramatically. They found themselves ensconced within a perplexing maze, and no matter their efforts, they could not escape this confounding labyrinth. In an instant, panic set in among them. Concurrently, all eyes below turned skyward, astonished at the luminous sphere suspended in the air. They had witnessed the effortless capture of the demons within the sphere. The immortal's methods were indeed profound and shrouded in mystery. Truly, the ancient sage was formidable. Even a 4th-level confinement array, typically difficult for early golden core cultivators to breach, could be summoned with such ease. Yet it was employed against mere 2nd-level demons. How extravagant! The leader of the black-tongued demons gazed at the immense sphere below, his eyes narrowing as he chuckled sinisterly. Gu Hulin, glancing at the glowing sphere. Felt an urgent pressure. This fourth-level confinement array was time-sensitive, that if he did not eliminate the 5 black-tongued demons before the time limit expired, the consequences would be dire. No need for idle chatter. I shall assuredly take your lives tonight, Gu Huelin declared, swiftly forming hand seals. As fingertips danced with ethereal light, the aura of the golden core surged within him, swirling into a tempest of spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, the overwhelming pressure of the peak golden core descended from the sky. Everyone on the ground turned pale, bewildered by the sudden shift in the atmosphere, sensing the air grow thin and stifling. Tongsin, witnessing this scene, chuckled softly, shaking his head. Had they not been in the air, and had his master not deliberately suppressed the golden core's aura, the townsfolk would have suffered even more. Yet soon, he raised his gaze with a furrowed brow, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. His master was undeniably powerful, but those black-tongued demons were formidable adversaries in the rear courtyard of the town lord's residence, compared to the tumult outside. This place offered a measure of serenity. The howling winds and clamorous sounds seemed greatly muffled here. Changsheng sat in quiet meditation, his expression tranquil. Having completed his hand seals, Gu Huelin crossed his middle and index fingers before his chest, murmuring, "Thousand sword technique." In the next moment, 1,000 shimmering swords materialized around him, slowly rotating, their brilliance overwhelming. The sight of this 1,000-sword formation was profoundly impactful to the townsfolk below. This was a mid-tier spiritual technique. The 1,000-sword technique. He had perfected this technique to its zenith. Tongsin gazed in awe at the spectacle above, astonished. In the realm of immortal cultivation, techniques were ranked from low to high as Xian, Ling, Kuan, and Qian, with each level further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. To reach perfection in a mid-tier spiritual technique was an extraordinary feat. Tongsin himself had practiced this technique, yet could only conjure a mere handful of swords. The magnitude of his shock was palpable. Simultaneously, Gu Huelin pointed forth, commanding, "Go." The 1,000 rotating swords paused momentarily before launching forth like a torrent of icy water toward the leader of the black-tongued demons and his kin. The temperature in this space seems to have dropped slightly. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of lightsabers slicing through the air is incessant, their sharpness sending chills down one's spine. The leader of the black-tongued demon clan gazes at this scene with a hint of solemnity, his heart filled with astonishment. Yet he chuckles coldly. "Ancient Crane Forest, I, the clan leader, must admit that facing you alone tonight will not yield favorable results. However, it is a pity." As he finishes speaking, the leader of the black-tongued demon clan suddenly bellows, "Let us shatter his 1,000 lightsabers." Yes, instantly, for prominent members of the black-tongued demon clan respond to his command. The clan leader draws forth a pitch-black spear, gripping it with pride as he declares, "While your realm possesses magical artifacts, our demon realm naturally possesses demon treasures. Have you ever heard of the abyssal demon spear?" With that, he raises the abyssal demon spear high, commanding, "Quickly infuse your demonic essence into it." The 4 black-tongued demons, upon hearing this, strike the spear from a distance, channeling their substantial demonic essence into it, soon becoming breathless. They are acutely aware that the clan leader alone cannot fully wield this demonic treasure. Ahaha! Delightful! Ancient Crane Forest, the abyssal demon spear shall drink deeply of blood like the sea. Let us see what you can use to defend against it. The leader of the black-tongued demon clan, feeling the tremors of the abyssal demon spear in his hand, is filled with both horror and triumph. In the next moment, he hurls it forth, transforming it into a beam of black light. Abyssal demon spear, go boom! At the moment the abyssal demon spear hurtles forth, the sky suddenly erupts with thunder, and flashes of lightning flicker among the clouds. It is as if this malevolent treasure has provoked even the celestial order of the spirit dust realm. The abyssal demon spear. Even before the leader of the black-tongued demon clan drew it, Ancient Crane Forest was already stunned. How could the leader of the black-tongued demon clan possess such a demonic treasure? Was it the abyssal demon spear held by the abyssal demon king, Xianyao? Damn it! In an instant, Ancient Crane Forest realizes that the Abyssal Demon Spear was lent to the leader of the Black Tongue Demon Clan by Xianyao for his use. A vast demonic aura emanates from the Abyssal Demon Spear, permeating the space, causing the common folk below to feel a chilling sensation that penetrates their very bones. Just then, the 1,000 lightsabers in the sky are about to collide with the Abyssal Demon Spear. At the moment of impact, the black light transformed from the spear suddenly morphs into the shadow of a phantom evil tiger, dozens of feet long, which opens its abyssal maw with a roar. Roar! The evil tiger's roar reverberates through the night sky. Countless commoners below turn pale in an instant, their minds going blank, instinctively covering their ears, though blood still trickles down from them. Yet they remain oblivious to this. Staring vacantly at the sky, a sense of terror welling up from their hearts. The 1,000 ethereal lightsabers are, astonishingly, all dispersed by the tiger's roar. Ancient Crane Forest is struck by a backlash, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest in horror as he watches the Abyssal Demon Spear continue to soar towards him. This is a demonic treasure. Although the leader of the Black Tongue Demon Clan and his companions cannot unleash its full power. At this moment, he has already suffered a backlash, leaving him with nothing to block it. Even if his techniques could withstand the spear, he would be gravely injured. And what then? What would happen to the common folk? Might it be better? Master! On the town wall, Changsheng's eyes are crimson as he cries out in desperation, preparing to fly into the sky with his sword. Stay back and do not move. Ancient Crane Forest's gaze is like lightning as he struggles to issue a deep command. Master, master. Changsheng's body halts abruptly, gazing at the somewhat weakened figure of Ancient Crane Forest, tears streaming down his cheeks. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Ancient Crane Forest had always stood tall in the eastern region. The name of the ancient real person resounded far and wide. He had never seen Ancient Crane Forest in such a feeble state, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. Truly deep is the bond between master and disciple. Ancient Crane Forest, my ancient real person, rest assured, after your death, your disciple will soon join you. This Abyssal Demon Spear will slaughter every last one of them here. The leader of the Black Tongue Demon Clan licks his lips with a wicked grin. Indeed, the clan leader speaks truly. The 4 slightly weaker Black Tongue demons quickly echo with sinister smiles. It is evident to the keen observer that the demons have gained an absolute upper hand. King Li Shui and the others, as well as the common folk, are thrown into utter chaos. Even this powerful celestial being cannot contend with these demons. Today, all present, so many people. Must they really perish at the hands of these demons? Suddenly, Ancient Crane Forest straightens his body and laughs heartily towards the heavens. This scene captures the attention of all the demons and everyone else. The expression of the leader of the Black Tongue Demon Clan slightly changes, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Could it be that Ancient Crane Forest still harbors some hidden power? But he is evidently suffering from severe backlash. I have been studying for 3 years since I was 3, practicing martial arts since 6. At 10, I stepped into the realm of cultivation, after enduring countless hardships and diligently cultivating for over 300 years. Seeking immortality, yet more so seeking the righteous spirit within my heart. Slaying demons and ridding evil. To protect the common folk, what matter is death. Ancient Crane Forest's face is pale, yet his voice rings with the strength of iron. King Li Shui and the common folk are momentarily speechless, suddenly unafraid. Master, master. Changsheng trembles, hearing those resounding words, feeling as though he's grown immensely in that instant. Even his own cultivation begins to stir. In the next moment, the Abyssal Demon Spear approaches. Ancient Crane Forest's expression turns fierce as he channels all his cultivation, his entire being radiating brilliance, roaring, "Even if I must exhaust my cultivation today, I will ensure that you demons plunge into hell and shall not harm a single soul here." Changsheng can no longer hold back, soaring into the sky on his sword, crying out, "Master, no! If Ancient Crane Forest exhausts his cultivation, then without spiritual power, a cultivator would surely perish, just as the situation becomes dire." A man in a blue robe gradually materializes before ancient crane forest amidst countless stunned gazes, placing a finger on his forehead and mysteriously uttering, "You're too noisy." The town of Moyu plunges into an eerie silence. Everyone stares in astonishment at the blue-robed figure that has appeared out of thin air. Observant individuals notice that since the arrival of the blue-robed man, the raging winds have ceased, the thunder has quieted, and the dark clouds have dispersed. The radiant moonlight pours down, casting a silver glow across the ground. "Sir, celestial being!" On the town wall, Chindadeo, King Li Shui, and the officials were expressions of astonishment, their hearts rekindled with hope. Senior, Changsheng suddenly hovers in midair, standing atop his sword, murmuring in a daze. Only then do all realize the terrifying abyssal demon's spear still looms overhead, and they quickly turn a look. They are then shocked to see that the fierce abyssal demon's spear trembles violently behind the blue-robed man. Unable to advance even an inch, or rather, it appears to be so terrified that it dares not approach. Meanwhile, high above, ancient crane forest gazes in shock at the suspended abyssal demon spear, then stiffly shifts his gaze to the man. Hoarsely saying, "Forbear," before ancient crane forest can finish, Lu Changsheng turns to gaze at the still frightened leader of the black-tongued demon clan, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if observing mere insects. This indifferent gaze sends a shiver down the spine of the already fearful black-tongued demon clan leader. They had lost their will to fight the moment the abyssal demon spear was halted. They may not be particularly wise, but they are certainly not fools. The mysterious blue-robed man before them is far too enigmatic. To intercept the abyssal demon spear they unleashed, he must at least be an ancestor of the nascent soul stage in the cultivation world. Who are you? The leader of the black-tongued demon clan forces himself to ask, unable to meet those piercing eyes. Moments pass, and seeing that the blue-robed man remains silent, cold sweat begins to pour down the leader's brow. The pressure overwhelming, Lu Changsheng quietly observes him, showing no intention of conversing with the demon. "Leader, we should retreat. If this continues," a senior black-tongued demon whispers urgently to him. The leader of the black-tongued demon clan casts a furtive glance at the glowing orb below, where several dozen of his clan members remain. Gritting his teeth, he declares, "Retreat." In the next moment, the dark mist swirls as they swiftly retreat, attempting to escape. As they do so, the leader of the black-tongued demon clan gestures towards the abyssal demon spear, wishing to summon it back. This is the treasure of the abyssal demon king. He merely borrowed it for this occasion and must retrieve it. Yet soon, he is horrified to find that no matter how he calls, the abyssal demon spear remains unresponsive. Damn it, this treasure belongs to the demon king. If you're not afraid of death, keep it. Let us go. At this moment, the leader of the black-tongued demon clan has no time to ponder further. He makes a fierce declaration before attempting to flee the space. Upon witnessing this, everyone erupts in joy. These demons must be intimidated and are making their escape. Senior, they are running away. Before ancient crane forest can finish his urgent warning, Lu Changsheng's consciousness stirs. Boom! At the same time, the leader of the black-tongued demon clan, Wu Mo, burst forth under the moonlight like a black firework, without even a scream escaping his lips. Only a dull explosion reverberated through the night sky. Gu Helen was rendered speechless. What kind of technique was this, that not even a ripple of spiritual energy was felt? Those 5 black-tongued demons simply, in midair, Changsheng felt an abrupt suffocation. Only cultivators like them could comprehend the sheer terror of the scene that had just unfolded. Below, the king of Li Shui and his officials were wide-eyed, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They finally understood what Chindadeo meant when he spoke of the immortal exterminating demons. It was simply swift and ruthless at that moment. Even Chindadeo himself was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed the immortal slaying demons. It was merely through words that he had learned of it. He had no idea that the immortal's method of extermination was so extraordinary. With just a single move, or rather, without even seeing any action or magnificent celestial techniques, the demons had inexplicably exploded. At this moment, Lu Changsheng lightly kicked the abyss demon spear. With a swish, the spear transformed into a black light and vanished into the backyard of the town lord's mansion, silent as a whisper. Lu Changsheng glanced at the glowing orb below and then turned his gaze to the dazed Gu Helen, saying indifferently, "The remaining minor demons. Fear not, senior. Helen can handle them." Gu Helen, regaining his senses, quickly patted his chest in assurance. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly before slowly dissipating. Upon witnessing Lu Changsheng's enigmatic disappearance once more, the king of Lishui hastily knelt and proclaimed, "We express our deepest gratitude to the immortal for saving our lives." All present hurriedly followed suit, bowing with reverence, exclaiming, "We thank the immortal for his life-saving grace." The resounding, harmonious voices echoed through the darkness of the night, unceasing in their fervor. Jiyu Helen and Changsheng looked on, their hearts brimming with emotion. Just then, Lu Changsheng's calm voice resounded from within Miyu town. "Is it too noisy?" Instantly, the air fell silent, and all sounds within and outside the town ceased abruptly. Gu Helen, Changsheng, Chundadeo, the king of Lishui, and others all changed their expressions slightly, awkward smiles appearing on their faces. After the initial panic, the townsfolk became exceedingly excited. The immortal was actually within Miyu town? Do not thank me. I merely find it rather noisy. The one you should be thanking is someone else. At that moment, Lu Changsheng's voice echoed once more from within the town. Jiyu Helen, suspended in midair, felt his expression stiffen. The king of Lishui, along with the officials and townsfolk, were momentarily stunned, but in an instant, they understood whom Lu Changsheng was referring to. They could not help but look up at Gu Helen, recalling his earlier fearless display, their hearts giving a slight jolt. The next moment, everyone inside and outside the town uniformly knelt, silently paying their respects to the astonished Gu Helen. Gu Helen's eyes reddened slightly, momentarily a loss for words, before a smile broke upon his face, feeling that everything had been worthwhile. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he glanced towards the direction of the town lord's mansion and, after a brief moment, respectfully bowed, silently murmuring, "Thank you, senior." Changsheng, observing Gu Helen high above, also smiled joyfully. She then gazed with reverence towards the town lord's mansion, realizing that this trip to the secular world had yielded much for her. As the hour grew late, under the guidance of various officials, the townsfolk quickly organized themselves and entered tents to rest. The image of the powerful man in the azure robe lingered in their minds, and they knew that the night ahead would be the most peaceful and sound sleep they would experience in a long while, for there was an undeniable sense of security. The king of Lishui and the officials likewise stealthily retreated to the town lord's mansion to rest. As for the remaining secondary demons, they had long been dealt with by Gu Helen and Changsheng. The night finally fell into complete tranquility, with numerous tents echoing with the sounds of snoring. On the town walls, Gu Helen and Changsheng sat cross-legged. However, neither was cultivating, but rather keeping their eyes wide open. Changsheng surveyed the multitude of tents and remarked with a smile, "Master, it seems the citizens of the Lishui Empire will soon be aware of our existence as cultivators." Gu Helen replied with a gentle smile, "What does it matter? They will come to know eventually." After the earlier events, he was certain that the demon realm would soon make its move. After all, the Abyss Demon King had even lent the Abyss Demon Spear, a treasure of the demon realm, to the leader of the Black-Tongued Demons. At that moment, Changsheng began to grasp Gu Helen's meaning and whispered, "Master, when shall we return to the sect to report this matter to the sect leader for discussion?" Gu Helen exhaled softly, glancing towards the direction of the immortal tomb, his gaze flickering. "Tonight, let my injuries heal a bit, and then we shall return to the sect. As for Miyu town, we will come back in a few days." "Understood." Changsheng responded respectfully, a smile of admiration gracing her features. With a senior like that protecting this place, it is surely very safe. Jiyu Helen sighed with reverence. Suddenly, Changsheng remarked, "Master, that senior is truly remarkable." Jiyu Helen paused, then smiled in agreement. Indeed, in the town lord's mansion, in the backyard, Lu Changsheng glanced towards the town walls. Just moments ago, Gu Helen and Changsheng had departed. He then withdrew his gaze, calmly assessing the Abyss Demon Spear that hovered 3 feet off the ground. The spear trembled incessantly. The aura of the man in the azure robe had left it in a state of unease. As a treasure of the Abyss Demon King, it had long since developed a form of sentience. However, having consumed oceans of blood, even if it were to gain true sentience in the future. It would undoubtedly be a malevolent spirit, for that vast quantity of blood was infused with countless resentments. I know you have attained sentience and can understand human speech. Just wait patiently for your master to come and rescue you." Lu Changsheng spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the abyss demon spear trembled even more violently. For some reason, in its subconscious, it did not believe that its master could save it. However, if your master fails to rescue you, then he shall perish, and you shall follow suit, Lu Changsheng stated indifferently. The abyss demon spear felt a wave of panic, its spearhead standing upright in the air as it frantically swayed towards Lu Changsheng, resembling a person bowing repeatedly in supplication. "Stay here." Lu Changsheng ignored the immature malevolent spirit, rising from the pavilion and making his way towards the room. The night was deep, and it was time to rest. As for the abyss demon spear, he could not be bothered to impose seals or barriers. It was entirely unnecessary. If it dared to flee, then let it be. Before long, only the abyss demon spear remained in the courtyard. It hung there quietly, not daring to move in the demon realm. "What? The soul lamps of your clan leader and 4 elders have been extinguished." Xianyao pupils constricted slightly, his expression one of bewilderment. "Yes, Lord Demon King. Not only the clan leader and 4 elders, but also the soul lamps of dozens of clan members have been extinguished." The black-tongued demon knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. He was now the only remaining elder of the black-tongued demon clan. When the guardian of the soul lamps came to report, he initially didn't believe it, but upon personally verifying, he felt as though the world was spinning. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced, grateful that he had some matters to attend to and did not accompany the clan leader to the Lingshan realm. Otherwise, his own life would have been forfeit. Damn it! Zhao Xianyuan's expression fluctuated between dark and light. It wasn't that he mourned the loss of the black-tongued demon clan. Death was but death. Rather, he was distressed over his abyss demon spear. He had poured much effort and energy into the spear. What on earth had the black-tongued demon clan encountered in that secular world? 1 comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator and 4 comparable to early-stage golden core cultivators had all perished. You black-tongued demons truly are more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Leave. Let the nightmare demon clan come to see me, Zhao Xianyuan commanded coldly. Yes. The black-tongued demon elder felt as though he had received a great reprieve and hurriedly exited. Zhao Xianyuan murmured ominously, "You had best not harbor any thoughts of refining my abyss demon spear. Otherwise, regardless of who you are, I will ensure your soul is scattered to the winds." The last sentence was nearly spat through gritted teeth. A few days later, Dajiyu Helen and Tongxin hastened back to the Qingyi sect. In the main hall of the Qingyi sect, dozens of figures stood on either side, all high-ranking members of the sect, each wearing a frown of concern. The atmosphere in the entire space was exceptionally heavy. "Elder Gu, it is not that our sect does not trust you, but this matter is of immense significance. As you surely understand, a clear voice rang out from above in the hall. Immediately, all the elders turned their gazes toward Gu Helen. Though they had a fundamental belief in him, the gravity of this issue affected the entire Lingshan cultivation world. Gu Helen pressed his lips together, bowing slightly as he replied, "Sect leader, I Gu would never jest about such a monumental event. If the sovereign still harbors doubts, I, Gu, am willing to undergo a soul search." The air in the grand hall suddenly thickened. The expressions of the elders instantaneously turned gravely serious. They were now utterly convinced. Ultimately, they all turned their gazes towards the enchanting figure in the high seat, awaiting her pronouncement. Shun Miaojuan furrowed her delicate brows slightly and remarked softly, "Elder Gu, your words carry weight." After speaking, she offered no further comments. The hall was enveloped in a prolonged silence, with the elders furrowing their brows in deep contemplation. "Elder Gu, please elaborate," Shun Miaojuan gently urged. "Of course," Gu Helen replied, and then spoke in a solemn tone. "Previously, someone from the secular world came to seek help from the Lishui Empire, claiming that demons were causing disturbances at that time. The sovereign and several elders were away, leaving only me and the mountain guardian elder in the sect. That I dispatched my most trusted disciple, Tongxin, along with some outer sect disciples. Subsequently, Gu Helen recounted the series of events, and his deductions to all present. The elders were initially attentive, but when Gu Helen mentioned, "What? The Abyss Demon Spear?" the elders gasped in astonishment. Even Xianyao gaze sharpened. They had all heard of it. It was indeed a prized possession of the Abyss Demon King from the demon realm. A scene from that day flickered in Gu Helen's mind as he sighed. Indeed, the Abyss Demon Spear. Even when unleashed by 4 5th-level demons and 1 7th-level demon, my 1,000-sword technique was swiftly shattered, resulting in a backlash. And then, Xianyao inquired softly. The elders also looked at Gu Helen in shock, unable to comprehend how he managed to withstand it with his pinnacle golden core cultivation. Especially while suffering from a backlash, Gu Helen forced a bitter smile, silently pleading for forgiveness from his senior, knowing he had to reveal the existence of Changsheng. Otherwise, he could hardly explain, even if he fabricated a story. Everyone was intently staring at him, and he could not think of any excuse at that moment. What? Stopping the Abyss Demon Spear, cutting down the Black-Tongued Demon Clan's leader in an instant. That must be at least a nascent soul ancestor. The elders exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment, feeling as though they were listening to a tale. But why would a nascent soul ancestor appear in that secular world? Could it be that he came from elsewhere to comprehend the celestial tomb, only to coincidentally arrive at that moment? At this moment, Xianyao slowly rose from her seat, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she asked, "Do you know the name of this cultivator? Where is he now?" Gu Helen pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "Senior's surname is Liu, and his given name is Changsheng." Xianyao furrowed her brow and murmured softly, "I have not heard of him. Does he come from another domain?" Gu Helen responded, "Sovereign, the senior only mentioned that he was previously hidden from the world, so I'm not very clear." Xianyao nodded and continued, "You have yet to mention where he is located?" At this, the elders, who had been listening intently, all turned their gazes towards Gu Helen. Gu Helen offered a slight bitter smile and sighed. "Sovereign, esteemed elders, the senior does not appreciate being disturbed." The elders' eyes brightened. Gu Helen clearly knew. "Come on, Helen, just say it. Rest assured, since you've said this, we certainly won't disturb that esteemed senior," the grand elder exclaimed with a smile. The other elders nodded in agreement. Xianyao, too, was eager to know, for according to Gu Helen, the world was on the verge of chaos. Strong cultivators were urgently needed to stand firm. Gu Helen silently apologized again to Changsheng in his heart, knowing that sooner or later the sect's people would head to Moyu Town, and everyone there knew that Changsheng was indeed within. He had no room to lie. Subsequently, Gu Helen looked at Xianyao, who appeared slightly anxious, and said, "The senior is in Moyu Town. In Moyu Town." The elders' eyes lit up, all harboring intentions to pay a visit, since Elder Gu said that the cultivator does not like being disturbed. "Then none of you are allowed to go." Xianyao reigned in the light in her eyes and scanned the elders with indifference. The elders' faces instantly stiffened, each offering an awkward smile that Gu Helen genuinely wished to inform everyone that, by his intuition, he felt that the esteemed senior was very likely to be a true monarch of transformation. However, he was unsure in his heart, so he refrained from saying so, having never encountered a genuine true monarch of transformation. All right, let us not discuss this mysterious cultivator any further. The most pressing matter at hand is the affairs of the demon realm. Xianyao inhaled deeply and stated, "All elders are core members of our Qingyi sect. Feel free to express any thoughts you may have." Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, their expressions once again turning serious. Soon, the grand elder was the first to step forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Sovereign, I believe this matter should be communicated to the eastern region and even to all sects in the other 3 regions if the demon realm intends to launch a large-scale invasion. It cannot be resisted by the eastern region alone." Xianyao nodded slightly, then looked at the other elders. "What are the rest of you thinking about this matter?" "I concur with the grand elder's opinion." "I also agree." The elders all rose in support of the grand elder's decision. Xianyao did not immediately voice her agreement, but turned to Gu Helen, saying, "Elder Gu has always been quick-witted. I wonder what his thoughts are." The elders looked over, awaiting Gu Helen's perspective, having to admit that he was indeed sharp-minded. For instance, during this incident involving the Li Shui disturbances, had any of the other elders been present, they might not have uncovered the demon realm's conspiracy Jiyu Helen bowed his head in silence for a while, then looked at Xianyao and said, "Sovereign, I believe it is not prudent to inform the other sects at this time." Oh, the elders were taken aback, never expecting Gu Helen to voice such an opinion. Xianyao inquired, "Why is that?" "Because currently, the demon realm does not seem to have any intentions of launching a large-scale invasion. Their plan appears to be merely to occupy a position closer to the celestial tomb, specifically the eastern part of the Lishui Empire. If that is the case, our Qingyi sect can temporarily withstand it." Gu Helen stated earnestly. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow and spoke up, "Helen, wouldn't it be more secure to inform the various regions and sects?" Indeed, the other elders hastily chimed in, expressing their confusion. Xianyao remained silent, merely awaiting Gu Helen's continuation. Alas, Gu Helen sighed with resignation, saying, "Esteemed elders, while informing the various regions and sects is indeed a good idea, have you considered what happens if they do not believe us?" The expressions of the elders shifted slightly. Before they could respond, Gu Helen continued, "Moreover, setting aside whether the sects will believe us, we have no knowledge of when the demon realm intends to invade. If the demon realm does not launch a large-scale attack for an extended period, how will we explain ourselves to the sects? Our Qingyi sect would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the cultivation world." The elders' faces fell completely, realizing that this was something they had overlooked. Furthermore, there's one crucial point I have not yet mentioned. Is the cultivation world truly united? In the case of the demon disturbances occurring within our Qingyi sect's jurisdiction, as long as the other sects feel that it does not pose a threat to them, they will certainly refrain from offering assistance. Gu Helen scoffed, "When has the cultivation world, with its various sects, ever been united? They only ever sweep the snow from their own doorstep." A smile appeared on Xianyao face as she regarded him with appreciation, saying, "What Elder Gu has articulated resonates deeply with the concerns I hold in my heart. The reason I did not immediately discuss this matter upon learning of such grave news is precisely because of this. Haste serves no purpose." Xianyao glanced at the solemn-faced elders and continued, "Our sect has already devised a plan for this matter. For now, we shall focus on guarding our own territory. Until the situation is settled, there is no need to engage in fruitless efforts. As for when the demon realm's forces launch their large-scale invasion, we need not speak. All sects will undoubtedly take action. Elders 4, 5, and 6, you are to lead the intersect disciples who have reached foundation establishment to secretly guard several neighboring empires of the Lishui Empire. Elder Gu, since you are familiar with the Lishui Empire, you and Elder 2 will take some foundation establishment disciples to guard it. The Grand Elder will handle the sect's affairs, while the other elders will assist the Mountain Guardian Elder in safeguarding the sect." Xianyao promptly issued her commands. The reason she specifically referred to Gu Helen as Elder Gu was that his status within the Qingyi sect was somewhat unique. He was not only one of the most powerful elders in the sect, but also possessed exceptional alchemical skills. From the earlier departure of Xianyao accompanied by the esteemed elders, it was evident that Gu Helen had entered a secluded meditation, as Xianyao refrained from intruding. Jiyu Helen, renowned far and wide, was not only distinguished for his pinnacle achievement in the Golden Core stage, but also for his exceptional alchemical skills, in strict adherence to the sect leader's command. The elders hastily bowed. "Sect leader, do you intend to venture out?" The Grand Elder suddenly inquired with curiosity, having naturally overheard Xianyao request for him to manage the sect's affairs as for entering seclusion at such a critical juncture. It seemed rather implausible. Xianyao eyes flickered as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Does the Grand Elder also wish to meddle in the affairs of our sect?" A tremor coursed through the Grand Elder's heart as he bowed and replied, "My apologies for overstepping. You may all withdraw." Promptly summoned the disciples. Xianyao gestured. Just as the elders were preparing to exit the Grand Hall, her voice suddenly rang out once more. "Ah, the second Elder and Elder Gu, please remain. I have matters to discuss with you." The elders exchanged puzzled glances with Gu Helen and the second elder before departing. "Sect leader, did you summon us for something?" They approached Xianyao. Their expressions filled with confusion. "It's nothing of great consequence. I intend to accompany you to the Lishui Empire, as it has been quite some time since my last visit to the immortal tomb." Xianyao stated with an impassive demeanor, "Ah, Gu Helen and the second elder exchanged a bewildered glance. They couldn't shake the feeling that the sect leader's words were not entirely forthright. It seemed as though she wished to see that esteemed Lu Changsheng. What is it? What are your intentions? Xianyao expression turned frosty. No, sect leader, we shall first gather some foundation-building disciples. They hastily responded upon receiving her nod, retreating quickly. Lu Changsheng. Xianyao murmured as she watched their departing figures. For reasons unknown, she felt that Lu Changsheng was far from ordinary, and indeed, exceedingly remarkable. Meanwhile, in Mou town, during the warm embrace of the morning sun, Lu Changsheng leisurely strolled out from the rear courtyard of the town lord's residence. A wine gourd swaying at his waist, its origin a mystery, as he passed. The maidservants and attendants in the manor were startled, bowing immediately, only to exhale in relief once he had passed, gazing reverently at his receding silhouette. Sir, the king of Lishay was in the midst of a meeting with officials when he spotted the man in the azure robe passing by without a care. They were momentarily dumbfounded and quickly bowed in respect. During this time, they had taken to addressing Lu Changsheng as Sir, feeling it to be a more endearing title. Everyone was quite perplexed. Wasn't the Sir fond of secluding himself in the rear courtyard? Why had he ventured out today? Lu Changsheng nodded, preparing to leave the manor. The king of Lishay hastily inquired, Do you require company, sir? I shall take a stroll through the town. You may continue your discussions without concern for me. Came Lu Changsheng's voice as he vanished from sight. With a collective sigh of relief, the officials wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The king of Lishay turned to Chundadeo, curiosity evident in his gaze. Dadeo, prior to our arrival, has the sir ever left the courtyard? Chundadeo chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, since the sir took residence in the courtyard, he has not stepped outside, except for the recent incidents of demon slaying. The implication of his final words was clear. The sir possessed extraordinary powers. Even if he occasionally ventured out, Chundadeo would remain unaware. Yes, that's so. The king of Lishui pondered for a moment. Then, rather inappropriately, pulled Chundadeo by the neck and turned him around, facing away from the other officials. The officials were taken aback. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of the empire. Please maintain some decorum. Is there not a more appropriate way to discuss such matters? The king of Lishui glanced at the bewildered Chundadeo and felt a surge of hope and excitement as he lowered his voice. Dadeo, be honest with me. Have you ever sought the sir's guidance on cultivating immortality? Chundadeo hesitated, recalling their conversation from that night. However, he refrained from sharing this with the king, instead forcing a smile. The sir mentioned that my aptitude is inadequate for cultivating immortality. The king of Lishui patted his shoulder, sighing softly. What a pity, he then asked, Do you think I possess the potential to cultivate immortality? As the king, he had engaged with the disciples of the Qingyi sect during times of demonic upheaval. Yet those encounters were fleeting, leaving no opportunity for him to broach this topic, unbeknownst to the king. Even if he had brought it up, it would likely have been futile, as most of the so-called immortals he had encountered were merely at the Qi refinement stage, lacking significant cultivation and influence within the sect. Your Majesty, I am but a mere mortal. How could I possibly discern such matters? Chundadeo replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The king of Lishui nodded, contemplating for a moment before gritting his teeth. Dadeo, you are somewhat acquainted with the sir. When you have the chance, could you perhaps mention this to him? Rest assured, whether successful or not, I shall reward you handsomely, gold, silver, or a position of your choosing. Chundadeo was taken aback, his expression dimming. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I cannot assist you. The king of Lishui faltered, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he retorted, Are you afraid that I possess the aptitude for cultivation and wish to keep me from succeeding? Fear flashed across Chundadeo's face as he replied, Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling to help. It is just that, with no other recourse, Chundadeo reluctantly revealed the details of his earlier plea to Lu Changsheng regarding the choice between exterminating demons and seeking immortality. The king of Lishay was left speechless upon hearing this. Guilt surged within him, profound and unsettling, and he truly felt remorseful. Dadeo, I have misjudged you. You are truly commendable. After saying this, the king turned away, no longer mentioning his request for assistance. He sighed inwardly, pondering if he were in Chan de Deo's position, faced with the choice of seeking immortality or saving the common folk. Which path would he choose? In that moment, he found himself without an answer. Your Majesty, now that the demons have been vanquished by the Sir and the esteemed Gu, when shall we return to the imperial capital? Dong Gu inquired. Upon hearing this, the other officials turned their gazes towards the king of Lishui. Their expressions filled with confusion. The demons had been eradicated days prior, yet the king had not mentioned a return. What could be the reason? The king of Lishui surveyed them and spoke solemnly. That night, after the esteemed Gu annihilated the horde of demons, he confided in me that the matter of the demons is not yet resolved, urging us to remain in Mou town for the time being. Not resolved? The officials' faces blanched, exchanging alarmed glances that in the streets. The presence of the man in the green attire did not incite much commotion. During the demon-slaying event, Lu Changsheng had appeared high in the sky, his visage obscured by distance and the night, rendering it impossible for the townsfolk to discern his features. Nonetheless, his aura captured the attention of many, for it was a presence of undeniable grace. Lu Changsheng strolled leisurely through the streets, exploring here and there, occasionally stopping at stalls to sample various delicacies. "Little girl, how much for these fruits?" he inquired, crouching down to inspect the unknown red fruits in 2 baskets. The young girl stared at the azure-robed man, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Big brother, how many do you want?" Lu Changsheng's gaze brightened as he looked up and smiled. "If they are delicious, I might just buy the lot. May I first taste one?" "Huh." The young girl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded with delight. "Of course, you can." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, reaching into the basket to pick one of the small red fruits, which he could easily grasp between 2 fingers. With the girl watching in anticipation, he popped it into his mouth. Lu Changsheng savored it, turning to the girl with a smile. "This fruit is initially sour, but then turns sweet." The girl's dark eyes widened in confusion. She couldn't understand what the big brother meant. After all, she was the seller of these fruits and certainly knew their taste. She often indulged in them herself. All she wanted to know was whether this big brother found them delicious. Even if he didn't buy them all, purchasing some would be wonderful. "Delicious indeed. I shall take both baskets." "What is the price?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "All right, please wait a moment while I calculate," the girl replied eagerly. The little girl, taken by surprise, immediately began to count diligently on her fingers. Lu Changsheng, unfazed, seized a handful of red fruit and leisurely waited while eating. Moments later, the girl extended her 2 small palms towards him, her index fingers spread apart, and earnestly said, "Brother, just 10 copper coins will suffice." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng retrieved 15 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the girl, then bent down to hoist 2 baskets of fruit, preparing to leave. The girl, bewildered, clutched the handful of coins in her hands, and after counting them repeatedly, exclaimed, "Brother, you gave too much." Lu Changsheng paused for a moment and softly replied, "Consider the extra 5 copper coins as payment for the baskets and the carrying pole." With that, he walked away, the 2 baskets of fruit swaying in his grasp as the girl's bright eyes followed him. "But those baskets and pole are hardly worth 5 copper coins." The girl tightly grasped the coins, and being a child of heart, she soon broke into a joyful smile. Today, she had unexpectedly earned 15 copper coins. "Oh my, Xiaodong, Grandma just sold the fabric to the merchant, and she bought your favorite scallion pancakes. Where are the red fruits?" An elderly woman carrying a cloth bag approached, her originally kind smile fading as she noticed the emptiness before the girl. Could it be that in such a short span, Xiaodong had been deceived? "Hee, Grandma, all the red fruits were bought by a big brother. Look, this is the 15 copper coins he gave me." Xiaodong opened her palm, beaming with delight. The old woman was momentarily taken aback. 15 copper coins for 2 baskets of red fruit was excessive. She thought it was merely Xiaodong's naivety and quickly inquired, "Where is he?" Xiaodong, puzzled by her grandmother's agitation, looked toward the end of the street where a vague figure could still be seen, seemingly carrying a load beside a stall. Her eyes lit up. "Grandma, that big brother is still over there." The old woman, filled with excitement, reached out. 2 baskets of red fruit should cost no more than 10 copper coins. Give the remaining 5 to Grandma, so she can return it to that gentleman. Xiaotong clutched the coins tightly, akin to a little lion guarding its food, and cried out, "Grandma!" The brother said the extra 5 copper coins are for the baskets and the carrying pole. Her eyes reddened. She understood the hardships her grandmother endured to earn coins for her education, often traveling from the mountains to sell goods in this town. When her grandmother was blind, it was Xiaotong who guided her. Though young, she was wise beyond her years, grasping the significance of money. The old woman, somewhat irked, replied, "What worth do baskets and poles have? We may be poor, but we must have integrity. Money does not come easily. Hurry, give it to Grandma. She will return it." However, as the old woman pried open Xiaotong's hand to take the 5 copper coins and turn around, she was stunned. The gentleman was nowhere to be seen at the street's end. Unbeknownst to her, he had already departed. The old woman sighed internally and turned to look at the downcast Xiaotong, handing her the coins. "If you ever see that gentleman again when you return to this town, make sure to return these 5 copper coins, understood?" Xiaotong accepted them, somewhat disheartened. "Grandma, I understand." The old woman smiled gently and offered the scallion pancakes here. "Don't be sad. Your favorite scallion pancakes." Xiaotong's face instantly brightened, and she nodded, eagerly digging in, while mumbling with her cheeks stuffed, "When shall we go back?" The old woman affectionately patted her head. "Right now, or it will be dark by the time we return." With that, she took Xiaotong's hand and walked towards the town's entrance. Meanwhile, Changsheng arrived at a deserted corner, grabbed a handful of fruit from the baskets, and, with a flicker of his dark eyes, the 2 baskets vanished, their whereabouts a mystery. He then popped a fruit into his mouth and strolled out. Moments later, inside a small tavern, the waiter, deep in thought with a furrowed brow, suddenly noticed a man in a blue robe entering the door. His expression changed instantly, followed by a smile as he hurriedly bowed and approached. "Sir, it has been quite some time since you last visited our tavern." Simultaneously, the waiter's ears perked up. He was eager to listen to this gentleman's voice. "Still the peach blossom wine." Changsheng smiled faintly and made his way to the same window seat as before to tea that moment. The waiter stood frozen, his gaze fixated on Changsheng, his mind echoing with thunderous realization. Yes, it was this very voice, that night when the demon wreaked havoc. He had been astonished upon hearing it, for it sounded familiar. He quickly recalled the gentleman who had visited their tavern a few days prior, notable for being in the company of the town's lord and having drunk with him. More importantly, that day he had been docked half a month's wages. Thus, it remained vividly etched in his memory. The waiter's knees trembled uncontrollably, uncertain of what to do. After all, this gentleman before him was highly likely the celestial being from that night, although no one had seen the celestial's visage that evening. It was common knowledge that he had been in Miyu town. I said, "Still the peach blossom wine. Why are you dazed?" Changsheng turned his head, regarding the waiter with a perplexed expression. The waiter, quick on his feet, recognized him immediately. "Ah, yes, sir." The waiter shivered, bowing deeply to Changsheng before hastily retreating. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and he dared not call him a celestial outright. Should he attract trouble to this celestial being, he would be doomed. This spectacle left many tavern-goers astonished. Yet they understood. This youth clearly had an impressive background, and respect was due. Some even thought it excessive. This waiter looked as though he might kneel. One might assume this young man was the celestial from that night. Soon, the waiter returned with a tray, trembling as he placed the wine, dishes, and utensils on the table, avoiding eye contact with Changsheng. Observing this, Changsheng chuckled. "Am I a man-eating monster? Do not be anxious," he said softly. The waiter shivered again, only to find himself surprisingly calm. That phrase seemed to hold some mystical power. He took a deep breath, color returning to his face as he respectfully smiled. "Please enjoy, sir." After Changsheng nodded, the waiter hurriedly stepped back to the counter, scanning the tavern while occasionally glancing towards Changsheng. He was ready to rush over at the slightest beckon. Changsheng gazed through the window, observing a father and son begging on the street, their table laden with untouched food, their wine barely sipped. This peach blossom wine, among all the exquisite drinks he had tasted, ranked far from the top. Yet it was inexplicably refreshing, hard to forget. "Sir, is the food not to your taste?" The observant waiter approached respectfully to inquire. Changsheng turned his head with a smile. "How could it not be? I simply do not wish to eat at the moment. You need not concern yourself with me. Go about your duties. The young man's smile felt like a warm spring breeze to the waiter, easing his tension entirely, leaving only admiration in his heart. Very well. Please take your time, sir. After the waiter departed, he indeed followed Lu Changsheng's advice, attending to the other patrons, half a stick of incense later. The wine was consumed, and the dishes had cooled. Lu Changsheng summoned the waiter, filled his gourd with peach blossom wine, and requested some rice before dismissing him. He then retrieved a wooden box from beneath the table, packed the dishes and rice inside, sealed it, and prepared to leave. Sir, the dishes have cooled. Allow me to have the kitchen prepare a fresh batch for you and no need. Very well, sir. Take care. After the waiter watched Lu Changsheng depart, confusion flickered in his eyes as he quickly approached the table, bending down to inspect. That wooden box had been pulled from beneath the table. Yet, the space beneath was clearly empty. Never mind, he thought. Perhaps the gentleman possessed extraordinary abilities. Being a celestial, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to conjure such items. Rising, as he prepared to collect the wine jug, he noticed a silver coin quietly resting on the table. Father, I am so hungry. Father knows. Father, we have been begging in this desolate Yimu town for quite some time now, and today no one is willing to give us anything to eat. That aren't you hungry too? Father, should I steal some food for you? No. Stealing is shameful if one gets caught. Donner. I am considering selling you that I refused on the street. A middle-aged man and a boy of about 11 or 12 leaned wearily against the cart. Despite the sweltering heat, the man was wrapped in a heavy coat. Both bore the marks of hardship and exhaustion. Their disheveled hair and gaunt faces revealed prominent cheekbones. A foul odor lingered around them, suggesting they had not bathed in a long time. Passers-by hurried past, pinching their noses and casting disdainful glances. This father and son were truly remarkable. Initially, seeing them on the brink of starvation, I had even bought food for them. Yet the very next day, they were back to begging, and they continued this way for quite some time, that I simply could not comprehend how someone could lack such basic dignity. It was one thing for the child, who was still young and of school age and could do little, but the father was utterly despicable, with arms and legs. Why would he not work? I suspect he is merely lazy. Who would still wish to provide for them? That would be sheer folly. The boy, having such a slothful father, was truly unfortunate. Listening to the cruel remarks carried by the wind, the middle-aged man remained expressionless. He simply repeated, Donger, I shall sell you. The boy glanced at him, still shaking his head. I refuse. The man managed a faint smile, casting a loving glance at the boy before falling silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, a soft patter of footsteps reached their ears. The middle-aged man and the boy looked up in surprise, their expressions shifting that a young man in a green robe, carrying a wooden box, stood before them. This was unremarkable, yet the man emanated an ethereal quality. How could such a refined and clean gentleman not be repulsed by our stench? This was the unspoken thought of the father and son. Indeed, with just one glance, they perceived the young man as a person of great intellect, possibly a scholar. Are you hungry? Lu Changsheng gently inquired as he squatted down, his gaze fixed on the boy, deliberately avoiding the middle-aged man. The boy turned to glance at his father, a tightness in his chest making him feel somewhat lost. Sir? Aye. But before he could finish, his stomach growled audibly, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lu Changsheng exhibited neither joy nor sorrow. He placed the wooden box before the boy and softly said, Eat. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The boy looked at Lu Changsheng gratefully, then glanced at his frail father before reaching for the box's lid. Just then, a group of onlookers who could no longer bear to watch approached. The boy's expression changed slightly. Sir, please do not be deceived by this father and son. They are merely con artists seeking to swindle food. Indeed, sir, look at that disheveled middle-aged man. He is clearly capable of working. In our view, he is simply a lazy scoundrel. Listening to the bystanders, the boy felt his heart sink. It seemed his chance for a meal had vanished. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. Thank you all for your concern. I am well aware of the situation. Upon hearing this, the onlookers shook their heads in resignation and dispersed. This gentleman, who appeared so astute, was indeed unwilling to heed their words. Eat. Huh. The boy looked up in surprise. Stammering, sir, did you not hear what they said? We are frauds. You are not, Lu Changsheng replied. The boy's eyes reddened, his emotions swirling within him. "Thank you," he sniffled, expressed his gratitude, and opened the wooden box. Immediately, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. The boy gazed at the steaming rice and colorful dishes within, swallowing hard. He was famished. This was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal he had encountered in a long while. He cautiously glanced at Changsheng, then picked up a bowl and offered some food to his father. "Aren't you eating first?" Changsheng suddenly asked. The boy's hand trembled as he held the chopsticks, forcing a laugh. "Sir, my father is hungrier." "He is not hungry. You eat." Changsheng continued to look at the boy, still ignoring the middle-aged man. "Donna, you should eat first." The middle-aged man forced a smile. The boy took a deep breath and began to shovel rice into his mouth with fervor, almost choking as he devoured it ravenously. "I observe that you are only 11 years old, yet you appear quite mature," Changsheng remarked, watching the boy. The boy paused, cheeks bulging, and nodded. "You are a good son, but your father is not a good father," Changsheng added. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, moisture welling up. Before the stunned boy could protest, the middle-aged man spoke. "What you say is true, sir." The boy trembled as he set down his bowl. "Wanted to argue, sir. My father is a good father." "You don't understand." "What could I possibly not understand?" Changsheng interjected. The boy stared at the calm, blue-robed man, momentarily at a loss for words. Changsheng continued softly. "You are but a child, relying solely on a cart to transport your paralyzed father as you beg from place to place. The hardships you endure would exhaust even the strongest of men. And for you, at just 11 years old, it is almost unimaginable. The fact that you have not perished from exhaustion is nothing short of a miracle." The boy's eyes widened, frozen in place. The middle-aged man, too, gazed at Changsheng in disbelief. After the shock, the boy did not wish to dwell on the details, but tremulously replied, "Sir, I do not know how you know these things, but my father, he cannot move, and as his son, it is my duty to care for him. He has contemplated selling me many times, believing it would allow me a better life, free from his suffering. Yet, I have always refused him. My father, being paralyzed, if I were not by his side, The middle-aged man's tears finally flowed freely at this revelation. Changsheng gently remarked, "Your filial piety is commendable, but your father, as a parent, is somewhat selfish." The middle-aged man's mind echoed with the weight of those words like thunderclaps. Observing the boy's stunned expression, Changsheng continued nonchalantly, "He frequently claims he will sell you, but those are merely words meant to reach your ears. To take it a step further, if he truly wished to spare you from suffering, would it not be simpler for him to end his own life rather than utter such words? And you, at the tender age of 11, have endured so much hardship." Changsheng saw clearly into the middle-aged man's thoughts. Hearing the calm words, the boy fell silent. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his expression, yet his head trembled violently. Changsheng's gaze flickered. He knew that such matters did not require his judgment. He understood well. However, the boy was of good character and still so young. If this continued, he would surely perish, whether from exhaustion or hunger. That would be a pity indeed. Looking at the silent boy, Changsheng suddenly asked, "A few nights ago, did you encounter any celestial beings when the demons attacked?" The father and son, previously immersed in their emotions, were abruptly pulled back by this unexpected question. The boy's brow twitched, his eyes sparkling. "Sir, of course, we saw them. The celestial being was so impressive, although the visibility was poor at the time. Everyone noticed that when the celestial being merely waved his sleeve, all the demons perished." The boy spoke with great excitement. However, Changsheng shook his head. "I am not referring to the celestial being that appeared later, but to the one who came first celestial being." The boy paused for a moment before responding with equal enthusiasm. The first celestial being was also powerful. Under the moonlight, he flew with a sword, unleashing 1,000 swords. He resembled the celestial beings I often imagine, particularly that line about seeking immortality, yet yearning even more for a touch of lofty spirit within. It was simply magnificent. Although that immortal almost faced defeat, he still showcased remarkable prowess. Observing the youthful boy's longing expression, Changsheng inquired with a smile, "Do you wish to cultivate immortality?" "Indeed, I do," the boy exclaimed fervently. "If I could become an immortal, Perhaps I could restore my father's limbs. The boy's fervor was soon dampened as he lowered his head in despair. But alas, it seems impossible. Given how your father treats you, how could your first thought still be of him? Lu Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. The middle-aged man bowed his head, a flicker of shame crossing his eyes. That I am acquainted with that immortal. If you desire to cultivate, I could introduce you, Lu Changsheng said, gazing at the boy. The boy was momentarily stunned, looking at the figure before him in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. After this encounter, he felt certain the man in green was not jesting. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted, quickly turning to the boy with hope in his eyes. Donger, your father wishes for you to pursue immortality. The boy, bewildered, responded, Father, what will you do if I leave? Lu Changsheng crouched down, gently rubbing his knuckles as he quietly observed them. The middle-aged man's expression was one of desolation. A bitter smile emerging. Donger has endured great hardship caring for me for so long. It is enough that I can now fend for myself. No, that cannot be. The boy suddenly stood, his eyes reddening as he implored Lu Changsheng. Sir, I truly wish to cultivate, but if I leave, my father will perish. Is there any way to take him with me, so that I may care for him? A glimmer of joy briefly flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. I have already stated, considering how your father is, why do you still think of him? Lu Changsheng chuckled softly. The boy lowered his head and murmured, regardless of whether my father is truly as you say, I am his son, and that is an undeniable fact. As his son, I must fulfill my filial duty. Lu Changsheng pursed his lips, observing the 11-year-old boy, and nodded slightly. Well said. He then turned to the middle-aged man. I possess a pill bestowed by an immortal, capable of reviving the dead and restoring your paralyzed limbs with ease. It is suitable for mortals as well. Do you wish for it? The middle-aged man paused momentarily, and in an instant his eyes sparkled with fervor as he nodded vigorously. He had endured enough of this inhumane existence. The pill can be yours, but from henceforth, you and your son will have no connection, and you shall never meet again in this life. Lu Changsheng spoke softly to both of them. This was an extraordinary blessing. One could cultivate immortality, and the other could regain health. Absent Lu Changsheng's intervention, the fates of the boy and the middle-aged man would likely have been tragic. Very well. I shall follow your words, the middle-aged man declared decisively. Father, the boy stared blankly at the middle-aged man. Donger, as you embark on the path of immortality, there will be a distinction between the realms of immortals and mortals. It would be best to sever these earthly ties. Your father is only looking out for your best interests. The middle-aged man said, avoiding eye contact. Lu Changsheng nodded, and, without a sound, revealed a pill in his palm. He handed it to the middle-aged man, saying, Good. Once you consume this pill, you will no longer have any ties to your son. All right. The middle-aged man exclaimed with joy, and, as Lu Changsheng released the pill, he swiftly caught it and swallowed a whole. My hands have feeling again. Soon, the middle-aged man's astonished cry echoed as he felt the tremors in his fingertips. Overwhelmed with joy, the boy shook his head, looking at his father with a radiant smile. Father, congratulations! The middle-aged man froze, the smile fading from his face as he bowed his head in silence. That moment. Lu Changsheng stood up, clapping his hands behind his back, and said, Let us depart. Your father is now whole and will fare well. With that, he turned without a glance at the middle-aged man and walked away. The boy opened his mouth, his pupils trembling as he gazed at his father, memories flooding his mind, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Ultimately, the boy clenched his teeth, straightened his back, and averted his gaze from the middle-aged man, hastily running after Lu Changsheng. In that instant, the middle-aged man stiffly lifted his head, staring blankly at the boy's retreating figure, his earlier joy abruptly evaporating. For some reason, he felt a profound emptiness in his heart. From now on, in this world, there would be no one who cherished him more, nor would there be anyone who would stand by him through poverty, misfortune, or even paralysis. You have lost him. He heard the voice of the man in green echoing in his mind. Terror flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he hurriedly looked around, but the figures of the man and the boy had vanished. Ha ha ha. It is good that they have departed. You will no longer suffer. I am unworthy to be your father. Ugh. The middle-aged man laughed and choked back tears, startling many passers-by. His heart was a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from his child pursuing immortality and his own restoration. The sorrow lay in the fact that he would never see his child again. Yet, deep down, he understood that there was no better outcome. Otherwise, his child might have been dragged down by him, and he would have lived in perpetual gloom, leading a dismal life. Do not grieve. You understand this very well, do you not? Changsheng remarked, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the horizon. The boy looked up, wiping his tears, and asked with confusion, "Sir, are you saying, when you step onto the path of immortality, you will be distinct from him as an immortal, and immortal it is better to sever your attachments? The filial duty you have shown is already sufficient." Changsheng spoke gently. The boy pondered over these words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he was startled to find that he had unknowingly arrived at the gates of the town lord's mansion. "Sir, this is—" Before he could finish his trembling question, he was stunned by the sight before him. 4 town guards knelt in unison at the entrance, displaying utmost reverence. The boy had never witnessed such a grand display before. Changsheng glanced at the boy and inquired, "What is the matter?" "In nothing," the boy stammered. Once Changsheng entered, the boy took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. The 4 guards, their tense expressions relaxed, stood upright, gazing into the mansion. "Hey, why did the sir bring back a little beggar? If you wish to die, do not involve me. How dare you question what the sir is doing? I was merely asking out of curiosity." "Enough. The Lord has long instructed that everyone in the mansion must show greater respect to the sir than to their own parents. You best not be curious about the sir's affairs. Indeed, the king and officials are currently residing in the Lord's mansion. You may not know, but I've heard some maids say that even the king and officials bow to the sir." "Hiss. If that is the case, I'm no longer sleepy. I think I have an inkling about the sir's identity, sir. Sir, along the way, whether they encountered servants or officials in robes, they all bowed respectfully to Changsheng." He occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the boy trailed behind, feeling increasingly numb and tense, but he grew anxious, realizing that he had previously been somewhat lax in his demeanor towards the sir, lacking proper respect. Initially, he had thought of the sir as a scholarly gentleman descended from immortals. He never anticipated that he had encountered an extraordinary figure. Progressing without hindrance, Changsheng soon led the boy to the outer courtyard. "You shall wait here. Someone will arrange your accommodations shortly," Changsheng said before walking into the courtyard. The boy was momentarily dazed but quickly regained his composure, respectfully calling out, "Sir, my name is Lin Dong." Then, uncertain whether the sir had heard him, the figure vanished from sight. Lin Dong let out a soft sigh. Standing awkwardly in place, gazing at the opulent architecture, feeling exceedingly nervous. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. The sir must be speaking of you, right?" At that moment, the steward approached with a smile, scrutinizing Lin Dong with curiosity. You are the one the sir asked to wait for." Lin Dong hurriedly bowed, his heart brimming with confusion. Hadn't the gentleman just entered the courtyard? Throughout the journey, he had not seen him converse with anyone. How could there be someone here to welcome him? Observing the butler scrutinizing him, Lin Dong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I apologize. I am rather dirty and have not bathed in a long time, but I must have offended your eyes and nose." The butler shook his head with a gentle smile. "And oh worries. I am the butler of the town lord's residence. Allow me to show you to your lodgings, after which you may cleanse yourself and change into fresh attire." With that, the butler turned and led the way. The butler of the town lord's estate. A shiver ran down Lin Dong's spine. He could hardly believe that the butler had personally come to attend him. Just moments ago, he had thought this unassuming old man was merely an ordinary servant. How remarkable the gentleman must be, Lin Dong mused, as they walked. The butler stole a glance at the scruffy young lad following him with a hint of awkwardness and could not help but inquire, "What is your name?" "You are indeed fortunate to have met the gentleman." Startled by the sudden question, Lin Dong quickly bowed again, saying, My name is Lin Dong." "Lin Dong," the butler nodded, his eyes flickering as if he asked casually, "The gentleman possesses a kind heart. He must have taken pity on you to welcome you into the residence." The merely 11 years of age, Lin Dong was blissfully unaware that the butler was subtly ensnaring him in a trap. He scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "The gentleman said he would take me to cultivate immortality." "What? The butler gasped, nearly losing his balance in shock. Lin Dong, taken aback, hurried forward to assist him, concerned, "Butler, are you all right? Do not." The butler quickly moved Lin Dong's hand away, looking at him earnestly. "In the future, when speaking to me, do not address me as you. I cannot bear it." "Ah." Lin Dong was somewhat bewildered. The butler scrutinized Lin Dong closely, attempting to discern what made him exceptional. Yet, how could he, with his ordinary vision, perceive anything? He sighed deeply. "Lin Dong, you truly possess extraordinary fortune. It would not be an exaggeration to say you're destined for greatness." Seeing the butler's reaction, Lin Dong's heart quivered, realizing the significance of the gentleman's seemingly casual question. "Do you wish to cultivate immortality?" A tremendous opportunity for him, but on a night several days later, the starry sky twinkled above. High in the heavens, a spiritual vessel glided through the clouds. "Master, do you truly wish to meet the elder?" Gu Helen's expression was somewhat conflicted as he leaned on the railing, gazing at the distant hazy mountains, the location of the immortal's tomb. This also indicated they were approaching Moyu Town. There's something you wish to express, Elder Gu? Please speak freely," Xianyao remarked, casting a glance at him. He, the second elder, chuckled softly at the exchange. On the deck behind them, several dozen Foundation establishment disciples sat cross-legged, Changsheng among them. They had concluded their cultivation early, knowing they were nearing their destination. I could see this moment. They looked up with reverence at the three figures at the front of the spiritual vessel, feeling quite anxious. These were their master, the second elder, and Elder Gu. It was rare for such a small group of disciples to accompany three individuals of such high status on an outing. "Tong Xianyao, what has transpired?" Many disciples turned to Changsheng, their eyes filled with curiosity. Although some possessed higher cultivation levels than Changsheng, his status far surpassed theirs, as he was the only direct disciple among so many Foundation establishment students. They only knew that the disturbances in the secular world were more severe than before, but beyond that, they were unaware. "Please, my fellow disciples, do not inquire further. The Master has instructed me not to speak of this matter for the time being. You may learn of it in due course," Changsheng replied with a pained expression. Faced with these peers of the same cultivation stage, he could not maintain the aloof demeanor he had with the Qi refinement disciples. "Very well." The disciples sighed in resignation, recognizing the cue and refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, Elder Gu, the Master is speaking to you, the second elder reminded, noticing Gu Helen lost in thought. "Oh, Master, what did you say?" Gu Helen turned to Xianyao. Xianyao's expression turned slightly cold. Only Gu Helen dared to be so absent-minded in her presence. Taking a deep breath, she signaled to the second elder. The second elder, realizing, said, "Elder Gu, were you not just asking if the Master truly intends to meet the elder? The Master invited you to speak freely to Gu Helen." Perceiving Xianyao's displeasure, hastily said, "Master, if you wish to meet the elder, then go ahead. I would not dare to stop you. However, I would like to remind you that if the elder's demeanor is unfriendly, or if he says something displeasing, please remain patient and avoid conflict." He sighed inwardly, thinking that if a scuffle broke out, the Master might not fare well. Silence enveloped the air. Xianyao regarded Gu Helen, her tone calm. "Elder Gu, you are overthinking. Our sect has neither met that cultivator nor harbored any grievances. How could a conflict arise, despite her indifferent tone?" Both Gu Helen and the second elder sensed her displeasure. Thus, they fell silent, exchanging glances before bowing to Xianyao and discreetly withdrawing. They were acutely aware that it was unwise to linger near their master at this moment. Seeing this, Xianyao sighed internally, pondering what kind of illusion the cultivator had cast to elicit such respect from Gu Helen. After all, Gu Helen, with his exceptional alchemical skills, typically looked down upon many in the cultivation world. Just then, her gaze fell upon a small town gradually coming into view. Moyu Town. They had arrived. The night was deep, and the townsfolk had long fallen asleep, with only the town guards and soldiers outside vigilantly patrolling. A spiritual vessel hovered above Moyu Town. Unnoticed by anyone on the vessel, Xianyao glanced at the countless tents outside the town before inquiring, "Where does the cultivator reside?" Gu Helen replied, "Master, the elder resides within the town lord's estate, but he may be resting now." Should we not wait until morning to visit? Xianyao shot Gu Helen a look, saying, "You are truly considerate of that cultivator. Am I not still your master? Besides, does such a cultivator truly need rest?" Cough. The second elder sensed the situation was becoming awkward and coughed lightly. Gu Helen, rendered speechless, decided to turn away and call out, "Changsheng, take the disciples to cultivate in that grove over there." Changsheng immediately stepped forward. Bowing in agreement, he vaguely guessed that his master intended to accompany the others to meet the elder. He too wished to join. "Follow me, master." In the next moment, Gu Helen and the two others lightly leapt over the railing, gliding down toward Miyu town, their robes billowing like celestial beings under the moonlight. "Fellow disciples, do not linger. Let us depart." Changsheng turned to the eager disciples, smiling. Subsequently, the spiritual vessel slowly headed toward the distant grove, the very one where he and Gu Helen had spent some time together to the town lord's estate. Three figures appeared outside the back courtyard. Such dense demonic aura. Xianyao observed the courtyard, her gaze sharpening. The second elder's expression also grew slightly grave. "Cough, master." Second elder, "This demonic aura should be emanating from the abyssal demon spear," Gu Helen said, clearing his throat. He had witnessed the previous incident where Changsheng had kicked the abyssal demon spear back to the town lord's estate. Xianyao and the second elder relaxed, recalling that Gu Helen had mentioned this cultivator had taken the abyssal demon spear during their time in the sect. That made sense. "Let us enter and pay a visit," Xianyao suggested, taking a step forward, but Gu Helen hesitated, blocking her path. "Master, perhaps I should go in first to greet the elder." Xianyao paused, exasperated. "Then go ahead." She felt weary. "Yes," Gu Helen exclaimed joyfully, turning to enter the courtyard. Xianyao chest rose and fell slightly as she turned to the second elder. "When have you seen Elder Gu treat a cultivator with such caution?" The second elder chuckled awkwardly. "Master, after all, that elder did indirectly save old Gu's life. It is understandable." Upon hearing this, Xianyao nodded slightly and fell silent. Meanwhile, Gu Helen, upon entering the courtyard, immediately spotted the suspended abyssal spear emanating a chilling aura within the pavilion. His gaze sharpened momentarily, and then he bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, Gu Helen requests an audience." After a prolonged silence, the voice of Changsheng finally resonated. "It is late. Come again tomorrow." Gu Helen sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his anticipation was indeed correct, and respectfully agreed before departing. Xianyao and the second elder observed Gu Helen exiting. They both raised their brows slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Their concerns were soon validated when Gu Helen awkwardly reported, "Sect Master, the senior has retired and requests that we return tomorrow." The second elder expressed mild surprise, cautiously glancing at Xianyao, only to find her demeanor even more indifferent than before that moment. The second elder's expression shifted as he produced a talisman between his fingers, which suddenly ignited with a fierce blaze. Almost simultaneously, three urgent voices echoed in the air. "Second elder, there are disturbances in the Great Hung Empire, with heavy casualties. We are short-handed." "Second elder, the My Empire is also facing monster attacks." "Second elder." The three of them exchanged worried glances, and in the next instant they soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. In the demon realm, following the previous incident, the Qingyi sect would undoubtedly take precautions, particularly against the Lishui Empire. "This time, we shall directly strike at the neighboring empires of Lishui," Zhao Xinyuan remarked with a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Are you attempting to lure the tiger away from its mountain?" Chu Qingsong furrowed his brow. "Da-da." Zhao Xinyuan glanced at the burly Chu Qingsong with surprise and chuckled. "You seem quite sharp today for a man of your stature." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingsong's face flushed with anger. "Ha!" The other three demon lords exchanged amused glances. One of them, clad in a black robe, questioned Deep Abyss after the last incident, "Do you think the Qingyi sect will realize we're plotting for the immortal tomb? If they discover our intentions, they would likely have already informed the Lingchen cultivation world." Zhao Xinyuan took a sip from his cup, savoring it, and with a smirk, he replied, "Our intentions are so transparent that it would be no surprise if discerning individuals figured it out. But even if they do, what of it?" Upon hearing this, The four demon lords furrowed their brows, gazing at Xianyao with confusion. They did not immediately dismiss his words, for he was regarded as the intellect of the demon realm, a significant reason for his esteem from the supreme demon lord. Xianyao coldly laughed, casting them a sidelong glance. Do you all perhaps overestimate the Lingchun cultivation world? I would wager that even if the Qingyi sect were to discern our scheme, they would not dare to inform the cultivation world. Why is that? Changsheng was bewildered, feeling as though something was igniting in his mind. That is simply because Xianyao then articulated a line of reasoning that echoed Gu Hulin's earlier remarks in the Qingyi sect's grand hall. The four demon lords' eyes brightened with understanding. Indeed, the depths of the Lingchun cultivation world were profound, with each sect tending to its own matters. Unlike their demon and monster realms, where a single command from the demon lord or monster lord would see countless demons and monsters spring into action. Deep abyss, it's no wonder that among the five of us, the demon lord favors you. You truly have a sharp mind, Changsheng said, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Xianyao curled his lip, not swayed by the simplicity of the man before him. Each of the five demon lords, including himself, was far from simple, as if struck by a sudden realization. Xianyao expression darkened, and he declared fiercely, "Last time I lent the abyssal spear to the black-tongued demon clan leader, only for him and his kin to perish in Lishui, leaving my spear lost there, likely seized by the Qingyi sect's cultivators." The four demon lords exchanged glances, surprised by this revelation. The abyssal spear was no ordinary artifact. They understood its significance to Xianyao. "Deep abyss, what do you intend to do?" Changsheng inquired curiously. Xianyao replied coldly, "I have already dispatched the nightmarish demon clan to seize control of the Lishui Empire. If they can retrieve the abyssal spear from the Qingyi sect, that would be ideal. If not, it matters not. I shall take matters into my own hands." Outside of Mayu town, in the skies above the forest, Gu Hulin suddenly halted and said, "Sect master, second elder, could this be a ploy to lure us away?" Both Xianyao and the second elder paused, realizing that after the previous failed invasion of Lishui, the demon realm's sudden aggression toward the neighboring secular empires was likely a scheme. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that they were aware of the trap, yet felt compelled to engage. This revealed a significant vulnerability within the cultivation world. The populace of the Lingchun realm was easily exploited as a point of breach by the demon and monster realms. Cultivators would find themselves restrained, while the demon and monster realms would face no such limitations. They could unleash their forces without hesitation. Xianyao said coldly, "Even if it is a ploy to lure us away. Do we have any countermeasures? If we delay, not only will the common folk suffer heavy casualties, but even our foundation disciples in the Qingyi sect may face significant losses." The second elder remained silent beside her. "Moreover, is there not a cultivator station here? What is there to fear?" Xianyao continued. Gu Hulin's expression shifted, and he spoke hoarsely, "Sect master, Lishui is an empire under our Qingyi sect jurisdiction. It is our duty to protect these people. To put it bluntly, this matter does not primarily concern the senior. If the demons and monsters descend upon this land, and the senior does not act, then Gu Hulin found it challenging to grasp Lu Changsheng's character. "Impudent," Xianyao snapped, her gaze icy as she looked at Gu Hulin. "Even if this place falls under our Qingyi sect's domain, can a cultivator stand by and watch innocents perish? I refuse to believe that such a callous person exists in this world. You speak of him as a senior, yet you also claim he can extinguish 5 monsters on par with Golden Core cultivators with a mere gesture. From what you describe, I acknowledge his strength. With greater power comes greater responsibility, does it not? We as cultivators have all emerged from among the common folk, embarking on this arduous path of cultivation." Gu Hulin shook his head and sighed, momentarily unsure how to counter. A faint voice thundered in their ears like a clap of thunder to invoke moral high ground against me. Such audacity! Gu Hulin's complexion changed. He recognized that voice all too well. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure clad in blue appeared before them like a specter, his emotionless gaze fixed intently on Xianyao, transforming God, true monarch. In just a fleeting moment of eye contact, Xianyao averted her gaze. Unable to bear the pressure, feeling a wave of suffocation in her chest. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, she was on the brink of ascension, yet she understood that such teleportation capabilities could only be possessed by those above the transforming God stage. Senior, Gu Huelin licked his lips, addressing him respectfully, though a sense of panic gripped his heart. Typically, the senior bore a friendly demeanor, but now he exuded an air of profound indifference and immense pressure. Surely, the senior does not intend to harm the sect master? Lu Changsheng raised a hand slightly, halting Gu Huelin's speech. He then regarded Xianyao with an expressionless gaze, intrigued by her audacity to invoke moral high ground against him. The second elder pursed his lips, bowing his head in silence, finally understanding why Gu Huelin held such reverence for this elder. It was not merely his strength, but the overwhelming aura he emanated. Xianyao felt an immense burden, her scalp tingling with anxiety. Yet as the sect master of Qingyi's sect, with two elders observing, it was impossible for her to admit fault. She firmly believed her words were righteous. So how could she acknowledge a mistake? To do so would betray her convictions, shackling her heart and hindering her future path to immortality, a fate she dreaded. Senior, I have not spoken in error. Xianyao mustered her courage, uttering this phrase as if it drained her of all energy, leaving her somewhat feeble. I am well aware of whether to save the common folk or not. It is not for you, a mere cultivator, to dictate. Do not presume to stand atop a moral pedestal and judge others. Lu Changsheng spoke with measured calmness. Moreover, it is still a matter of those stronger than you. Gu Huelin and the second elder stood anxiously to the side, hoping that the sect master would promptly admit their fault. Wasn't the intention of the elder rather clear? It was essentially a matter of being saved. Xianyao gritted her teeth tightly, remaining silent. Today, if you acknowledge your mistake, I shall no longer hold it against you. Lu Changsheng stood with an upright posture, suspended in mid-air. Sect master, please concede to the elder. This elder is known for his capricious temperament. Do not provoke his anger any further. Sect master, please just admit your mistake. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We need to rush to provide support. Sensing the atmosphere, Gu Huelin and the second elder could no longer restrain themselves and quickly transmitted their thoughts to Xianyao, June's survival of the fittest. The strong hold the power of speech. Is that not a universally acknowledged truth? Why do you persist in your stubbornness? What could possibly be more important than preserving your life? This was the heartfelt sentiment of both Gu Huelin and the second elder. However, their telepathic communication only served to make Xianyao face flush with indignation. Elder, I have not spoken incorrectly. When the common people are in distress, your formidable strength ought to intervene. That we, as cultivators, originate from the common folk. We. Before Xianyao could finish her words, an overwhelming pressure, akin to an ocean, descended upon her. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale as she looked at Lu Changsheng in panic. In the next moment, Xianyao plummeted from the sky. Moments later, the bewildered Gu Huelin and the second elder's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly transformed into beams of light, swooping down to catch Xianyao, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Xianyao, struggling, pushed the two away and leaned against a large tree, her internal chi roiling painfully as waves of agony and suffocation engulfed her body. She felt as if she had narrowly escaped death. Master, sect master, second elder. Coincidentally, Tong Xian and other Foundation establishment disciples were present, their faces filled with confusion. Just then, Lu Changsheng appeared before them, looking at Xianyao and asking, "Do you understand now?" Gu Huelin and the second elder lowered their heads in silence, as they had initially found the sect master's words somewhat perplexing. That in this world, one should simply focus on oneself. Why impose moral obligations upon others from a position of superiority? Xianyao heart trembled as she struggled to stand, bowing her head and saying, "Elder, I understand." The disciples stood frozen, their minds clouded. As if something had ignited within them, they were utterly bewildered. What had transpired? And who was this suddenly appearing man in green who the sect master addressed as elder? Only Tong Xian's body shuddered. Although he did not understand what had occurred, he certainly recognized Lu Changsheng. "What do you understand?" Lu Changsheng inquired. I take back those words. They were all wrong. Before Xianyao Jun could finish, Changsheng raised his hand to halt her, casting a glance at Gu Lin, his green attire gradually dissipating. You have not understood. Xianyao Jun stared blankly at the spot where the man in green had vanished. At this moment, Gu Lin sighed inwardly. The gentleman had indeed spared him face. He then said, "Ah, sect master, the elder didn't mean anything untoward from the beginning. He simply wished for you to acknowledge the mistake regarding the moral obligation." Xianyao Jun remained in a daze for a long while before murmuring, "I was wrong." Tong Exen and the other disciples stood stiffly in place, too afraid to utter a word. Although they were uncertain about what had happened, it was evident to them that the sect master had been reprimanded. "Let us depart," Xianyao Jun exhaled. "Yes," Gu Lin replied, relieved, before turning to Tong Exen and commanding, "Spirit boat." Oh, Tong Exen dazedly threw out a miniature boat. As it was thrown, the mini boat enlarged rapidly, and soon the original spirit boat appeared in their midst. Xianyao Jun and the second elder boarded. Lin glanced at the puzzled disciples and instructed, "No need for questions, all aboard the spirit boat." Moments later, as the spirit boat soared into the sky, it transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon. Shortly after the spirit boat vanished, the night sky over Mo town suddenly darkened ominously. Meanwhile, at the tail of the spirit boat, Xianyao Jun and Gu Lin squinted at the swirling demonic energy above Mo town. "It is indeed a strategic diversion," the second elder sighed. Gu Lin chuckled. "Sect master, second elder, rest assured, with the elder present, there is no place safer than Mo town." The second elder nodded in agreement, though non-committally. Xianyao Jun recalled the domineering yet ethereal youth, sighing softly. Indeed, with an elder of such caliber as a transformation god, there is no place safer than Mo town. Transformation god? Gu Lin and the second elder's pupils constricted. Even though Gu Lin had previously suspected Changsheng to be a transformation god, hearing the sect master confirm it as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator left him utterly shaken. Xianyao Jun turned to look at the two, her ruby lips parting slightly. The ability to teleport is only possessed by those at least at the transformation stage, and we are certain of the vast pressure the elder directed at our sect. Mo town. Night fell, enveloping the area in a blanket of silence. The patrolling guards and soldiers, both inside and outside the town, felt an inexplicable chill in the air. This weather is so strange. It turned cold all of a sudden. Let's wrap up this shift and hurry back to the tents to sleep. Hey, don't you think this sudden chill is a bit eerie? Do you think it could be another demon attack? Are you out of your mind? There are immortals in the town. Which demon would dare to wreak havoc here? Just kidding. Give me a kiss. Stop it. It's still duty time. Let's save that for later when we're back in the tent. All right. As they concluded, the two burly soldiers exchanged mischievous glances at the line of soldiers walking ahead. A gentle breeze stirred, causing dozens of flags atop the town wall to flutter. A thick black mist began to drift in from the distant woods, slowly enveloping the camp, with many tendrils of darkness silently slipping into the tents. In the back courtyard of the town master's residence, Changsheng sighed. Little demons are truly mischievous, always sneaking around at night. Reflecting on his time in the celestial realm, he recalled how the demons there were unruly and reckless, unlike this furtive behavior. Changsheng turned his gaze to the abyssal demon spear and remarked, "These little demons should be able to sense your demonic aura, right?" Upon feeling the gaze of the man in green upon him, the abyssal demon spear trembled slightly, then nodded in affirmation. Changsheng smiled. "Then release a bit more of your demonic aura to lure their leader over." The abyssal demon spear looked at the gentle smile on the face of the man in green. Feeling an inexplicable chill, outside Mo town, some citizens sleeping in their tents twisted in their dreams, their faces contorted in anguish, limbs twitching as if they longed to awaken yet could not pry their eyes open. In the dream, it felt as though they were by an endless river, unable to discern its color, the entire world exceptionally blurred and eerily silent. Only the incessant sound of rushing water echoed in their ears. Whoosh, whoosh, their hearts grew increasingly agitated, driven by an overwhelming desire to run, to escape. Yet no matter how they tried, They could not break free. The river remained the same, the world still silent. Aside from the river, no scenery was discernible, and the sound of rushing water grew ever more intense. Finally, despair set in, an overwhelming terror, suffocating them. "Let me out! Let me out!" In the dream, people knelt on the ground, clutching their heads in despair, roaring like frenzied beasts at the edge of collapse. Hee! A sinister shadow appeared before them, emitting a chilling, triumphant laugh. "Ghost, ghost!" Panic engulfed their minds, an infinite dread wrapping around them. "Ghost? Oh no, we are the nightmare demons." The shadow sneered. "Nightmare demons? What are they?" Their heads throbbed painfully as they clutched their heads, gritting their teeth in agony. "That we invade your dreams, filling them with fear, and then we feast upon the nightmares, overflowing with your terror. Just think of how delicious that would be." The shadow cackled maniacally, convulsing as if under the throes of addiction. "Devils, you are devils. Hee, yes indeed. The more you fear, the more delectable this dream becomes. Come, keep it up." In contrast, the dreams of many slumbering citizens unfold quite differently. When the nightmarish demons invade the realm of dreams, they find themselves bewildered. Before them lies a transparent barrier, obstructing their path. They can only gaze helplessly through this barrier, watching the populace indulge in sweet dreams. They cannot bear this. What they yearn for is fear, the terror of the people. Subsequently, they frantically claw and howl at the barrier, desperate to shatter this strange obstruction. Yet, no matter their efforts, the barrier remains utterly unyielding, not even rippling in response. What could this barrier possibly be? Is there a cultivator scheming behind it? Many of the nightmarish demons quickly regain their composure and prepare to escape the dream realm to report back to their leader. To their horror, they discover that not only can they not interfere with the dreams, but they are also unable to exit the dream realm. It is as if they are trapped in a confining cage. At that moment, within the confined space ensnaring the nightmarish demons, a resplendent light suddenly flickers across all dreams simultaneously. This is an intense brightness. The nightmarish demons, who despise daylight, have yet to grasp the terror of their situation before they are all reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, the citizens under this bizarre protection continue to enjoy their pleasant dreams. However, those unfortunate souls who lacked the barrier and fell victim to the nightmarish demons succumbed abruptly in their slumber, in the backyard of the Lord's estate. Fruit is tossed in the mouth of Lu Changsheng one after another, his pupils glinting with a dim blue light in the darkness of night. This is his eye of the great path, capable of perceiving reincarnation, life and death, and penetrating the illusions of the world. Among these citizens, some are individuals of great sins from their past lives, and he naturally feels no inclination to save them. It seems he must make a trip to the soul realm. He wonders what that fellow, Hun Kuei, has been up to, allowing so many sinners to be reincarnated as humans once more. What is this demonic aura? In the shadows of the forest, a dark figure suddenly fixates on the town of Moyu, its eerie eyes glimmering with surprise and confusion. According to the Abyssal Demon King, the Abyssal Spear was seized by the cultivators of the Qingyi sect. Yet those cultivators had clearly rushed to several surrounding empires. Could it be that there are still cultivators from the Qingyi sect remaining in this town? No, he must go investigate. Before coming, the Abyssal Demon King had solemnly instructed him that if possible, he should bring the Abyssal Spear back, and when the time comes, the Demon King would reward him handsomely. The dark figure glanced at the multitude of tents, puzzled as to why the clan members who had invaded the dreams had yet to return to report. Could they be having too much fun? Reluctantly, he ceased his musings and transformed into a mass of black mist, drifting into Moyu town. Following the demonic aura, the black mist soon enveloped the area above the Lord's estate. Gazing down at the direction of the backyard, he felt a surge of delight. All the demonic energy emanated from that place, indicating that the Abyssal Spear was indeed among them. Without hesitation, he floated down towards the backyard. Before long, he materialized into a hovering, footless demon, his body a mix of black and white, with a pair of small wings on his back and peculiar features covered in fur. The eyes of the nightmarish demon beneath the fur fixated intently on the levitating Abyssal Spear, his body trembling with excitement. Indeed, it is here. But why is the abyssal spear so carelessly left unguarded? Why does it not attempt to escape? Just as the nightmarish demon was consumed by suspicion, he noticed the abyssal spear suddenly quivering with intensity. The nightmarish demon paused, initially thinking that the abyssal spear was thrilled to see him, and then chuckled. "Evil spirit, the abyssal demon king has commanded me to bring you back to the demon realm. You need not fear. Those cultivators have already fallen for a ruse." Despite his reassuring words, the abyssal spear continued to tremble uncontrollably. The nightmarish demon felt a strange unease but decided not to dwell on it, stepping forward to claim the abyssal spear. But at that moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder from behind. Startled, the nightmarish demon jerked, sputtering incomprehensible words that, despite their incoherence, conveyed a sense of filth. "Do not move. If you do, you shall die." The gentle voice resonated from behind. The nightmarish demon began to tremble. He truly dared not move. Just the fact that this person could silently appear behind him indicated that their power eclipsed his own. Moreover, as a nightmarish demon, his senses in the dark were heightened. Not moving will also lead to death. When the voice echoed again, the nightmarish demon was rendered dumbfounded, his heart racing with anxiety. "What on earth do you want me to do?" "Boring." With that, Changsheng lightly waved his hand, reducing the nightmarish demon to nothingness. After dusting off his hands, he picked up a wine flask from his waist and settled down in the pavilion, sipping idly. This was far less entertaining than the 3 black-tongued demons that first appeared in Mayu Town. Moments later, he murmured, "So the abyssal demon king is your master." The abyssal spear trembled slightly, swaying in response. "Oh, it seems he doesn't even care about you. Instead, he sends mere minions to rescue you," Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. The abyssal spear stilled, its body ceasing to tremble, as if it had fallen into silence. Changsheng smiled and leaned against the railing, closing his eyes that in the neighboring empires near Lishui. With the assistance of Xianyao and others, the demonic threat was successfully eliminated. The demons plaguing these empires were not particularly powerful. Yet their sheer numbers and widespread havoc had rendered the disciples stationed by the Qingyi sect in this area somewhat overwhelmed, unable to attend to every matter. At this moment, the disciples of the Qingyi sect convened in a mountain field to rest. A group of Foundation establishment disciples sat cross-legged at a distance, cultivating sect master, why did you come with Elder Air and Elder Gu? Elder C inquired with some confusion. Elders Wu and Lu nodded in agreement. Previously, when Xianyao and the others were dispatched to eliminate the demons across various nations, they had harbored doubts, but the occasion had not been right to voice them. Now that they had some leisure, they could no longer suppress their curiosity. Xianyao maintained an unchanged expression, giving no indication of a desire to respond. Elder Air, noticing this, cast a sharp glance at the 3 elders and admonished. "Impudent, how dare you question the affairs of the sect master? Do not forget your own identities." Elder Air, please calm down. We won't ask any further," Elder C replied hastily. Elders Wu and Lu, Seas and Foxes, quickly waved their hands in agreement. Yet, Xianyao demeanor remained frosty, the atmosphere growing tense. Elder Gu broke the silence. "I wonder how things are faring in Mayu Town." The 3 elders turned their gazes toward Elder Gu, their eyes filled with curiosity. Elder Gu sighed with a smile. "You 3 elders are unaware. The recent demon disturbances around Lishui are part of the demon realm's ploy to draw us out. Unfortunately, no matter how they scheme, they cannot fathom that the true tiger is not us." Elder Air, upon hearing this, cast a discreet glance at Xianyao, clearing his throat. "Ahem, Elder Gu speaks true. The Real Tiger is naturally the senior that is the true monarch of transformation." The 3 elders were momentarily stunned. They knew very well who the senior referred to was. Elder C quickly turned to Elder Air and asked, "Elder Air, have you already met that senior?" Elder Air nodded. "The true monarch of transformation." Elder C pressed further. Elder Air nodded again. The 3 elders exchanged glances, their expressions dazed. Elder Air disregarded the astonished trio and turned to Xianyao, who was lost in thought, and said solemnly, "Sect Master, you must have seen that our Qingyi sect's manpower is somewhat insufficient, that we do not know when the demon realm will launch a massive invasion. Can we truly hold out until that day? At this rate, the citizens of various nations may find it increasingly difficult to survive that we will endure. Even if I were to tell you the specific time, it would be of no use. Xianyao replied lightly, in my town, Your Majesty, last night, 222 citizens inexplicably died in their sleep. Alas, how could such a thing happen? In my view, it must be the work of demons. What is strange is that if demons were indeed at work, why did only this few perish among the millions outside? Just a few days after the citizens had calmed down, fear once again gripped their hearts. Just as the officials were engaged in fervent discussion, a middle-aged official hurried in from outside. His face pale. Your Majesty, news has arrived. The neighboring Great Hung Empire and my empire experienced a large-scale demon disturbance last night. And it is said that many citizens have perished. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the king of Lishui. Slowly rising from his seat, the king of Lishui rubbed his throbbing temples and looked at Chundadeo beside him. Dadeo, would you accompany me to seek an audience with the esteemed gentleman? Chundadeo paused, stepped forward and bowed. Yes. Outside the courtyard, the king of Lishui cautiously peered in while holding several bottles of wine. He then tilted his head towards Chundadeo, gesturing subtly. With a resigned expression, Chundadeo clasped his fists together and respectfully addressed the courtyard. Sir, we seek an audience with the king. Come in, came the familiar voice. The two exchanged a glance, both exhaling in relief. They stepped forward, hearts racing with trepidation. Soon, they beheld the suspended spear of the abyss demon, their pupils constricting sharply, feeling a chill run through their bodies. Their vision blurred, as if they were on the verge of being drawn into its depths. The sense of dread overwhelmed them. It was akin to standing by the water's edge, suddenly seized by a vengeful spirit, dragging them down into the depths. Ahem. The angler, Lu Changsheng, suddenly cleared his throat. Instantly, the unsettling sensation that had gripped Chundadeo and the king of Lishui vanished. They hurriedly averted their gazes from the abyss demon spear, their faces pale and gasping for breath. They felt as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. This is a demonic entity. You mortals have no business scrutinizing it from such proximity. Lu Changsheng remarked softly as he set down his rod and turned to face them. Both the king of Lishui and Chundadeo trembled, sinking to their knees. Before they could speak, Lu Changsheng continued. You need not concern yourselves with the death that occurred outside the town last night, nor the disturbances from neighboring countries. The two were taken aback, and the king of Lishui lowered his head. His voice dry. Sir, 220 innocent lives were lost last night. Innocent or not, I am more aware than you. Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Chundadeo and the king of Lishui acknowledged their bewilderment. You may go. Do not disturb me over trifles, he concluded, gradually vanishing from the pavilion. The king of Lishui hesitated for a moment, summoning his courage to ask urgently, Sir, may I cultivate immortality? Chundadeo turned to look at the king of Lishui in disbelief. You cannot, came the curt reply. The king of Lishui's expression turned vacant, his demeanor deflated. Your Majesty, Chundadeo attempted to offer comfort. The king raised a hand to interrupt and whispered, There is no need for consolation. Perhaps it is simply my fate to remain untranscended. The nightmare demon clan has been annihilated? Zhao Xianyao rose, his expression shifting between dark and light. Doubts crept into his mind regarding his previous assumptions. Could it be that Qingyu's sect truly divulged their intentions regarding the immortal tomb to the cultivation world, and that practitioners from other sects had intervened? Otherwise, how could the nightmare demon clan in the Lishui Empire have been wiped out so swiftly? After all, the cultivators from Qingyi's sect had lured his dispatched demons to other empires. Who could it be? Zhao Xianyao furrowed his brow. He sensed an unusual undertone this time, especially in conjunction with previous events. No, he must consult the demon lord. Just as Zhao Xianyao prepared to depart, Chu Qingtsong appeared before him, grinning widely. What brings you here at this hour? He inquired with a frown. Xianyao, haven't we allied with the demon realm? The 5 great demon kings are visiting us. You're the last one we need to invite. Chu Qingtsong scratched his head. The 5 great demon kings have arrived? Zhao Xianyao paused briefly, then a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Excellent, let's go at once. It has been far too long since I last saw those 5. Chu Qingtsong looked puzzled. Xianyao, why are you so happy? Weren't you the one who held the 5 great demon kings in disdain? Always claiming they had brawn, but no brains? Xianyao smirked sinisterly. Now that the demon and monster realms have allied, what contributions have the monster realm made thus far? It's better late than never. It seems the time has come for them to prove themselves. Chu Qingsong's eyes widened in realization. Xianyao, are you implying that the Nightmare Demon Clan has suffered yet again? If they have perished, then so be it. Our demon realm has countless clans and does not lament such losses, Xianyao replied nonchalantly. Come, let us meet the 5 great demon kings. Chu Qingsong chuckled slyly. Xianyao, I see your true intentions now. You are quite cunning. In the dimly lit hall, 10 figures were seated cross-legged, exuding formidable presence. They were savoring the raw meat, fresh blood, and sinew lay before them, with only the wine appearing somewhat civilized. Ha! Xianyao, you even had King Qingsong come to fetch you. You arrive late, as if you do not wish to see us. The half-naked youth among the 5 great demon kings laughed menacingly at Xianyao. How could that be? I believe King Tangsha has misunderstood. I was merely preoccupied with some pressing concerns, hence my tardiness. Xianyao sighed dramatically. Really? The mighty Lord of the Abyss has worries? The other 5 demon kings, along with the 3 demon lords, looked at Xianyao in confusion, except Chu Qingsong, who was struggling to maintain his composure. Tangsha glanced at the other 4 demon kings, forcing a smile. If you have troubles, feel free to share. Perhaps we can offer some solutions. Xianyao took a gulp from his cup and sighed. In this alliance of the demon and monster realms, we all understand our shared goal of the immortal tomb. However, what you may not know is that my demon realm has dispatched the Haish demon clan and the Nightmare demon clan to infiltrate the Lishui empire, only to be utterly annihilated. My heart is heavy with sorrow, and I feel I have let down the demon lord. The 5 demon kings exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Xianyao, you truly have disappointed your demon lord, failing to even subdue a mere Lishui empire. Li Tangsha mocked. Indeed, your demon realm may excel in underhanded schemes, but when it comes to combat prowess, you're far inferior to us in the monster realm. It is understandable that your dispatched demons were slaughtered. Absolutely. The 5 demon kings mocked in unison, their arrogance palpable. This was intolerable for the demon lords, with the exception of Xianyao, who maintained a brooding silence. The other 4 demon lords stood up in fury, glaring at their taunting counterparts. What did you say? If you wish to compare strengths, we are more than willing. Exactly, what do you take us for? Do you truly believe the cultivation world is mere clay to be molded? Xianyao abruptly stood, coldly proclaiming, enough. The room fell silent. Reluctantly, the 4 demon lords sat back down, while the 5 demon kings scoffed and turned away, dismissing them. Xianyao took a deep breath, scanning the assembly with a solemn voice. Now that the demon and monster realms have allied, we are all comrades. Why must you insult my demon realm so? Li Tangsha narrowed his eyes, smirking. What? Are we not allowed to speak freely? The other 4 demon kings shook their heads in mockery. Seeing this, the 4 demon lords beside Xianyao expressions shifted slightly. They were on the verge of losing their tempers. That moment, Xianyao neck muscles tensed, and he declared, you monsters need not say such things. If you can seize the eastern part of Lisha, Xianyao, will admit defeat to you. Do you dare? With a loud clap, Li Tangsha slammed the table and stood up, staring down Xianyao with a sneer. What is there to fear? Just watch. The monster realm is not like your demon realm, merely engaging in petty tricks behind the scenes. We shall take our leave. With that, he waved his hand grandly, striding out of the hall alongside the other 4 demon kings, exuding an air of invincibility. As the 5 great demon kings departed, the dissatisfaction and anger on Xianyao face vanished, replaced by a smirk of triumph and mockery. Xianyao, I played my part rather well, didn't I? I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Chu Qingsong approached Xianyao and playfully patted him on the shoulder, chuckling. You all. The other 3 great demon lords looked on in bemusement at Xianyao and Chu Qingsong, whose expressions changed faster than the turning of pages in a book. momentarily unsure if they were caught in a dream. Haha, you see, Xianyao is deliberately provoking them. Qingyi exclaimed with pride. The three demon lords exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they grasped the crux of the matter. And soon smiles of admiration blossomed on their faces. The Abyssal Lord truly lives up to his reputation as the sage of our demon realm. Zhao Xianyao smiled lightly, and then remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I have long stated that the myriad demons of the monster realm possess courage, but lack strategy. You all have witnessed this today, have you not? He continued, before the demon sovereign issued the order for a full-scale assault. Our demon realm has already suffered losses from 2 clans. Although it is but a drop in the bucket, we cannot allow the monster realm to sit back and enjoy the spoils. Let these fools test the waters. The demon lords nodded in agreement. Xianyao, do you think I'm smarter than the 5 great demon kings? At that moment, Qingyi looked at Zhao Xianyao with eager anticipation. Zhao Xianyao cast him a sidelong glance and smirked. It's a toss-up. Qingyi's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger slowly creeping onto his face. Noticing this, Zhao Xianyao raised an eyebrow ever so slightly and promptly vanished from the hall. Damn you, Zhao Xianyao! Qingyi's face flushed as he roared, unleashing a fist towards the spot where Zhao Xianyao had just stood. The force of magic surged, sweeping up all items within the hall. In the next moment, a large hole appeared in the wall, through which one could see several patrolling monsters outside being obliterated by Qingyi's punch. See Qingyi. What madness is this? This is the grand hall used by the demon sovereign to receive esteemed guests. And you have smashed a hole in it. The 3 demon lords gazed at Qingyi in horror. Gah! Qingyi suddenly jolted, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling a chill run down his spine. This is bad. In the stillness of the midnight hour at the celestial tomb in the mountains, an ethereal figure materialized. She donned a flowing black gown that trailed behind her, her hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. And a black veil obscured her features, rendering her visage indistinguishable. Only her eyes, sharp as ice blades cleaving mountains, radiated an icy chill. The woman stepped forward, gradually traversing the tombs, murmuring to herself, "It has been a long time coming. When the moment is ripe, I shall unearth your secrets." However, her expression shifted abruptly, and she vanished, reappearing near the center of the tomb cluster. Staring at the emptiness before her, she stood still as a statue, her pupils narrowing in alarm. There was a tomb here before, yet all that lay ahead was nothingness. She was certain she had not misremembered. She distinctly recalled that a tomb once stood here, but upon her return, that tomb had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace behind. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? The woman murmured in a daze, inhaling deeply before closing her eyes, her figure gradually fading away. The following day, Gu Huilin and the others returned to Miyu Town, this time accompanied only by Gu Huilin, the second elder, and a group of foundation-building disciples. Xianyao had previously informed Gu Huilin and the second elder of her intention to return to the sect before dispatching additional disciples and elders down the mountain. Gu Huilin and the second elder readily agreed, acknowledging the sect master's reasoning. However, they understood that the sect master likely felt too intimidated and ashamed to face Changsheng, which was why they returned to the sect for the time being. Otherwise, it was merely a matter of sending a message. There was no need for such complications. In the backyard of the town master's estate, Gu Huilin, the second elder, and Tong Exin stood anxiously before Changsheng. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. I have a task for you," Changsheng said gently, regarding Gu Huilin with a warm smile. The second elder was momentarily taken aback by the smile, realizing that the venerable elder could indeed smile. He had not seen such a demeanor on the night when the sect master was reprimanded. "Your words are overly gracious." Gu Huilin hastily waved his hands, smiling awkwardly. "Please, just instruct me on what needs to be done as long as it is within my capabilities." Rest assured, his respect for the elder stemmed not only from his status as a true monarch, but also from the profound impression left on him during the attack of the Black-Tongued Demon in Miyu Town. Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, "Please, take a seat. There's no need to be so formal." Yes." Gu Huilin and the second elder complied, taking their seats. Tong Exin, however, dared not sit, standing obediently to the side, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the abyssal demon spear, filled with a double T that moment. Footsteps echoed, and the three observed a youth rush in nervously. "Sir, you called for me?" Lin Dong paid no heed to Gu Huelin and the others. Bowing respectfully before Lu Changsheng, Lu Changsheng examined Lin Dong for a moment, then gently remarked, "Not bad. It seems you have cleaned up a bit since we last met, and you appear more robust. The food at the town master's estate must be quite good." Lin Dong sheepishly smiled as he lifted his head. Lu Changsheng turned to Gu Huelin and inquired, "What do you think of this lad?" Gu Huelin was momentarily startled. With his keen perception, he quickly grasped Lu Changsheng's intent. He focused intently on Lin Dong, scrutinizing him closely. Under the intense gaze, Lin Dong could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. After a long pause, before Gu Huelin could speak, the second elder suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "An exceptional fire spiritual root. This is an extraordinarily rare fire spiritual root of the highest quality." An exceptional fire spiritual root. Tong Xen gazed incredulously at the kneeling youth, his heart racing. What did it mean to possess an exceptional fire spiritual root? He had already achieved the status of a direct disciple under the esteemed Gu Zhenren with his superior lightning spiritual root. But an exceptional fire spiritual root was beyond his wildest imagination. Their Qingyi sect had yet to witness the emergence of an exceptional spiritual root. Such a spiritual root would incite a frenzy among all sects in the cultivation world. Lin Dong, despite his confusion, sensed that he was not lacking in merit. "Sir, do you mean?" Gu Huelin's gaze toward Lu Changsheng was fervent, even causing his speech to stutter with excitement. "Elder, I too can," the second elder chimed in, looking expectantly at Lu Changsheng, his fingers turning pale from clenching. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that the sect master had not come to Miyu Town this time. Otherwise, this prodigious disciple would surely have been taken as a direct disciple by the sect master. Hearing the two venerable elders address Lu Changsheng as Sir, Lin Dong felt another jolt. Could it be that he is also an immortal? An even more powerful immortal? At that moment, Lu Changsheng turned to Lin Dong and said, "Did you not admire that immortal from that night? He is the one." He gestured subtly toward Gu Huelin. Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that this white-bearded elder was indeed the immortal from that night. In hindsight, the voice was unmistakably similar. "As for whom you choose as your master, that decision is yours to make." That Lu Changsheng did not outright reject the second elder's offer, but stated this instead. "Thank you, sir." The second elder bowed deeply to Lu Changsheng before turning to Lin Dong, saying earnestly, "I am the second elder of the Qingyi sect in the cultivation world. That if you choose me as your master, I will dedicate all resources to you. The finest cave, the best techniques, the most effective spells, the best elixirs. Everything will be yours." Seeing the second elder's lavish promises, Gu Huelin felt a pang of envy, but understood the significance of an exceptional fire spiritual root. Furthermore, this exceptional fire spiritual root was practically tailor-made for alchemy. More importantly, this was personally recommended by the elder. He could hardly believe there was no connection if this young man had ties to the elder. Accepting him as a disciple would imply that Gu Huelin had connections to the elder as well, but he thought fiercely, "No, I absolutely cannot allow that." Yet, what escaped his lips was, "I do not possess the grandiose promises of the second elder. But I assure you that if you choose me as your master, I will be a good one." Lin Dong hesitated not for a moment, first offering an apologetic glance to the second elder, before turning to Gu Huelin and respectfully bowing his head 3 times, saying, "Master," he knew nothing of caves, elixirs, techniques, or spells. He only understood the yearning for longevity and the aspiration for that righteous spirit that seemed etched into his very bones. "Ha! Very well." Ancient Helin was momentarily taken aback, then stroked his beard and smiled. The second elder, looking as though he had lost his parents, slumped down despondently, shaking his head and offering a bittersweet smile, conceding to the inevitable, regardless of whose disciple it was. They were all disciples of the Qingyi sect. "Very well, Lin Dong, come stand beside your fellow disciple Tong Xen as for the master-disciple ceremony. Upon our return to the sect, I shall certainly hold a grand celebration for you." Ancient Helin said warmly, gazing at Lin Dong. "Thank you, master," Lin Dong replied, then bowed deeply 3 times to Changsheng. His eyes slightly reddened. He wished to express his gratitude, but could only stammer. "Thank you for bestowing such an opportunity upon me." Sir Changsheng graciously accepted the 3 bows and inquired, "Lin Dong, the path of cultivation is often tedious and fraught with perilous trials. How do you intend to face such challenges?" With unwavering determination, Lin Dong replied, "My shall never fade." Well said. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Changsheng's eyes. Meanwhile, Ancient Lin and the other 2 were momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the 11-year-old boy. Whether it was his exceptional fire affinity or his resolute spirit, he seemed destined for the path of cultivation, particularly Changsheng, who looked at Lin Dong in astonishment, feeling a sense of foreboding. This future junior brother was indeed formidable. Would he not snatch away Master-S affection in the future? "All right, you may leave now," Changsheng gestured. Ancient Lin and the second elder promptly rose, leading Changsheng and Lin Dong in a bow before retreating respectfully. "Lin Dong, would you like to soar through the skies?" Changsheng inquired playfully, tilting her head to glance at the slightly shorter Lin Dong. "Yes, I would." Lin Dong nodded eagerly. Changsheng laughed heartily, turning to Ancient Lin, "Master, I shall take my junior brother to experience flight." Ancient Lin exchanged a look with Lin Dong, who was brimming with anticipation, and waved his hand, "Go ahead, but be cautious." Afterward, he shared a knowing smile with the second elder as they strolled away. They were currently residing in the town lord's mansion alongside a group of foundational disciples. However, the disciples were strictly forbidden from wandering about and could only remain in their rooms to cultivate. Once they departed, Changsheng produced a flying carpet, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to expand dramatically and hover in midair. Lin Dong's eyes widened in excitement at this spectacle. Changsheng embraced Lin Dong and soared upward. Landing gracefully on the carpet, "Lin Dong, be sure to hold on tightly to your senior brother. It is only natural to feel a bit anxious on your first flight," Changsheng advised with a smile. Lin Dong nodded earnestly, gripping the sleeve of Changsheng with a bit more strength in the next moment. The carpet shot upward with a whoosh, soaring into the sky. Lin Dong's heart raced, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This was the sensation of soaring like an immortal. In the future, he too would experience this. In the demon realm, compared to the ominous and chaotic atmosphere of the demon world, the demon realm was a verdant paradise. With towering trees and expansive grasslands, most demon beasts cherished such a delightful environment. King of the serpent demons, when shall we strike against the Libations Empire? This time we shall surely deliver a crushing blow to Xianyao. One demon king scoffed. Itangsha furrowed his brow and smiled. Xianyao has repeatedly faltered against the Libations Empire. He merely finds our passive observation displeasing and seeks to provoke us. Xianyao has always been self-satisfied, believing that our demon realm is brave, yet lacking in strategy, oblivious to the fact that I have already become quite astute. The other 4 demon kings exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Itangsha continued, "There is no rush. After all, the Libations Empire is as good as ours. Moreover, the Demon Lord and the Devil Lord have remained silent, leaving us uncertain as to when they will launch an attack. We can afford to bide our time a little longer. I am quite eager to see the expression on Zhao Xinyuan's face when we toy with him. Ha ha ha." The first year passed. Aside from the occasional troubles caused by local small demons, no significant calamities akin to the Black-Tongued Demon had emerged in the Libations Empire. Consequently, the king of Libations, along with his officials, bid farewell to Changsheng and led the citizens of Moyu Town back to their original town, as staying in Moyu Town was no longer convenient for daily life. Ancient Lin and the second elder also came to bid farewell to Changsheng, bringing Changsheng and Lin Dong with them. Ancient Lin speculated that the demon world was not finished and would strike again at some point. However, no one could ascertain the exact timing. It could be days or even years. That a few years might seem lengthy to the mundane world, but in the realms of cultivation and the demon world, it was but a fleeting moment. Thus, in light of these circumstances, Ancient Lin decided to return with Lin Dong to the Qingyi sect to conduct the master-disciple ceremony. The 3rd year arrived. The immortal who appeared on the night of the Black Tongue Demon's attack had faded from the memories of the common people. They knew of the existence of immortals, yet since that night, they had not seen another. With the passage of time, the Lishui Empire flourished in peace. The citizens lived contentedly, engaging in the cycles of planting in spring and harvesting in autumn, gradually letting go of their wariness towards the seemingly vanished demons and monsters, immersing themselves in a life of happiness. Ancient Helin frequently brought Tongxin and Lindong to visit Lu Changsheng, often bringing along fine wines as a gesture of appreciation. He would frequently extol Lindong's remarkable talent and character, which endeared him to all the elders within the sect, even prompting the sect leader on several occasions to almost force Lindong to become his disciple. Each time, Lindong would scratch his head, feeling bashful, while casting expectant glances towards Lu Changsheng, eager for his praise. As time went on, Ancient Helin and the others grew more familiar with Lu Changsheng's character. Though they still held deep respect for him, their demeanor became much more relaxed, shedding the rigidity of the past. Ancient Helin and Tongxin began addressing him casually as Sir, abandoning the formalities of referring to him as Senior. Time continued to flow. In the 5th year, winter arrived. Due to the cold weather, the streets of Mayu town were less crowded than usual, with most people huddled at home, warming themselves by the fire. A young man dressed in a blue robe, with a gourd at his waist, appeared, his expression calm and a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, sir, it has been quite some time since we last met. Have you come to town again? Sir, how do you maintain your skin so well? When I first saw you, you looked like this, yet now you appear unchanged. How enviable." Humph, what do you know? Every person has a different constitution. Moreover, with a scholar of your caliber, possessing vast knowledge like an ocean, I sent tea only natural to age more slowly. Passers-by greeted Lu Changsheng with friendly smiles as he acknowledged them with nods. His smile and the frigid winter reminiscent of the warm sun. Over the past 5 years, Lu Changsheng had often been seen in Mayu town. His distinctive scholarly demeanor had long since endeared him to the townsfolk. They had grown familiar with him, knowing his name to be Lu Changsheng, yet they remained oblivious to his residence, as he seemed to appear and vanish mysteriously. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng halted, quietly observing a young girl in front of him. She had 2 baskets laid out before her, filled to the brim with fruits of alternating green, yellow, and red hues. I could see that moment. The girl seemed to feel the chill, cupping her hands and bringing them close to her mouth to exhale warmth. Her gaze happened to rest upon the young man in the blue robe, and she froze. Memories flooded her mind. Over the past 5 years, she had visited Mayu town countless times, yet she had never encountered this blue-robed man. Today, she saw him once more. Brother, Lu Changsheng approached her and crouched down to examine the winter jujubes in the baskets. "Little girl, how much are you selling these fruits for?" The girl was taken aback. 5 years ago, this brother had come to buy red fruits and had opened with the same question. But why was it that, after 5 years, his appearance and attire seemed unchanged? "Brother, how many would you like?" she asked softly. Lu Changsheng smiled gently. "If they are delicious, I will take them all." "May I taste one first?" "Of course," the girl replied. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and reached in the basket to pick up a winter jujube. Then, with the girl's eager gaze upon him, he popped it into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, he smiled and asked, "Do you know what flavor this winter jujube has?" "Ah," the girl was taken aback. "Of course, it is sweet and crisp as well." 5 years ago, it seemed he had asked a similarly peculiar question. Lu Changsheng said nothing more, clapped his hands, stood up, and inquired, "I shall take them all. What is their worth?" The young girl hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother, these 2 baskets of winter jujubes will suffice for just 15 copper coins." Lu Changsheng nodded, retrieving a handful of coins from his pocket and placing them in her hand. He then prepared to lift the 2 baskets and depart. "Brother, wait." At that moment, Xiao Tong urgently called out to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng turned his head to regard her. The girl stared blankly into his eyes, then quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she softly murmured, "Brother, you've given too much. You've added 5 extra copper coins." Lu Changsheng chuckled nonchalantly, suggesting that the surplus 5 could be considered payment for the baskets and the carrying pole. No. The girl insisted, shaking her head as she approached Lu Changsheng and retrieved 10 copper coins, placing them back into the basket. Noticing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes flickered, and he heard the girl say with a smile, "Brother, I know you may have forgotten, but Xiao Tong remembers clearly. 0.5 years ago, you purchased 2 baskets of red fruit from me and also overpaid by 5 copper coins. This time, I shall return them to you. I apologize for the delay of 5 years. Grandmother says that 2 baskets and a carrying pole are hardly worth 5 copper coins, yet she insists we must act with integrity." Observing the girl, whose smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, Lu Changsheng inclined his head slightly. He then produced a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the astonished Xiao Tong, saying with a smile, "Who says they are not worth it? In fact, I feel they are worth even more now." Xiao Tong gazed down at the silver coin in her palm, her hand trembling uncontrollably. "A silver coin is worth 1,000 copper coins, brother." Xiao Tong abruptly looked up, only to find Lu Changsheng's figure had vanished. After a moment, she clutched the silver coin tightly and bowed deeply in the direction he had departed. Standing upright, a thought struck her, and her expression brightened as she vigorously clenched her fist. Then, she dashed off towards a certain destination. Grandmother S. Kane seems to be in dire need of replacement. And the clothes, snow began to fall from the sky. It was still the same little tavern. Lu Changsheng stepped inside, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar waiter. "Ah, sir, this way, please." Lu Changsheng walked to his usual spot and smiled, asking, "It seems some time has passed. Has the staff all changed?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, but seeing the young man's distinguished demeanor and recognizing him as a customer, he could only awkwardly agree. "Bring me a pot of peach blossom wine," Lu Changsheng said, turning his gaze to the window. The waiter, with a bitter smile, replied, "I'm afraid the peach blossom wine has been sold out since autumn." Just then, a young tavern keeper entered from the back courtyard. He instinctively glanced towards the window seat and was taken aback. Joy spread across his face as he quickly approached Lu Changsheng. Bowing slightly, "Sir, you haven't visited the tavern in quite some time." The waiter, witnessing the keeper's demeanor, was momentarily bewildered. Lu Changsheng observed the young keeper, remarking, "It has been a while. You've become the keeper now." This young keeper was none other than the former waiter, Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng paused for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "What you may not know is that the previous keeper has passed away." Lu Changsheng remained silent, listening intently. The keeper was quite old, 79 years of age. Just 2 months ago, during the onset of winter, he caught a chill and passed away the very next night. He had never married or had children, and with no relatives. He entrusted the tavern to me before he left. Although he was often strict with me, he took me in when I had nowhere else to go, and I've been here for nearly 10 years. Zhang Cheng's emotions began to waver as he recounted the tale. Lu Changsheng's expression remained stoic. He was accustomed to the cycles of life and death. He gently spoke, "My condolences," wiping away a tear. Zhang Cheng replied, "Sir, would you still like to drink the peach blossom wine? I have prepared it for you. It was personally brewed by the keeper before his passing, and it remains in the cellar." "Please wait a moment," Lu Changsheng called out to him. "No need for that. I will drink the wine you brew come spring." Zhang Cheng paused, warmth spreading through his heart. "Very well," in the demon realm. The cleverly Tungsha had finally realized that the king was provoking him. Zhao Xianyao smirked in disdain. Chu Qingtsong chuckled. "Xianyao, what shall we do? It has been 5 years since the last encounter. Yet we have not heard a word from the demon lord. This." Zhao Xianyao grew contemplative, narrowing his eyes. "I do not know, but I sense the demon lord seems to have some concerns lately." "Concerns?" Chu Qingtsong scratched his head, puzzled. What could the supreme ruler of the demon realm possibly be troubled about? "Zhao Xianyao, come out." Just then, a boisterous laughter rang from outside the hall. Tingsha. Zhao Xianyuan's eyes narrowed. "Let's go and see." Soon, Zhao Xianyuan and Chu Qingtsong emerged into the open. Zhao Xianyuan scanned the 5 great demon kings, then fixed his gaze on the leading young man. Laughing, I wondered who was barking. It turns out to be the Tungsha Demon King. "Pray tell, what brings you to my realm?" Li Tungsha's expression hardened, but soon relaxed into a teasing smile. "Zhao Xianyuan, do you have nothing to say?" "What could I possibly have to say? However, This time the demon realm truly opened my eyes. A mere Li Shui has taken 5 years without yielding. How amusing, Zhao Xianyao retorted mockingly. Ha! Don't speak so casually. Do you really think I'm a fool? Li Tongxia scoffed. Provoke you? Have you overthought it? I merely sent out demonic creatures twice without success in capturing Li Shui. I was somewhat disheartened and wished to see your demon realm's tactics. But alas, I was left disappointed. Zhao Xianyao continued. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall take action myself. Had I not sent something amiss with Li Shui and found my own abyssal spear intact, I would have struck long ago. It simply would not do for a demon king to intervene before a great battle. Tongxia's expression shifted slightly as he roared. You speak nonsense. You only wish to provoke me. Think what you will. Changsheng, let us deliberate on our next steps. As for them, alas, they are of no use. Zhao Xianyao waved dismissively as he turned back towards the hall. Zhao Xianyao, just wait. In less than 5 days, I shall capture Li Shui. And you will see that the beasts of our demon realm are far more formidable than your demonic creatures. Li Tongxia shouted, his irritation boiling over at Zhao Xianyuan's indifferent demeanor. Initially intending to come and mock them, he found the other party so unconcerned. Humph, let us handle this ourselves. Ignoring Li Tongxia, Zhao Xianyao strolled back into the hall with Chu Qingtsong. Humph, I said we will come as the demon realm. You better not interfere this time. With that, Li Tongxia waved his hand, leading the 5 great demon kings away, their expressions similarly dark. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Zhao Xianyao scoffed. Ha ha ha. Qingtsong, did you see that? A foolish pig remains a foolish pig. What does it matter if it occasionally acts clever? It still cannot withstand provocation. Observing Zhao Xianyuan's smugness, Chu Qingtsong felt an inexplicable urge to suppress a smile, that he couldn't shake the feeling that he too was being ridiculed. 2 days later, at Qingyi sect, a message suddenly echoed within the ancient crane forest cave. Elder Gu, an abundance of beasts has suddenly emerged in the Li Shui Empire. We lack sufficient manpower and cannot spare anyone. Chun Shidi, look over there. The message talisman burned away. Elder Gu's expression turned grave as he rushed out of the cave. After 5 years, it had finally begun again. Previously, it was the demonic creatures of the demon realm. And now it was beasts. Could it be that the demon realm is also involved? The situation appeared quite serious that in the Li Shui Empire, chaos erupted simultaneously across the north, south, east, and west. This time, the beasts were not like the previous demonic creatures that preferred stealth and surprise. Instead, they boldly charged en masse against the town gates, intent on battering them down. The sight left the town leaders pale and filled with despair. Oh heavens! Why do these beasts target us in Li Shui? If they breach our defenses, the consequences would be unimaginable. The death toll will be far worse than 5 years ago. Far in the easternmost fringes of the empire lies the town of Moyu, where at this moment a dozen monstrous beasts have gathered outside its walls, their blood-red eyes fixed intently upon the town, their bloodthirsty roars echoing through the air. The town lord and the guards find their arrows utterly ineffective against these creatures. Moreover, given the current situation, it appears these beasts are poised to launch an assault. On the town walls, the steward glances anxiously at Chindadeo. Both men have aged significantly. The steward's hair has turned notably white, and deepening wrinkles etch his face, rendering him increasingly frail, while Chundadeo's temples have also begun to show traces of gray, and his skin has taken on a sallow hue. I am not blind. Chundadeo retorts, glaring at the beasts ahead. Should I address you as sir? The steward awkwardly inquires. Each time trouble arises, he feels compelled to use that title, a source of deep embarrassment for him. Chundadeo sighs. I'm uncertain if the sir is still in the courtyard. It has been a long while since I last saw him. I dare not intrude when all is quiet. The steward sighs in resignation, knowing that at his age, life and death hold little significance for him. Yet he worries for the townsfolk and the town lord. Very well. You and the captain of the guards remain here. I shall search for the sir in the back courtyard. Chundadeo declares before hastily descending from the town wall. Sir, Dadeo seeks an audience. He calls respectfully from outside the courtyard. However, after a while, silence prevails within. Yielding no response, a sense of foreboding grips Chundadeo, and he grits his teeth before rushing into the courtyard. His dismay. The courtyard is empty. Typically, a figure clad in azure could be seen in the pavilion. Yet today, none are present. Chindadeo's expression shifts as realization dawns upon him. He searches every room in the back courtyard, only to feel utterly despondent in the end. Has the Sir truly departed? Meanwhile, outside the ascension passage of the Lingshan realm, Changsheng stands suspended in midair, his gaze fixed intently on the tightly shut, ethereal portal. In the next moment, the portal slowly opens, revealing an ancient black turtle swimming forth. Upon reaching Changsheng, the turtle's weary eyes tremble as they meet his gaze. It has been some time. Old turtle, Changsheng remarks with a faint smile. Master, your definition of some time seems rather extended, the old turtle replies. Nostalgia evident in its eyes. Since the day you vanished from the four directions of mortal realm, a full 1,000,000 years have elapsed. Only recently did he sense Changsheng's aura and traverse through various worlds to locate this inconspicuous Lingshan realm. 1,000,000 years. Changsheng blinks in astonishment, that he had previously heard from the ancient crane that it would take at least 100,000 years, never anticipating it to be tenfold that duration. Master, where have you been all this time? The old turtle inquires, observing Changsheng's dazed expression. You may not believe me, but I was buried alive, Changsheng replies, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The old turtle is taken aback. Changsheng raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. The old turtle, trusting Changsheng implicitly, expresses his astonishment in the vastness of the cosmos. Who possesses such formidable power? And what could their motives possibly be? That is a mystery to me as well, yet it matters not. I am immortal, and the truth will eventually surface that in due time, I shall take you to that grave site. Changsheng smiles. Master, after 1,000,000 years of solitude in the river of time, only you can provide me with companionship. Please do not vanish again, the old turtle says, a tinge of sadness in its voice. Hee, Changsheng chuckles lightly. Old turtle, during the time I was buried, my previously limited strength has grown. Somewhat. The old turtle blinks in surprise that I asked that so, considering that 1,000,000 years ago, you were already extraordinarily powerful. Your strength has improved further. Realizing that Changsheng's modest wording hints at more than just a slight increase, the old turtle hesitates, asking, Master, would you care to test your strength against my shell? Changsheng purses his lips and replies, Perhaps it is better to simply flick my finger against it. I fear your shell may not withstand a full blow. Impossible, the old turtle exclaims, asserting its durability. After all, it is nearly immortal, and countless ages have passed, rendering its shell unfathomably hard. Although Changsheng had struck the shell before, it had only left the turtle dazed without causing any damage. Master, I implore you to use your fist. I can endure. Before the old turtle could finish, Changsheng flicked his finger lightly against the shell. With a sharp sound, a clear crack resonated. The gentle touch sent shockwaves through the old turtle, causing excruciating pain. It gasps in agony, unable to stifle its scream, ah. This cry reverberates throughout the entirety of the Lingshan realm, fading almost instantly, at the same time. The citizens of the four domains gaze upwards in shock and bewilderment. Countless cultivators in seclusion within the cultivation realm spew forth blood, their eyes wide with terror, almost falling into madness. Numerous sects stir restlessly, and powerful cultivators on the verge of transcending gaze intently towards the ascension passage. That scream originated from the passage. Their eyes flicker as they hastily make their way toward the Lishui Empire. The monstrous beasts, poised to strike, are already in the midst of an attack. Suddenly halt, their eyes reflecting human-like terror. In the astonished gazes of townsfolk and citizens alike, they flee in a panic. Changsheng observes the old turtle, whose breath hitches in shock, and chuckles. See, fortunately, I didn't use my fist. The old turtle, looking mournful, gazes at Changsheng with a newfound reverence, realizing that his master has grown even stronger. Once, it had feared that Changsheng might be unable to control his power. Now, the thought seems almost laughable. Changsheng's eyes flicker as he senses an approaching presence. Someone is coming. We should depart. The old turtle nods, transforming into a fruit-sized form and perching upon Lu Changsheng's shoulder, extending its neck to huff at the crack in its shell. "Master, my shell is cracked. It will take some time to repair." Lu Changsheng casts a sidelong glance at it. Whether it repairs or not matters little, as no one can truly shake your shell. With that, Lu Changsheng steps forward, vanishing before the ascension passage. Shortly after Lu Changsheng and the old turtle depart, a group of cultivators arrives at the ascension passage. They exchange polite gestures, surveying the area with puzzled expressions. What exactly was that scream? It came from the ascension passage. A striking young woman voices her confusion. It is well known that only cultivators at the god transformation stage can sense the precise location of the ascension passage. What Miss Qin says resonates with our collective curiosity. That scream did not sound like it came from a human. A hunchbacked elder muses, stroking his beard with a sigh. "Hey, Taoist Zhang, you too are on the brink of ascension, aren't you?" A middle-aged man inquires, glancing at the hunchbacked elder with a hint of envy. The other god transformation cultivators remain silent, aware that the few powerful beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage hold significant authority in the current Lingchun cultivation realm. They lack the standing to speak. Hearing this, the hunchbacked elder smiles wryly. "Taoist Jiang, you flatter me. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, I cannot even be certain of my survival. Discussing ascension now seems premature if I survive. The portal of the ascension passage will open. If not, then I shall likely perish within the heavenly tribulation. The arduous path of cultivation often leads to naught." Upon hearing this, Taoist Jiang chuckles, and the other cultivators fall silent. Cultivation is indeed a harsh and unforgiving endeavor. Well then, since we have found nothing of note here at the ascension passage, let us disperse. I still have some elixirs to refine, so I shall take my leave. The hunchbacked elder concludes, bowing before departing. The mysterious cry fades without a trace, but as long as there is no anomaly at the ascension passage, all is well. Soon, Miss Qin and Taoist Jiang also take their leave, and as the cultivators gradually disperse, the area surrounding the ascension passage becomes desolate. Back at Mayu town, the steward, visibly perplexed, turns to the town lord. "What is happening? Are these beasts toying with us?" In the previous moment, they had charged in with great ferocity. How could they have suddenly retreated? Could it be that the cries that echoed from the horizon were the summons of their leader, calling the beasts back home for supper? Chindadeo let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "It must be related to that cry we just heard." The steward nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. This was indeed the most plausible explanation. He promptly instructed that the news be conveyed, stating that the beasts had withdrawn, urging the townsfolk to remain vigilant. Chundadeo uttered a few words before making his way toward the lord's residence, his demeanor somewhat dejected. Days later, the contingent from Qingyi sect arrived at the Lishui Empire, initially believing it to be in dire straits. After all, the Lishui Empire was situated at the eastern edge of the eastern domain, a considerable distance away, and their journey had consumed a significant amount of time. However, upon witnessing the current state of the empire, they were taken aback. Was it not said that numerous beasts had attacked? Subsequently, Gu Helen summoned the disciples stationed there to inquire about the situation and felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the beasts had assaulted the territory, but they had inexplicably retreated afterward. They speculated that this might be connected to the cry from that day. Gu Helen conjured a talisman with a flick of his hand, infusing it with spiritual energy as he intoned, "Sect Master, after 5 years, they are likely to stir again. As a precaution, you should discuss with the elders. It would be wise to send more personnel to Li Shui. Furthermore, I suspect that the realms of demons and monsters may have formed an alliance." Upon finishing, he abruptly ignited the talisman, reducing it to ashes. "Tongxin, you should take the disciples to find a place to stay. I must visit the master," Gu Helen declared. "Master, may I accompany you? It has been some time since I last paid my respects to him." Tongxin pleaded pitifully. "Why business is urgent. It is best this way," Gu Helen replied with a sidelong glance before taking to the skies. Tongxin sighed. "What do you dare to lament?" the fierce Tengsha remarked, casting a dismissive glance at the two beasts prostrating before him. "Tengsha, mighty lord, please do not be angry." The two beasts stammered in fear. Their massive forms made them appear as mere small hills before Tangsha, rendering him somewhat diminutive in comparison in the demon realm. To achieve a human-like form, one must at least possess the cultivation of a Yuanying stage practitioner, which is to say an 8th level. The first wave ended in failure. Do you not consider yourselves to be worthless? Tangsha stated, slightly displeased. If Zhao Shenyuan, that fool, were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly mock us mercilessly. How infuriating, my lord! You may not be aware, but on that day, a scream unlike that of a human suddenly echoed across the horizon of Lishui Empire. While that alone is not alarming, the most terrifying aspect was the chilling pressure within that scream, instilling profound fear in us. It felt as though our very blood was freezing, compelling us to retreat. One beast reported tremulously, still shaken by the memory. Oh. Tangsha inquired, perplexed, from whence did that sound originate? I do not know. The sound vanished in an instant. The beast quaked. If it vanished in an instant, why did you flee? Tangsha bellowed coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. He was thoroughly displeased. This left the two beasts utterly terrified. Tangsha, we did not wish to. With a sudden, gaping maw, Tangsha devoured the two beasts whole. Moments later, he spat and grimaced in disdain. Truly unpalatable. Summon the Tianlang and Tsiju to see me. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's hall, a burly man with a full beard gazed intently at the veiled woman in black before him, asking, Ji Wuqing, what is it that you hesitate over? 5 years ago, I had thought you were poised to strike at the Lingqian cultivation realm. Why has it taken until now? Huzhan, you cannot fathom. 5 years ago, I ventured to the immortal tomb, where a grave vanished without a trace. Ji Wuqing replied, shaking her head. Huzhan's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming, are you certain? For 100,000 years, no one has managed to disturb the immortal tomb. How could it possibly vanish? Yet it did vanish. You shall see for yourself when you go there, Ji Wuqing asserted, unwilling to elaborate further, for she herself did not know how to explain, seeing her unwavering confidence. Huzhan's heart tightened as he asked, so, the reason you have not launched a full-scale assault on the Lingqian cultivation realm during this time is due to that. Ji Wuqing nodded, indeed. This matter feels exceedingly peculiar to me. As you know, I have always favored caution. Huzhan paused momentarily before responding gravely. Then, if you remain oblivious to the reason behind the tomb's disappearance, will you continue to hesitate and refrain from action? If so, what purpose does our alliance serve? He could not afford to waste time. He was nearing a bottleneck in his cultivation and was eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the immortal tomb. In 10 years, if circumstances remain stable, let us wage war against the Lingqian realm, Ji Wuqing stated calmly. Until then, let us permit a few minor skirmishes. 10 years. Huzhan pondered, then nodded. Very well, 10 years it is. After all, it is not long. I consent. Ji Wuqing offered a slight nod, her gaze flickering as her form began to dissipate. She intended to revisit the vicinity of Lishui in search of the reason behind the tomb's disappearance over the next decade. As Ji Wuqing departed, Huzhan rubbed his chin, his brow furrowed. A grave had vanished without a trace. How could such a thing be? I must see this for myself. Despite believing Ji Wuqing's words, he still felt compelled to witness it firsthand. If a grave truly did vanish, for reasons unknown, Huzhan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In the back courtyard of the Lord's residence, Gu Helen and Lu Changsheng sat facing each other at a pavilion, each with a cup of steaming tea before them. Master, the realms of demons and monsters may have formed an alliance. A few days ago, the beasts attacked, and after 5 years, they are poised to make another move. Gu Helen remarked, casting a curious glance at the turtle resting on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Lu Changsheng did not address the matter directly, but instead stated, I observe that your golden core has developed some fissures. It seems the thunder tribulation for your ascension to Yuanying is imminent. Ji Helen paused, taken aback by Lu Changsheng's abrupt change of topic, and then forced a chuckle. Master, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, my thunder tribulation is approaching. With a hint of worry etched upon his face, he continued, it is rather unfortunate that the tribulation should arrive at such a critical juncture. Lu Changsheng sipped his tea, savoring it before adding, knowing of the alliance between the demon and monster realms, why does your Qingyi sect not inform the various sects of the cultivation realm. Gu Helen was momentarily stunned, not expecting the conversation to circle back to the earlier topic. He sighed, "Master," without a clear understanding of when the demon and monster realms will strike. Revealing this information may render our Qingyi sect a laughingstock. Moreover, the cultivation realm has grown exceedingly indifferent. Indeed, your Qingyi sect may very well become the subject of ridicule. However, should the demon and monster realms launch an assault without prior preparation, many lives in the mortal realm will be lost. Lu Changsheng spoke softly. Gu Helen felt parched and fell silent, reflecting on his earlier desire for longevity. But more so for the integrity of his spirit, he felt a twinge of shame. "Master, do you mean that we must inform the cultivation realm regardless?" Gu Helen inquired quietly. "How would I know?" Lu Changsheng replied, gradually fading from view within the pavilion. Observing this, Gu Helen sighed deeply after a lengthy pause, offering a bow within the courtyard before making his way outside. Upon exiting, he stood on tiptoe, preparing to depart when Chandadeo and the steward happened to pass by. They were startled and hurried over to bow before Gu Helen. "Ancient Immortal, have you come to seek the master? It seems he has already left." I have only just seen the master," Gu Helen replied with a smile, taking to the skies before the two Chandadeo and the steward exchanged delighted glances, surveying the courtyard before bowing and quietly retreating. The master had only just been interrupted by the ancient immortal. It would be best not to disturb him further, the capital of the Lishui Empire. 5 years had elapsed. 5 whole years, regarding the sudden attack and subsequent withdrawal of the numerous beasts. "What are your thoughts on this matter, my esteemed ministers?" The emperor of Lishui inquired gravely, surveying the assembly of officials. "Alas, we have enjoyed 5 years of peace in the Lishui Empire. Yet who could have foreseen that the tranquility would once again be shattered by the beasts? It is truly regrettable. Thankfully, this time, there were no significant casualties. But what could these beasts possibly mean by their actions? We find ourselves utterly perplexed." The officials whispered among themselves, their chatter echoing throughout the hall. Yet none dared to respond directly to the words of the king of Lishui. The truth was, they were at a loss. Bang! With a resounding clap of his palm upon the table, the king of Lishui brought an abrupt silence to the grand hall. Leaving the officials frozen in trepidation, it was the same as before. 5 years ago, they had behaved similarly. The king was well aware that his esteemed ministers were but mere mortals, yet he had not compelled them to tackle the threat of the beast. He had merely sought their opinions. Yet each one feigned ignorance. The king of Lishui's fury surged forth as he lamented that despite consuming the taxes of the populace, he found himself with no utility from them. What purpose did he have for them henceforth? If this were the case, he might as well recruit new talent. And as for them, they should hasten to retire to their homes. The officials were taken aback, promptly kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." Simultaneously, they cast furtive glances at Donggu, their intentions unmistakable. "Old Dong, are you not the most astute among us? Hurry, speak up." At that moment, Donggu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Why should he? Even if he possessed some understanding, he had no desire to speak. Damn it, he had achieved merit 5 years prior, yet upon the king's return to the imperial capital, he had not received a promotion. Back then, outside Moyu town, he had only modestly suggested a solution, and the king had taken him seriously. How could he bear such indignity? The king of Lishui keenly detected the gaze of his ministers, and his attention shifted to Donggu, his eyes glimmering as he remarked, "Dong Iching, I have noticed your silence over these past 5 years." Startled, Donggu replied, "Your Majesty, you overthink. Perhaps it is merely my advancing years that have dulled my mind." The king of Lishui replied coolly, "Dong Iching, should you elucidate the peculiar reason behind the beast's sudden retreat, I shall grant you an immediate promotion." Donggu abruptly rose, his gaze piercing as he addressed the king. "Is your Majesty speaking truthfully?" The officials were momentarily stunned. "Wait, old Dong, did you not just claim your mind was not functioning well? A ruler does not jest." The king of Lishui interjected, his eyes sparkling. Hearing this, Dongji's heart swelled with bittersweet irony. Indeed, the ruler did not jest, for 5 years ago. He had promised a promotion that never materialized. Did the king truly understand the weight of his grievances from 5 years prior? Your Majesty, I believe this matter is intricately linked to that fleeting cry from that day. Donggu spoke with reverence, his tone earnest. The officials paused, contemplating, and it suddenly seemed plausible. How could they have overlooked such a straightforward question? Moreover, based on my intuition, it is possible that the cry is connected to the gentleman in question. Donggu mused with admiration. Soon, Donggu noticed the perplexed expressions of his peers and hastily waved his hands. Do not look to me. I am merely following my instincts. Oh, Your Majesty, if the beast retreat is solely related to that cry, it would imply that they could return at any moment. What shall we do? Shall we relocate to Moyu Town? An official inquired. The king of Lishui waved his hand dismissively. If it were merely a matter of relocating from the eastern part of the empire to Moyu, it might be manageable. However, the southern, western, and northern regions present insurmountable challenges. Firstly, the distance is too great, the numbers too many, and the surrounding space of Moyu Town insufficient. As for the second point, Donggu interjected. The second point, Your Majesty, is undoubtedly that 5 years have passed. The gentleman may no longer reside in Moyu Town. Even if we were to relocate, it would be of no consequence. The king of Lishui regarded Donggu with appreciation. Indeed, you speak wisely, Dong Aiqing. What shall we do now? The officials fretted. Do not be alarmed, my esteemed ministers. The celestial beings of Qingyi sect have long been prepared for this matter, so there is no need for concern. The king of Lishui said with a serious tone. The officials nodded in agreement. Noticing that the king seemed to have forgotten something, Donggu hurriedly interjected. Your Majesty, is there something you have overlooked? What is it? The king of Lishui queried, puzzled. Pooh. Donggu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering several officials in the process. Night fell over the mountains where the immortal tombs lay. I was buried here. Lu Changsheng remarked. Standing at the very spot he had once occupied on his shoulder, the old turtle gazed around curiously, inquiring, Master, where is your tomb? I erased it, Lu Changsheng replied. The old turtle nodded, surveying the other tombs. None of these graves bear inscriptions. Master, are you not curious? Shall we dig up these tombs to investigate? The old turtle suggested. His curiosity piqued. Countless ages had passed, and the old turtle's composure would typically remain unshaken by trivial matters. Yet this particular issue had sparked his immense interest. To have buried Lu Changsheng for over 1,000,000 years was no small feat. Lu Changsheng remained silent, his gaze flickering slightly like that moment. A burly man with a thick beard suddenly materialized in the graveyard. I refuse to believe that a tomb can simply vanish into thin air. Tiger Zhan cursed, halting mid-step as he observed a young man in a blue robe silently watching him like a specter. A human cultivator? Tiger Zhan's eyes twinkled momentarily as he attempted to probe the aura of the man before him. The result left him astounded. It was impossible. How could he, a dignified demon lord, fail to discern the cultivation level of a human from the Lingchen realm? Aside from Zhang Yudao, Qin Piamiao, and Jian Yuan, who among them was capable? Could this person possess some treasure that concealed his aura? For the time being, Tiger Zhan decided to disregard the blue-robed figure and resumed his exploration of the graveyard, scrutinizing each tomb one by one. Master, this little demon's true form is a howling sky demon tiger. I never expected such a creature to exist in this realm. The old turtle chuckled. The howling sky demon tiger clan was quite renowned in the four corners of the celestial realm. However, this particular specimen was far too weak. Any random member from that realm would easily overpower it. Lu Changsheng nodded, choosing not to comment. With the eye of the Tao, he could discern everything. He even recognized that this tiger demon held a position of respect in the demon realm. However, as long as it posed him no threat, he had no intention of extinguishing its existence without reason. In the grand tapestry of life, whether human or demon, he regarded all beings as fundamentally similar. Nonetheless, at times, he found himself instinctively favoring humanity. After all, he was human, wasn't he? Though Lu Changsheng himself was not entirely certain. Tiger Zhan strolled slowly, closely examining each tomb until he arrived before Lu Changsheng. His towering frame dwarfed Lu Changsheng by a head. He cast a perplexed glance at Lu Changsheng before shifting his gaze forward, his expression suddenly shifting. Indeed, one tomb had vanished. He distinctly remembered that a tomb had once stood here. Yet now, it lay empty, an utterly bizarre occurrence. Hey, I see you frequent this place. Do you happen to know if there was a tomb here before? Tiger Zhan inquired, pointing toward the spot and turning to Lu Changsheng. I am not He, Lu Changsheng replied, his interest piqued. Tiger Zhan's face darkened, suppressing his irritation as he asked, fellow Taoist, do you know if there was a tomb here before? Lu Changsheng replied softly. Could it be that you were mistaken? Impossible, Tiger Zhan exclaimed, waving his hand vehemently. How could I be wrong? I myself saw it, and a friend of mine also mentioned the same. Could she be mistaken as well? Lu Changsheng chuckled. I have often been curious. Have you not counted the number of tombs here before? Wouldn't that clarify everything? Tiger Zhan shot Lu Changsheng a glance, retorting, do you think we are fools? We could not possibly overlook such a straightforward solution. He continued, though the graveyard may appear small, it seems to harbor some mystery. Throughout the long ages, no one has been able to ascertain the number of tombs, nor has anyone been able to damage them in the slightest. Having said that, he regarded Lu Changsheng as if he were a simpleton. The implication was clear. You have much to learn. The old turtle nearly burst into laughter at the thought. Master, you are the one lacking experience? Ah, I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Thus, I inquired merely to confirm. Tiger Zhan fell silent. Sometimes, when one harbors an answer in their heart, there is no need for further verification. It seems so. Lu Changsheng replied indifferently. Very well. With a flicker in his gaze, Hu Zhan found himself somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the figure clad in azure before him. He then chuckled. I am called Hu Zhan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Lu Changsheng came to reply. Lu Changsheng? Hu Zhan ventured cautiously. It seems I have not encountered your illustrious name within the realm of Lingchen's cultivation. Yes, that's so. Lu Changsheng responded with an enigmatic smile. Yet, dear Hu, I too have not heard of your name in the world of cultivation. Could it be that you have been living in seclusion, or perhaps you are not of this realm? A surge of alarm coursed through Hu Zhan's mind as he hastily retorted, seclusion? Indeed. How could I possibly be anything but a denizen of Lingchen? Oh, Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly, if you are indeed living in seclusion, then it is quite normal that you have not heard of me. Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me. A forced smile spread across Hu Zhan's face, yet a simmering fury began to take root within him. How dare this impudent cultivator provoke me? Is he seeking to confront me? Turning to face Hu Zhan, Lu Changsheng spoke in a calm tone. Just as Hu Zhan was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on Lu Changsheng's shoulder, a diminutive turtle gazing back at him. For reasons unknown, a shiver ran down Hu Zhan's spine. Ahem, you jest, my friend. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. We must cherish our journey and refrain from unwarranted conflict. Wouldn't you agree? Hee. With an awkward laugh, Hu Zhan glanced at the spot where the grave had vanished, cast a deep look at Lu Changsheng and the old turtle, then turned and vanished from the graveyard. Master, that howling celestial tiger has cowered, the old turtle remarked with a chuckle. Lu Changsheng shook his head, surveying the graves, and suddenly asked, what are the other celestial emperors in the Four Corners celestial realm? The old turtle paused for a moment before responding. They are faring well for now, but the master of the Four Corners celestial realm should personally return a check soon. Indeed, I shall, Lu Changsheng replied, his eyes flickering as he continued to survey the graves. I may have come to understand something. What have you come to know, master? The old turtle's face was marked by confusion. Nothing of consequence. Let us depart. The figure in azure slowly faded away. Master, do you not wish to excavate the celestial grave together? There's nothing worth seeing, truly, but I am rather curious. The old turtle insisted. I said there is nothing to see. Do you dare me to smash your shell? Hu Zhan appeared atop a mountain peak, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the celestial graves, his pupils slightly constricting. Could it be an illusion? That seemingly unremarkable turtle had, in that fleeting moment, evoked a sense of dread within him. Reflecting upon it now, the individual named Lu Changsheng seemed rather peculiar. He displayed no signs of anxiety in Hu Zhan's presence. Rather, he remained composed and unflustered, particularly with that remark, or perhaps you are not of this realm. which made Hu Zhan feel as though his secrets had been laid bare before a terrifying gaze. It made no sense that Hu Zhan furrowed his brow tightly. However, this encounter had indeed revealed to him the depths of Lingqian's mysteries. Moreover, considering the enigmatic disappearance of the celestial grave, it was reasonable for Ji Wuqing to postpone her offensive. It seemed prudent for Lu Changsheng to be brought to Ji Wuqing's attention, urging her to remain vigilant. Hu Zhan murmured softly, then waved his hand through the air before him. In the next moment, a chaotic light circle materialized before him. Hu Zhan. A voice of uncertainty resonated from the circle. Ji Wuqing, I have just visited the celestial grave, and indeed, a celestial grave has vanished, Hu Zhan stated earnestly. Surely you do not believe I would deceive you out of boredom. If that is all, then I shall take my leave, Ji Wuqing replied with indifference. Wait, I have more to discuss, Hu Zhan interjected, sensing her intent to sever communication. Noticing the silence from the light circle, Hu Zhan recognized Ji Wuqing was awaiting further information. He then spoke with a weighty tone. I encountered a cultivator during my visit to the celestial grave. Could you not convey all of this in one go? Ji Wuqing queried, vexed. Very well, Hu Zhan sighed slightly before continuing. Ji Wuqing, you have no idea. This cultivator. Thus Hu Zhan recounted the details and dialogue of his encounter with Lu Changsheng. A cultivator whose realm you cannot fathom, and a turtle that instilled in you a sense of dread? Ji Wuqing asked, her voice laced with skepticism. For reasons unknown, Hu Zhan felt a sense of ridicule emanating from Ji Wuqing, and his face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Ji Wuqing, I assure you, I speak seriously. Do not presume I jest. That turtle truly evoked a sense of dread within me. After a prolonged silence, Ji Wuqing appeared to ponder Hu Zhan's words. Very well, let us set aside the turtle for now. You mentioned that Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed. Even when you inquired about the vanished grave, he displayed no surprise. Hu Zhan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he remained entirely composed, even questioning whether I had misremembered. After a lengthy exchange, he merely stated that once one has an answer in their heart, further inquiries are unnecessary. After another long pause, Ji Wuqing asked, what position was he in when you first spotted him at the celestial grave? Hu Zhan replied, astonished. At first glance, he appeared to be standing directly before the vanished celestial grave. As Ji Wuqing remained silent, Hu Zhan could no longer contain himself. I merely wish to caution you about this individual. He gives off an eerie vibe, and I have never heard of such a person within the realm of cultivation. Yet Ji Wuqing remained silent. Hu Zhan pressed on. Can we now discuss that turtle? I assure you, it is quite unusual. Not now. I have urgent matters to clarify. As for the turtle, ponder it yourself, Ji Wuqing concluded before severing the connection. Hu Zhan stood bewildered as the chaotic light circle gradually dissipated. With a wave of his sleeve, he cursed under his breath. What nonsense! Truly unfortunate. At Qingyin's sect's main hall, Elder Gu had communicated to inform the cultivation world of this matter. Upon hearing her words, Xianyao expression turned serious. The remaining elders were taken aback and soon began to debate. What is Lin thinking? I suggested informing the cultivation world 5 years ago, only to be rebuffed. Now he suddenly, the great elder speaks wisely. Elder Gu's intentions remain unclear. Another elder chimed in. Master, did Elder Gu provide a reason? Someone inquired. We cannot simply accept his word without just cause. Indeed, Elder Gu is aware of the precise timing of the demon and monster realms attack. If not, we shall not consent. Sharing this news could render our Qingyi sect a laughingstock. How will we face our peers henceforth? The hall fell silent as Xianyao sighed. Elder Gu stated that if we do not disseminate this information, the common folk may suffer grievously when the demon and monster realms launch their assault due to our lack of preparedness. The elders furrowed their brows tightly, deep in thought. Soon, the great elder stood, addressing Xianyao. Master, following Lin's sentiment from 5 years past, even if we speak out, very few sects are likely to heed our warnings. Ultimately, how will Qingyun sect maintain its standing in the cultivation world? The other elders nodded in agreement. Xianyao retorted coldly, but if we remain silent and the common folk suffer catastrophic losses, can you all live with yourselves? How can we not? One elder, his face flushed, stood up and declared, Master, I mean no offense, But why must we bear responsibility for the common folk? As cultivators, we assist when possible. But if we cannot, why should we feel guilty? Xianyao expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon the elder. The atmosphere in the hall turned icy, and the elders fell silent, though they internally agreed with the elder's perspective. Foolishness, Xianyao stated firmly. Setting aside the common folk for now, based on Elder Gu's words, it is highly likely that the demon and monster realms have already formed an alliance, even if we choose not to assist the mundane world. Do you truly believe Qingyi sect can remain unscathed amid such chaos? These are the demon and monster realms we are discussing. The demon and monster realms seek to seize the celestial graves. The first to perish may not be the common folk, but rather we at Qingyi sect who govern this realm. As the words fell, the expressions of the elders finally shifted. Master, should we consider relocating the sect? Distancing ourselves from the eastern domain? One elder cautiously suggested. Smack. Xianyao seized the teacup and forcefully slammed it down before him, coldly rebuking. How dare you utter such nonsense? Forgive us, master. The elders immediately knelt, knowing not how long it had been since they had witnessed Xianyao in such a fury. The ancestor is still in seclusion. Should you call for him, or shall our sect do so? The Qingyi sect has thrived here for ages. Could it simply sever its ties? The surrounding secular empires pay tribute year after year, and even the seedlings of cultivators are selected from among them. To abandon it all so callously, can you truly bear such a decision? The elders bowed their heads in silence. Xianyao spoke with indifference. No need for further discussion. You shall swiftly disseminate the news. How much support we garner is their concern. In any case, our Qingyi sect bears no guilt. Understood. The elders rose, bowed, and then exited with their heads bowed. In the town of Muyu, the streets bustled as usual with the ebb and flow of people. Vendors rubbed their hands together, exhaling puffs of warm breath, their calls ringing out in succession. Little girl, in this biting winter, I never expected you would have silkworm heart vegetables for sale, exclaimed a woman with a basket of vegetables. Xiao Tong smiled. Annie, these are for my family stock, but since there are few of us at home, I decided to sell some for a bit of money. The woman set her basket down, crouching to sift through the produce. All right, I'll buy a few. Today must be my lucky day. I can make a silkworm heart vegetable soup for my child when I get home on a day like this. A warm bowl would be so comforting. Xiao Tong beamed, patiently awaiting the woman's selection. I'll take these few. How much do they cost? The woman placed 5 silkworm heart vegetables in her basket, smiling as she inquired. Just as Xiao Tong was about to respond, the ground suddenly trembled. As the townsfolk stood bewildered and at a loss, a shout rang out from the town wall. All townspeople, retreat and secure your doors. A beast has come. Instantly, chaos erupted in the streets. Fear painted the faces of the citizens as they rushed home, and the vendors frantically began to pack up. Xiao Tong stood in a daze, watching as the woman grabbed her basket and fled. 5 copper coins. She murmured, reaching out toward the woman's retreating figure. But soon, feeling the ground tremor more violently, Xiao Tong's complexion turned pale, and she hastily hoisted her shoulder pole. Yet, she soon froze in place. Unsure where to hide, her home lay near the mountains, not in this town of Muyu. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly knocked on a nearby door. Hello? May I take shelter here for a moment? But before she could finish, a voice came from within. You should leave. We cannot open the door for you at this time. Xiao Tong knocked on 4 or 5 more doors, but no one was willing to take her in. Even temporarily, this moment, the streets were deserted, as everyone had hidden away. Helpless, she found a corner, placing her 2 baskets outside, and huddled in the shadows, murmuring in fear, thank goodness I didn't bring Grandma along today. A monstrous roar echoed from outside the town, sending shivers down Xiao Tong's spine as she hugged her knees and trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. How young she was, a frail girl at that. Why aren't you selling fruits today? Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Startled, Xiao Tong looked up to see a young man in green attire squatting before her basket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Brother, brother. She recognized Lu Changsheng, who had purchased fruits from her twice before. Brother, there are monsters outside the town. It's very dangerous out there. Shouldn't you hurry home? Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly. You said it yourself. The danger lies outside the town. What threat could there possibly be within? But, Xiao Tong's eyes were red, her words faltering. Moreover, do you truly believe it is safe in the town? If a beast were to breach our walls, none would escape, Lu Changsheng remarked. Yes, she gazed into the calm demeanor of the young man before her. Xiao Tong felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her. Let us go. Lu Changsheng stood upright. Go where? To my place, of course, for a cup of hot tea. You can leave once the beastly threat subsides, Lu Changsheng concluded, casually walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. All right, thank you, brother. Xiao Tong quickly emerged from her corner, hoisting her pole and following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the town lord's residence. Due to the beastly commotion, there were no guards stationed at the entrance, as they were all occupied. Xiao Tong followed Lu Changsheng into the backyard in a daze. Sit here. There is hot tea on the table. Shall I pour it for you myself? Lu Changsheng smiled gently at the still dazed Xiao Tong. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Tong opened her mouth and picked up the teapot from the table, pouring a cup for both Lu Changsheng and herself. Once seated, she took a sip of the tea and cautiously regarded Lu Changsheng, asking, Brother, are you the son of the town lord? Having seen Chundadeo before, and given Lu Changsheng his age, she could only deduce he must be the son of Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Poof! The old turtle perched on his shoulder could not stifle a laugh. Xiao Tong turned in astonishment toward the source of the laughter, only then noticing the turtle resting on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Brother, the turtle just seemed to laugh. Xiao Tong pointed in bewilderment at the old turtle on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Lu Changsheng lifted the old turtle from his shoulder, cradling it in his palm, gently pressing down. Oh, you must be mistaken. Perhaps you're just a bit on edge and misheard. At the tea that moment, the old turtle found itself dizzy from the pressure, swirling stars dancing before its eyes. Nearly fainting from the discomfort, internally lamenting, Master, have you applied too much force? All right, perhaps Xiao Tong misheard, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a series of crashing sounds reverberated from the town wall. Brother, I wonder if the guards can hold out. If the beasts breach the town, there will surely be many casualties among the townsfolk. Xiao Tong trembled as she spoke, feeling disheartened. You should first consider your own safety. Sometimes, it's best to be a little selfish. Lu Changsheng replied calmly. Xiao Tong fell silent, the distant sounds of impact echoing from the town wall, each crash resonating in her chest, as if striking her heart. Master, shall I let these little beasts continue making such noise to disturb you? Should I send the old turtle to deal with them? The old turtle's voice echoed in Lu Changsheng's mind, showing it had regained some composure. And no need. Gu Hulin and the others will be arriving shortly. We need not intervene. Lu Changsheng responded mentally to Gu Hulin. Who is Gu Hulin? The old turtle was perplexed. Just a cultivator from this realm. Lu Changsheng replied softly. Oh, it seems this cultivator possesses exceptional qualities if the master remembers his name. The old turtle mused. Lu Changsheng placed the old turtle back on his shoulder, no longer wishing to engage with it. The old turtle could be quite the chatterbox. If one indulged him, he would have an endless stream of words to share, which would become rather bothersome. The town wall. The tremors continued unabated. The walls were caving in, cracks appearing everywhere. They could only hold out a little longer before collapsing. The captain of the guards shouted from a distance. Town Lord, these beasts are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Arrows have no effect on them at all that we must retreat. The wall is about to fall. Town Lord. The steward glanced urgently at Chundadeo. Chundadeo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the dozen or so beasts below, his heart filled with deep reluctance. If only he were an immortal. If only. But alas, there are no if-onlys. Just as he was preparing to swallow his pride and seek help, a streak of light suddenly swept across the sky. Gu Hulin, accompanied by Tong Xian and a host of foundation-building disciples, landed steadily atop the town wall. Tong Xian, go slay those beasts, Gu Hulin commanded, looking down at the ordinary beasts below. Yes, master. Tong Xian immediately soared into the air. In but a fleeting moment, the attention of the demonic beasts was drawn. This spectacle left Chundadeo and the others utterly astounded. Lord Chun, we nearly arrived too late. My apologies, Gu Helen remarked, directing his gaze towards Chundadeo. We were not late at all. What are you saying, immortal Gu? Chandideo hastily waved his hand, with a gentle smile. Gu Helen glanced at the crowd, and then turned his gaze towards the rear courtyard of the town lord's residence, tilting his head and addressing them. Do not harbor any resentment towards the master in your hearts. His powers are vast, and he must have anticipated our arrival at Qingyi's sect, which is why he refrained from intervening. Moreover, for such minor demons, unless absolutely necessary, it would be somewhat beneath the master's dignity to act. Reflecting on this, Gu Helen believed that if he were a dignified transformation god, he too would prefer not to exert himself to slay a few insignificant demons unless it were absolutely imperative. No, absolutely not. Immortal Gu's words were too severe. How could we, mere mortals, dare to blame the master? Chandideo understood that the master's restraint was a matter of principle, while his willingness to intervene was a matter of compassion. We each have our own measure of judgment in our hearts. Chandideo repeatedly gestured for calm. The steward and the head of the town guards behind him nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. Now, watch closely. With Gu's personal intervention, these ordinary demonic beasts will be swiftly dispatched, Gu Helen stated, standing upon the town wall with a serene smile. Such trifling matters did not warrant his direct involvement. Understood. The crowd nodded, following Gu Helen's lead as they observed the battle, their eyes widening in awe and gasping in astonishment. These beasts, which had instilled despair in their hearts, were vanquished by the young immortal as effortlessly as cutting chives. Master, this Gu Helen is indeed astute. He speaks wisely, if not for necessity. Even a minor transformation god would be reluctant to slay a few small demons, let alone our esteemed master, the immortal emperor. The old turtle's mocking voice echoed in Lu Changsheng's mind. Then how would you prefer to proceed? Lu Changsheng mused inwardly. Ahem, the old turtle naturally looks down upon such trivial demons. It is merely to bring a bit of comfort to the master. Moreover, before the old turtle could finish, Lu Changsheng sighed. All right, be quiet. For the next day, you're not to speak, the old turtle. In a short while, the demonic beasts were nearly eradicated by Changsheng. Such ordinary demonic creatures were no match for Changsheng, who was in the foundational stage. Immortals are truly formidable. Indeed, our arrows cannot pierce their defenses, yet the immortals swiftly dismantled them in the blink of an eye. Alas, this is the disparity between us mortals and immortals. The town guards expressed their profound sentiments. Thank you, immortal Gu. Chandideo exhaled a sigh of relief. Expressing his gratitude, the Gu Helen waved his hand dismissively, but suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly raising his head to gaze at the horizon. His pupils contracted sharply. Two streaks of light were hurtling towards them, exuding a terrifying aura. More importantly, this aura was demonic. The crowd, sensing Gu Helen's gaze and serious demeanor, felt a jolt in their hearts and quickly turned to look. At that moment, the two streaks of light had already reached the town wall, and two figures gradually came into focus, a gaunt man in gray robes and a stout man in black robes. Wisps of smoky, demonic energy swirled around them. The gray-robed man casually scanned the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground, then directed his gaze towards the town wall, sneering. Qingyi sect, you are only capable of slaying some insignificant beasts from our demon realm. Am I right, Siju? The stout man rubbed his ample belly and chuckled. Tianlang, today, this pig intends to devour this entire town. Suit yourself, Tianlang replied with a dismissive glance. The town wall fell into a hush. And Chandideo and the others, gripped by fear, could not help but inch closer to Gu Helen. Master, Changsheng said, his expression grave as he locked eyes with the two figures hovering in the air. From the earlier words, he gleaned a terrifying implication. These two were very likely 8th-level demon cultivators. The Gu Helen gritted his teeth. 8th-level demon cultivators. Naturally, Chandideo and the other mortals were oblivious, but the foundational stage disciples' pupils dilated in shock, their bodies trembling with fear. 8th-level demon cultivators. What a formidable concept! They were comparable to those in the early stages of nascent soul. They were the ancestors of the nascent soul. No wonder they assumed human forms. 8th-level demon beasts possessed the ability to shape-shift. Moreover, they were referred to as demon cultivators, no longer merely demon beasts. Well, your human cultivator is quite the discerning eye. No wonder you're on the verge of advancing to the nascent soul stage. Tianlang remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Gu Helen. Siju snorted dismissively, saying, Tianlang, why waste words on them? Just kill them, as he spoke. The demonic energy surrounding him began to churn violently. Even the dullest among Qingyi and the others could discern that the gaunt and stout figures before them were not benign visitors and appeared exceedingly formidable. Master, what should we do? Tongxin's body trembled, his face paling at the sight. Though he was reluctant to perish, he certainly did not wish for death. Gu Helen swallowed nervously, his gaze darting towards the town lord's residence. But there was not a hint of movement from that direction. Master, save me! Master, save me! Gu Helen's heart cried out. Against 2 8th-level demon cultivators, even if 100 of them came, he would be powerless to resist. Hee. At that moment, Siju opened his mouth wide towards the town wall. Instantly, the world changed color. A massive phantom of a hog, covered in spikes, appeared in the sky, its size truly colossal. In the next moment, its fearsome maw lunged forward with great force. Qingyi and the others were paralyzed with fear. The phantom of the giant hog was so enormous that it seemed to eclipse the entire town of Moyu with its mouth. They felt as though the entire town was about to be swallowed whole. This was a terrifying scene unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Gu Helen's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced once more towards the town lord's residence, then gritted his teeth, forming a hand sign as he shouted, Tongxin, lead everyone back. Obeying the order, Tongxin hurriedly retreated with the other disciples, dragging the dazed Qingyi and the others down from the town wall. At that moment, 1,000 swords of light materialized around Gu Helen, rotating slowly, radiating an aura of power and brilliance reminiscent of that fateful night 5 years ago. 1,000 sword technique, go, with a swish. The 1,000 swords of light surged forth. Even in the daylight, they were magnificent and grand, like a meteor shower. Just a peak golden core cultivator. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Tianlang sneered, arms akimbo, brimming with derision as he gazed at the 1,000 swords of light. The phantom of the giant hog let out a chilling squeal, and in the next moment, the 1,000 swords of light were devoured by that massive mouth, not even able to withstand a single instant. This scene left the onlookers trembling in fear. Even Gu Helen, strong as he was, could not withstand a single exchange. Master! Tongxin's face turned ashen. 8th-level demon cultivators truly were beyond Gu Helen's capacity to withstand. Gu Helen murmured to himself, feeling despondent as he gazed at the impending M8W that moment. His peripheral vision still flickered towards the town lord's residence. He knew that as long as Lu Changsheng was willing to intervene, everything would be resolved. As they beheld the overwhelmingly oppressive phantom of the giant hog, the hearts of the crowd threatened to cease beating, their pupils quaking in trepidation. Today, you shall all perish. This declaration came from me. Siju, no one will be of any use. Siju sneered coldly. Oh, no one will be of any use? You little demon, your strength is lacking, yet your arrogance surpasses even that of your turtle grandfather. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from the town wall, causing the crowd's expressions to freeze. Master? No, this is not the master's voice or tone. In the next instant, they beheld the sky beyond the town wall, where countless inky black beams intersected, forming a semicircle. The shape resembled a turtle shell. The giant hog phantom's massive mouth lunged towards it. Crack, 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 crack. The crowd was astonished to witness a look of terror and shrinkage appear on the giant hog's face, as all its sharp teeth shattered upon impact. Subsequently, the giant hog phantom exploded, yet the interlaced, dark green beams resembling a turtle shell remained utterly unmoved. Puffed, Siju was abruptly flung back several dozen feet, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Siju, are you all right? Tianlang appeared beside him, concern etched on his face. The earlier disdain completely vanished, replaced by solemnity. Who dares to interfere in our demon realm affairs? Step forth if you possess the courage. The wiped the blood from his lips, casting a wary glance around as he let out a low growl. For a fleeting moment, the town wall fell silent. In the next instant, a hunchbacked old man clad in dark robes gradually materialized upon it. His eyes, framed by bushy brows and a beard that extended to his neck, glinted beneath the sheen of his dark skin. He pinched his handlebar mustache and, with a benevolent smile, surveyed the two demons, saying, "Grandpa Turtle, I am indeed quite bold to tea this moment." The town wall was eerily quiet. Gu Helen and the others stared, bewildered, at the uniquely adorned hunchbacked old man. When had such a figure appeared in My Town? Setting aside everything else, the mere display of power they had just witnessed was enough to leave them in shock. After all, they were in the presence of an 8th-level demon cultivator, rivaling the venerable infant ancestors. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our demon realm?" They growled hoarsely, feeling the weight of impending danger alongside Tianlang. They could not fathom the capabilities of the old man before them. The old turtle stroked his beard, lowering his hands behind his back. His expression remained impassive, but his tone dripped with disdain. Who dares interfere in the matters of the demon realm? If it weren't for the desire to avoid the incessant buzzing of that soul-obsessed fellow, your disturbance today would be insufficient to quell the turmoil of your realm, even if it were to be overturned 100 times. Upon hearing this, not only in Tianlang, but even Gu Helen and Changsheng felt their bodies tremble in shock. So audacious, setting aside the credibility of the hunchbacked old man's words. Gu Helen now found himself more curious about the identity of the master. He mentioned to think he could reflect harm back upon an 8th-level demon cultivator spoke volumes of his strength. Thus, the power of his master was a terrifying thought indeed. Arrogance glared at the old turtle, roaring in fury. Such laughable words! Overturn our demon realm 100 times. Not to mention our demon lords. Even a single one of the 5 great demon kings could crush you. Tianlang added, equally displeased. Nevertheless, they could not deny the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on their hearts. Yet, even if they were to falter, they believed that the old man could never hold them back. "Oh dear, you too little." The old turtle raised an eyebrow, about to utter something. "Do you believe I won't seal your mouths? How shameful to be bickering with 2 little demons." Suddenly, a cool voice from the direction of the town lord's residence echoed. "Old turtle, mind your manners." The old turtle shuddered in fright, bowing repeatedly, a forced smile appearing on his otherwise stony visage. Yes, my lord, please do not be angry." Witnessing the once arrogant hunchbacked old man transform into a servile figure, the onlookers were left in disbelief. The voice of their master. This formidable hunchbacked old man was in fact a servant of their master. The master he had mentioned earlier was none other than their own lord. Yet, how had they never encountered this hunchbacked old man before? Ew! And Tianlang snapped back to reality, their gazes trembling as they turned towards the town lord's residence, panic seeping into their expressions. The master spoken of by the hunchbacked old man truly existed and was right here in the town. If the hunchbacked old man was this powerful, they could hardly imagine the strength of his master. Run. Without hesitation, and Tianlang retreated in unison. "Want to flee? Have you consulted me, old turtle?" The old turtle's gaze was indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of dark green light shot forth, moving at an astonishing speed. Hiss! As in Tianlang were fleeing, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Turning back in an instant, their expressions drastically altering. The terrifying power contained within the 2 dark green beams was beyond their comprehension. They had severely underestimated this hunchbacked old man. Who are you? No, we have labored for millennia to achieve our forms. Please do not kill us." Tianlang Ant's eyes were now filled with unrestrained terror, their voices bordering on pleas, but it was too late. The dark green light vanished in an instant, and they suddenly lost consciousness, their bodies reduced to nothingness. Trash. The old turtle finally uttered the words he had left unspoken earlier. He then turned away, not sparing a glance at Gu Helen and the others. Vanishing from the town wall with a frigid demeanor. Gulp. Gu Helen and the others stared in shock at the horizon, swallowing hard in disbelief. Just now, 2 demon cultivators on par with venerable infant ancestors have been slain in a mere encounter. So powerful! Changsheng, you and the other disciples assist Lord Chen in repairing the town wall. I shall visit the town lord's residence. Gu Helen snapped back to his senses, shaking his head vigorously before rushing off. "Master, I wish to accompany you." Changsheng exclaimed eagerly. No. Gu Helen firmly refused. But master, please allow me to join you. Changsheng pleaded, attempting to charm him. Gu Helen relented, grabbing Changsheng and soaring towards the town lord's residence. His voice trailing back. The remaining disciples shall help Lord Chun repair the wall. The disciples wore expressions of dismay. They too wished to witness the extraordinary master. How they envied Changsheng for being such a favored disciple. Ahem, esteemed immortals, perhaps you should rest at the town lord's residence. I and the town guards can handle matters here, Qingyi suggested with a respectful smile. Indeed, esteemed immortals, you must be weary. Do take a break. Such labor is unnecessary for you. The steward quickly chimed in. No. Lord Chun, you flatter us? Elder Gu has given orders. We dare not slack off. The disciples hastily waved their hands, smiling. Elder Gu mentioned that the formidable master has resided at the town lord's residence for several years. We cannot afford to neglect Lord Chun, they insisted. Chundadeo and the steward exchanged glances, a hint of pride flickering in their eyes. When had their faces shone with such radiance? These immortals treated the king of Lishe with such lofty regard. And now, all of this was thanks to their master. Town guard captain, inform the townsfolk that they are safe. Chundadeo laughed heartily, gesturing widely in the back courtyard of the town lord's residence. Outside seemed to be safe now. Quick, return home, Lu Changsheng said, gently pressing down on the old turtle beneath the table while casting a warm smile at Xiaotong. The old turtle's eyes bulged, struggling to breathe, with its front claws pressed tightly against its mouth to suppress its cries of agony. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the very marrow. Brother, how do you know it is safe? Xiaotong asked, bewildered. There's been no commotion. What do you think? Lu Changsheng replied. Oh, right. Xiaotong suddenly jumped up, her face alight with excitement. The town lord's residence is incredible, defeating fearsome demon beasts with the strength of mere mortals. Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Then thank you for today, brother. Next time, I will bring delicious fruits for you. Xiaotong bowed deeply. All right. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, waving her off gently. After she left, Gu Helen's voice rang out from outside. Master, Helen requests an audience. Lu Changsheng casually tossed the old turtle into the pond. Lightly clapping his lips and yawning. Oh, I am tired. I shall not meet today. With that, he leaned against the pavilion railing and closed his eyes. The fish in the pond, having witnessed the old turtle's plummet, had all huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Master, what should we do if the master says he is tired? Changsheng looked at Gu Helen with pleading eyes. Smack. Gu Helen delivered a sharp knock on Changsheng's head. Scolding, what kind of man have you become? Whining like a child. Changsheng winced, covering his head, his expression turning serious. Humph. Now, that is more like it. You should learn more from your junior brother Lindong. Gu Helen retorted, casting a regretful glance at the courtyard before bowing and departing. Changsheng secretly rolled his eyes, mimicking the gesture, before hastily following suit in the demon realm. A drowsy demon beast suddenly noticed that the two soul lamps on the platform had extinguished. It smirked nonchalantly, yet the calm expression on its face gradually stiffened. Suddenly, it sprang to its feet, terror written all over its face. Heavens, the Tianlang and demons. The extinguished soul lamps belonged to two demon generals. The demon beast's mouth twitched, and it stumbled out, exclaiming, "This is bad, this is bad. What did you say?" Bang! The demonic beast was sent sprawling by a kick from Li Tengxue, who coldly commanded it to rise. The beast promptly returned to a kneeling position and stammered, "Your Majesty, the soul lamps of the two demon generals, the celestial wolf and the thorned boar, have extinguished." After a moment's contemplation, Li Tengxue raised an eyebrow and vanished from sight. Determined to investigate personally, soon he reappeared, his brow furrowed in concern. Two demon generals, who held a modicum of status even within the demon realm, had perished so swiftly. How long had it been since that formidable cultivator had seemingly concealed themselves within the Lishui Empire? The master of the Qingyi sect? Unthinkable. Even if the celestial wolf and thorned boar could not defeat him, they would undoubtedly have managed to escape. Could it be that other cultivators from the Lingshan realm were involved? This matter necessitated a visit to the demon realm to settle accounts with Zhao Xinyuan. though would likely result in further ridicule. Be gone, Li Tengshi said dismissively before vanishing. The beast, whose nerves had been taut with fear, immediately sighed in relief, drenched in sweat. He genuinely feared that the Demon King would take its life in a fit of rage, in the demon realm. Within the hall, Zhao Xianyao was sharing drinks with Chu Qingtsong when a chilling voice rang out from outside. Zhao Xianyao, come forth. Zhao Xianyao exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Qingtsong, and the two vanished from their seats. They materialized outside the hall, standing face to face with Li Tengshi and another Demon King. Before Li Tengshi could speak, Zhao Xianyao grinned and quipped, "Has the Demon King Tengshi conquered Li Shui and come to flaunt his victory? Congratulations, congratulations. Truly, the Demon King Tengshi is formidable." Chu Qingtsong nodded in agreement, gesturing respectfully. Seeing this, Li Tengshi's ire surged, his face flushed with anger as he gravely declared, "Zhao Xianyao, you deliberately provoked me. Why did you not mention the presence of powerful cultivators in Li Shui? This has cost our realm the lives of 2 demon generals." Zhao Xianyao had intended to continue his mockery, but upon hearing Li Tengshi's words, his expression shifted subtly. The death of 2 demon generals? In that case, the failure of the Black Tongue Demon and the Nightmare Demon clan he had dispatched earlier seemed trivial in comparison. "You must provide an explanation today." Li Tengshi fixed his icy gaze upon Zhao Xianyao. "An explanation? What do you wish to hear?" Zhao Xianyao retorted, his demeanor equally unyielding. "Are you suggesting that my 2 demon generals died in vain?" Li Tengshi's fists clenched slowly, his voice chillingly resolute. "A farce." Zhao Xianyao scoffed, waving his sleeve dismissively. "You, Li Tengshi, are one of the 5 great demon kings. Instead of seeking out the true culprits, you come to demand answers from me. How amusing. Are you implying that you will not provide an explanation?" Li Tengshi's voice dropped, almost a whisper. Zhao Xianyuan's eyes narrowed momentarily before he replied with a smile. "There will be no explanations from me. As for anything else, I am more than willing to oblige. This." Chu Qingtsong and the Demon King flanking Li Tengshi began to tense, their fists gradually tightening. It seemed that this matter would not simply pass by unnoticed today. "Very well, Zhao Xianyao, you are indeed bold. Since you refuse to give an explanation, I shall compel one from you." Li Tengshi's lips curled into a sinister smile, his aura swelling ominously. "Caw, caw, caw." The crows perched upon the withered trees were startled into flight. A cacophony of flapping wings echoing through the air. "You have overstepped your bounds, you reckless fool." Zhao Xianyao sneered, a thick fog erupting around him, his form flickering within. "King of the Diamond Demons, fight alongside me." Li Tengshi commanded, transforming into a colossal serpent, coiling and undulating, adorned with a pair of diminutive wings. His crimson eyes and massive forked tongue lent him an air of terror. The Diamond Demon King morphed into a giant ape, baring its teeth menacingly at Zhao Xianyao and Chu Qingtsong. "Qingtsong, among the 5 great demon kings, your strength is unparalleled. You should have no trouble bringing this wretched diamond demon to its knees." Zhao Xianyao remarked, his eyes narrowing. Chu Qingtsong gazed up at the giant ape, smiling. "It is said that the Diamond Demon King possesses the greatest strength among the 5 great demon kings. Today, I shall put that claim to the test. However, let me remind you that size does not equate to strength." In the next moment, Chu Qingtsong propelled himself off the ground, launching towards the Diamond Demon King like a cannonball. Boom! The earth beneath him shattered like a spider's web under the impact of his foot. Haha! Though usually quite foolish when it comes to battle, Qingtsong is truly exceptional. Zhao Xianyao mused, then turned to Li Tengshi, smiling lightly. "Qingtsong is correct. Size does not guarantee strength, just as you and your reckless kin exemplify." Li Tengshi's pupils flashed with ferocity as he barreled toward Zhao Xianyao, declaring, "Today, if I do not cripple you, I shall not bear the surname Li." Meanwhile, the tumultuous sounds from the Demon King's hall attracted the attention of numerous demonic creatures, who gaped at the colossal serpent and apes soaring through the sky, hastily reporting the events to the other 3 demon kings. Boom! The Diamond Demon King swung a fist, only to have it met by Chu Qingtsong's counterpunch, the impact reverberating through the air. The visual spectacle was staggering. The diamond demon's fist dwarfed Changsheng's entire form by 100-fold. I had heard the tales of the strength of the demon King Changsheng, but I did not believe them until now. The diamond demon king remarked gravely. It struggled to comprehend how the power of a demon could rival that of a beast, a notion it found absurd. Haha, Changsheng offered no explanation, instead appearing instantaneously before the diamond king's temple, unleashing a devastating punch. The ferocity of his assault belied the fact that he was a mere demon. The diamond demon king, however, was no slouch. Despite its size, it was quick. It barely dodged the strike, though a chill had run through it at the ferocity of Changsheng's onslaught. Xianyao, Changsheng. At that moment, the other three demon kings arrived, their expressions stern as they surveyed the situation. Tangsha abruptly distanced himself from Xianyao, casting a wary glance at the three demon kings before turning to Xianyao with a chilling smile. Zhao Xianyao, you wouldn't dare to be so shameless as to use your numbers to bully me, would you? Zhao Xianyuan's face hardened, his expression devoid of warmth. All of you demon kings, join forces. Today, I shall sever your serpent's tail. To dare to wreak havoc in our demon realm, there must be consequences. The three demon kings nodded in agreement, their expressions unyielding. They thought to themselves, indeed, this behavior is quintessentially Zhao Xianyuan. You! Li Tangsha's expression shifted, disbelief coloring his words. How despicable! Are you not afraid that the other demons in your realm will mock you for this? Do you not feel ashamed? Ha ha ha! Spare me your empty words. The victor is king, and the vanquished are but thieves. Zhao Xianyuan laughed heartily, relishing the prospect of this underhanded tactic, finding it far more exhilarating than a one-on-one confrontation. Tangsha's expression darkened as he regarded the four demon kings opposite him. His complexion turning a sickly green. It seemed today would not end well for him. That in the Lingshan realm. News of the Qingyi sect's plot to seize the celestial tomb, coupled with their impending invasion of the Lingshan realm, had finally spread throughout the entire eastern region. As for the southern, western, and northern regions, due to their distance and unfamiliarity, it would take considerable time for the news to circulate. Once the information was disseminated, it naturally elicited skepticism from numerous sects, with very few taking any action. Though there were exceptions that, in the Feishing Valley Hall of the eastern region, the Valley Master Yuan Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inquired, "Elders, what are your thoughts on the news disseminated by the Qingyi sect regarding the eastern region?" An elder stepped forward and bowed, replying, "Valley Master, regardless of the truth of this matter, we must ask, what purpose would the demon and monster realms have in seeking the celestial tomb? Everyone knows the tomb has remained shrouded in mystery for countless ages. The secrets of immortality have yet to be uncovered." Indeed, the other elders nodded in agreement. Based solely on this point, they were skeptical that the demon and monster realms would pursue the celestial tomb. What could possibly be gained from such a venture? If the demon sovereign and monster sovereign wished to comprehend its mysteries, they could simply visit the tomb directly. Why go to such lengths? After all, the celestial tomb belonged to no one, and anyone could seek enlightenment within its confines. Yuan Hua pursed his lips and added, "But what if the information disseminated by the Qingyi sect is indeed true?" The elders were momentarily taken aback, yet one elder chuckled and remarked, "Sect Master, according to our previous assessments, the likelihood of this matter being true is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the Qingyi sect is not an insignificant faction in the eastern region, especially with a master alchemist like Gu Helen among them. It is perplexing why they would." Yuan Hua interjected calmly, "There is no need for further discourse. What I inquired earlier, what if it is indeed true?" A silence enveloped the hall for a brief moment. With many elders' gazes flickering, one elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and stated, "Sect Master, even if it is true, we remain unaware of the timing of the demon and monster realms assault. Are we to dispatch personnel to the eastern region indefinitely? Shall we endure for 10 years, or even 100, waiting in vain?" The elders nodded in agreement, as this reflected their own thoughts. Furthermore, even if the demon and monster realms did launch an attack, they would still be quite distant from the direction of the immortal tomb and would not pose an immediate threat at that juncture. The various sects from the southeast, southwest, and north could join forces, rendering the demon and monster realms insignificant. It would be wiser to focus on their own affairs first. Yuan Hua's gaze flickered as he turned to one elder, saying, "Elder Wu, select a few elite disciples to accompany you to the Qingyi sect. 3 years. If after 3 years there is no unusual movement from the demon and monster realms, return." The elders were momentarily taken aback, eager to voice their opinions. Yuan Hua's eyes hardened. Silence. The elders promptly fell silent. Elder Wu, having received the order, stepped forward and bowed. "I shall obey the sect master's command." Yuan Hua nodded, his gaze seemingly traversing countless mountains and rivers, gazing longingly towards the direction of the Qingyi sect. Murmuring to himself, "Master Miaojuan, I am aware of your character. I shall support you against the tide of opposition this time." Meanwhile, in the eastern region, at the Qingyi Thunder Peak, if the Qingyi sect and the Feishing Valley could be regarded as significant factions in the eastern region's cultivation world, then the Qingyi Thunder Peak was undoubtedly the dominator. Towering high, it pierced the clouds, with its summit perpetually shrouded in thunder and lightning, never ceasing to in comparison. The peak where the Qingyi sect resided seemed like a youthful, tranquil presence, while the Qingyi Thunder Peak resembled a formidable, mature force, exuding dominance. Rumble. At this moment, near the summit of the Qingyi Thunder Peak, thunder boomed above, while below stood 2 figures. One sat in meditation with closed eyes, while the other bowed respectfully. "Recently, has there been any news of Zhang Daoyou's ascension?" inquired a middle-aged man in a plain robe, his tone neither overly enthusiastic nor dispassionate. "There has yet to be any news regarding the ascension of the ancestor from the Xianyao Institute, but it is said to be imminent," replied the middle-aged man, who appeared somewhat less imposing. "The Xianyao Institute lies in the western region, a fair distance from my Qingyi Thunder Peak. Ensure that the moment you receive news, you report it to me immediately. During this time, I shall refrain from seclusion," the middle-aged man in plain robes stated calmly. "The tribulation period of ascension is a rare occurrence, one that occurs once in a millennium. Each instance is invaluable for cultivators of the divine transformation stage and above." "Yes, ancestor, rest assured," the middle-aged man replied, yet he hesitated, seemingly wanting to say more. Is there something else?" At that moment, the middle-aged man in plain robes opened his eyes, revealing a gaze that flickered with lightning, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. Observing his features, he was indeed one of the great cultivators who had appeared after Lu Changsheng and the old turtle departed the ascension passage, Jiang Yuan. It was revealed that he was the ancestor of the Qingyi Thunder Peak. The middle-aged man trembled slightly and, after a moment's hesitation, continued, "Ancestor, a piece of news has been widely circulated in the eastern region's cultivation world regarding the Qingyi sect." Moments later, having finished his words, the middle-aged man bowed his head, trembling, filled with intense regret. Had he known this trivial matter would be brought to the ancestor's attention, he would have kept silent. It was entirely unnecessary. "The demon and monster realms are plotting against the immortal tomb?" Jiang Yuan's eyes clouded with confusion. As a tribulation-level cultivator, he did not immediately doubt the veracity of this matter. Rather, he pondered other possibilities. For countless ages, the secrets of the immortal tomb were said to be unfathomable. But if the news of the demon and monster realms suddenly plotting against the immortal tomb were true, did it not imply that they possessed a means to uncover the secrets of longevity hidden within? Yet if they had such means, why the grand display? Would it not be wiser to act covertly? It was indeed contradictory. "What is the source of this news?" Jiang Yuan inquired, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was taken aback, responding with utmost respect, "Ancestor, it originates from the Qingyi sect." The next moment, Jiang Yuan slowly stood, his form becoming ethereal in the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man. Only his voice remained. "I shall pay a visit to the Qingyi sect. Keep a close watch. If Zhang Daoyu undergoes the ascension tribulation, relay the message at once. In the eastern region, at the Qingyi sect." Today's Qingyi sect was livelier than ever before. The disciples had previously observed numerous spirit boats darting across the sky, present. Within the grand hall, there were dozens of figures, all elders from various sects in the eastern region, as well as elders from the Qingyi sect itself. Fortunately, The grand hall of the Qingyi sect was incredibly spacious, easily accommodating them. Why haven't we seen your esteemed sect's Gu elder? Indeed, where is old Gu? I'd hoped to request his assistance in refining some medicinal pills. Where is he? The elders from various sects were searching for Gu Helen's presence, and upon finding none, they turned to the Qingyi sect's elders with inquiring smiles. It was evident that Gu Helen had gained some renown in the cultivation world. Esteemed elders from various sects. Gu Helen is currently still in the secular world. The Grand Elder replied with a courteous smile. I see. The elders from various sects nodded in understanding. Just then, Xianyao gracefully entered the hall. Sect Master Shun. The elders from various sects quickly bowed in greeting. Xianyao scanned the hall, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her heart sighed. Indeed, there were far too few sects willing to believe. There were scarcely 15 elders present. The eastern region was vast, teeming with both large and small sects, yet only these few had arrived, most of which were minor sects, with only a select few like the Feishing Valley being comparable to her Qingyi sect. Soon, Xianyao took her seat at the dais. As soon as she settled, Elder Wu from the Feishing Valley stood and asked, Sect Master, could you elaborate on what transpired earlier that led your Qingyi sect to suspect the demon and monster realms are plotting against the immortal tomb? Upon hearing this, the elders from various sects turned their attention to Xianyao intently. They understood that their presence here would inevitably consume a significant amount of time, which would otherwise have been better spent in seclusion, searching for treasures. Grand Elder, please share the details with them. Xianyao replied coolly. The Grand Elder bowed slightly and began to recount the events to the gathered elders. Esteemed elders, the situation is as follows. Moments later, the elders from various sects furrowed their brows in contemplation, realizing that the first to discover this matter was indeed Gu Helen. Additionally, based on the Grand Elder's earlier statements and analyses, coupled with the unusual demonic afflictions plaguing the Lishui Empire in recent years, it seemed that there was indeed substance to the claims. Sect Master Shun. The Sect Master has decreed that I shall lead the disciples to guard the Lishui Empire and its surrounding secular empires for 3 years. If during this period any unusual demonic occurrences arise, we will collectively disseminate the truth of this matter. However, if there are no occurrences as you have described, we shall return to our valley. Elder Wu stated, visibly relieved. The other elders from various sects nodded in agreement. Indeed, the truth of the matter would ultimately depend on subsequent events. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elders. Xianyao rose and offered a slight bow. Sect Master Shun, we shall take our leave, the elders from various sects replied, bowing in unison before departing from the Grand Hall to summon their respective disciples. Sect Master, 3 years. Surely the demon and monster realms will stir trouble again during that time. When they do, the sects will witness it firsthand and will undoubtedly believe. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the other elders and then turned to Xianyao, speaking with evident excitement. Xianyao remained expressionless, betraying no hint of joy. 3 years is but a fleeting moment for the demon and monster realms. Whether they will make a move is uncertain. The last time, they lay dormant for 5 years. If the demon and monster realms do not act within these 3 years, the Qingyi sect will become a laughingstock. Dismissed, I am weary. Xianyao waved her hand weakly and closed her eyes. The elders quietly withdrew, leaving without a sound sigh. Xianyao exhaled, gesturing towards the teacup on the table, which flew into her hand. She took a sip, opened her eyes, and froze on a middle-aged man in plain robes stood silently in the Grand Hall, gazing at her with an expressionless demeanor. Xianyao instinctively frowned, preparing to reprimand him, but her pupils suddenly constricted. Memories surged forth from the depths of her mind, and she abruptly recalled. The former peak master of the Ziji, Thunder Peak. The dominator of the eastern region's cultivation world, Jiang, esteemed Elder Jiang. Xianyao approached the prince with a pale face, deeply bowing before Jiang, her voice trembling slightly. She had only glimpsed Jiang from a distance during her foundational stage training. She was uncertain of his sudden visit to Qingyi sect today. There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master of Qingyi, Jiang said with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Xianyao slowly straightened her posture, yet still bowed respectfully, inquiring, Elder Jiang, May I ask the reason for your unexpected arrival at Qingyi sect? She did not believe Jiang Yuan had come to seek their ancestor. After all, their ancestor was a notable figure in the eastern region's cultivation world, but not of such stature as to warrant a personal visit from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. I have come to inquire about the schemes of the demon and monster realms regarding the immortal tomb. Might the sect master of Qingyi enlighten me? At that moment, Xianyao heart raced with excitement. The fact that the leader of the eastern region's cultivation world was taking an interest in this matter was extraordinary. If Elder Jiang believed their prior revelations, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of the entire Lingchun cultivation realm. Elder Jiang, this matter is indeed of utmost authenticity, she exclaimed. Quickly, Xianyao divulged all the intricate details of the events to Jiang Yuan. He nodded occasionally, his expression remaining impassive. Had it not been for a certain transcendent elder intervening, our secular empire would have suffered grievously. Xianyao sighed at last. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. Which transcendent cultivator are you referring to? What is their name? In the entire Lingchun cultivation realm, although transcendent cultivators were not as rare as those in the tribulation phase, they were still far from common that he was familiar with most of them. That transcendent elder is named Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, certain that he had never heard of this name. Not a single transcendent cultivator from the southern, western, or northern regions bore that name. Xianyao discerned Jiang Yuan's thoughts from his expression and respectfully continued. Elder Jiang, that transcendent elder has been living in seclusion. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, not dwelling on it further. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Xianyao forehead. Instantly, her gaze grew vacant. Jiang Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he extracted every memory from her mind with precision. The concentrated and peculiar demonic afflictions, the proximity of the Lishui Empire to the immortal tomb, and the presence of a young man in a green robe were all revealed to him. It appeared that the conspiracy between the demon and monster realms regarding the immortal tomb was indeed true. How splendid! Was this youth the secluded, transcendent cultivator he mentioned earlier, truly an individual he had yet to encounter? With that thought, Jiang Yuan withdrew his finger to, Xianyao collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in agony. Her face ashen, she had been soul-searched. With this, her aspirations of advancing to the transcendent stage had become exceedingly difficult. However, facing a tribulation-level cultivator, she dared not express her anger, nor question him. With a bitter smile, Xianyao said, Elder Jiang, you must surely know the truth of this matter. Could you inform the various sects in the cultivation realm? I believe they would trust your account. Jiang Yuan cast her a stoic glance, his form gradually fading as he replied indifferently, the veracity of this matter is for me to determine. Sect Master, please take your rest. Upon hearing this, Xianyao momentarily froze, ultimately clutching her head in silence. Far away, in the town of Mayu, Lu Changsheng, sensing Jiang Yuan's soul-searching of Xianyao, remained expressionless, continuing his routine of eating and drinking in the backyard of the town lord's residence. An old turtle transformed in a human form sat across from Lu Changsheng. After pouring him a glass of wine, it cautiously inquired, Master, when do you plan to return to the Four Directions immortal realm? Lu Changsheng took a sip of his wine, glanced at him, and replied, You have been with me for quite some time. Do you still not understand me? The old turtle chuckled awkwardly and sighed. Master, naturally I understand you. You are immortal, and in your past moments of boredom, you would take me along to wander the world to pass the time. However, what you may not know is that since your disappearance, significant upheavals have occurred in the immortal realm. Those emperors are nearing their breaking point. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he extended his hand before the old turtle, calculating with his fingers, and said nonchalantly, No, those fellows can still hold on. The old turtle was momentarily at a loss for words. You might as well calculate how much lifespan they have left. Lu Changsheng casually took out a date, popped it into his mouth, and continued. The Ling Tian Immortal Emperor of the Eastern Immortal Realm has approximately 100,000 years of lifespan remaining. The Fengjiu Immortal Emperor of the Western Immortal Realm has about 30,000 years left. The Yin Yang Immortal Emperor of the Southern Immortal Realm has around 50,000 years. The Wuxia Immortal Emperor of the Northern Mortal Realm has roughly 60,000 years left. As for the Changsheng Immortal Emperor of the Central Mortal Realm, their lifespan is so abundant, it is virtually inexhaustible. With a flick of his finger, Lu Changsheng sent a date pit flying at the old turtle's head, remarking blandly, "Your audacity is growing. You dare to jest with me." Hiss, the old turtle clutched the bump on its head. Wincing in pain. So, they still have quite a bit of lifespan left, then. Naturally, they can still endure, Lu Changsheng said softly. What you say is true, the old turtle quickly agreed, though internally it mourned for those immortal emperors for a moment. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng produced the abyssal demon spear and placed it before the old turtle, saying, "This cursed artifact shall remain with you." The old turtle stared blankly at the abyssal demon spear, incredulous. "Master, why would you keep such a worthless artifact by your side?" "It is unworthy." The abyssal demon spear trembled slightly, feeling as if it had received 1,000 blows. "Oh well, I'm just bored anyway. I might as well keep it around for amusement until my master comes to save it," Lu Changsheng said, rising to head towards his room, feeling somewhat fatigued. The old turtle, a bit speechless, picked up the abyssal demon spear and gently bent it crack. A small fissure appeared at the point of bending. "I haven't even exerted myself yet, and it's already falling apart. Truly a worthless item," the old turtle scoffed, tossing the abyssal demon spear onto the ground and dismissing it. The abyssal demon spear quivered in fear. The young man's servant was indeed a formidable figure. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, "Damn you, Xianyao, you despicable and shameless scoundrel, I shall avenge this severed tail." Li Tungsha lay on the Grand Hall's bed. Seething with anger and resentment. 4 demon lords had besieged him, a mere demon king, utterly shameless. Moments later, Li Tungsha composed himself and darted out of the hall, transforming into a colossal serpent that slithered into a massive cave. He needed time to recover from his injuries. Time passed silently, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. The elders from the Feishing Valley and other sects departed in disappointment. Soon after, mocking voices from the eastern region's cultivation realm rose against Qingyi sect. Fortunately, they had sensed the unreliability of the situation early on and refrained from spreading the news to the southern, western, and northern regions. Otherwise, the eastern region's cultivation realm would have been ridiculed. The current sect master of Qingyi sect was, after all, rather inexperienced. It was said that the ancestor of Qingyi sect was in seclusion. Should they emerge to witness the current state of affairs, who could say what their reaction would be? This was merely a baseless matter. What could be sought from the immortal tomb? Qingyi sect, after all, had a peak Yuanian cultivator overseeing it, yet they were cowardly as mice in the grand hall of Qingyi sect. Xianyao sat expressionlessly at the top, her gaze distant, her complexion slightly pale. The aftereffects of having her soul searched by Jiang Yuan 3 years ago had yet to subside. She feared that advancing to the transcendent stage would now be nearly impossible for her. The fact that she had been forcibly soul-searched remained her secret. She had not confided in anyone. She knew that sharing it would be futile, only adding to her distress. Sect Master, as expected, all the sects in the eastern region's cultivation world are mocking us. The Grand Elder surveyed the silent assembly of elders and turned to Xianyao with a sigh. Nowadays, they dared not venture out to play chess or drink tea with old friends. Xianyao rose and said calmly, "Let them mock. There will come a day when they regret it." The ancient crane beneath her sighed heavily. That moment, Xianyao's eyes flickered and a talisman appeared in her hand, igniting in flames. Following that, a voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. "The ancestor of the Xianyao courtyard from the western region will undergo the Ascension Tribulation in 3 months. All Yuanian and above cultivators for various regions are cordially invited to witness." The tribulation phase, the Ascension Tribulation. The elders of the Grand Hall exchanged shocked glances, gasping in disbelief. "Master, this is indeed excellent news. The matter of the ancestor of the Leisure Institute transcending the tribulation will surely sweep across the entire realm of cultivation." Leaving the various sects no time to pay attention to our Qingyi sect, Gu Helen stepped forward to reassure. For some reason, over the past 3 years, he had felt an inexplicable unease regarding Xianyao, as if something was amiss. Just as Xianyao was about to speak, a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to them, suddenly appeared in the hall. Ancestor, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The ancestor had actually emerged from seclusion. Could it be that he had successfully advanced to the transformation stage? Their hearts surged with shock, but they also found a sense of stability. The affairs of the sect will be managed by the Grand Elder. Miaojuan, accompany me to the western region to observe the Ascension Tribulation, Shun Jingtao said with a smile as he looked at Shun Miaojuan. Ancestor, Shun Miaojuan hesitated. Shun Jingtao's gaze turned inquisitive. Then he swept his eyes over the elders and spoke with a smile. I am aware of the plot between the demon realms concerning the immortal tomb. That it is no wonder you have been preoccupied. In the future, you shall understand that you should focus on your own matters and not concern yourselves with the opinions or words of others. The elders were taken aback. Then a wave of warmth filled their hearts. They had expected to be reprimanded by the ancestor, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Ancestor, as for the Ascension Tribulation, Miaojuan shall not attend. Shun Miaojuan said dryly. Not attending, Shun Jingtao's eyes flickered with confusion as he spoke solemnly. Miaojuan, do you understand how beneficial it is to observe the Ascension Tribulation for those of the nascent soul? Transformation and even tribulation stages? This is a rare opportunity. The elders were equally stunned. Indeed, why would one not go? Especially the Grand Elder, who, aside from Shun Miaojuan, was the only other nascent soul cultivator in Qingyi sect, was desperate to attend. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Shun Miaojuan's body trembled slightly as she pressed her lips together tightly. Just then, as if sensing something, Shun Jingtao's expression shifted. He instantly appeared before Shun Miaojuan, tapping her forehead with a finger, and soon, amidst the astonished eyes of the elders, he exclaimed in a harsh voice, Your spiritual sense is severely damaged. You have been soul-searching. Speak. Who did this? I shall tear him apart. The current leader of the sect had been soul-searched. The elders' pupils constricted as they exchanged looks. When had this happened? Why had she not said anything? Speak freely, and I shall support you. Shun Jingtao's gaze was sharp, his brow furrowed in darkness. The humiliation of having the current leader of Qingyi sect subjected to soul-searching was a profound disgrace. It was as if he had been disregarded entirely. How dare they? Moreover, as he was now at the transformation stage, he felt emboldened. The elders felt the fury emanating from Shun Jingtao and fell silent in fear. The ancestor was enraged. Under such intense questioning, Shun Miaojuan could only bitterly reply. Ziji Lei Feng, Jiang Yuan. The elders were momentarily stunned, their ears ringing as if struck by thunder. In the eastern region and the entire Lingchen cultivation realm, who did not know the name of Jiang Yuan. The ancestor of Ziji Lei Feng? Cough. What on earth happened? Miaojuan. Shun Jingtao quickly suppressed his anger, clearing his throat awkwardly as he asked, if the one whose soul searcher was Jiang Yuan, then for the time being, it could be overlooked. Without sufficient strength, one must endure even if beaten. Not surprised by the change in Shun Jingtao's expression, Shun Miaojuan spoke softly. 3 years ago, after Shun Miaojuan recounted the events, the faces of the elders were filled with rage. To be subjected to soul-searching without cause was utterly outrageous. Did they not understand the grave harm that soul-searching inflicted upon a cultivator? Could those at the tribulation stage act with impunity? Moreover, that Jiang Yuan, having gained the truth from the soul search, had shown no sign of action in the 3 years since. It was infuriating. Thus, this time, Miaojuan would not attend the observation of the Ascension Tribulation. It would be futile, and should she encounter Jiang Yuan there, as Shun Miaojuan gazed at Shun Jingtao, her voice thick with emotion, what troubled her most was that ever since being soul-searched 3 years ago, her path in cultivation seemed to reveal its end all too clearly. Shun Jingtao remained silent for a long while before finally sighing towards the heavens. Miaojuan, it is my inadequacy if he were also at the tribulation stage. Jiang Yuan would surely not dare to be so brazen. Alas, there are no ifs. Ancestor, do not blame yourself. After all, Jiang Yuan is the dominant figure in the eastern region's cultivation realm. Our Qingyi sect, a small faction, is naturally not one to provoke, Shun Miaojuan reassured, seeing the look of remorse on Shun Jingtao's face. Shun Jingtao waved his hand, feeling somewhat powerless as he said, Miaojuan, rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to restore your spiritual sense. Here is a spirit herb that may assist in the recovery of your spiritual sense. Please accept it." Saying this, he flipped his hand and presented a blue flower radiating a misty aura to Xianyao, sighed, and then vanished. Qiantuo flower. The elders gazed in astonishment at the blue flower in Xianyao's hand, marveling inwardly. Truly, the ancestor was remarkable to possess such a treasure. Xianyao looked at the flower in her hand, also sighing inwardly. The Qiantuo flower was indeed quite effective for restoring spiritual sense. But sadly, there was only one that, given the severe damage to her spiritual sense, its efficacy felt somewhat inadequate. She then turned to the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, you are now also at the early nascent soul stage. You should accompany the ancestor to observe the ascension tribulation." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth before finally bowing and saying, "Understood." As for the other elders, they would remain in the secular world to guard against any eventualities. Understood. Soon, the elders of the hall departed, leaving only Gu Helen, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Elder Gu, do you have something to say?" Xianyao asked curiously. Gu Helen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Master, I have recently passed the heart demon tribulation, and the nascent soul lightning tribulation may be approaching soon." Xianyao was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Elder Gu, you overcame the heart demon tribulation in just one attempt." She had once been overwhelmed by this tribulation, taking 3 attempts to succeed. It was pure luck. Gu Helen chuckled humbly. Xianyao nodded in approval, then frowned and said, "However, the ancestor and the Grand Elder are heading to the western region to observe the ascension tribulation. At that time, 3 must be present to guard you. Our sect counts as 1. But 2 more are needed. The nascent soul lightning tribulation cannot be guarded by Golden Core elders, as they might perish beneath the lightning." Master, there is no need to trouble the sect this time. I have already discussed this with my teacher, and he has agreed to assist me in guarding. Gu Helen smiled. Xianyao paused. She naturally knew that the teacher Gu Helen referred to as the young man in the green robe. Having a transformation stage guardian was indeed more secure than a nascent soul guardian, so she smiled and said, "Very well. Then I shall congratulate you in advance on your ascension to the nascent soul stage." If Gu Helen were to ascend to the nascent soul stage, the overall strength of Qingyi sect would undoubtedly rise significantly. Gu Helen shook his head bitterly. He was uncertain whether he would succeed in his ascension. He feared that he might suffer severe injuries or even perish during the lightning tribulation in the demon realm. A colossal serpent emerged from a massive cave, transforming into a young man with his upper body bare. "At last, my tail has healed," the lead tongue snake murmured. "The tongue snake demon king, you have finally emerged from seclusion." The King Kong demon king approached, having sensed Li Tongue Snake's aura, and hurried over. "King Kong demon king, how long have I been in seclusion?" Li Tongue Snake inquired curiously. 3 years. The King Kong demon king replied, continuing, "Tongue Snake demon king, shall we gather the other 3 demon kings and seek revenge in the demon realm? I've been unable to swallow this anger for 3 long years." Upon hearing this, Li Tongue Snake's expression fluctuated before he asked, "In these 3 years, have they made a move against Li Shui?" "No. Our demon sovereign and their demon sovereign seem to have vanished, and no orders have been issued." The King Kong demon king explained. By the way, it seems that Zhang Yudao from the Leisure Institute in the western region of the Lingchen cultivation realm is about to transcend the tribulation. The King Kong demon king suddenly remarked that, "Oh." Li Tongue Snake's eyes brightened as he grinned maliciously. "That is indeed a favorable opportunity. I imagine that those above the nascent soul stage from the Qingyi sect have all gone to observe." The King Kong demon king chuckled and said precisely, "You intend to?" "Yes, take advantage of this opportunity to send the Earth Dragon Bear to directly seize Li Shui." Li Tongue Snake sneered at AS for the account with Zhao Xinyuan. "We can settle that later." The King Kong demon king's pupils contracted slightly. The Earth Dragon Bear, however, this is a demon cultivator ranked 3rd in strength, aside from the 5 great demon kings of the demon realm. Surely, this cannot be the case. Wasn't it said that all cultivators above the nascent soul stage from the Qingyi sect have perished? Sending the Earth Dragon Bear seems rather excessive. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Zhang Yudao from the Carefree Academy is facing the tribulation of ascension. How intriguing. Zhao Xianyao let out a cold smile, a glimmer of urgency flashing his eyes. His abyssal demon spear had been away for over 8 years. Through the faint connection of their souls, he knew that the spear was still in the vicinity of Li Shui. This time, he must retrieve it. Furthermore, he intended to completely seize Li Shui, as he no longer held any hopes for the useless beings of the demon realm. For reasons unknown, the demon lord had not made any contact thus far, and Zhao Xianyao no longer wished to wait. He would take matters into his own hands, remembering the immortal tomb and the astonishing plan of the demon lord and the demon sovereign. Zhao Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with intense excitement and bloodlust. This time, it would be he, Zhao Xianyuan, who would unfurl the curtain of war. The autumn wind was desolate in the town of Moyu, at the town lord's manor. Gu Helen brought Changsheng and Lin Dong to the backyard with childlike innocence. They respectfully gazed at the figure fishing in the pavilion and called out in unison. Master Lu Changsheng gently lifted his fishing rod and replied softly, "Take a seat. Yes. Gu Helen promptly sat down at the stone table behind Lu Changsheng, while Changsheng and Lin Dong stood obediently behind him. 8 years had passed since Lin Dong embarked on the path of cultivation. Now, he was robust and resolute in appearance, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage due to possessing a top-tier fire spiritual root, just a step away from foundation establishment. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of a top-tier fire spiritual root. Changsheng, too, had long since advanced to the mid-foundation stage and was now progressing towards the late foundation stage. However, his countenance still resembled that of a youth, likely a result of consuming a beauty-preserving elixir. With a master alchemist like Gu Helen as his mentor, it was hardly surprising that he had access to some precious elixirs. The three of them simultaneously noticed the old turtle dozing atop the stone table. They were not surprised, having seen it a few times during their visits to Lu Changsheng over the past 3 years, thinking it was merely a new pet of his. Master, Helen has a premonition that the nascent soul thunder tribulation will arrive in the coming days. Gu Helen said respectfully while gazing at Lu Changsheng's back. Changsheng and Lin Dong also looked at that figure with reverence, his demeanor still as impressive as ever. For reasons unknown, every time they visited this backyard, they felt an overwhelming sense of safety, as if nothing could go wrong, even if the sky were to fall. "Are you afraid?" Lu Changsheng inquired. With Master S protection, Helen naturally felt no fear, Gu Helen quickly replied. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng loosened his grip on the fishing rod, leaving it suspended in midair. He turned to look at Gu Helen and said, in the face of a thunder tribulation that could potentially lead to death, "I ask you, do you fear it? Do not involve me in this. If you wish for a higher quality nascent soul, you must face the tribulation yourself." That Gu Helen was momentarily stunned, pondering the implication of his words. Could it be that the tribulation could be forcibly interfered with? He then patted his chest and solemnly declared, "Master, rest assured, I have been preparing for this thunder tribulation for a long time and fear it not in the slightest." Lu Changsheng took a sip from the gourd at his waist and remarked, "That is excellent. Master, in the coming days, Helen will prepare some formations on the peaks outside the town, awaiting the arrival of the thunder tribulation." After saying this, Gu Helen stood up, bowed respectfully, and departed with Changsheng and Lin Dong in tow. "My lord, with your presence, I fear the heavenly Tao of the Lingshun realm would not dare to unleash the thunder tribulation," the old turtle remarked. "Now awake, transcend the thunder tribulation is to truly reach the nascent soul stage. When that time comes, the heavenly Tao of the Lingshun realm will have no choice but to bring forth the tribulation," Lu Changsheng said with a serene tone, then turned back to resume fishing. The old turtle secretly rolled its eyes at Lu Changsheng's retreating figure, intending to close its eyes for a nap, only to suddenly see a fishing rod growing larger in its field of vision. "Master, the old turtle was mistaken." The old turtle was startled. Bang! A crack appeared once more on its shell, yet the wooden fishing rod remained completely unharmed. "Ouch! That hurts." Lu Changsheng retracted his fishing rod and cast an expressionless glance towards the direction of the town gate. At that moment, a woman clad in a black dress and veiled in black silk stepped into Moyu town. The woman's presence was exceedingly subtle. Passers-by glanced at her, but quickly lost interest. Even though she appeared quite beautiful and exuded an air of grace, there was something eerie about her. Wuqing glanced at the nearby tavern and slowly walked over. Over the years, she had nearly gleaned all there was to know about the Lingshan cultivation realm. Yet she had failed to locate the mysterious cultivator known as Lu Changsheng. Ultimately, she returned to this small town closest to the immortal tomb, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, it felt as though an unseen force was guiding her to this place. "Ah, customer, would you like to?" Before the tavern attendant could finish, Wuqing calmly interjected, "It seems the air is infused with the scent of peach blossom wine. Could it be that there's peach blossom wine available?" The tavern attendant's expression stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he stared at the woman, curious as to how she could detect the aroma of the peach blossom wine that had long since been personally stored in the wine cellar by the manager. He then sniffed the air, realizing there was no lingering scent of peach blossoms. Could it be that she was a dog? "I apologize, but the peach blossom wine is already sold out some time ago. If you wish to have some, please come early next spring," the tavern attendant feigned regret. Having worked in the tavern for 3 years, he was well aware that the manager always stored some peach blossom wine in the wine cellar each year. And he knew precisely for whom it was reserved. Wuqing shot him a perplexed glance and said, "If I managed to uncover that peach blossom wine, there would be no need for this tavern to exist." The tavern attendant's heart skipped a beat, panic setting in that he could see that this veiled woman exuded an intimidating aura. She was certainly no ordinary person. What on earth is happening? Cheng, who had been observing from the counter for a while, sensed that something was amiss when he noticed the tavern attendant's expression and approached with a smile, inquiring, "Manager, The tavern attendant, now emboldened, quickly recounted the events that had just transpired. "You should go attend to the other guests," Cheng said. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to Wuqing with an apologetic expression and said, "Miss, your sense of smell is remarkable. To be honest, there is indeed some peach blossom wine still stored in the cellar. But it is not for sale. I apologized. Refuse business is quite unreasonable." Wuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if she were on the verge of striking down Cheng. However, as a demon lord, she typically found it beneath her to eliminate insignificant beings, as such actions would only diminish her stature and grace. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down Changsheng's spine, a sense of fear welling up within him. He wondered if this woman was perhaps a celestial being, and his tone grew tense as he said, "Miss, the peach blossom wine in the cellar has already been reserved." "I truly apologize." After uttering these words, Cheng was drenched in sweat, his heart racing anxiously as he warily regarded Wuqing. In response, Wuqing regarded the tavern manager with newfound respect, casually tossing a gold coin that landed perfectly in Changsheng's hand. "Regardless of who has made a reservation, today I must have that peach blossom wine." She could hardly believe that as a dignified demon lord, she could not procure something as trivial as peach blossom wine without resorting to force. Cheng stared blankly at the gold coin in his palm, his heart racing that a single gold coin could purchase enough peach blossom wine for an ordinary person to last a lifetime. This was the first time he had seen someone throw around gold coins so liberally. It was simply extravagant beyond measure. The next moment, Cheng, still in a state of shock at Wuqing's bewildered expression, nervously returned the gold coin. "Say, miss, I truly apologize." Wuqing's gaze turned icy. She had completely lost her patience. Just then, a figure clad in green entered the tavern, tossing a gourd into Changsheng's hand, and lightly chuckled, "Peach blossom wine on the house." "Master, you have arrived." A smile blossomed on Changsheng's face as he bowed slightly, holding a gourd in his hands. Wuqing scrutinized the man in the azure robe before her. Her gaze flickered, for she found it impossible to discern his depth. The individual before her must possess a treasure capable of concealing one's aura, likely a practitioner at the stage of transformation or even mid-transcendence. Only at this level could a practitioner so effectively obscure themselves that she could not see through. As for those at the later stages of transcendence, such a feat was inconceivable. Currently, in the Lingshan realm of cultivation, there were but 4 individuals above the late transcendent stage. Xianyao of the Western region's Carefree Institute, Xianyao of the eastern region's purple extreme thunder peak, Qingyi of the northern region's heavenly snow sacred palace, and Lu Wushu of the southern region's wujage. Other practitioners of early and mid-transcendence had yet to earn her regard. Changsheng nodded and said, "Go quickly." Throughout the encounter, he had not cast a single glance at Ji Wuqing. "Indeed, please wait a moment, sir," Zhang Cheng replied, feeling relieved. He cast an awkward glance at Ji Wuqing before making his way toward the wine cellar. "Wait, did you not hear me say that the peach blossom brew is absolutely essential?" Ji Wuqing remarked coolly. Zhang Cheng halted, but after taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped forward. Observing this, Ji Wuqing's eyes glinted dangerously, and she was about to act when a man in azure spoke calmly. "Is the esteemed demon lord truly prepared to take action against an ordinary person?" Ji Wuqing's eyes flickered as she turned to meet Lu Changsheng's gaze. At last, he averted his eyes, looking at her with a detached expression. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Despite her impassive demeanor, Ji Wuqing's heart was in turmoil. The man in azure had effortlessly revealed her identity as the revered figure of the demon realm. She had long concealed her face behind a veil and rarely appeared before others as the demon lord. I entered the Lingqian realm of cultivation. There were scarcely a handful of individuals capable of recognizing her true self. How could this be? In an instant, the man in azure became shrouded in mystery in her mind, and the degree of danger he posed suddenly escalated. "Who are you, that you can address me so calmly? Knowing my identity, you do not appear to be an insignificant figure." Ji Wuqing temporarily dismissed thoughts of the peach blossom brew, focusing all her attention on Lu Changsheng. Just then, a patron approached the establishment, but was blocked by Lu Changsheng and Ji Wuqing. Sensing their formidable presence, he prepared to leave when Lu Changsheng stepped aside. He then casually seated himself by the window, smiling. "Why not take a guess?" Ji Wuqing also moved to the table by the window, slowly taking a seat opposite Lu Changsheng, but before she could settle, she abruptly stood up in disbelief, staring at him. "Lu Changsheng," she exclaimed. The expression on Lu Changsheng's face shifted as swiftly as the weather. From a warm smile to an icy glare, an overwhelming pressure, solely directed at Ji Wuqing, descended upon her. "My name is something you can utter so casually." A voice of unfathomable authority reverberated in Ji Wuqing's mind. Bang! Ji Wuqing's pupils constricted, her knees buckled, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground, the floor and her chair shattering upon impact. The tavern fell into silence. Patrons gazed in horror at Lu Changsheng, and in the next moment, they hastily fled the establishment. Before long, only Lu Changsheng, Ji Wuqing, a panic-stricken waiter, and a stunned Zhang Cheng, who had just emerged with the gourd, remained. Ji Wuqing writhed under the weight of the pressure, her body racked with pain. Her complexion pale as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Her trembling eyes fixed incredulously on Lu Changsheng, fear blossoming within her heart. Her initial suspicions were now gradually confirmed. Lu Changsheng beckoned, and the gourd in Zhang Cheng's hand flew into his grasp. This seemingly mundane action sent shivers down the waiter's spine, that he suddenly understood why the proprietor treated this gentleman with such reverence, even setting aside the peach blossom brew for him each year. He finally grasped why this gentleman had not aged a day in the past 3 years. Lu Changsheng took a sip and smiled. "Your winemaking skills have certainly improved." Zhang Cheng, realizing the comment was directed at him, hurriedly replied, "Your praise is unwarranted, sir. What matters most is that you enjoy your drink." Lu Changsheng inclined his head slightly, placing the gourd on the table as he turned his attention to Ji Wuqing. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Observing this, Zhang Cheng tugged at the waiter's sleeve and departed. "That I hear you possess a method to uncover the secrets of the celestial tomb?" Lu Changsheng inquired with a gentle smile. Ji Wuqing, however, did not take his smile at face value. She recognized the unpredictable emotions of this enigmatic man. Ji Wuqing's voice trembled slightly. This was unfamiliar territory for her. She had always been an absolute sovereign. But today, Lu Changsheng did not press further. Instead, he produced a winter juju from his hand, munching on it while observing her as if she were a mere monkey. The secrets of longevity have long been whispered within the celestial tomb. Ji Wuqing murmured, and then, Lu Changsheng prompted that I wished to uncover it before my ascension. Ji Wuqing inhaled sharply, articulating her thoughts. She had consistently suppressed her cultivation to avoid detection by the heavenly laws. Uncertain if she could return to the Lingqian realm after her ascension, she could not bear to disregard such an extraordinary opportunity. To claim that she had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation when speaking to Zhao Xinyuan was merely a ruse. Her true desire was to unravel the secrets of the celestial tomb, that if she wished to ascend, it would be all too simple to attract the tribulation of ascension. Lu Changsheng tilted his head. Discarding the Juju pit. Oh, how do you intend to breach it? Ji Wuqing's pupils quivered as she struggled to respond. I possess a method to condense the lifeblood of the beings in the Lingqian realm into a singular, unparalleled force to forcibly breach the celestial tomb. That Lu Changsheng nodded. So you intend to ally with the demon realm and the beast realm to wage war against the Lingqian realm, as war is the swiftest means to gather lifeblood. Ji Wuqing's heart trembled, and she lowered her head. What more could she say? After a moment, Ji Wuqing raised her head and stammered. The Lingqian realm cannot possibly harbor your kind. Can you tell me about the vanished tomb within the mountain range? Lu Changsheng replied softly. What do you think? Bang! Ji Wuqing's mouth fell open, her mind echoing with the sound of a heavy drum. The absence of denial from him spoke volumes, and she understood all too well what it implied. It was highly likely that the unfathomable man in azure before her was the owner of the vanished tomb. This also indicated that he was at least a formidable being from over 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years is an unfathomable span. The lifespan of a qi refining practitioner is but a century, that of a foundation establishment practitioner over 2 centuries, golden core practitioners 5 centuries. Nascent soul practitioners over a millennium, transformation practitioners 2 millennia, and the lifespan of a transcendence-level cultivator is merely 5,000 years. In comparison, the implications were terrifying. That if I were to wage war, would you intervene? Ji Wuqing asked hoarsely, her heart laden with uncertainty, for the azure-clad man was a mysterious powerhouse emerging from the celestial tomb, shrouded in enigma. Even now, she could scarcely guarantee her own survival. Lu Changsheng regarded her with profound meaning before suddenly rising, gourd in hand, and began to walk toward the tavern's exit. You shall compensate for the damage within the tavern, and I shall sever your left arm as a minor punishment. With a hiss, Ji Wuqing opened her mouth to protest, only for her right arm to inexplicably detach, falling to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Fortunately, the oppressive weight upon her dissipated, and she swiftly channeled her demonic energy to staunch the bleeding. Silently, she retrieved her severed arm, her gaze trembling in shock, rendered speechless for a long while. The notion of waging war against the Lingqian realm began to waver within her, for she could not fathom Lu Changsheng's intentions. Lu Changsheng appeared as an extraordinarily terrifying variable, unsettling her inner peace. Yet myriad other thoughts surged within her. If such a mysterious powerhouse had emerged from the celestial tomb, what of the other tombs? Might each tomb harbor beings akin to Lu Changsheng, survivors of the past? Or did the other celestial tombs conceal the long-rumored secrets of longevity? Why had he not perished yet remained within the tomb? Given the tomb's formidable nature, how had he exited? Even if he had broken free due to overwhelming power, why had the entire tomb vanished without a trace? At this moment, countless suspicions threatened to overwhelm her mind. After a moment, she exhaled. Ji Wuqing let out a long sigh and tossed a gold coin onto the table. That moment, Zhang Cheng cautiously peeked out from within, and upon noticing that Lu Changsheng was absent, he stepped out carefully. Observing Ji Wuqing's disheveled state, he inquired, Miss, there are still some peach blossom wine remnants left in the cellar. Would you like some? Ji Wuqing turned her head towards him and asked, Does that gentleman reside in this small town? Zhang Cheng was taken aback, but quickly realized, Are you referring to the sir? Ji Wuqing lifted her gaze slightly and nodded. What you may not know, Miss, is that the sir comes and goes without a trace, only appearing once a year to purchase peach blossom wine as for whether he resides in this milieu town that remains uncertain. Your hand. As Zhang Cheng spoke, he suddenly noticed the severed arm Ji Wuqing was holding. Due to the angle, he had only just realized that the woman before him was missing an arm. Hiss! Ji Wuqing pressed her lips together, her form gradually becoming ethereal, vanishing from sight. Zhang Cheng stared blankly at the spot where she had stood, secretly acknowledging that she was indeed a celestial being. Yet at that moment, his perception of the usually gentle Lu Changsheng had shifted somewhat. Though the Sir appeared mild-mannered, he was not to be trifled with when it came to certain matters. The next day, ominous clouds enveloped the sky above Muyu town, and the air was thick with impending thunder, signaling an imminent downpour. The townsfolk, upon witnessing this, hurriedly scurried home, unwilling to linger outside lest they be caught in the deluge in the backyard of the town lord's residence. Gu Helen rushed in, casting a glance at the figure in the pavilion, and urgently said, "Sir, Helen's thunder tribulation." Lu Changsheng rose and approached him, asking, "Have you prepared everything for the impending tribulation?" "The thunder will surely roar," Jiyu Helen replied solemnly. "Rest assured, sir, the mountains outside the town are devoid of any civilians. And I have also informed Lord Chun that under no circumstances should the townsfolk leave the town when the time comes." "Ha! With a master to protect you, you are indeed fortunate for a small cultivator," remarked the old turtle at the stone table in the pavilion, suddenly manifesting in human form. This... Gu Helen was left speechless, having witnessed the transformation of the turtle into a person. More importantly, this was the hunchbacked old man who had appeared on the town wall 3 years ago. Initially curious about why he had never seen such a powerful servant of the master, he now realized that the turtle they often saw was, in fact, that very individual. The senior speaks rightly. Gu Helen awkwardly acknowledged, bowing his head. Simultaneously, he looked up at the sky, a growing sense of trepidation gnawing at him. The thunder tribulation was fast approaching. "Do you have a lot to say?" Lu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at the old turtle. The old turtle trembled, chuckling awkwardly. "Let us proceed." With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Changsheng transported them. They were no longer in the backyard of the town lord's residence, but rather amidst the mountains where he had set up the formation. "Oh, Helen, is your formation so lackluster that it can withstand the thunder tribulation?" The old turtle laughed, surveying the surroundings. Jiyu Helen's face flushed with embarrassment. He dared not underestimate Lu Changsheng's servant, who was undeniably formidable. Lu Changsheng sighed and gently kicked out. The old turtle's expression changed in alarm. The kick came out of nowhere, and before he could react, he was struck. His body was sent flying rapidly, crashing into the mountainside, penetrating through and re-emerging from the other side. The mountains trembled violently, as if on the verge of fracturing. The old turtle, upon witnessing this, was startled and, suppressing his pain, waved his hand. Calming the mountain, he appeared beside Lu Changsheng, rubbing his sore chest, and awkwardly said, "Master, could you not spare a little face for the old turtle in front of this small cultivator?" "I was wrong." Before he could finish, he noticed Lu Changsheng raising his hand again and hastily retreated several steps. Gu Helen, coming back to his senses, swallowed hard and cautiously glanced at Lu Changsheng, feeling an overwhelming dryness in his throat. It was terrifying. Wait a moment. He realized that the sense of foreboding had vanished. Where was the thunder tribulation? Suddenly aware, he looked up at the sky. The ominous clouds had inexplicably dissipated, and the rumbling thunder had ceased. The heavens have cleared. What in the world is happening? "Sir, I apologize, but it seems Helen's thunder tribulation may not arrive after all," Gu Helen said respectfully, his face filled with regret. He felt quite guilty for wasting Lu Changsheng's time. His heart was also filled with frustration. Why was the thunder tribulation as unpredictable as a woman's whims? The old turtle, from the corner of his eye, glanced at Lu Changsheng, who was gazing at the sky, feeling a tinge of schadenfreude. Having just been reprimanded by Lu Changsheng, he suddenly felt a sense of pity for the little heavenly Tao of this spirit dust realm. Meanwhile, on the town wall facing Muyu town, Chundadeo and the steward exchanged bewildered glances at the sky, puzzled by the absence of thunder despite the immortal's prior warning about the impending thunder tribulation. "Lord, something terrifying happened over in the mountains. The sounds and vibrations were horrendous. We felt it quite distinctly here in Muyu town." Though thankfully it was just a fleeting moment, the old steward said, still shaken, as if his frail bones had nearly shattered, akin to the end of the world. "Nevertheless, no need to worry, with the Sir present in the town. Everything will be just fine." Chandadeo laughed heartily. Just then, a calm voice echoed from the direction of the mountains. Descend, thunder. Was that not the Sir's voice? The Sir was indeed in those mountains. Subsequently, Chindadeo and the steward were astonished to see the ominous clouds rapidly gathering once more. And the rumbling thunder resumed, albeit with a somewhat hesitant rhythm, that, if you cannot hear the thunder, then disobedient children shall be punished. Lu Changsheng's voice resonated, causing both men's hearts to race. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the heavens towards the mountains. The two instinctively covered their ears. Boom! The sound of the thunderclap was unprecedented, sending the entire Miyu town into a state of panic. Boom! The lightning struck the mountain's peak, missing Gu Helen entirely. This bolt of lightning was not Gu Helen's thunder tribulation. It had merely been set off by Lu Changsheng's intimidation. Lu Changsheng glanced at the ever-thickening tribulation clouds above, turning his head towards Gu Helen and softly said, "What are you still dawdling for? The Yuaning thunder tribulation is about to arrive. Yes. Helen will go now." Gu Helen, with deep respect, cast a glance at Lu Changsheng, shaking off his chaotic thoughts, and with a push of his toes, soared into the air. Standing in mid-air, he gazed up at the tribulation clouds, his expression growing grave. "Master, it seems the little heavenly Tao is frightened, believing that Gu Helen's relationship with you is profound. Hence, it is descending the 4-9 heavenly tribulation to curry favor with you." The old turtle remarked, looking skyward, chuckling. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation consists of 4 waves, each with 9 bolts, totaling 36 bolts. Each wave is more terrifying than the last. This tribulation typically occurs only when cultivators of the God transformation stage break through. Yet under Lu Changsheng's influence, Gu Helen's Jin Dan breakthrough had triggered it. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain, that if he could withstand this 4-9 heavenly tribulation, he would reap immense benefits. Lu Changsheng paid no heed to the old turtle, merely standing with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing upwards. Meanwhile, the tribulation clouds continued to gather, the lightning crackling ominously, resembling the end of days. Even Chindadeo and the steward on the distant town wall stood dumbfounded, a sense of fear welling up within them. "Lord, beneath that terrifying thundercloud, it appears there is a figure hovering in mid-air." The steward pointed out, squinting. The distance was considerable, yet was still faintly discernible to the naked eye. Especially beneath the pitch-black tribulation clouds, Gu Helen's silhouette was strikingly apparent. Indeed, that must be the immortal Gu Helen undergoing the tribulation. It seems that becoming an immortal is not as easy as it appears, Chindadeo remarked with a hint of emotion. The steward tilted his head curiously and asked, "But hasn't the Sir always seemed rather carefree?" Chindadeo was left speechless. Boom! Gu Helen gazed at the tribulation clouds above, his expression grim, as if he had just swallowed something foul. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation, this shouldn't be happening, though his aptitude was not lacking. It was not to the degree that a Jin Dan ascending to Yuaning would attract the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Faced with this overwhelming tribulation, Gu Helen suddenly felt a wave of insecurity. The various means he had prepared for the tribulation might not suffice. Boom! At that moment, the tribulation clouds roiled violently, heralding the imminent descent of the first wave of thunder tribulation, and Gu Helen felt himself thoroughly locked onto. He inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into that of a hawk. For the first wave, he opted to endure the onslaught. Otherwise, he would be utterly unprepared for the subsequent 3 waves. Thunder rumbled, with a crack. 9 strands of slender, golden lightning intertwined and struck down. Gu Helen's eyes narrowed, as he fervently channeled the abundant spiritual energy within him. Even the golden core in his abdomen trembled. A robust barrier of spiritual energy enveloped his form. Instead of retreating, he surged forward towards the 9 bolts of lightning. In an instant, the barrier dissipated, and the 9 bolts struck him, producing a blinding radiance and billowing black smoke. Gu Helen's complexion paled, and he plummeted from the sky. Just before reaching the ground, he managed to stabilize his form, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He internally assessed the cracks forming in his golden core, but felt no joy. With a swift motion, he produced several pills, consuming them hastily, wiping the blood from his lips, and once more soaring into the heights. "Master, Given the current situation, you may struggle, the old turtle remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Changsheng moved his mouth, spitting out a date seed, and tossed another into his mouth while watching intently. Eye in the sky. Gu Helen was panting heavily, glancing at the roiling calamity clouds, aware that the second wave of tribulation was imminent. Truly, it offered no respite. Boom! Crack. 9 bolts of pale golden lightning descended abruptly. Gu Helen glanced down at the armor on his chest, gritted his teeth, and forcefully infused it with spiritual energy. Then he charged forward once more. In an instant, the 9 bolts collided with him. Sizzle! The armor on his chest erupted with a brilliant light, completely shrouding Gu Helen. Yet after mere moments, the armor shattered into fragments. The lightning struck Gu Helen, leaving his mind blank, before he once again fell from the heavens. Bang! Were it not for the old turtle gently catching him, he would have perished from this second wave, and by falling no less. Gu Helen spat a mouthful of blood, his demeanor somewhat languid, his body in utter disarray. His clothes were tattered, and he was charred black from the lightning strikes. The ethereal aura he once possessed had vanished beneath the terrifying tribulation. Today, during the tribulation, he had forced Tongxin and Lin Dong to remain at the town lord's residence. Precisely due to such considerations that Gu Helen laboriously retrieved a handful of pills, disregarding their identities, and stuffed them into his mouth. His complexion gradually improving. However, before he could contemplate further, the calamity clouds above began to churn once more, growing increasingly ferocious. Gu Helen's heart leaped, and he swiftly rose into the air. Gritting his teeth, a flag of formation appeared in his hand, which he waved vigorously. Formation arise. Buzzing, the flags of formation he had previously set up below began to tremble violently, beams of light shooting forth from 36 directions, coalescing into a protective dome in the sky. It radiated an indomitable aura, clearly the grand defensive array Gu Helen had prepared to withstand the tribulation. Thunder rumbled. 9 bolts of calamity lightning, as thick as a forearm, descended fiercely. Gu Helen's pupils contracted, feeling that under this overwhelming celestial might, he would be reduced to ashes in the next moment. The power and heavenly might they carried were immense, and this was merely the third wave. In an instant, the 9 bolts struck the grand formation. The flag in Gu Helen's hand snapped with a crack, and the 36 flags surrounding him shattered one after another. The formation dissipated, and the calamity lightning struck Gu Helen directly. Master! From a distance on the town wall, Tongxin and Lin Dong were alarmed. Just moments before, they had heard the thundering roars, unable to contain themselves any longer, defying their master's orders to intervene. Chindadeo and the steward also appeared pale, having never witnessed such terrifying lightning. Even from afar, they could sense the world-destroying power of those 9 bolts. It was unimaginable what fate awaited the immortal Gu should he be struck. Their hearts ached with trepidation. Meanwhile, in the distance, an expanse of black mist enveloped the area. Splendid. This king can sense the abyssal demon spear just ahead. Boom! Zhao Xianyao had scarcely finished speaking when he heard thunder resounding from afar. His eyes flickering as he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he materialized in the sky. He gazed ahead, his expression growing serious. The 4th 9 heavens tribulation? Could it be that a transformation god cultivator is undergoing tribulation? A smirk graced his lips. How fortuitous this visit has turned out to be. He then waved his hand towards the swirling black mist below. Come, follow this king. Boom! Gu Helen plummeted from the sky. Despite the old turtle's assistance in mitigating his fall, he was still gravely injured from the tribulation. Gu Helen's body was battered and bloodied. He opened his mouth in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. The golden core within him was on the verge of transformation, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the impending wave of tribulation. The trial he faced was none other than the 4th 9 heavens tribulation. A reality he had never anticipated. Gu Helen collapsed onto the ground, turning his head towards Changsheng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, mustering all his strength to force a smile. Sir, Gu Helen truly did not foresee the emergence of the 4th 9 heavens tribulation. I fear I shall not withstand the final wave. I implore you to protect me in this endeavor. And then please return. With that, he lay back down, closing his eyes, drained of strength, his spiritual energy entirely depleted. Though a defensive array still lingered in this place, it would be insufficient to withstand the fourth wave of tribulation. And he truly lacked the strength to move even a finger, but he understood well what awaited him. Death and the end of his path. Will you not face this final wave of tribulation? Lu Changsheng inquired softly, gazing at the roiling clouds above. Jiu Helen opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Utterly devoid of strength, he believed Lu Changsheng wished to assist him. Yet, historically, tribulations could not be interfered with. Should someone intervene, the consequences would be dire. The one who intervened would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic repercussions. Lu Changsheng shook his head, openly infusing a wisp of energy into Gu Helen's body, stating, "Survive this wave of tribulation, and you shall be reborn." "Sir, no." Gu Helen was momentarily stunned, but soon he sensed the revival of spiritual energy within him, and various injuries began to heal at a terrifying pace. He cast a fearful glance at the sky, only to find the calamity clouds responding not at all, as if unaware of Lu Changsheng's actions. How could this be? Go. I can assist you only so much. The tribulation must still be faced by you alone, Lu Changsheng said calmly. Thank you, sir. Gu Helen sprang to his feet, soaring towards the heavens. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed. I was puzzled as to which transformation god was undergoing tribulation. Turns out it is the esteemed Gu from Qingyi sect. Ascend from golden core to nascent soul and attract the fourth nine heavens tribulation is quite remarkable. As he spoke, Xianyao appeared in the distant sky. First casting a wary glance at the calamity clouds before a mocking smile graced his features, Jiu Helen's expression shifted dramatically. Xianyao the demon king. Xianyao regarded the gathering storm clouds with a grin. Hurry and undergo your tribulation. Once completed, I shall slay you, but I fear you may perish in the lightning. That would indeed be a pity. You must admit, your luck is rather unfortunate. Your luck is quite unfortunate. At that moment, the old turtle below also smiled, his expression mirroring Zhao Xianyuan's. Zhao Xianyuan's demeanor darkened, his gaze sharply focusing on the ground below, whereupon his pupils constricted slightly. He had previously failed to notice the presence of two individuals. It seemed these two were the ones tasked with protecting Gu Helen. Before he could investigate further, thunder rumbled. The calamity clouds surged violently, lightning flashing. Focus on your tribulation. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Lu Changsheng said soothingly. Yes, Gu Helen exhaled in relief, no longer paying attention to Zhao Xianyuan. Zhao Xianyuan fixed a deep gaze upon Lu Changsheng and the old turtle, his eyes narrowing in the next instant. 9 bolts of pale, purple lightning struck down. Gu Helen's eyes flashed with madness, a fierce determination surging within him as he charged forward. After a thunderous explosion, a shadow plummeted once more from the sky. The old turtle, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. Once again catching the unfortunate Gu, he had lost count of how many times he had helped him through this tribulation. Jiu Helen's left arm had been severed, his body drenched in blood. Yet his mind remained surprisingly clear. He gazed inwardly at the miniature figure resembling himself within, tears brimming in his eyes. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he had finally overcome the damned fourth 9 heavens tribulation and ascended to the nascent soul. At this moment, he was utterly weakened, unable to keenly perceive any differences. Suddenly, the ominous clouds above dissipated at an astonishing speed, as if fleeing from the scene. The sky cleared once more. Zhao Xianyuan abruptly materialized before Gu Helen, gazing down at him with indifference. Having survived the tribulation of the fourth 9 heavens, he was indeed formidable. However, it was a pity that death still awaited him. Just then, a talisman appeared in Gu Helen's hand. Igniting fiercely, and a voice filled with childlike urgency cried out, "Master, your disciple has seen the clouds of calamity disperse. Have you succeeded in your tribulation? A multitude of demons has emerged in Moyu town, wreaking havoc, and many townsfolk have already perished. Soon, the communication talisman burned to ashes." Gu Helen's eyes widened in fury. Angry, "Do not be hasty, for I have a question to pose. Who took my abyss demon spear 8 years ago?" Zhao Xianyuan inquired coldly. He could sense the abyss demon spear's proximity to this small town. Its exact location eluded him, leaving him perplexed. "I this it," the old turtle said, lifting his hand, revealing the abyss demon spear. "My abyss demon spear." Zhao Xianyao initially expressed delight, but his expression quickly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the old turtle. "It is you." "Hand it over." Changsheng extended his hand. The old turtle smiled as he passed the abyss demon spear to Changsheng, then stood aside, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold, clearly not fearing the old turtle's wrath. Changsheng felt the tremors of the abyss demon spear in his grasp and remarked softly, 8 years have passed, and your master has finally come to rescue you." Upon hearing this, the abyss demon spear trembled even more violently. Zhao Xianyao sensed the spear's estrangement from him, his expression shifting as he glared fiercely at Changsheng. "Return to your master." With a gentle release of his grip, the abyss demon spear hovered in the air, quivering without any intention of flying toward Zhao Xianyao. This scene chilled Zhao Xianyuan's heart. After all, he had once fed the abyss demon spear with a copious amount of blood. Now, merely 8 years later, it seemed to have grown distant from him. Zhao Xianyuan's eyes turned icy as he suddenly thrust his hand towards the abyss demon spear. It then uncontrollably flew back into his hand, yet it continued to shake, as if yearning to escape his grasp. How infuriating! I had refined it long ago, yet now it seems I cannot maintain control. Zhao Xianyuan's heart raged with fury. He abruptly looked up, fixing a chilling stare on Changsheng. "What have you done to my abyss demon spear?" The fact that the spear returned to him with a mere gesture indicated that he still held dominion over it, and he did not believe the person before him possessed the ability to erase his mark from the spear. Changsheng offered no reply. Instead, he clapped his hands and took out a winter jujube, munching on it while saying, "Yesterday, the demon sovereign just met me, and today you come to provoke me. Did she not advise you to be cautious?" The demon sovereign. Both Zhao Xianyao and Gu Helen abruptly lifted their heads, staring at Changsheng in astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp. Through their interactions, Gu Helen had come to believe that the gentleman was not one to boast or deceive. The aura he exuded was increasingly mysterious, far beyond the simple notion of being a true deity. Zhao Xianyao pointed the trembling abyss demon spear at Changsheng and sneered, "The demon sovereign has seen you. How is it that you are still alive?" Anyone can brag. If you are afraid of me, just say so." The old turtle's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. This little demon was quite bold, daring to point a spear at his master. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xianyao, he had already placed himself on the old turtle's death list. Changsheng looked at the spear directed at him and suddenly smiled. How intriguing. He then quietly regarded Zhao Xianyao, raised his hand, grasped the abyss demon spear, and gently twisted it. Zhao Xianyao was momentarily stunned, and then his pupils constricted tightly, narrowing to pinpricks. The abyss demon spear was bent into a crescent shape, akin to a taut bowstring. Finally, before the horrified gazes of both him and Gu Helen, it snapped with a resounding crack. Accompanying this was Zhao Xianyuan's agonized cry as his arm, holding the abyss demon spear, shattered. Zhao Xianyao clutched his shoulder and staggered back, his eyes trembling as he gazed at the severed abyss demon spear lying in 2 pieces on the ground. Break the abyss demon spear with sheer force, with an inhuman display of strength. He doubted whether the demon sovereign could accomplish such a feat slowly. He raised his head, dryly observing Changsheng. Then he took the opportunity to probe the other's aura, and upon doing so, found it as nebulous as chaos itself. His heart quivered once more. Cursed be his carelessness. Who exactly are you? Zhao Xianyuan's tone was unstable, his heart in turmoil. How could such a mysterious and powerful cultivator exist in the Lingshan realm? Had this been earlier, he might have thought the man possessed a treasure to conceal his presence. However, the undeniable reality of the abyss demon spear being shattered lay before him. He was no fool and could grasp that the young man in the azure robe was undoubtedly a formidable being. Old turtle, do as you see. Changsheng glanced in the direction of Mayu town, flicked his sleeve, and vanished alongside Gu Helen. Zhao Xinyuan's heart seized with alarm as he warily regarded the old turtle. "Ha! You little demon are quite brave to point a spear at your master." The old turtle looked at Zhao Xinyuan with a smile, though a sinister aura enveloped his countenance. "Who are you really?" Zhao Xinyuan asked in a low voice, dark energy swirling around him, prepared to strike or flee at the slightest hint of danger. "If your master is an immortal emperor, your old turtle fears you may not comprehend. So let me tell you, even the leaders of the great world you ascend to must serve your master with the utmost respect." The old turtle scoffed lightly, dismissing the matter. Zhao Xinyuan's soul trembled. His mouth agape, and his complexion turned ashen. Yet soon after, he shook his head and said firmly, "You are just trying to scare me." "Huh, a frog at the bottom of a well." The old turtle's eyes suddenly glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam. Resembling a quintessential villain, he extended his palm and gently pressed down towards Zhao Xinyuan. In the next moment, boom! Zhao Xinyuan's expression changed dramatically as his body was forcefully pinned to the ground. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, the calm he had maintained earlier was now replaced by sheer panic and terror. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, unable to move now, the old turtle approached Zhao Xinyuan, looking down at him with indifference. "This is merely 1/10,000th of my pressure. You cannot endure it?" Zhao Xinyuan's pupils quivered violently as a wave of dread surged within him. He regretted coming here, realizing too late the terrifying variables at play. "As an old servant, your turtle is this strong. Do you now understand the existence of the person you pointed your spear at?" The old turtle chuckled softly, gradually raising his foot, hearing those horrifying words. Zhao Xinyuan was overwhelmed with fear. He gazed at the descending foot, veins bulging on his neck, desperately attempting to plead for mercy, but the pressure rendered him utterly speechless. From the moment he pointed the spear, he had sealed his fate. The old turtle suddenly accelerated, bringing his foot down with force. Bang! Zhao Xinyuan's head, along with his body, exploded in an instant, shaking the entire mountain range. When the tumult subsided, the old turtle glanced at the severed abyss demon spear, shattering it with a single palm before vanishing without a trace. "Help! Who will save us? Town master, please save us. Where are the immortals? Is there not an immortal residing in our town? Where are they? Will they just watch us suffer at the hands of the demons? Does their conscience not ache? Ah, as if the immortals would care for us. With so many demons around, they have likely fled long ago." In Moyu town, dark energy ran rampant, and the streets were filled with panicked figures fleeing in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. Wherever the black mist passed, some townsfolk were instantly reduced to mere bones, their flesh dissolving. This sight sent the remaining townsfolk into a frenzy of terror. On the town wall, Chandadeo and the town guards were aiding Changsheng and Lindong in a desperate defense against the demonic creatures, bloodstains marking their bodies to varying degrees. "Junior brother, your cultivation is still insufficient. You should hide for now." Changsheng uttered a low chant, deftly maneuvering his sword with a pale visage. Lindong shook his head in silence. Observing this, Changsheng sighed and glanced at the distant mountains, silently praying, "Master, dear sir, please hasten your arrival." For now, he could barely fend off the lesser monsters, but should more formidable foes appear, it would spell disaster. Just then, Changsheng beheld countless shadows of demon beasts emerging in the distance, surging towards Moyu town like a relentless tide. Roar! This sight horrified both Changsheng and Lindong. They were already struggling against the current onslaught. And now, even more beasts were approaching. What day could this be? Had the realms of demons and monsters truly commenced a full-scale assault? Meanwhile, high above, three figures stood suspended in the air. However, Gu Helen was being supported by the old turtle with a single hand. Peering down at the devastation below and the advancing demon beasts, Gu Helen felt a tightening in his heart. He laboriously shifted his gaze to the leader, Lu Changsheng, and weakly inquired, "Sir, shall we not descend?" Having just survived a tribulation, Gu Helen was gravely injured and devoid of strength. He could only place his hopes in Lu Changsheng and the old turtle. He understood that once the Sir intervened, all tribulations would be swiftly resolved. Lu Changsheng appeared unperturbed, merely observing the scene below. The old turtle cast a sidelong glance at Gu Helen, scoffing. Did you not hear the roars from below just now? Recalling those words, Gu Helen lowered his head in shame. Most of the people here have little to do with you or your master. Their salvation is of no consequence. However, it does pertain to your sect. So why not descend and save them? The old turtle chuckled enigmatically. Senior, Helen lacks the strength, Gu Helen replied, embarrassment coloring his tone. Since you lack strength, then remain and watch. The master has his plans in the eyes of your old turtle. Those who stand on a moral high ground like you. Before the old turtle could finish, Changsheng suddenly interjected softly. What harm is there in some dying? Gu Helen was taken aback. With a final sigh of shame, he replied, Sir, Helen has been remiss in his considerations. He then hastily consumed a medicinal pill, closing his eyes to fervently refine its potency. The old turtle watched Gu Helen with a resigned sigh. He finally understood why Changsheng took such care of this individual. Whether among the cultivators of the Lingqian realm or those of the celestial realm, most were merciless, viewing the common folk as mere ants, their lives and deaths resting upon a whim. Yet, Gu Helen, as a cultivator, possessed an exceedingly rare childlike heart. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. It is a wonder how such sincerity could be maintained, and for how long it might endure. Changsheng turned to Gu Helen, then subtly signaled the old turtle. The old turtle immediately comprehended, pressing a finger against Gu Helen's chest, a gentle breath flowing into him. Gu Helen felt the rapid recovery within him and was momentarily stunned. Wait, when did the medicinal pill become so effective? He abruptly opened his eyes, quickly noticing the finger resting on his chest. Thank you, Senior. Your earlier words ring true. For you and the Sir, such individuals are indeed unworthy of rescue. However, for Helen, this is the domain of my sect, and Gu Helen spoke with rising fervor, his complexion now radiant, indicating a swift recovery. You may descend, Changsheng said softly, gazing below. Yes, Sir. Gu Helen bowed and transformed into a streak of light, diving downwards simultaneously. His nascent soul trembled, and a tremendous pressure enveloped the entire Moyu town in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, the marauding monsters both inside and outside the town froze in their tracks, collectively turning their gaze towards the luminous streak above, their hearts filled with dread. Nascent soul ancestor. Both Tongxin and Lin Dong felt this overwhelming pressure, their hearts jolting as they looked up, exclaiming in delight, Master! Gu Helen cast a reassuring glance at the two, then intensified the pressure. The monsters targeted by the nascent souls might instantly erupted in chaos. This scene left the townsfolk in stunned silence, soon overwhelmed with tears of gratitude. They were saved. The majority looked towards Gu Helen on the town wall with awe in their eyes. The immortal has come. I knew it. The immortal has not abandoned us. Indeed, the immortal has never forsaken us. The immortal is formidable. Yet, some whispered among themselves, so many have perished, and only now do they arrive. I cannot fathom why they did not come sooner. If I were an immortal, I would vigilantly guard everyone at all times. Although these murmurs were faint, they did not escape Gu Helen's nascent soul perception. Once smiling, Gu Helen's expression stiffened upon hearing these words. Before he could ponder further, Tongxin urgently shouted, Master, the demon beasts are upon us. With a thunderous rumble, the ground quaked more violently, becoming akin to an earthquake, accompanied by the chilling roars of countless beasts. This terrified the townsfolk, who fell to their knees, pleading with Gu Helen for salvation. Even those who had previously murmured now knelt, their countenance entirely transformed. Gu Helen turned abruptly, fixing his gaze on the massive horde of demon beasts. His face quickly grew somber. These beasts were unlike the previous monsters. The weakest among them were at least level 2, with many reaching levels 5 or even 6. This meant that the lowest were comparable to those at the early stage of Foundation establishment, with some rivaling the early to mid stages of Golden Core. Most alarming was the leading figure, a man in white, who appeared to be a demon cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Master, on the town wall. Tongxin and Lin Dong spoke with tremors in their voices, their legs quaking. As for the ordinary folk like Qingyi, they were utterly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. Some of the town guards even wet themselves in fear. It seems the demon realm is truly failing. They haven't even struck yet, and their forces are already in disarray. The man in white mocked, surveying the town. Below, untransformed demon beasts echoed in agreement. The dragon bear demon general speaks truly. These insignificant minions from the demon realm can accomplish nothing. Right, brothers? The demon horde responded. Right? Seeing this, the man in white threw his head back in laughter. He was the Earth Dragon Bear, dispatched by the king of diamond demons. Li Tongsha, Gu Helen's focus narrowed solely on the Earth Dragon Bear. He fixed his gaze intently, and with every passing moment, his expression grew more grave, his heart trembling at a level 10 demon cultivator, comparable to the late nascent soul stage. The previous Sky Wolf and Thorn Pig were merely at level 8. Yet this time, Gu Helen furrowed his brow and inquired cautiously, with level 10 demon cultivators appearing. Does this mean the realms of demons and monsters are ready to wage war against our Lingshan realm? Or has it already begun? The Earth Dragon Bear feigned surprise, as though noticing Gu Helen for the first time, exclaiming, "Oh, it's the ancient real man of Qingyi sect. You've ascended to the nascent soul stage. Congratulations. Why not remain in your sect to refine pills instead of mingling in the mundane world? Aren't you afraid of losing your life by accident?" As he finished, the Earth Dragon Bear laughed heartily, and the sarcasm was palpable that Gu Helen's expression darkened as he replied, "I ask you, is war truly upon us?" The Earth Dragon Bear's eyes flickered, recalling the words of the Diamond Demon King. He nodded, stating, "Indeed, your Lingchun realm is soon to face calamity." Without waiting for Gu Helen to respond, he waved his hand forcefully. "Crush this little town to pieces, leaving no life behind." "Yes." The demon horde roared, baring their fangs. Feeling a chill in his heart, Gu Helen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tongxin, Lindong, take Qintown Master and retreat." "Master, what about you?" Tongxin asked urgently after affirming that Gu Helen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scene above. Then he commanded, "I do not know. Hurry and descend. Be careful, Master." Tongxin then led Lindong and Chundadeo towards the town wall's descent. The demon beast horde surged like a dark cloud, a chaotic mix of ground and aerial threats. Gu Helen's diminutive figure on the town wall appeared almost as insignificant as an ant against a towering tree. This left the townsfolk in a state of panic, their spirits shattered. Gu Real Man, you truly are something. Do you think standing in front of them is noble? Do you believe these ants will be grateful for your sacrifice? Wrong. They will only curse you in their hearts, lamenting your utter uselessness. The Earth Dragon Bear crossed his arms and continued, "What if you were to join my demon realm? With your remarkable alchemy skills, I am certain the demon sovereign would welcome you." Gu Helen's eyes flickered momentarily as he retorted, "What some among them may think is of no concern to me. This place falls under the jurisdiction of my Qingyi sect, and I shall exert every effort, seeking only to act with a clear conscience." Below, Lindong gazed at Gu Helen's silhouette with shining eyes, for this was precisely why he chose to apprentice under Gu Helen 8 years ago. What a truly benevolent soul. The Earth Dragon Bear's expression darkened, and he barked, "Tear him apart from me." Meanwhile, in the sky, Master, this young man Gu Helen is currently holding off this group of demon beasts. "But should that demon cultivator intervene, he won't withstand a single blow," said the old turtle, observing Gu Helen's fierce battle below. "But that demon cultivator has yet to make a move, has he not?" Lu Changsheng shot the old turtle a glance. The old turtle coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Lu Changsheng spoke softly. "He has just ascended to the nascent soul stage. Isn't it advantageous for him to stabilize his realm quickly?" The old turtle paused, realizing the wisdom in his words. Lu Changsheng clasped his hands behind his back, looking down, and mused, "I am quite curious to see if, once he has witnessed the nature of humanity, his heart will undergo a transformation." Outside the town of Moyu, a series of explosive sounds and continuous beast roars pierced the air, striking at the nerves of every individual like steel nails. "Lord Town Master, with so many demon beasts outside, can that immortal truly withstand them alone? What if the immortal were to be defeated? Would we not all perish?" sobbed a villager. "Alas, our common folk are truly unfortunate. We have barely enjoyed a few peaceful years before being beset by demon troubles again, more ferocious than ever." This Miyu town, in my view, is nothing but an ill-fated place that if we survive this time, we should relocate to another town. The townsfolk wore anxious expressions, whispering among themselves. Upon hearing this, Changsheng and Lindong's faces shifted slightly, but they remained silent, their hearts tethered to Gu Helen, who was engaged in fierce combat outside. Meanwhile, Chandadeo's face bore an expression of disbelief as he stepped forward, his voice stern. Some of you speak only of your own lives. Do you not realize that outside, immortal Gu is battling the demon horde for your sake? The murmurs among the townsfolk immediately quieted, for Chandadeo had served as the townmaster for 13 years and commanded great authority. He surveyed them, his gaze sharp as a blade. People are inherently selfish. It is no fault to prioritize one's own safety, but there is a vast difference between keeping certain thoughts to oneself and vocalizing them. It is truly heart-wrenching. Ever since that immortal intervened 8 years ago, resolving a previous demon crisis in your moment of despair, have you begun to take for granted that the immortal will always protect you? Chandadeo's voice was icy. Outside, the sounds of battle raged on. But within the town, an unusual silence reigned. Lord Townmaster, is it not said that with great power comes great responsibility? That cannot be denied, can it? A woman ventured timidly. Her words prompted many to nod in agreement. Chandadeo's expression grew cold, and just as he was about to speak, Changsheng could no longer contain himself, darting to the front and shouting, "Enough!" The woman paled, stumbling backward. The townsfolk, witnessing Changsheng's sudden movement, felt a wave of fear wash over them. The Li Shui Empire is under the jurisdiction of my Qingyi sect. When demon troubles arise, we shall exert every effort to address them. Have we ever abandoned you? Changsheng's previously cheerful face now bore a darkened expression as he declared sternly, "My master is still outside, valiantly resisting the demon beasts. Some of you should choose your words carefully. Do not let your words chill the hearts of others. Otherwise, long before the demon beasts devour you, I shall personally slay you wretched insects." The townsfolk fell silent, too frightened to speak, their heads bowed in submission. "Brother, let it go." Lin Dong approached Changsheng, tugging at his sleeve and whispering. Changsheng pressed his lips together, turning away, choosing not to speak further. Just then, with a tremendous crash, the town wall suddenly collapsed, the chaotic scene unfolding before everyone's eyes. That a torrent of demon beasts surged towards Gu Helen, with numerous others hovering in the air, unleashing a dazzling array of demonic spells that Gu Helen struggled to withstand the onslaught. Although he had reached the nascent soul stage, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of demon beasts, and he had to divide his attention to the earth dragon bear hovering nearby. The moment his spiritual energy was depleted, it would all be over. The earth dragon bear frowned slightly, realizing that Gu Helen showed no signs of yielding. He had actually hoped to see Gu Helen join their demon realm. To see him perish like this would be a waste. Suddenly, the earth dragon bear turned his gaze toward the town, grinning with a chilling smile. "Fear not, mere ants. Watch closely the performance of your immortal Gu. Soon it will be your turn." Haha. His words sent the townsfolk into a panic, many collapsing to the ground in terror. They could clearly see that Gu Helen was not faring well. Moreover, the most formidable opponent had yet to make a move, as if they were merely toying with them. While Chinadeo and the others felt a surge of fear, their greater concern lay with Gu Helen's precarious situation. "Where is the townmaster?" The steward, recalling the figure in the green robe, asked nervously. Chinadeo paused, then sighed. "It has been 8 years. Do not expect the master to be our guardian at all times. He cannot be here to protect us indefinitely." I misspoke. The steward offered an apology, raising his gaze towards the town's exterior. His face bore only worry. With little trace of fear, he was old, aware that he had only a few years left to live. Meanwhile, less than 10 paces behind the earth dragon bear, 2 figures stood, curiously unnoticed by anyone, including the earth dragon bear. "Master, Gu Helen's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted," the old turtle remarked, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Lu Changsheng's pupils flickered with a hint of blue light as he glanced at the earth dragon bear's back, softly stating, "The main act is about to commence." The old turtle was taken aback. "What do you mean by the main act?" Lu Changsheng, taking a sip from the gourd at his waist, chose not to reply. "Brother, aside from relaying messages to our master, have you contacted anyone else within the sect?" Lin Dong asked anxiously. Tongxin, fixated on Gu Helen's figure, nodded. I have sent messages to the sect and to the elders in other regions of the Lishui Empire. Then, Lin Dong hesitated, wanting to ask, but stopping short. Junior brother, not only is Moyu Town in turmoil, but other areas of the Lishui Empire are also beset by demons. The elders simply cannot break free as for the sect. It is even less likely, especially since there is no teleportation array here. By the time someone from the sect arrives, it will be too late. Tongxin responded helplessly. Lin Dong's heart sank in disappointment, but then he held onto a glimmer of hope. What about the master? Isn't he assisting our master with his tribulation? Why has he not sent word? Hearing this, Tongxin glanced at the townsfolk around them. Their expressions varied, and with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, he replied, perhaps the master was delayed by some matter. Boom! At that moment, Gu Helen stumbled back several steps, hastily stuffing another handful of pills into his mouth. Though he bore no significant injuries, his face was pale, indicating his immense exhaustion. Master! Tongxin and Lin Dong cried out in alarm, ready to rush forward, but Gu Helen raised a hand to stop them. Haha! Immortal Gu, your internal spiritual energy is running low, is it not? I shall ask you once more, are you willing to join my demon realm? Cultivation is arduous, and ascending to the nascent soul stage is even more challenging. With your talents, you are destined to ascend in the future, so do not sacrifice your path to immortality for mere ants. The Earth Dragon Bear laughed triumphantly, fixing his gaze on Gu Helen. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk's faces grew even paler, their hopes pinned on Gu Helen. Immortal, please do not abandon us. Only this immortal could stand against the demon beasts. If you're to give up, their fate would be all too clear. Gu Helen chose to ignore the Earth Dragon Bear as taunts, focusing solely on refining the medicinal energy within him. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon Bear chuckled darkly. Immortal Gu, should anything untoward happen next, do not be disheartened. Behind the Earth Dragon Bear, Lu Changsheng's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed Gu Helen. The old turtle seemed to recall something, his gaze shifting to Gu Helen. Disheartened? What could possibly dishearten me? Are you finally going to make your move against me? Gu Helen scoffed, eye in his eyes. The Earth Dragon Bear had merely been watching, treating him like a mouse toying with its prey, completely disregarding him. The Earth Dragon Bear feigned terror, waving its hands repeatedly, exclaiming, Oh no, 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 why would I harm you? Esteemed Ancient One, my only intent is to shatter your spirit. Nothing more. Gu Helen smirked disdainfully. Shatter my spirit. Even if I have faced my inner demons once, what makes you think you can succeed? What makes me think? The Earth Dragon Bear glanced at Gu Helen with puzzlement, then turned to the townsfolk, grinning wickedly. Listen well, you insignificant ants. You have two choices. One, he dies. Two, you all die if you wish for his demise to ensure your survival. Step forward. Those who choose the second option, or have no choice at all, shall perish today. You have 10 breaths to decide. Begin. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Moyu Town erupted into chaos. What a cruel heart. Tongxin's expression changed dramatically as she turned to Gu Helen, her eyes filled with concern. Senior brother, Lin Dong was at a loss. Chindadeo's heart trembled, and he shouted, Silence! Do not heed his words, no matter what choice you make today. He will not spare anyone. However, before Chandadeo could finish, he fell silent that he witnessed many townsfolk, without much hesitation, step forward in droves, bowing their heads silently that a glance revealed that they comprised nearly half of Moyu Town's population. Those who remained motionless displayed various expressions of struggle or determination. Watching this scene, Gu Helen's gaze faltered, losing focus for a long while. You all, Chandadeo, filled with rage, pointed at them with trembling hands, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Master, the steward hurriedly supported him. Gu Helen could have left on his own, yet he did not. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect you all, even his life. For 13 years, the Lord of Moyu Town believed its people were simple and kind. I know you all wish to live. After all, who desires death? But could you not hesitate for even 3 breaths today? Even if you survive today, will you not live in guilt for the rest of your lives? Can you face Gu Helen? Tears streamed down Chandadeo's face as he shouted, Lord, The steward tightly held onto the trembling Xianyao. Filled with sorrow, the townsfolk who stepped forward were pale and bloodless, gritting their teeth. They merely wished to survive. What fault was that of theirs? Master, human nature cannot withstand such tests. The old turtle observed Gu Helen's dazed expression with pity and sighed. Do you not know? I am not the one testing them, Lu Changsheng said flatly. The old turtle cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. Lu Changsheng calmly regarded Gu Helen and softly remarked, if Gu Helen can emerge from this ordeal and remain steadfast in his convictions, he shall comprehend his own path and benefit for a lifetime. The old turtle was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Ancient One, raise your head and look. What good is your desperate protection if they will not risk their lives to protect you? The earth dragon bear laughed triumphantly, hands on its hips. This laughter rang harshly in the ears of the townsfolk who had stepped forward, causing their bodies to tremble violently, yet they dared not lift their heads to meet the helpless figure of Gu Helen. Ancient One, what of now? I shall ask you one last time. Will you join my demon realm? Leave this cold and indifferent Lingshun realm. I will help you eradicate these detestable ants at this moment. The earth dragon bear finally posed the question that had been leading up to that. As the words left its mouth, the townsfolk who had stepped forward suddenly looked up, disbelief etched on their faces. Their eyes wide with terror. You said you would spare us? You are going back on your word. Silence. The earth dragon bear snapped impatiently. Roar. The horde of beasts let out terrifying roars. Instantly, the townsfolk fell silent. Their eyes filled with despair. No, I shall not join the demon realm, Gu Helen declared as he stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone was taken aback, their pupils wildly trembling, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Have you lost your mind? Even now, you still vow to protect these ants? The earth dragon bear's pupils contracted, low growling in frustration. It was not about protecting them. Gu Helen simply did not wish to join your demon realm. He replied expressionlessly, very well. If that is your choice, then you shall die alongside them. What a waste of your alchemical skills. The earth dragon bear took a deep breath and, as it lunged forward, cackled. All demons, heed my command. You have 5 breaths to crush them. Gu Helen is mine. Yes. The demon beasts answered in unison, unleashing a terrifying pressure as they surged toward Mayu town. This horrifying sight left everyone stunned, and instinctively they began to flee in all directions. However, in the ensuing chaos, many stumbled, leading to a stampede. Cries of anguish echoed throughout. Master, please escape. Do not worry about them, nor about Lin Dong and me, Changsheng shouted at Gu Helen. The earth dragon bear's aura was too terrifying. The master could not withstand it, but escaping was surely feasible. You too, retreat. Gu Helen turned to Changsheng and Lin Dong, offering a gentle smile. After speaking, his abdomen began to swell before their astonished eyes. Master, no. Changsheng and Lin Dong rushed toward Gu Helen, tears streaming down their faces. Even the earth dragon bear was momentarily dumbfounded, then hastily retreated. Although it was an immensely powerful 10th-level demon cultivator comparable to the late stage of the nascent soul. A self-detonation from a nascent soul cultivator would certainly injure it. Will not come any closer, Gu Helen shouted at Changsheng and Lin Dong. They ignored his warning, their eyes filled with resolve. Just as the situation grew dire, Lu Changsheng appeared before Gu Helen like a specter, gently placing a finger on his abdomen. Instantly, the swelling vanished. Sir? Gu Helen was momentarily dazed, his face filled with bitterness that he had never expected Lu Changsheng to intervene. Sir, Changsheng and Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise, tears flowing even more freely. They were truly terrified. Lu Changsheng surveyed the chaotic scene and flicked his sleeve. Suddenly, all demons and townsfolk were immobilized in various postures. As if time itself had come to a standstill, the world fell eerily silent. Lu Changsheng turned to Gu Helen, observing him for a moment before softly asking, even in such a situation, you still disregard your life. Was it worth it? Gu Helen hesitated, his eyes reddening as he smiled and replied, Worth it? Lu Changsheng nodded gently, remaining silent. The space of Mayu town was enveloped in profound stillness. Countless immobilized beasts and townsfolk appeared as though time had frozen. Changsheng and Lin Dong regained their senses, glancing around nervously before locking their gaze on Changsheng, filled with reverence. Could it be that the true monarch of transformation was truly this formidable? Moreover, he could pull someone back from the brink of self-detonation. How unfathomable. Heeklin, the Earth Dragon Bear, spoke truthfully. You are indeed a hopelessly good person in this Lingshan realm. That may suffice, but should you ascend to the four corners of the celestial realm, such a character may lead to misfortune. The old turtle materialized, first bowing to Changsheng, then teasingly smiling. Tongxin and Lin Dong gasped in shock. The hunchbacked elder was none other than the one who had referred to the master as Lord 3 years prior. They had not expected him to reappear today. Jiyu Helen bowed deeply, then turned to Changsheng, his expression apologetic. Sir, I am truly sorry for having to rely on you once again. Before he could finish, Changsheng raised a hand to interrupt, saying, Old turtle, from here on, you shall handle the matter. As the words fell, the void seemed to resonate with the sound of shackles being released, a sharp crack echoing through the air. In the next moment, all the previously immobilized beasts and townsfolk shuddered, regaining their ability to move, their expressions blank and bewildered, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. The Earth Dragon Bear, coming to its senses, quickly recalled something and abruptly turned its gaze toward Guhi Lin. Observing its abdomen, its pupils constricted in disbelief as it exclaimed, How is this possible? Were you not about to self-destruct? Self-detonation is irreversible. Once initiated, it cannot be halted. How can this be? Guhi Lin remained silent, offering no response. Who are you? At that moment, the Earth Dragon Bear noticed Changsheng and the old turtle, its expression sharpening. The old turtle bowed slightly to Changsheng, then, with hands clasped behind its back, took 2 leisurely steps forward and chuckled. Do you think you are worthy of knowing? At this juncture, all the beasts and townsfolk were captivated by the scene before them. Their gazes varied, particularly Zhang Cheng from the tavern, the waiter, and those townsfolk who had interacted with Changsheng were momentarily stunned, only to transform their expressions into sheer astonishment and disbelief. ISNT that Mr. Lu, how could MRLU be here? In contrast, Zhang Cheng was not overly surprised. He had long been aware of Changsheng's identity as an immortal. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of Changsheng still stirred his heart. For typically, aside from the occasional visit to the tavern for peach blossom wine, he had never encountered him. The Earth Dragon Bear narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Changsheng and the old turtle, growing increasingly alarmed with each glance. It was inscrutable, completely unfathomable. Then, with a tone laced with menace, it intoned, What do you intend, sir? The demon realm is not so easily offended. Whether you offend or not is of little consequence, the old turtle retorted dismissively. In the next instant, it suddenly extended its hand. The Earth Dragon Bear lost all control, hurtling uncontrollably toward the old turtle, halting abruptly just a yard before that moment. The Earth Dragon Bear's gaze toward the old turtle was filled with horror and dread. Its body and even its demonic essence felt as though they were sealed, rendering all its struggles futile. The Dragon Bear Demon General. The multitude of beasts stood momentarily stunned, before erupting into frenzied roars. Panic etched upon their faces. It was evident to any discerning eye that the Earth Dragon Bear had been effortlessly subdued by the hunchbacked elder. Bravo! The townsfolk cheered with exhilaration, their spirits soaring. Their tremendous burdens lifted. Another powerful immortal had come to their rescue. They would not perish. The old turtle frowned slightly, casting a cautious glance at Changsheng, then turned and bellowed, Silence. If you make any more noise and disturb the master, Grandpa Turtle shall be the first to tear you wretched ants apart. This thunderous command was earth-shattering. The townsfolk fell into a hushed silence, trembling in fear. Not only them, but even the trio of Guhi Lin and his disciples felt a shiver run through them. Who told you to stand? All you wretched ants kneel before Grandpa Turtle. Anyone who dares to rise shall meet their demise. The old turtle smirked ominously. This caused the Earth Dragon Bear before him and the multitude of beasts present to shudder. How could this hunchbacked elder be even more ruthless than them? Who truly was the beast here? Instantaneously, Tens of thousands of townsfolk dropped to their knees in a wave, eager to avoid the fate of being late. Xianyao and his companions dared not hesitate, for they had a profound impression of this formidable hunchbacked elder, who had appeared 3 years prior as Lu Changsheng's old servant. The old turtle scoffed, glancing at Lu Changsheng with reverence, asking, "Master, how shall we deal with these beasts? Wasn't it your responsibility to handle this?" Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a mere observer. This exchange rang particularly clear in the hushed atmosphere. All the beasts and the kneeling townsfolk trembled in their souls. This powerful elder was merely a servant. What then was the strength and background of his master? Even more terrifying was the fact that his master, that Mr. Lu, had often been seen in the streets and alleys of Mou Town over the past 8 years. Many among them had greeted him, having always assumed he was merely an erudite scholar. Little did they know that the gentleman they often exchanged pleasantries with possessed such immense stature. One could glean from his servant that this gentleman was undoubtedly an immortal of unparalleled capabilities. Moreover, he would only grow stronger. 8 years of concealment had been executed so deftly. Hee. Indeed. The old turtle chuckled awkwardly, then turned to face the earth dragon bear, the air of humility vanishing in an instant, replaced by an air of superiority. "You may proceed." "No, please spare me, Senior." The earth dragon bear, in a state of frantic desperation, instinctively looked to Lu Changsheng for mercy. At that moment, the old turtle raised his palm and pressed down from afar. Bang! The earth dragon bear was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. This scene left everyone stunned and speechless. The dragon bear demon general is dead. Flee. Report this to the demon king. The beasts, now leaderless, lost all courage and, in their panic, scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? The old turtle surveyed the fleeing beasts with a cold smile in his heart, then suddenly waved his hand. The space around them was filled with countless dark green beams intertwining, forming a colossal prison. The beasts crashed into it, only to bounce back. The old turtle, with a calm demeanor, lightly gestured. Countless dark green beams shot forth, akin to the sharpest blades. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of beasts froze in place, their expressions becoming statuesque. In the next moment, their bodies shattered, pieces of flesh falling to the ground, the cuts unnaturally neat. Only the softly glowing beast cores floated gently above the fragments of their corpses. Remarkable, truly formidable. Gu Lin and his disciples swallowed hard, their expressions filled with dread. The old turtle cast a glance at the stupefied trio, then turned to the impassive Lu Changsheng, who was munching on winter jujubes, and bowed. "Master, it is done." Lu Changsheng nodded, then, cradling the winter jujubes, ambled toward the townsfolk. The old turtle, momentarily taken aback, then called to the still-dazed Gu Lin trio to follow suit. As the gentle footsteps echoed, the townsfolk felt a tremor in their hearts, instinctively raising their heads, their pupils constricting as they beheld the approaching gentleman in green robes. Their heartbeats quickened, faster and faster. Soon, Lu Changsheng halted before them, and kneeling in front of him were none other than Xianyao and his companions. Lu Changsheng tilted his head, spitting out a jujube pit, then surveyed the townsfolk, smiling gently. "I have lingered in Mou Town for 8 years. Some of you should be quite familiar with me by now." His lips curled into a smile, his tone light, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation with the townsfolk. Upon hearing this, some of the townsfolk who had previously greeted Lu Changsheng wore awkward smiles, yet dared not speak further. "I believe many of you have guessed correctly. Indeed, for the past 8 years, I have been quietly resolving most of the demon problems in Mou Town." That Lu Changsheng articulated softly. The townsfolk trembled, biting their lips, pressing themselves lowered up. "Master." At that moment, the old turtle approached Lu Changsheng, revealing a chair with a flick of his hand. Lu Changsheng shot a glance at the old turtle, nodded, and slowly seated himself. Continuing with a smile, he remarked, "So, some of those earlier remarks were indeed directed at me, were they not?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of several townsfolk shifted drastically, their bodies stiffening in fear, their throats constricted as though choked by something. Some were so frightened that they wet themselves. Even Chindadeo felt his pupils constrict. Could it be that the gentleman intended to hold those townsfolk accountable? Fear not. It is merely human nature, and I shall not hold it against you. That Changsheng's gaze swept across the scene, his voice warm and cordial. Just as the townsfolk felt a wave of relief wash over them, their shame swelling, Lu Changsheng suddenly stood, placing his hands behind his back, and as he turned to leave, he proclaimed, "However, from now on, you must be wary of the demon threats. I have lingered in Mou town long enough." The three disciples of the ancient crane forest, upon witnessing the scene, hastily accompanied Lu Changsheng as he departed. Along the way, Tongxin and Lindong stealthily collected the abundant demon cores scattered about, their eyes gleaming with excitement and their hearts exclaiming fortune had smiled upon them. "Master!" Chindadeo's pupils quivered as he gazed at Lu Changsheng's receding figure. A wave of reluctance swelling within him. 8 years had passed, and yet the master was leaving. The townsfolk remained frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought, only to be swiftly engulfed by a sense of dread. With the master gone, what would they do if demons were to strike again? Hey, the elderly turtle, who had yet to depart, cast a dismissive glance over the scene. "Let me enlighten you, mere ants. Your master has traversed the realms, spending 8 years in your humble Mou town, assisting you all immensely. This is a privilege beyond measure. It is true that human nature often leans towards selfishness. Yet, in times of crisis, it is better to harbor certain chilling sentiments in silence rather than utter them aloud." In response, numerous townsfolk wept, pleading, "Immortal, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please bring the master back. We shall erect a statue in his honor, venerating him for eternity. Indeed, we dare not harbor any ill thoughts." Sobbing in despair, the elderly turtle, displaying evident impatience, barked, "Silence!" Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. What a farce! Do you insignificant ants truly believe your words could sway a being of such magnitude? The master, a figure of such caliber, would not be disheartened by your trivial concerns. The venerable turtle spoke of the old man with the white beard, ancient crane forest. Do you comprehend the arduous path of cultivation? He was willing to sacrifice his life for you mere ants. And it is you who have chilled his heart. To put it bluntly, in my eyes, even a nascent soul cultivator holds more value than all of your lives combined. If I were in the master's position, I would have taken your lives before slaying any demons. And as for the master, do not entertain any greedy fantasies. He cannot linger in one place for long. Ants, take heed." Having delivered his scornful remarks, the elderly turtle cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Chindadeo, tossing a small vial into his embrace before vanishing without a trace. Outside Mou town, silence reigned. The turtle's words left the crowd in a stupor. "Town lord." The steward assisted Chindadeo to his feet. Chindadeo's mind conjured the image of the figure in the blue robe, clutching the vial close to his chest. He turned to survey the solemn townsfolk, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, 8 years ago, during the demonic turmoil at the Qian Manor in Mou town, I sought the master's aid. He presented me with 2 choices: to pursue immortality, or for him to exterminate the demons and safeguard Mou town's peace. That I chose the latter. If given another chance, I would choose the path of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Chindadeo lamented, "From this day forth, I shall resign from my position as town lord and no longer serve as the protector of Mou town." With that, he slowly made his way towards the town lord's residence. Aided by the steward, the townsfolk stood in a daze, their hearts tightening, many reflecting regret. And no wonder. After the Qian Manor incident, Mou town had seen no casualties. Even a master's intervention was, after all, sought by the town lord himself. In the demon realm, panic ensued. No, this cannot be happening. The soul lamp of the abyssal demon king has extinguished. The soul lamp of the abyssal demon king has extinguished. The demon tasked with guarding the soul lamp trembled as he relayed the news. What? Chu Song and the other 3 demon kings froze. Disbelief etched across their faces as they simultaneously vanished from their respective abodes. That moment, Ji Wuqing had just returned to the demon realm. Recalling the figure in the blue robe, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Most importantly, she could not decipher his intentions. Furthermore, Her severed arm remained irreparable. It seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicable, mysterious force that she could not dispel, no matter her efforts. She understood that only the one who bound the bell could unring it. The soul lamp of Zhao Xianyao has extinguished. Ji Wuqing's brow furrowed as a realization struck her. Her complexion paling slightly. Could it be? In the next instant, she vanished from her location. What you two little ones sneaking around for, observing your grandfather turtle? The elderly turtle suddenly turned, baring his teeth. This startled Changsheng and Lindong, who hurriedly shrank behind Ancient Crane Forest. Ancient Crane Forest first offered an apologetic smile to the elderly turtle before turning sternly to reprimand. Preposterous. Changsheng and Lindong quickly admitted their wrongdoing. Gazing pitifully at the elderly turtle merely huffed dismissively, not bothering with them. It was all in good fun. After a moment of awkward laughter, Ancient Crane Forest turned to the figure in the blue robe, respectfully and hopefully asking, "Master, would you care to visit our Qingyi sect?" Lu Changsheng paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Certainly in the soul lamp hall of the demon realm, the four demon kings gazed grimly at the second row of soul lamps above. The other four burned faintly, while the one in the center lay extinguished, its master being Zhao Xianyao. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qingtsong spoke bitterly. How long has it been since Xianyao went to the Lingshan realm? And yet, impossible. At that moment, one of the demon kings interjected, who in the Lingshan cultivation realm could possibly slay the abyssal demon king, besides a few late-stage tribulation transcendents. Moreover, Zhang Yudao from the Xiyu Carefree Academy is set to ascend within 3 months. And most of the transformation and tribulation cultivators have already made their way to the Xiyu to observe. Who else could kill the abyssal demon king? The other demon kings nodded in agreement. Zhao Xianyuan's demise felt suspicious. Just then, Ji Wuqing appeared, her first glance directed at the soul lamp, her expression shifting slightly. "Greetings, demon sovereign." The four demon kings were taken aback and hastily bowed in respect. "Where did Zhao Xianyao go?" Ji Wuqing inquired, her gaze fixed on the extinguished lamp. Chu Qingtsong scratched his head, dejectedly replying, reporting to the demon sovereign, Xianyao ventured to the secular realm of Lingshan, specifically to the Lishui Empire in the eastern region. Despite their frequent quarrels, he maintained a decent relationship with Zhao Xianyao, and the latter's death weighed heavy on his heart. Ji Wuqing's heart trembled as the image of the blue-robed figure surfaced in her mind. She began to piece together how Zhao Xianyao had met his end. Ji Wuqing's sleeves hung normally, so the four demon kings remained unaware of her severed arm. Otherwise, they would have been utterly shocked. "Demon Sovereign, we harbor doubts. Zhang Yudao from the Xiyu Carefree Academy is soon to face the tribulation for ascension. Besides Jiang Yuan from the Ziji Thunder Peak in the eastern region, Qin Piaomiao from the Heavenly Snow Sacred Palace in the northern region, and Lu Wushu from the Wujij in the southern region, who else could kill the abyssal demon king? Is it possible that there was an error with the soul lamp?" The demon king who had previously voiced his doubts questioned again. Though his confidence was wavering, as no incidents of soul lamp malfunctions have been reported thus far, Ji Wuqing took a deep breath and replied calmly, "Zhao Xianyao is indeed dead. There is no need for you to speculate further. For now, cease all actions against the Lingshan realm." With those words, she flickered out of existence, needing to journey to the demon realm to seek out Hu Zhan. The four demon kings exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, with Zhao Xianyao gone, they felt utterly bewildered. Several days later, under clear skies, Lu Changsheng and his companions arrived leisurely at the entrance of Qingyi sect. "Master, we have arrived. Your presence is truly a blessing for our Qingyi sect." Ancient Crane Forest exclaimed, his face betraying no signs of exertion as he offered flattery. Upon hearing this, Changsheng and Lindong lowered their heads, suppressing smiles, having learned from him. "Humph, Helen, your Qingyi sect's location is rather unimpressive." Lacking grandeur, the elderly turtle remarked while surveying the surroundings, shaking his head. The elder speaks truth," Ancient Crane Forest admitted awkwardly. "Oh, you believe I could seal your mouth." Lu Changsheng turned to the elderly turtle, his tone indifferent. He understood that the elderly turtle was likely accustomed to the more magnificent sects of the four realms and was subconsciously comparing the modest Lingshan realm to those. Master, please, I acknowledge my fault, the elderly turtle pleaded. The old turtle muttered a phrase and then stepped aside, rendered speechless. For one who was so garrulous, sealing his lips felt more agonizing than death itself. The trio of Gu Helen, Tong Xianyao, and Lin Xianyao observed with a composed demeanor, pretending not to notice, inwardly acknowledging that only the master could keep the venerable old turtle in check. They had deeply witnessed the formidable nature of the old turtle. As Changsheng and the others drew nearer to the mountain gate, the two disciples guarding it, upon noticing, hastily approached with expressions of joy. However, upon seeing Changsheng and the old turtle, they momentarily froze. Acutely aware of the positioning of the two, and bowed once more, Greetings, esteemed seniors. Gu Helen, noticing the keen perception of the two mountain gate disciples, praised, very well. After your shift, you may each select a scroll of intermediate mystic techniques from the technique pavilion. When the elders inquire, simply state that it was instructed by this elder. The two gatekeeping disciples were left dumbfounded. What was happening? They felt utterly bewildered. Was it really the case that they were to be bestowed such a valuable gift? Could someone possibly explain? To them, as outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage, merely possessing techniques was already a luxury, let alone an intermediate mystic one. The tiers of techniques include mystic, spirit, earth, heaven, each divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, as previously introduced. Gu Helen chuckled lightly and chose to disregard the two disciples, turning respectfully to say, Master, esteemed senior, please. Changsheng nodded slightly and stepped forward as the old turtle passed by Gu Helen. He whispered with a chuckle, though your Qingyi sect lacks grandeur, your disciples possess keen insight. Ahem, esteemed senior, you flatter me. Gu Helen felt a surge of delight at the old turtle's words, and, after casting a satisfied glance at the two gatekeeping disciples, hurriedly followed behind Tong, Xian, and Lin Dong. I understand now, Xianyao. I understand too, Shitty. The two gatekeeping disciples exchanged astonished glances as they watched the receding figures of their esteemed leaders, simultaneously expressing, they must be remarkable individuals. We were fortunate to remain vigilant. We hit the jackpot. The two disciples, still dazed, turned to each other and simultaneously exclaimed, Why did you just say what I said? Meanwhile, Changsheng and his companions had already arrived at the grand hall of the Qingyi sect. Along the way, many disciples paid their respects to Gu Helen and the other two, quickly following suit with bows directed towards Changsheng and the old turtle. Gu Helen felt a sense of quiet satisfaction at their perceptiveness. If circumstances allowed, he would have eagerly rewarded each disciple with a scroll of techniques. He feared that Changsheng and the old turtle might be slighted, but fortunately, no such incidents occurred. Master, this is the grand hall of our Qingyi sect, a significant venue for discussions and welcoming esteemed guests. Would you like to take a look? Gu Helen introduced respectfully. In his view, not bringing the master to the grand hall would imply a lack of importance and respect. No need. Please find me a place to rest. I am weary. Changsheng replied softly, glancing at him. Yes. After such a long journey, it is only natural that you must be fatigued. Please follow me, esteemed senior. Gu Helen said, slapping his forehead as he hurriedly led the way. Watching the three figures recede, Tong Xian remarked hesitantly, Shitty, our master is being rather disingenuous. How could such a great cultivator be tired from a mere long journey? Especially after just a few days? Lin Dong said, stunned. Indeed, master is speaking utter nonsense. It seems he's even learned to flatter. He has changed. Tong Xian was taken aback, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Dong quickly waved his hands, exclaiming in a panic, Xianyao, I did not mean to speak ill of the master in secret. That was not my intention. Please do not misunderstand or report me. No. Tong Xian smiled with appreciation. Shitty. What I meant to say is that you have matured. Lin Dong. Before long, Gu Helen had led Changsheng and the old turtle to a tranquil courtyard. Nestled beneath two immense rock formations, the area was enshrouded in mist, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was truly serene. Master, is this place suitable? Gu Helen inquired respectfully. This secluded courtyard had been specially constructed for him as an alchemist. Yet throughout the years, Gu Helen had only allowed Tong Xian to tidy it up occasionally and had never stayed there himself. He still preferred residing in a cave dwelling. Lu Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and smiled. It will suffice. Gu Helen let out a sigh of relief and gestured with his hand. Please, esteemed master. Lu Changsheng nodded and stepped inside. Observing this, the old turtle and Gu Helen prepared to follow, only to hear Lu Changsheng say, "You may go about your business, and old turtle, you shall guard the courtyard." The old turtle's raised foot froze mid-air, and with a cough, he withdrew it, looking at Gu Helen with displeasure. "Did you not hear the master instruct you to attend to your duties? What, do you wish to accompany your old turtle grandfather in guarding the door?" Gu Helen trembled, retreating 2 steps and awkwardly clasping his hands. Then, esteemed senior, you may attend to your matters. Gu Helen takes his leave. Without waiting for the old turtle to respond, he swiftly vanished from sight. Watching Gu Helen disappear, the old turtle suddenly felt regret. Had he known, he would have kept Gu Helen around for a chat. After all, the silence was unbearable. The thought alone made him feel suffocated. Perhaps I should take a nap. The old turtle sighed, reverting to his original form, retracting his limbs and head into his palm-sized shell, rocking back and forth like a rocking chair. Before long, the sound of gentle snoring emanated from within the shell. Meanwhile, Gu Helen had arrived at the grand hall of the Qingyi sect. That moment. Inside the hall, aside from the elder who had gone to the western regions with Xianyao and a few elders still stationed in the mundane world, Xianyao and the other elders were present. "Old Gu, what is the meaning of this? Did you not say that the esteemed senior was coming to our Qingyi sect? Our sect leader and I have been waiting here for quite some time. Where is the senior?" As soon as Gu Helen entered, an elder stepped forward to inquire. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him, awaiting an explanation. After all, this was a figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with their ancestor. A true monarch of transformation, T.O. neglect welcoming such a distinguished guest into the grand hall was exceedingly disrespectful. Gu Helen smiled wryly and bowed to Xianyao, sect leader. "Esteemed elders," the master mentioned that he felt somewhat fatigued, so I led him to a place to rest. Xianyao pursed her lips. "Did you not inform that esteemed senior that all the upper echelons of our Qingyi sect were here in the grand hall to welcome him?" Gu Helen shook his head. "I only mentioned that the grand hall is a venue for receiving esteemed guests and asked the master if he would like to take a look. He declined, and I did not have the chance to mention that you were waiting. In truth, Gu Helen had his own motives. After all, an unpleasant incident had occurred between the sect leader and a master outside Mou Town. It was perhaps best that they did not meet, to avoid dampening the master's spirits and sparing the sect leader any awkwardness. It was truly a win-win situation. Very well, you have invited that esteemed senior to the grand hall, which is sufficient, since he is unwilling to come. It is not our lack of etiquette. Has Elder Gu advanced to the nascent soul stage?" As Xianyao spoke, her gaze suddenly sharpened, exclaiming in delight. "What? Old Gu has advanced to the nascent soul stage?" The other elders were also taken aback, hastily probing Gu Helen's aura, and upon doing so, their eyes widened in disbelief. Clearing his throat, Gu Helen's expression turned proud as he stroked his beard. Indeed, however, he quickly reined in his pride, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear as he sighed. This time, the tribulation I faced was the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Had it not been for the master's assistance, I would have perished during the 3rd wave. Hiss, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Old Gu?" An elder was about to inquire further when Gu Helen rejected. "Do not ask. I also do not know why the nascent soul tribulation was the 4-9 heavenly tribulation." "Wait a moment. You mentioned that esteemed senior assisted you. It is well known that throughout history, during tribulations, no one is allowed to attack or assist the one undergoing the tribulation." An elder suddenly seized upon this detail. The others immediately shifted their expressions, particularly Xianyao, whose eyes flickered with disbelief. Gu Helen, witnessing their reactions, quickly sighed. "Sect leader, esteemed elders, you misunderstand. The master did not assist with external force, but rather inspired me with his words." At that moment, it truly felt as if I had received enlightenment, and my will to survive became extraordinarily fierce. Ultimately, I was gravely injured and fainted, just barely managing to survive the lightning tribulation. Alas, that so it is. Then it is only natural. The crowd could not help but nod in silent agreement, their hearts collectively sighing in relief. If someone could indeed interfere with the thunder tribulation, it would be truly terrifying and would utterly overturn their understanding. Xianyao nodded earnestly and inquired, "What did that esteemed elder say at the time?" She was curious about what kind of words could inspire Gu Huelin to overcome that dreadful 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The elders also gazed expectantly at Gu Huelin. Gu Huelin's body stiffened slightly. However, he was quick-witted as always, and with a reverent expression, he blurted out, "The gentleman said, 'My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven.'" The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging astonished glances. What a defiant proclamation. Well said. What a statement of my fate being my own. The esteemed elder's words are truly profound. The path of immortality is long. We cultivators ought to contend with the earth and the heavens, fighting for that sliver of hope. Indeed, such words are indeed as enlightening as old Gu described, and this elder feels that the path ahead has become clear. No, I must find an opportunity to pay my respects to that elder and express my immense gratitude for such wisdom. How wonderful! My tribulation of the heart is approaching as well, whether it be the tribulation of the heart or the nascent soul tribulation. I believe that as long as I remember the elder's words, passing through should be a breeze. The elders' faces flushed as they exchanged excited words, the entire great hall brimming with enthusiasm and exhilaration. Even Xianyao stood there, speechless for a long time. What a proclamation of my fate being my own. Observing this scene, Gu Huelin was taken aback. He opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. But soon his heart began to race with panic. If these elders truly sought out the gentleman to express their gratitude, wouldn't he be finished? For the gentleman never uttered such words. How would the gentleman view him, then? Surely, he wouldn't kill him, would he? More importantly, if these elders were to perish in the thunder tribulation due to his fabrications, wouldn't the gentleman be wrongfully blamed as the culprit? The consequences are unthinkable. Gu Huelin's face turned pale as he hesitated, saying, "Sect master, esteemed elders, is like this. Actually, oh dear old Gu, enough, we all understand. In truth, you could have kept that immortal saying to yourself, but unexpectedly, you selflessly chose to share with everyone. Rest assured, I understand the rules. You can visit my cave after. Yes, old Gu, it's a small matter. Come to my cave afterward. Yes, you should also come to my cave afterward. But for now, we want to pay a visit to that esteemed elder. Let us not bother him just yet. I heard from old Gu that the elder said he was tired, so let us wait until tomorrow to disturb him." "That makes sense. All right, esteemed elders, let us disperse for now. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow." Watching the elders chatter excitedly and the sect master leave the great hall without paying him any further heed, Gu Huelin stumbled, his face drained of color, feeling as if the sky had fallen. "Sir, I have spoken out of turn. In the demon realm. Did the demon sovereign not say he would go to the mortal realm? It has only been 3 years. How could he have returned? Is he preparing to wage war? Ha! It seems you also believe that this time Zhang Yudeo's ascension tribulation is an opportune moment." In the spacious hall, Hu Zhan and Ji Wuqing sat opposite each other. Ji Wuqing said indifferently, "Hu Zhan, stand down." Hu Zhan's eyes flickered, and he asked solemnly, "What do you mean?" "I have encountered Lu Changsheng, but I cannot ascertain his intentions, so it is best not to act recklessly for now." Lu Changsheng. "Are you referring to that mysterious figure the main body met in the immortal tomb?" "Indeed, how can you be sure that was Lu Changsheng?" "Oh, right, he had a turtle perched on his shoulder. Did you see that turtle?" "No, haha. What are you laughing at? You must have mistaken the person. Lu Changsheng is the one with the turtle." Ji Wuqing fell silent. She did not understand why Hu Zhan always circled back to the topic of the turtle. Ji Wuqing chose not to say anything further, but, under Hu Zhan's puzzled gaze, flicked her left hand, revealing that her right sleeve was empty. Hu Zhan suddenly stood up, bewildered, and asked, "Your right arm?" "It was severed by Lu Changsheng, and an eerie power lingers around the shoulder, preventing it from regrowing or reconnecting." Ji Wuqing replied coldly. Hu Zhan slowly sat down, his expression grave. "I did not expect such hidden talents in the Lingshan realm." But rest assured, when we launch our war, I will personally help you reclaim your honor and make Lu Changsheng pay the price. Ji Wuqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that, despite her words, Hu Zhan still harbored ambitions regarding the immortal tomb. Do you think we can succeed if Lu Changsheng intervenes? Ji Wuqing said through clenched teeth. Hu Zhan smiled mysteriously at her words. Don't worry. Recently, I have made an ally, and with Zhang Yu Dao soon to ascend, taking the Lingquan realm will be effortless. You remember the vanished tomb in the immortal tomb cluster. That Lu Changsheng emerged from there. Ji Wuqing suddenly stated emphatically. Hu Zhan was momentarily stunned. Then burst into laughter. Ha! Ji Wuqing's expression shifted slightly. You? Who told you that? Hu Zhan inquired with a smile. The main body had suspicions from the beginning, and later he confirmed it. Ji Wuqing replied expressionlessly. Clap, clap, clap. Hu Zhan applauded, his face serious. And yes, whatever he says is true, but it's absurd that you, the dignified demon sovereign, actually believe it. Bang! Ji Wuqing slammed the table and stood up, coldly saying, Do as you wish. If you want to attack, go ahead. This time, the demon realm will not interfere. With that, she turned to leave that moment. Hu Zhan sneered, Ji Wuqing, you were the one who first proposed a scheme regarding the immortal tomb. And now you say you want to back out? Isn't that laughable? Ji Wuqing paused. Hu Zhan mocked her with a smile. You can back out if you wish. I won't force you. But you must agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Hu Zhan said blandly. Once I take the Lingquan realm, when the immortal tomb is opened, I will need to borrow your blood-collecting magic for a use. But when the tomb opens, you will receive only 1/10 of the secrets within. Ji Wuqing's eyes flickered as she replied. We'll discuss that when you have taken the Lingquan realm. With that, her figure vanished. Hu Zhan remained silent for a moment, a smile creeping onto his bearded face, his chilling voice resonating through the hall. Previously, the absence of your demon realm made me hesitate. But times have changed. The secrets of the immortal tomb and longevity must be mine. The next day, at Qingyi sect, Master, Master, come out quickly. Tongxin and Lindong shouted excitedly outside Gu Hulin's cave. Boom! The stone door of the cave opened. And Gu Hulin emerged with a gloomy expression, bellowing, What is all this ruckus so early in the morning? Thankfully, I was not refining pills. If you two little brats distracted me, I would have skinned you alive. Tongxin hurriedly replied, Master, the elders have formed a group and are heading to your elegant courtyard. They are carrying large and small bundles, seemingly to present gifts to the gentleman. I hope it won't disturb him. What? Gu Hulin's demeanor suddenly brightened, instinctively asking, How did they know that the gentleman resides in the elegant courtyard? Tongxin weakly raised her hand and mumbled, It was my fault for accidentally letting it slip. Slap! Gu Hulin delivered an unprecedentedly powerful smack to her head. The next moment, he hurried away, leaving only a sorrowful and hurried voice echoing back, If I manage to return alive from the gentleman, I will surely eat you, unfilial child. Lindong, stunned, withdrew his gaze, looking at the large red bump on Tongxin's head, shocked and worried. Senior brother, that is quite a bump. Does it hurt? The innocence of childhood brought tears to the eyes. Yet no response was given. However, Lindong understood. His senior brother was likely in great pain. Meanwhile, outside the elegant courtyard, a group of elders approached cautiously, each laden with various packages, making a conscious effort to appear sincere by carrying them by hand. At this moment, their faces were etched with careful apprehension. After all, the courtyard housed revered beings akin to the venerable ancestor, demanding a level of prudence from them. Suddenly, as the elders drew nearer, a rhythmic snoring resonated in their ears. Their expressions shifted as they followed the sound, discovering a turtle shell of palm size swaying at the entrance. Why on earth is there a little turtle at the door? Hush! Tread carefully. Have you ever seen an ordinary turtle snore? It could very well be a senior's magical pet. Indeed, it would be wise to show respect, the elders murmured among themselves. After a brief discussion, one elder stepped forward, clearing his throat and respectfully proclaiming, Esteemed senior, we are the elders of Qingyi sect, here to express our gratitude for your profound words. Your declaration, my fate is determined by myself, not by heaven, has profoundly impacted us, and we shall engrave it into our very bones. Never to forget. The old turtle ceased snoring, its eyes slowly opening with a hint of confusion. IT had been aware of their presence long before, yet the sight of them carrying packages had prevented it from responding immediately. However, what was this phrase about fate? Just then, Gu Helen arrived with unprecedented speed, sliding to a respectful halt before the elders. Trembling as he spoke, "Sir, Gu Helen is guilty." A moment of silence ensued, until suddenly, a figure clad in azure manifested before Gu Helen. Changsheng did not acknowledge Gu Helen, but instead cast his gaze upon the assembled elders, smiling as he inquired, "My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven." "We have encountered the esteemed senior." The elders were momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing in reverence, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. With the venerable ancestor absent from the sect, incurring the ire of the individual before them could lead to dire consequences. "There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please rise," Changsheng replied nonchalantly. "Thank you, esteemed senior." The elders stood upright, exchanging glances with Gu Helen, each uncertain of what to say, as Gu Helen's behavior seemed to exude an aura of oddity. The air fell silent again, and as the elders felt the weight of pressure mounting due to Changsheng's silence, one elder gritted his teeth and stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Esteemed senior, your profound words have greatly inspired us, and today we have come to express our gratitude with gifts." With that, the elders raised their packages simultaneously, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. That moment, Gu Helen's mind was in turmoil. He felt a wave of panic wash over him. Since their acquaintance, having personally experienced Changsheng's myriad of mysterious techniques, he held a profound reverence for him, a reverence that had become ingrained within him. Changsheng gently stepped on the old turtle, asking, "So, what enlightenment did that phrase provide you?" "Hiss." The old turtle winced in pain, fully aware that Changsheng was punishing it. "Esteemed senior, you may not comprehend, but my previous cultivation was always methodical, each step measured, fearing any misstep. Now I believe that in the path of cultivation, one must take bold strides. Whatever one undertakes, it must be done with audacity, be wide daring to take risks. Miracles may occur. Timidity leads only to mediocrity." Indeed, indeed. Furthermore, this phrase will be greatly beneficial during tribulations in the future. IT serves as a potent tonic for the spirit. I believe I shall surely weather the thunder tribulation that I used to fear it greatly. But now it seems trivial. Such is the power of belief. As cultivators, we must defy the heavens, fearlessly confronting all challenges. Even in failure, death is the only outcome, and what harm is there in that? Listening to the grand declarations of the elders, Gu Helen's heart raced with alarm. It was over. They had completely lost their senses. He then glanced nervously at Changsheng, only to find him gazing back, causing Gu Helen to immediately lower his head. However, Changsheng's subsequent words left Gu Helen momentarily stunned. "Well, that sounds quite good." Upon hearing this, the elders beamed with joy, bowing deeply to Changsheng. Yet he added, "But this phrase was not my own. Any consequences that arise are not my concern, so you may keep your gifts." With that, Changsheng kicked the turtle shell aside into the bushes and turned to walk into the courtyard. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Gu Helen thought the esteemed senior had claimed the phrase as his own. How could he now deny it? It was all rather confusing, and they sought clarity. "Old Gu, why are you still on the ground? You prostrated yourself before the esteemed senior so early in the day, and you even slid into a kneel. Impressive indeed." One elder approached to help the dazed Gu Helen to his feet with a chuckle. Gu Helen snapped back to reality, offering a dry smile and a respectful bow to the elegant courtyard before quietly departing. His heart slightly eased. The esteemed senior seemed to harbor no intention of holding him accountable, simply stating that it was unrelated to him and did not expose his misstep before the elders. How fortunate! The elders stood momentarily in astonishment before placing their packages at the courtyard entrance and gradually departing. Gifts must still be offered. Whether the esteemed senior accepted them was his affair, but their act of giving was another matter entirely. The following day, Gu Helen returned to the elegant courtyard. "Esteemed senior, please inform the sir that I may soon leave the eastern domain. Should he require anything, he may freely command the other elders within the sect. Jiyu Helen spoke respectfully while gazing at the turtle shell on the ground. The old turtle emerged, extending its head and limbs leisurely, asking, leaving the eastern domain for what purpose? With a sheepish smile, Gu Helen replied, thanks to the esteemed senior's assistance, I have now attained the Yuaning stage. The elder Zhang Yu Dao from the western domain Xianyao courtyard is set to undergo his ascension tribulation in just over 2 months. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I wish to observe. The old turtle transformed into human form, its eyes glinting with curiosity as it queried, are you certain it is the ascension tribulation? Indeed, Gu Helen bowed respectfully. Wait here a moment, the old turtle said before entering the courtyard. Master, I heard that young Helen mentioned someone in the western domain is undergoing an ascension tribulation. Shall we go to witness it? The old turtle inquired from outside the door. What is there to see about the ascension tribulation? A voice soon resonated from within. The old turtle chuckled with respect. Master, surely you recall that not long ago, when I descended to the mortal realm, I passed through the ascension passageway. And then, Master, you may not know, but the other end of this realm's ascension passage has been blocked by sects from the 4-direction celestial realm, and anyone attempting to ascend is met with slaughter. The old turtle explained cautiously. Oh, in the next moment, Changsheng appeared before the old turtle. The old turtle stepped back half a pace, elaborating, it seems a cultivator from this realm ascended previously and offended someone they should not have. Consequently, that realm sent individuals to seal off our passage at that time. Seeing your urgency, I paid little attention and only inquired briefly. The specifics are unclear. Changsheng spoke quietly, regardless of right or wrong. Those sects dare to obstruct the ascension passage, severing the path to immortality for our realm's cultivators. It is akin to murdering one's parents. The old turtle sighed with resignation. Some sects are located in remote areas, far removed from the higher-ups of the 4-direction celestial realm. Whether they are aware of the situation is uncertain. Even if they are, most choose to turn a blind eye to such matters. When I was in the celestial realm, I established a celestial decree. Under no circumstances are the guiding sects of the 4 directions celestial realm permitted to obstruct the ascension passage to the celestial realm. After my disappearance for 1,000,000 years, someone dares to cross this line. Very well. Changsheng's voice grew increasingly cold. The old turtle shuddered in fear, hastily bowing. He rarely witnessed Changsheng in anger. But when it was akin to the heavens collapsing. His usual kindness was matched only by the ferocity of his wrath. Those 4 individuals seemed to be asking for a beating. As an immortal emperor, have they done nothing in the past 1,000,000 years? Changsheng remarked indifferently. Ahem. The old turtle cleared his throat, knowing that Changsheng referred to the 4 immortal emperors of the 4-direction celestial realm. He struggled to articulate, Master, I mentioned earlier that their own circumstances are not favorable, making it difficult for them to focus on such matters. Moreover, many guiding sects are negotiating with the higher-ups of various celestial realms, making it challenging for this issue to reach the attention of the 4 immortal emperors. Changsheng cast a glance at him, and it seemed that over the course of 1,000,000 years, those 4 fellows have become quite close to you, to the point where you have the audacity to defend them. Master, please calm your anger. The old turtle, frightened, crouched low while desperately shielding his back. Its shell could not withstand another blow. Changsheng flicked his sleeve and strode outside. Let us go, then. It is time to take a look. Jiyu Helen stared blankly as Changsheng emerged from the courtyard, his heart racing with excitement. Could it be that the master intended to personally see him off? Moved, Gu Helen quickly became anxious again. What merit did he possess to warrant such an honor? He felt unworthy. Master, I shall take my leave on my own accord. I dare not impose upon you. Gu Helen hastily bowed and said. The old turtle glanced at Gu Helen in silent disbelief. This fellow truly had a vivid imagination. I shall also go observe the ascension tribulation. Let us depart. Changsheng declared. Jiyu Helen's face flushed crimson, realizing he had misunderstood. But soon his mouth fell agape in shock, as if he could swallow a dinosaur egg. The master actually intended to witness the ascension tribulation as well. Was that truly necessary? Based on his understanding of Changsheng, he was likely a celestial being descended to this realm. Otherwise, the matter of assisting during the Thunder Tribulation could not be explained. Although he was unaware of the power of a great cultivator during the tribulation, he knew that interfering with the Thunder Tribulation was beyond even them. Indeed, Jiu Helen immediately bowed in response. With a wave of his hand, a spirit vessel rose into the air. Master, pleased him in the next moment, the spirit vessel shot upward, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. On the spirit vessel, Gu Helen gazed at the now invisible Qingyi mountain, a vague premonition stirring within him. He felt that this ascension tribulation would bring about extraordinary occurrences. Initially, he felt nothing, but the moment Lu Changsheng mentioned going along, that premonition emerged. Jiu Helen, you previously mentioned that the ascension tribulation would commence in a little over 2 months. Will this spirit vessel make it in time? The old turtle asked, glancing outside, perplexed that, if necessary, he could take over. It would only take a moment. However, that would be arriving too early, and he remained uncertain of his master's true intentions. Rest assured, Senior, relying solely on the spirit vessel would indeed be insufficient. In the coming days, we will first reach the heavenly fortune chamber of the eastern region's cultivation world, where there exists a large teleportation array directly leading to the western region. Gu Helen replied with a smile. He knew that the ancestor and the elder were likely already in the western region, en route to the Carefree Institute. The old turtle chuckled and suddenly beckoned Gu Helen over conspiratorially. Gu Helen paused, glanced at Lu Changsheng, and cautiously approached, whispering, Senior, what is it? The old turtle regarded Lu Changsheng, then relayed through thought, is there a renowned celestial maiden in this realm? Gu Helen's eyes flickered, and he inquired telepathically. Senior, what do you mean by that? The old turtle chuckled mischievously. What do you think I mean? Gu Helen, somewhat bewildered, pondered for a moment before responding. If one were to speak of the most illustrious figure in the Lingqian cultivation world, it would undoubtedly be Xianyao, the leader of the heavenly snow sacred palace in the northern region. As he spoke, a hint of admiration surfaced in Gu Helen's eyes. Oh, the old turtle's pupils brightened, and he became intrigued, asking, how beautiful is she? How beautiful? Gu Helen looked at the old turtle with confusion. Senior, that leader of the heavenly snow sacred palace, Xianyao, is a great cultivator at the late stage of tribulation. What do you intend to do? What can this old turtle do? Just have a casual chat with you. To pass the time, the old turtle replied nonchalantly. Oh, that is good. Jiu Helen believed him and then smiled. As for Master Xianyao, she is affectionately referred to as Fairy Qin. She truly embodies her name, appearing ethereal and aloof. I once had the fortune of observing her from afar. She is like a crystal rose on Mount Tian, both regal and enchanting, evoking admiration, yet instilling a sense of distance. In summary, she is utterly irresistible. Isn't she? Marvelous. The old turtle's eyes sparkled as he wiped the corner of his mouth. Jiu Helen expressed concern. Senior, please do not act recklessly. That leader Qin is, the old turtle waved dismissively. Spare me the nonsense. I must ask you, will Xianyao be present at the Grand Ascension ceremony? Gu Helen responded, naturally, not only will Master Qin be present, but Jiang Yuan and Lu Wushu will also attend. That is splendid, the old turtle said with a grin, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. As for Jiang Yuan and Lu Wushu, he was indifferent. He had never even heard of them. Old turtle, what has you so elated? At that moment, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and smiled at the old turtle. The old turtle flinched and awkwardly replied, we were just chatting, Master, about some amusing matters that got a bit out of hand, right, Gu Helen? Gu Helen nodded vigorously. Yes, cough, Master. Gu Helen and I shall converse in the cabin of the spirit vessel, so as not to disturb you, the old turtle said, pulling Gu Helen along toward the cabin. Lu Changsheng quietly watched the old turtle's retreating figure. Saying nothing, he was quite familiar with this old turtle. Aside from being a chatterbox, he had a penchant for lechery. It seemed he had succumbed to his cravings again. However, such matters were generally not his concern, unless the old turtle's behavior became too excessive to bear. Fairy Qin, what troubles you? In the western region's Carefree Institute, Jiang Yuan inquired with concern as he looked at Xianyao. Zhang Yudao and Lu Wushu beside him also wore puzzled expressions. They had all keenly sensed that Xianyao seemed somewhat distracted. Coming back to her senses, Xianyao relaxed her brow. her fair face breaking into a breathtaking smile as she replied, "I was just reminded of something. My dear friends, do not take offense." Though her heart still bore a hint of suspicion. Wondering what that inexplicable sense of unease had been, it had come without reason. Hearing this, the three nodded in understanding, not probing further. "Zhang, among us four, you are indeed the most capable," Jiang Yuan remarked, turning to Zhang Yudao with a sigh. "He, may Zhang Yudao pass through this trial safely, and may we meet again in the celestial realm." Lu Wushu lifted his wine cup, sincerity etched on his youthful features clad in deep blue robes. His handsome visage striking. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuan and Qin Piaomiao also raised their cups. Zhang Yudao, feeling helpless, lifted his cup and gave a slight nod. The four of them drank in unison. After setting down his cup, Zhang Yudao sighed. "Let us not speak of our future reunion in the celestial realm. If I were to fail in this ascension tribulation, I hope you all will look after the Carefree Institute a little in the future. I thank you in advance." Saying this, he stood and bowed to the three. The three exchanged bewildered glances before Qin Piaomiao frowned and asked, "Zhang, why do you seem so lacking in confidence?" Zhang Yudao joked, "You all worry too much. Who can predict the tribulation? It is better to be cautious than to be reckless. I merely request a favor in advance. I hope you will grant me that." The three could only nod, though Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. "Thank you." Zhang Yudao cupped his hands in gratitude. "The thunder tribulation approaches. I must prepare, so please feel free. That is as it should be." The three rose and returned the gesture. 10 days later. "Master, ahead lies the largest merchant association in the eastern region's cultivation world, the Heavenly Fortune Chamber." Gu Helen stood on the deck, pointing ahead at the massive building that loomed amidst the white mist. Speaking respectfully, Liu Changsheng moved to the forefront, quietly observing the scene before him. "Gu Helen, the master may be weary. Since we're not pressed for time, let us rest here at this merchant association for a couple of days." The old turtle said, glancing at Liu Changsheng before swallowing hard and addressing Gu Helen with a serious tone. Gu Helen was taken aback, then turned to Liu Changsheng. "Master, do you wish to rest?" Liu Changsheng smiled. Turning to the old turtle, his gaze seemed to penetrate to the very depths of his being. "I'm not particularly fatigued, but it appears the old turtle is. Let us linger for 2 days so he may have a good rest." The old turtle's face immediately turned crimson. Feeling flustered, the Heavenly Fortune Chamber, as the largest merchant association in the Lingqian realm's eastern region, was indeed renowned for its opulence. Its vast area could rival dozens of towns like Mayu. Besides the luxurious main hall of the Heavenly Fortune Chamber, situated at its center. All surrounding buildings were also owned by the chamber. "Master, this is the Heavenly Fortune Chamber. This entire area belongs to Jiu." He Lin bowed slightly and smiled. Liu Changsheng nodded gently, clasping his hands behind his back as he stepped forward. "Esteemed guests, please present your entrance spirit stones." As Liu Changsheng and his companions approached, 2 guards raised their hand with friendly smiles. Observing this, Gu Lin swiftly produced 60 spirit stones and handed them over. Having visited the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce several times, he was well aware of the entrance fee per individual. Spirit stones, low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, 7-color spirit stones, generally in a ratio of 1,000, applicable in the 4 directions Fairy Realm and Tianjihen. The guards accepted the spirit stones, weighed them in their hands, and apologetically remarked, "We apologize, esteemed guests, but due to the recent ascension tribulation of the ancestor from the Western Domain Xianyao Academy, the entrance fees have increased." Gu Lin was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce for their keen ability to profit. Truly, there is no merchant without guile. Although the invitation was extended to cultivators above the nascent soul stage, many below would undoubtedly be drawn to the Western Domain, eager to observe from a distance. Entrance fees would be collected once, and again at the teleportation array, likely at a higher rate. "Very well, how much has it increased?" Gu Lin awkwardly glanced at Liu Changsheng before inquiring of the guard. "Per person," the guard gestured with his fingers, indicating 80. Gu Lin pressed his lips together, retrieving a storage bag and tossing it to him, containing 200 low-grade spirit stones, more than sufficient, with no need for change. As an alchemist, he was certainly not short on funds. The guard beamed. Please, esteemed guests, enter. Seeing this, Guhi Lin respectfully inclined his head. Sir, let us proceed. Did I apologize for the delay? Changsheng glanced at him and entered with hands clasped behind his back. Guhi Lin and the old turtle hastily followed suit. The streets were bustling, crowded with countless cultivators moving about. Many were set up along the sides, seated in meditation, neither calling out nor soliciting business. Apart from the occasional whispers among cultivators, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce exuded a serene quietude. The contrast between the clamor of the mundane world and the tranquility of the cultivation realm was stark. Lu Changsheng walked slowly ahead, with the old turtle and Guhi Lin cautiously following. However, the occasional brush with beautiful female cultivators caused a faint grin to appear at the corner of the old turtle's mouth. Guhi Lin seemed to recall something, his eyes suddenly brightening as he stepped forward respectfully. Sir, I know of your fondness for fine wine, and fortuitously, within this Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, there exists a renowned brew, celebrated throughout the Lingchun cultivation realm. However, it lies some distance from our current location. Shall I escort you there? Indeed, Lu Changsheng paused momentarily, his nose twitching as he detected the faint aroma of wine in the air. Among them was a particularly unique scent, likely the one Guhi Lin mentioned, and it seemed rather agreeable. That I know where it is, Lu Changsheng replied, his eyes flashing as he led the old turtle and Guhi Lin. Vanishing from sight, as the trio disappeared, the previously tranquil street erupted into commotion. Did you just see that? There was a young man and two old men, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Indeed, teleportation, that is a technique only available to cultivators of the divine transformation stage or higher. Could it be that those three were all divine transformation true lords? I can't believe I witnessed 3 divine transformation true lords before my very eyes. My life has been worth it. I could die content now that I understand your excitement. But hold your horses. Let me explain. Those 3 seniors are likely heading to the Western Domain to observe the Ascension Tribulation, yet they seem rather unfamiliar. If they are divine transformation true lords, they must be figures of great repute, yet I have never heard of them. One of them seems vaguely familiar, resembling the ancient master of Qingyi sect. That's impossible. After all these years, the ancient master has only reached the peak of the golden core stage at best, not even reaching the nascent soul stage, let alone divine transformation. So that could not have been him. Indeed, it was definitely not him. Add one a town to clip clop. 3 horse-drawn carriages slowly rolled out of the town gates and came to a halt not far away. The curtains parted, revealing Chundadeo, who stared blankly at the place he had called home for 13 years. Town master, the old steward was about to speak. Chundadeo chuckled helplessly. Ah, spare me the title of town master. I am no longer deserving of it. He had submitted his resignation that day and only received word yesterday. For reasons unknown, such trivial matters had reached the ears of the king of Lishui, who promptly agreed and even issued an order for Chundadeo to take up a position in the capital immediately. My lord, life in the capital may not be as comfortable, the old steward sighed. Compared to the capital, he preferred the simplicity of Mou Town. Before the trouble with the demons began, they had lived quite comfortably in Mou Town. Free from excessive worries in the capital, a hub of power, one would have to constantly read the expressions of others. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Chundadeo furrowed his brow. That won't be the case. Lord Donga treated me well in the past, and the king of Lishui also holds me in high regard. The old steward shook his head with a smile. My lord, you just referred to the past. Times have changed. Chundadeo was taken aback. What do you mean? Is there anything wrong with what I said? I'm just stating the facts. However, he refrained from retorting immediately. Over the years, the old steward had proven to be wiser than he, which was indeed the truth. That he then inquired, what do you mean by that? The old steward took a deep breath and began, what I am about to say may not be pleasant to hear, but please do not take it to heart. Chundadeo raised an eyebrow. No worries. We have been master and servant for nearly a lifetime. Chundadeo, am just a simple man. We can speak candidly. The old steward's eyes shimmered with warmth as he straightforwardly asked, My lord, you must know that in the realm of officials, all are crafty foxes. None are simple. They are all driven by self-interest. I even suspect, the old steward hesitated. Chun Dadeo's heart raced, urging, "What do you suspect? Speak your mind. We are not strangers that I suspect that the king of Lishue's invitation for you to serve in the capital is merely a scheme of his." The old steward said, his gaze sharp. Chun Dadeo stood frozen, murmuring, "What could a solitary man like me, Chun Dadeo, possibly have that warrants such schemes?" The old steward chuckled softly, shaking his sleeves, and said gravely, "The gentleman resided in your town master's residence for at least 8 years. And now that he has departed, if I were the king, I would naturally assume that the gentleman gifted you some treasures before leaving. If you were the king, what would you think?" Chun Dadeo instinctively clutched the object in his bosom. Lowering his head in silence for a long while, "Dadeo, what are you and the steward discussing? The sun is still high. Let us set off quickly," a woman's voice called from the carriage behind. "Oh, right." Chun Dadeo snapped back to reality, instructing the coachman he settled back down with the steward, pulling the curtain down as the carriage began to move slowly. "Town master." At that moment, a melodious female voice called out, accompanied by hurried footsteps from outside. Chun Dadeo paused and shouted, "Stop!" The carriage came to an immediate halt. Chun Dadeo lifted the curtain, revealing a stranger standing beside the carriage, breathless and visibly anxious as she gazed at him. "Dadeo, who is this girl?" The voice of Chun Dadeo's wife sounded from within the carriage, her tone tinged with anger, suspecting him of having an illicit affair. "Ah, my lady, this is a townsperson, likely someone who missed the farewell gathering the other day and has come to bid farewell today." "Right, steward?" Chun Dadeo's heart raced, fabricating an explanation. The old steward quickly affirmed, "Ah, yes, yes." Upon hearing this, the woman in the carriage fell silent. Chun Dadeo breathed a sigh of relief, turning to the young woman before him. "Miss, may I ask?" The young woman steadied her breathing, her gaze occasionally darting toward the carriage, and then replied shyly, "Town master, are you leaving MOU town?" Xiao Tong arrived in MOU town today, bringing fruits to sell. Suddenly, she heard that the town chief had stepped down from his position, causing her heart to tremble. She then decided to wait patiently at the town's entrance. Chun Dadeo and the steward exchanged glances, then looked up at the sky and smiled. "Indeed, my dear girl, if you have something to say, do not hesitate." Xiao Tong bit her lip, her voice dry. May I see my brother?" "Brother?" Chun Dadeo and the steward exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the mention of a brother. My lady, I truly do not know who you are referring to as your brother. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Chun Dadeo forced a smile, preparing to lower the curtain, as he had little time to waste. Seeing this, Xiao Tong anxiously exclaimed, "Town chief, it's your son," before the bewildered Chun Dadeo and the steward could respond. An angry voice erupted from the carriage behind. "Chun Dadeo, when and where did you father a child with a vixen? If you do not provide an explanation today, I will die right here." Chun Dadeo felt a surge of panic, casting a fierce glance at Xiao Tong, then frantically signaled the old steward. The steward understood and solemnly replied, "The master has always been upright. I can stake my life to vouch for him." "Humph." The woman in the carriage snorted coldly and fell silent. Chun Dadeo sighed heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow as he regarded the unfamiliar girl before him with growing impatience. Anyone would feel irritable under such circumstances. He nearly faced the dissolution of his family over this single remark. "My lady, as you can see, I have no son. Farewell," Chun Dadeo declared, lowering the curtain with authority. "Let us depart." Xiao Tong's eyes reddened, realizing that she may not see him again for a long time. Summoning her courage, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Yes, 3 years ago, when the beast horde attacked MOU town, my brother brought me to a courtyard in the town chief's residence that he was dressed in green, and I remember his smile clearly, warming my heart on that frigid winter day." "Stop!" Chun Dadeo's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly raised his hand. The coachman pulled the reins, causing the horses to rear up and come to a halt. With the carriage stopped, Xiao Tong felt a wave of relief and hurried over. "Dadeo, what are you doing?" Silence. Chun Dadeo's stern command cut off the woman's impatient word from the carriage. He then stepped down to face the girl, forcing a dry smile. "My lady, some matters should not be spoken of lightly. After all, that is the master." Xiao Tong's gaze was clouded with confusion. She wanted to say something, but Chun Dadeo continued. "The master left MOU town half a month ago." Xiao Tong's body trembled, her mouth opening slightly. Yet her throat felt as if it were constricted by an unseen force. 8 years ago, that young man had purchased 2 baskets of red fruits from her for 15 copper coins. 3 years ago, he had bought 2 baskets of winter dates with a precious silver coin. Over the years, she and her grandmother had relied on each other, and she had worked hard, eventually passing the exams to become a minor female official in the capital. Only awaiting her appointment, she gradually understood the bittersweet nature of life. I understand now, Xiao Tong murmured, lowering her head. Qingyi sighed and then smiled again. Ah, my lady, the master is no ordinary person. Let me tell you, he is a celestial being who traverses the heavens. Xiao Tong's pupils constricted. No wonder he remained unchanged over the years. The next moment, she looked up. Go. Qingyi had somehow climbed back into the carriage and signaled for it to resume its journey. Might I ask the name of my brother? Xiao Tong called out hopefully. In 8 years, she had met him thrice, yet knew so little. His name is Lu Changsheng. As the carriage gradually receded into the distance, Xiao Tong stood rooted to the spot like a wooden post, murmuring, "So, my brother is called Lu Changsheng." She opened her palm, which had tightly clutched the silver coin, after the incident with the 15 copper coins years ago. She had never dared to tell her grandmother about that silver coin, nor had she used it much. Today, she had intended to return it to her brother, but alas, the Fortune Merchant Association. Lin. Why does this tavern have a plaque, but no name? Old Turtle asked curiously to Jiyu. Lin respectfully glanced at Lu Changsheng before smiling. Indeed, sir, this tavern is quite special. It bears no name, which is a curious matter throughout the Lingchun cultivation world. The owner of the tavern once proclaimed that if anyone could name it, she would offer an exquisite brew for that person to enjoy. Old Turtle, hearing this, expressed skepticism. Didn't you tell the owner there are good wines here? What? Do you expect her to write the name herself? Dream on. Gui Lin, taken aback, replied nervously, how could I dare suggest that? Of course there are fine wines for sale here. However, that exquisite brew is different. It requires a name for the tavern. As for how extraordinary that brew is, I cannot say, since no one has ever succeeded in naming it. As he spoke, Gui Lin muttered softly, what nonsense. Naming it is such a simple task. Anyone could do it. Old Turtle, I could do it too. I've decided. Let us call it Old Turtle Tavern. The owner must agree, no matter what. Old Turtle snorted, speaking with an air of arrogance. Ahem. Lu Changsheng suddenly cleared his throat. Old Turtle, realizing his faux pas, quickly adjusted his demeanor, forcing a smile that resembled a flower. No. It should be called Qingyi Tavern, right, master? With a light slap, Lu Changsheng gently struck Old Turtle on the head, causing him to spin around like a top, his vision filled with stars. He only managed to steady himself after grasping Gui Lin's support. Lu Changsheng regarded the plaque quietly, saying, continue. Old Turtle, recovering slightly, instinctively opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words instead. After being slapped by Lu Changsheng, it was wise to remain subdued for a while. He kept his mouth shut, maintaining a polite yet slightly lewd smile. Entered, Lu Changsheng commanded, stepping over the threshold. Elder Turtle, let's also go inside, Gui Lin suggested, assisting Old Turtle. Tisich, who needs your help? Your grandfather Turtle is not unsteady, Old Turtle declared, pulling his arm away and swaggering inside. Gui Lin could only smile wryly. The master struck Elder Turtle, and now Elder Turtle was taking his frustrations out on a little shrimp like him. It was too difficult inside the tavern. The scenery was unexpectedly enchanting, with mountains soaring and waters flowing, shrouded in mist, providing a serene environment accompanied by the gentle strains of a zither, offering unique ambience. Jiyu Lin explained, sir, this tavern is equipped with formations. So, he had yet to finish a sentence when Old Turtle interjected with a dismissive sound. Nonsense, you know that. How could the master not? Afterward, he turned to Lu Changsheng, grinning. I SNT that right, master. At that moment, 2 graceful figures emerged clearly from the mist, swiftly approaching Lu Changsheng and his companions. Esteemed guests, you are truly fortunate. We happen to have an available spot in the tavern. Please, follow us. The 2 female cultivators wore sweet smiles as they spoke, their gazes lingering primarily on Lu Changsheng, recognizing him as the core figure among the 3 that, after all, it was far more pleasant to gaze upon a youthful and ethereal face than 2 haggard old men. Gu Yilin glanced at Lu Changsheng, smiling. Ladies, we came to your tavern for that spring breeze 10 miles brew. The female cultivator elegantly swept her sleeves across the table, causing several wine jars to tumble over. A delicate fragrance of wine began to permeate the pavilion. The old turtle twitched his nose, displaying a nonchalant expression. He harbored neither aversion to nor passion for wine, for he was a connoisseur of beauty rather than of spirits. Take your time. We shall prepare some dishes to serve, he remarked. The female cultivator smiled and signaled another attendant to withdraw. Suddenly, the old turtle seized the hand of the female cultivator before him. Instantly, everyone present, save for Lu Changsheng, was taken aback. The female cultivator turned around, glanced at her hand being grasped, then met the old turtle's gaze, suppressing her indignation as she asked, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" The old turtle, catching a glimpse of Lu Changsheng from the corner of his eye, cleared his throat and reluctantly withdrew his hand, chuckling. "As for the dishes, one of you may go, while the other stays. We have some inquiries to make." Seeing his hand released, the female cultivator felt a slight relief, and her smile returned. She turned to signal the other attendant, and once the latter had departed, she turned back and said with a grin, "You should have said so earlier. You startled me just now. I thought perhaps we had inadequately entertained you." The old turtle narrowed his eyes, gazing at her. "How could there be any inadequacies in hospitality? I merely held your hand to inquire about the plaque at your establishment. Otherwise, why would I bother to grasp you? I, old turtle, am a man of integrity." "Am I not, Yilin?" He then abruptly turned his gaze to Gu Helen. For such a question, he dared not pose to Lu Changsheng. Gu Helen, momentarily pausing his act of pouring wine for Lu Changsheng, quickly nodded in agreement. "Ah, indeed, indeed. Old turtle is certainly a man of integrity." The female cultivator, witnessing this, believed him and relaxed her mind completely. This elder with white whiskers bore a kind and benevolent demeanor, appearing to be a person of upright character. Since he asserted that this hunchbacked old man was indeed a man of integrity, it must be true. "Did I see? So you wish to propose a name for the plaque?" she inquired, her smile radiant. "No, we do not wish to propose a name for the plaque. Rather, we seek to meet the mastermind behind your tavern," replied the old turtle. Have the mastermind propose a name? This tavern hardly merited it. The endorsement of the immortal Emperor Changsheng was not something a mere tavern could withstand. In his view, the tavern's owner ought to willingly present that exquisite wine instead. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but our proprietor never makes an appearance unless the plaque has been successfully named, the female cultivator said apologetically, though impatience brewed within her. Just looking at these individuals, it was clear they lacked the ability to propose a name. Yet they absurdly desired to meet the proprietor directly. In the past, even the venerable ancestor Zhang Yuan had failed to name the plaque. Privately, he had boasted of his late-stage tribulation cultivation to seek an audience with the owner. But the outcome was unknown, yet he left in disgrace. This matter was known only to the internal staff of their tavern. If it were to leak out, it would surely cause a stir in the realm of cultivation. "Not making an appearance? Quite the lofty status, I see." The old turtle jested with a smirk. "Very well. May I inquire whether your proprietor is currently in the tavern?" "Surely. You can disclose this?" The female cultivator's expression shifted slightly as she replied coldly. "What do you intend to do?" "I advise you not to cause trouble in our tavern." Gu Helen's expression changed as he instinctively glanced at Lu Changsheng, who remained quietly drinking. "You speak rather harshly. We merely wish to meet your proprietor. How does that constitute causing trouble?" The old turtle replied, chuckling. "Since your status is so high, allow me, old turtle, to invite them out." With that, the old turtle dramatically swept his sleeve. Boom! The mountain and water formation set in the tavern suddenly trembled. Many cultivators drinking elsewhere changed their expressions, but the tremor quickly subsided. They looked on in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Meanwhile, in the pavilion where Lu Changsheng and the others were seated, a figure in a white dress materialized. Her figure was graceful, her veil translucent, and her fair skin evoked a desire to taste. However, at that moment, her water-like gaze, fixed upon the old turtle, held a mixture of shock, astonishment, and incredulity. "The proprietor!" exclaimed the female cultivator in surprise, hastily bowing to Gu Helen, equally astonished. stared at the white-dressed woman, realizing she was the fabled mastermind behind the renowned tavern. Today, accompanying the gentleman and old turtle, he was indeed gaining knowledge. The white-dressed woman composed herself, her emotions settling as she addressed the old turtle. "You have caused a disturbance in my tavern for no apparent reason. May I inquire why?" The old turtle cautiously glanced at the self-serving Changsheng from the corner of his eye. He then squinted at the white-dressed woman, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, I did not expect the mastermind of this tavern to be a beauty." The white-dressed woman did not exhibit irritation. Rather, she reiterated, "You have yet to answer. Why have you caused a disturbance in my tavern?" The old turtle slowly rose, stroking his beard with pride. "Why? I have no reason at all. I, old turtle, possess great power and do as I please. It is as simple as that." Changsheng raised an eyebrow, only to hear the old turtle hurriedly add, "Except, of course, for the proprietor." The white-dressed woman's gaze sharpened. Great power and doing as one pleases? Yet, she felt no surprise at such arrogance. Taking a deep breath, she finally turned her attention to the quiet gentleman in the green robe. Before she could scrutinize him further, the old turtle waved his hand, demanding, "Enough. Quickly present your tavern's exquisite wine, lest I keep the proprietor waiting. You will not wish to bear the consequences. Rest assured, the payment for the wine will be generous." Xianyao hesitated at his words, pondering for a moment before turning her head and coolly stating, "You may leave now." "Yes," the female cultivator complied, bowing as she retreated, then soared towards the lakeside. She held no concern for her proprietor. After all, even Xianyao had not fared well in the proprietor's presence. Xianyao pursed her lips and, under Gu Helen's astonished gaze, took a seat at the only remaining spot at the stone table. Her next words struck Gu Helen's mind like a thunderclap. "The two of you are from the Four Directions immortal realm." The immortal realm. Gu Helen's chest heaved violently, although he had long suspected that Changsheng and the old turtle were not from this realm. Hearing someone state it so plainly left him utterly shocked. After all, speculation was merely speculation. The old turtle remained unfazed, chuckling nonchalantly. What else could it be? He had known from the moment he laid eyes on the white-dressed woman that she was not from the Lingchen realm. The old turtle understood that Changsheng must have realized this long ago as well. Upon hearing this, Xianyao smiled, a radiant smile that confirmed her previous thoughts. She had awaited this day for a long time. In the next moment, without further ado, she lightly swept her sleeve, and a beautifully adorned jug of wine appeared on the table, its bottle etched with countless vibrant threads, forming a magnificent scene of the ocean, merging with the heavens above, not to mention the wondrous wine itself. Even the bottle was likely a treasure. Dear friends, this is the exquisite wine that can only be tasted upon naming the plaque. Please indulge. Xianyao proclaimed with generosity before setting up a barrier in the pavilion and uncorking the bottle. Instantly, a fragrance far surpassing the spring breeze wafted through the Gu Helen swallowed hard. Utterly mesmerized, the aroma was divine. He swore he had never encountered such a rarefied scent of wine before. Just inhaling it caused a tumult within his spiritual energy. Truly, this wine seemed to belong to the heavens, rarely encountered on earth. The previously silent Changsheng suddenly spoke. "This is the Baihai Xianyao brew." Xianyuo's eyes sparkled with delight as she praised, "You truly possess a discerning palate." "This is indeed the Baihai Xianyao brew." At that moment, Xianyuo's heart raced with excitement. Yes, this gentleman in the green robe and the hunchbacked old man were undoubtedly from the Four Directions immortal realm. Otherwise, they would not know the name of this exquisite brew, for it was a product of the Four Directions immortal realm, non-existent in this realm. Changsheng softly remarked, "You hang a plaque that can only be inscribed with celestial energy. It is merely a whimsical hope to find someone from the Four Directions immortal realm in this world." The old turtle nodded in agreement, although he had not paid much attention to the plaque before the white-dressed woman's arrival. He understood now. Xianyao mused, indeed, to seek individuals from the Four Directions immortal realm in this lower realm is but a fool's errand. I never expected we would truly find them. Meanwhile, Gu Helen was utterly bewildered. The conversation was far too elevated. He found it hard to comprehend. It was the first time someone had spoken of the immortal realm so casually in his presence, and he was merely in the nascent soul stage. Heaven help him. In times past, he never even dared to imagine such a scenario. Master, although the old turtle is unaware of how this little cultivator arrived in the Lingshan realm, he can certainly surmise the reasons for her inability to return. Ha! The old turtle cast a sidelong glance at Chu Shuo before turning to Liu Changsheng with a simple smile. Liu Changsheng remained silent, taking a sip from his cup of spring breeze 10 miles. Yet he did not indulge in the brew of the azure sea immortal dome. Chu Shuo's eyes glimmered as she remarked, "It seems you are aware that the ascension passage of this realm has been blocked. I presume you have attempted to break through, only to find yourselves thwarted by the 5 guardians on the other side. With our combined strength, we shall surely break through the encirclement." The old turtle nearly spewed his drink all over the already stunned Gu Hulin's face. Master, my apologies. I simply couldn't contain myself." The old turtle glanced at Liu Changsheng, struggling to suppress his laughter, his face reddening slightly. Gu Hulin's mind was in disarray. Even though some of the wine had splattered onto him, he remained oblivious. He had never witnessed the Ascension Passage and was unaware of its location. However, he had heard of it being the sole channel for great cultivators to ascend to the immortal realm. The fact that it had been blocked. What would become of the ascension of the ancestors of the Western region's Carefree Academy, if they were to reach a certain level of cultivation in the future? How could they ascend? Fellow Taoist, what is so amusing? Chu Shuo frowned slightly, regarding the old turtle with some dissatisfaction. "Oh, it's nothing, I wasn't laughing at all. Which your eyes saw me laughing?" The old turtle straightened, feigning seriousness, "not to mention my own concerns." Chu Shuo sighed softly, her voice tinged with indignation. In the immortal realms, no sect from any region is permitted to obstruct the ascension passage between the myriad worlds for any reason. This is a decree of the immortals. It was personally established by the former immortal emperor of longevity. Their cruel actions not only sever the path to immortality, but also defy the decree of the immortal emperor of longevity. If I manage to return to the immortal realm, I will undoubtedly report this. Upon hearing this, the old turtle pursed his lips and cast an inexplicable glance at Liu Changsheng. Suddenly, Liu Changsheng pushed his wine cup aside to the azure sea immortal dome, softly stating, "Fill it to the brim." Chu Shuo, taken aback, quickly rejoiced and rose to pour a glass for each of the 3. She understood that their willingness to partake of her azure sea immortal dome meant there was hope in their collaboration to breach the ascension passage. Gu Hulin stared blankly at the azure sea immortal dome before him. After hearing about the ascension passage, he no longer felt inclined to drink. Liu Changsheng lifted his cup and took a sip, his expression inscrutable. "Hulin, do drink. Grandpa Turtle tells you, 1 cup of this wine can save you a full cycle of cultivation." The old turtle chuckled. "A full cycle?" Gu Hulin was instantly astounded, casting aside his previous despair as he eagerly lifted his cup and gulped it down in one go. Moments after the wine entered his system, he felt a surge of warmth rise from his dantian, causing his primordial infant to tremble with longing. At that moment, the old turtle pointed his finger at Gu Hulin's forehead and said, "Close your eyes. Grandpa Turtle will assist you in refining it." "Thank you, Senior Turtle." Gu Hulin then cast an apologetic glance at Liu Changsheng before shutting his eyes to commence the refinement, with a soft clink. Liu Changsheng set his cup down and turned to Chu Shuo, saying with an air of indifference, "Having drunk your wine, I shall see you safely back to the 4 directions immortal realm." The old turtle, assisting Gu Hulin with his refinement, chuckled knowingly, recognizing that the words of the white-clad maiden had struck a chord with his master. Upon hearing this, Chu Shuo was initially elated, then astonished. "You mean to send me back? Fellow Taoist, aren't you returning as well?" "TCH, whether my master and I return is not your concern. Since my master has promised to send you back, it shall indeed come to pass. Do not inquire further." The old turtle retracted his finger, frowning. Chu Shuo slightly furrowed her brow at the old turtle's brusque demeanor. After all, they were both from the 4 directions immortal realm, and now both stranded in the lower realm. Why the hostility? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing they would need to collaborate with this master-servant duo moving forward, and it would be prudent to maintain a cordial atmosphere. Most importantly, she had an inkling that this master-servant pair was slightly stronger than she was. At that moment, Gu Huelin suddenly opened his eyes wide, panting like a bull, and exclaimed, "Master, it seems my thunder tribulation is about to arrive again. What should I do?" Simultaneously, a rumbling sound echoed above the unnamed tavern of the Tianyin Merchant Association. As dark clouds began to gather, an ominous thunder rolled. At that instant, countless cultivators within the Tianyin Merchant Association gazed up at the sky in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Which cultivator had the audacity to undergo tribulation at the Tianyin Merchant Association? The damage from such a thunderbolt would be catastrophic, and wouldn't this be a slap in the face of the Tianyin Merchant Association? Truly, they were courting death. Even if they successfully passed the tribulation, they might still be hunted down by the Tianyin Merchant Association. My goodness, the tribulation clouds are gathering above the unnamed tavern. It seems the cultivator undergoing tribulation must be within the tavern. Heaven help us! Impressive, indeed. Not only is this person attempting to undergo tribulation at the Tianyin Merchant Association, but they are doing so in the unnamed tavern D. Oh, they wish for the thunder to obliterate the tavern. The taverness owner is no ordinary figure. Let us go take a look. In an instant, a multitude of cultivators surged toward the vicinity of the unnamed tavern, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, it was the first time they had witnessed a cultivator daring enough to undergo tribulation at the Tianyin Merchant Association. Inside the grandiose structure of the Tianyin Merchant Association, a rotund, middle-aged man with a plump face regarded the thunderclouds above the unnamed tavern with a serious expression, his tone icy. "Ah, how interesting. A cultivator dares to undergo tribulation within my establishment, Zhu's Merchant Association. Gather a team, stand guard near the tribulation. If this person successfully passes, eliminate them on the spot." "Yes, President," came the respectful response from outside the room. Chu Shuo looked speechlessly at the blushing Gu Huelin, wondering why a mere Yuan infant cultivator would drink so much azure sea immortal dome at once. And now, he was undergoing tribulation in her tavern. With a sigh, she was about to instruct the patrons to vacate the premises to avoid collateral damage. It was merely a minor thunder tribulation for ascending to the mid-Yuan infant stage, far less formidable than the last 4-9 thunder tribulation. Why was he so anxious? Lu Changsheng observed the fidgeting Gu Huelin, his brow slightly furrowing as he remarked, "Huelin, why so restless?" Upon hearing this, Gu Huelin forced a bitter smile. "Master, you are you, and I am I." Chu Shuo, taken aback, replied, "Fellow Taoist, is simply a Yuan infant cultivator. I assent it normal to feel a bit anxious. Moreover, this tribulation must be faced alone. Tribulations are a matter of fate. Regardless of where they occur, even in the 4 directions immortal realm, no one can intervene. This is an established norm. Even in the 4 directions immortal realm, the 4 immortal emperors of the east, south, west, and north would not dare intervene in matters of the heavenly path, for the heavenly path of the 4 directions immortal realm is exceedingly formidable, as everyone knows. Additionally, the heavenly path is organized and conscious. Should you dare meddle, it will summon other heavenly paths to assist. Though this is merely a lower realm's heavenly path, Chu Shuo would not dare to intervene, unless she wished to spend the rest of her life pursued by the heavenly path, enduring the torment of lightning strikes daily, which would be far from pleasant. Moreover, to be frank, she could not contend with this heavenly path. Each heavenly path embodies the strength of an entire world, making it immensely powerful. In a Lingchen realm, this is the domain of the Lingchen heavenly path. As Chu Shuo pondered these matters, Lu Changsheng calmly stated, "Old turtle, today is not suitable for Gu Huelin to undergo tribulation. Go up and send him away, instructing him to return another time." "Understood." The old turtle complied, vanishing in an instant. What do you mean by sending him away? What do you mean return another time?" Chu Shuo forced herself to feign ignorance, her pupils constricting. Lu Changsheng smiled gently, pointing upward as he said, "It is, of course, the heavenly tribulation to fellow Taoist. Please do not jest." Chu Shuo forced a laugh, continuing, "I have already sent word to the servants to have the patrons leave the tavern." Lu Changsheng poured himself another drink, calmly stating, "Suit yourself, but it is quite unnecessary." Gu Hulin let out a long breath, naturally rising to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Master. The last time he faced the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation, his master had protected him, and he had some understanding of his master's capabilities. Today, sending away the tribulation seemed entirely plausible. Moreover, his master was not one to speak idly. Seeing Gu Hulin actually believe the blue-clad man's words, Xianyao was momentarily speechless. Subsequently, she waved her hand, dispersing the water and mountain array. The ominous thunder clouds loomed ominously in the sky, clearly visible before her. She was eager to witness how one would dispel such a divine tribulation. The sky rumbled with dark clouds, lightning flickering and thundering, as if a cataclysmic bolt was poised to strike at any moment. Beneath this overwhelming celestial power, many cultivators who had gathered around the nameless tavern were filled with trepidation, instinctively retreating a considerable distance. Fearful of being caught in the impending calamity, the space was exceptionally crowded, with layers of people inside and outside, as it could be said that the vast majority of cultivators from the Tianyin Merchant Association had converged here. Everyone, make way. The Xianyao Merchant Association is conducting business. At that moment, two elderly men, accompanied by numerous cultivators in standardized attire, entered the scene. The crowd immediately recognized these cultivators as members of the Xianyao Merchant Association. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as it appeared that once the cultivator completed his tribulation, he would be dealt with by the Merchant Association. Look, that cultivator has appeared. Suddenly, one cultivator pointed at the sky and exclaimed with delight. The crowd jolted back to attention, turning their gazes skyward at Is this the cultivator who attracted the thunder tribulation? When did he appear? I was clearly watching the sky the whole time, yet I didn't notice. Indeed, I didn't see him either. It was as if he emerged from thin air. Could it be a true monarch of transformation? If so, the Tianyin Merchant Association should be cautious. Certainly not, given the magnitude of this tribulation. I suspect that cultivator up there is a nascent soul ancestor, that is still quite formidable. The gathered cultivators buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianyao Merchant Association were visibly displeased. Their eyes fixated on the figure in the sky, flashing with a fierce gleam. If this individual were to successfully weather the tribulation in their territory without perishing, the Xianyao Merchant Association would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. In the skies, the old turtle stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the billowing tribulation clouds, breaking into a wide grin at a mere thunder tribulation. Disperse at once. You wouldn't want to provoke your grandpa, turtle. The clouds hesitated for a moment, but continued to churn, the thunder growing ever more violent. The old turtle was taken aback, a flash of indignation rising within him. How dare this insolent heavenly decree disregard his authority? This spectacle left not only him, but also the cultivators below stunned, who soon regained their composure and stifled their laughter. Had the figure in the sky been at the Golden Core stage, they would have laughed out loud. What on earth did we just hear? This cultivator dared to command the clouds to disperse. Good heavens, how audacious! Could he have lost his mind, feeling the multitude of peculiar gazes from below? The old turtle slowly clenched his fists, contemplating shattering the heavens in frustration. Yet, recalling Lu Changsheng, he shuddered and reluctantly suppressed his indignation. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Hey, you foolish entity, it's fine if you don't give Grandpa turtle face. But remember this day, if you dare to disrespect my master, prepare to be thrashed." In an instant, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the thunder ceased, as if they had fled in terror. The old turtle took a deep breath, seething with resentment towards this foolish heavenly decree. Why should he fear the master? While his master was indeed invincible, he, the old turtle, was formidable in his own right. Unbeknownst to him, all the cultivators below, along with the entire Tianyin Merchant Association, stood agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Many sarcastic smiles froze on their faces inside the tavern. Chu Shuo and Gu Helen also widened their eyes in disbelief. Silence enveloped the world, devoid of any sound. The old turtle snorted disdainfully, his face darkening as he vanished into the sky. The air was filled with the sound of countless people swallowing their disbelief. The crowd gazed upward at the cloudless sky, still unable to comprehend what had just transpired. questioning if the tribulation had truly been warded off by that elder's words. They had initially chuckled when the elder spoke, but when his second proclamation resounded, the tribulation had vanished in an instant. This was a revelation that opened their eyes. When had it become possible to dispel a heavenly tribulation with mere words? They faintly recalled the elder's mention of my master, which sent chills down their spines. Should we still pursue the matter? One cultivator from the Tianyan Merchant Association inquired of the two elders. The elders exchanged glances, sensing an uncomfortable weight upon them, for countless strange eyes were upon them, seemingly waiting for a spectacle to unfold. Forget it, the other party appears to be quite formidable. Moreover, you witnessed how that cultivator vanished from the sky. He must be a true monarch of transformation. The mention of my master is even more unfathomable. Since the tribulation has not descended and there are no losses, let us leave it be for now. One elder communicated through sound transmission. The sixth elder gazed intently at the nameless tavern, his eyes flickering. He then surveyed the crowd, a forced smile curling on his lips, and declared loudly, since the heavenly tribulation did not descend today, the Tianyan Merchant Association has incurred no losses and will not pursue this matter further. Everyone, please disperse. Having spoken, the two elders, with grim faces, led their entourage away hastily, not wishing to linger for even a moment. Once they had departed, the cultivators erupted into fervent discussions. They left in such a hurry. Clearly, the Tianyan Merchant Association has backed down. What could the Tianyan Merchant Association do? They are merchants, after all, who prioritize profit. Confronting a true monarch of transformation head-on offers them no advantage. It is far wiser to swallow their pride and cut their losses. Think that a true monarch of transformation has a master capable of warding off heavenly tribulations. Unprecedented and truly shocking. When did such a figure emerge in the Lingshan realm? I believe it was not merely a retreat. There must be other unknown factors at play. Indeed, I share your view, fellow cultivator. I do not believe the tribulation was simply frightened away. The crowd buzzed with chatter, most convinced it was merely coincidence. Deep down, they were reluctant to accept the implications of what they had witnessed. If a heavenly tribulation could truly be intimidated into retreating, their entire worldview would be shattered. Master, it is done. Upon returning to the pavilion, the old turtle respectfully addressed Lu Changsheng before pouring himself a drink. His expression sour, he completely disregarded the astonished Chu Shuo and Gu Helen. Chu Shuo, recalling what she had just witnessed, cast a difficult glance at Lu Changsheng and asked, "Fellow cultivator, are you not afraid of being hunted down by the heavenly decree?" "Not at all," Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Rising to his feet, "We will rest at your tavern for 2 days, and then you will accompany us to the western region." Seeing Lu Changsheng stand, the old turtle and Gu Helen quickly followed suit. The western region? Chu Shuo paused for a moment, soon realizing the implication. This young man intended to strike on the day the ancestor of the idyllic academy ascended. Very well. I will be relying on you then. Chu Shuo also stood, respectfully cupping her hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement, for she finally had the opportunity to return to the Four Directions celestial realm. Lu Changsheng nodded, preparing to leave the pavilion. "Fellow cultivators, my name is Chu Shuo. May I inquire about your esteemed names?" she asked with a smile. The old turtle glanced at Lu Changsheng, then inexplicably stated, "My master's name is Lu Changsheng, and you may simply call me Turtle Friend. Lu Changsheng." Chu Shuo's pupils constricted, and she froze in astonishment. That wasn't the revered name of the immortal Emperor Changsheng. "Fellow cultivator, how did you come by such a name?" Chu Shuo hesitated, wanting to inquire further. The old turtle waved his hand, frowning. "What is the matter? The four-direction celestial realm is vast and boundless, with countless beings. It is not so unusual for my master to share a name with the immortal Emperor Changsheng. Moreover, I believe the immortal emperor has not laid down any celestial laws forbidding anyone from sharing his name. That I observe that you are quite beautiful. Why concern yourself with such trivialities?" Chu Shuo felt relieved and replied with a smile. "I apologize." Lu Changsheng remained silent, and in the next moment, he vanished from the scene with the old turtle and Gu Helen. Chu Shuo shook her head. realizing that indeed, the immortal Emperor Changsheng had not established any celestial law against sharing names. Nonetheless, she found it perplexing that someone would dare to take a name so similar to his. There would always be a sense of caution in her heart. She understood that in the four-direction celestial realm, those bold enough to share names with an immortal emperor were exceedingly rare, particularly among cultivators, who held such taboos in even greater regard as for mortals. It was relatively common. Yet it was clear that this young man and the old turtle were not mere mortals. Alas, it seemed that the immortal Emperor Changsheng had vanished for too long, and many had already lost their sense of reverence. Chu Shi, lost in contemplation, mused. It seemed that Lu Changsheng, who shared the same name as the immortal Emperor of Longevity, felt similarly. Yet the Emperor of Longevity, Chu Shi once more murmured, her gaze clouded with thought. She was merely a minor earthly immortal, with a lifespan of merely 30,000 years. In stark contrast, the Emperor of Longevity had vanished from the celestial realms for over 1,000,000 years. His fate a mystery to all. The relentless passage of time wore on. Many in the celestial realm had long since forgotten the once illustrious Emperor of Longevity. The four celestial emperors still residing in the celestial realms had endured countless eons, their lifespans dwindling as well. For reasons unknown, news of these four emperors had become increasingly scarce. "Youngster, what are you daydreaming about?" In the room, the old turtle chided Gu Hulin, his voice low. Gu Hulin snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "Predecessor turtle, I wasn't daydreaming. My mind is just muddled with thoughts of blocked ascension paths, the celestial realms, and the Emperor of Longevity." The impending conflict between the demon and magical realms remained uncertain, compounded by myriad complexities that by the way, Predecessor turtle, when we observe the ascension tribulation in the western regions, the demon and magical realms won't take advantage of the situation to wage war, will they? At this thought, Gu Hulin abruptly stood. The old turtle cast him a sidelong glance, filled with depth, and said, "Some matters are better left unpondered. Let things unfold naturally." He turned away, adding, "As for the potential war between the demon and magical realms, that is a concern for you all. After all, you now know that both the Master and I hail from the celestial realms. While the Master may belong to the human race, it does not imply he must intervene in every world like your Lingshan realm. He simply cannot manage them all. However, if you maintain a good relationship with both the Master and me, it should be manageable." Gu Hulin was momentarily taken aback, his worldview expanding infinitely. Worlds akin to Lingshan were indeed countless. Noticing Gu Hulin's bewilderment, the old turtle sported a sly grin and said, "All right, stop worrying unnecessarily. As long as you keep me entertained during this time, I may just lend you a hand when the occasion arises." Delighted, Gu Hulin eagerly inquired, "Yes, Predecessor Turtle, how would you like me to entertain you? I will do my utmost to please you." The old turtle rubbed his hands together, saying, "Naturally it's that. What else could there be?" Gu Hulin's body jolted, and upon seeing the old turtle's enigmatic smile, he understood. He then turned, braced himself against the wall, closed his eyes, and with a look of resolve on his face, said, "Predecessor Turtle, I am no longer young. Please be gentle." The old turtle replied. With a resounding clap, the old turtle, enraged, struck Gu Hulin to the ground, his voice low and commanding. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Hulin rubbed his head, rising with embarrassment. "Indeed, Predecessor Turtle, such a upright person as yourself, I must have misunderstood." What did you mean by entertainment?" The old turtle snorted coldly. Turning to leave, at least he grasped it quickly that I am indeed an upright person. "Come on." Gu Hulin hurriedly followed, cautiously asking, "Predecessor Turtle, where are we headed?" "The Master is still at the tavern. The Master is said to rest for 2 days. You should accompany me for some leisure." Leisure in what way?" "To admire flowers and seek willows." Predecessor Turtle, I am not skilled in such matters, and I think I shall just watch you enjoy yourself." "What? If you won't participate, then at least you ought to watch me. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Gu Hulin, 2 days later. "Master, the 2 days have passed. Shall we head to the western regions?" The old turtle and Gu Hulin inquired at Lu Changsheng's door. Creak. The door swung open, and Lu Changsheng emerged. The old turtle and Gu Hulin quickly offered their respects. Changsheng cast a meaningful glance at the two, sending shivers down their spines before saying, "Let's go." Only then did the old turtle and Gu Huelin breathe a sigh of relief. Moments later, the three encountered Chu Shi, who had been waiting below. Fellow Taoist, Shira, has been waiting for quite some time. Chu Shi greeted with a smile, her hands clasped. She naturally overlooked the nascent soul Gu Huelin. Gu Huelin found this entirely normal. Feeling at ease, if this celestial figure had addressed him as a fellow Taoist, it would have been truly overwhelming. The old turtle glanced at Lu Changsheng and stepped forward with a smile. "Then let us proceed together through the teleportation formation to the western regions." Teleportation formation? Chu Shi raised an eyebrow, but did not inquire further, smiling. All right, soon, the four exited the tavern, making their way to the Tianyin Merchant Association. Along the way, they inevitably sparked discussions. That young man and those two old fellows seemed to be the three transformation lords who vanished from the streets a couple of days ago. I was fortunate enough to be present that day. Who would have thought they would reappear? But now there's an unfamiliar lady in white. She appears stunning, though the veil obscures her features, yet her figure is truly graceful. What? Are those three transformation lords for real? Of course. I witnessed them vanish in an instant that day. From their positions, it seems that young man leads them. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Hey, that hunchbacked old man in dark clothing looks strikingly similar to the transformation cultivator who repelled the heavenly tribulation a couple of days ago. The crowd of cultivators gradually realized, the more they looked at the old turtle, the more he resembled that transformation cultivator from the other day, coupled with previous claims that all three were transformation phase cultivators. The hunchbacked old man matched the description perfectly in both stature and cultivation. Before long, the once quiet street became eerily silent. All cultivators discreetly cast glances at Lu Changsheng and his companions, recalling the events of that day and the hunchbacked old man's mention of the master. They instinctively turned their gaze to the leading young man, their pupils constricting in shock. The old turtle felt as though they were being scrutinized like monkeys, and thus he halted, surveying the surrounding cultivators. A cold smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. Do you little cultivators truly fear nothing? Be cautious, or I might just gouge your eyes out. Instantly, the cultivators scattered in fright. Their hearts trembled as they realized it was indeed the same person. Whether in tone or the phrase turtle grandpa, they were unmistakably one and the same. As for the one leading them, the young man in green, was he a great cultivator of the heavenly tribulation phase? In mere moments, the area fell into an eerie silence. "Tisich, a bunch of little brats," the old turtle scoffed, shaking his head, and swiftly caught up with Lu Changsheng and the others to the entrance of the Tianyin Merchant Association. Chu Shi gestured Lu Taoist, "Please." In her eyes, the master and servant before her were superior beings, and it was prudent to maintain a respectful demeanor. Otherwise, should she inadvertently provoke this pair, she might find herself unable to return to the celestial realm. Facing the dire consequence of being slain by them, that Lu Changsheng, fully aware of Chu Shi's thoughts, found it amusing and cast a knowing glance before strolling inside. Within the Tianyin Merchant Association, the establishment spanned 5 expansive floors, each adorned with a dazzling array of treasures, their brilliance dazzling to the eye. Many cultivators lingered within, some strolling, others pausing to admire. Truly, this was the foremost merchant association of the eastern region's cultivation world, a place of opulence that never ceased to astonish. Gu Huelin mused to himself. "Esteemed guests, are you here for trade, or?" A staff member in uniform soon approached Lu Changsheng and the others. Bowing respectfully, before Gu Huelin could respond, Chu Shi replied coolly, "We require access to the teleportation formation leading to the western regions." The staff member looked surprised for a moment, then smiled. "Please wait a moment. I will inform the steward, as this matter is beyond my authority." With that, he bowed and withdrew. Esteemed guests, are you heading to the western regions to observe the Ascension Tribulation? Shortly after, a well-dressed elder approached, his face beaming with friendliness. Observing his appearance, it was evident he was one of the 2 elders who had come to the vicinity of the heavenly tribulation a couple of days prior. "Elder Lu, Steward Lu." As Chu Shi was about to speak, the old turtle grew somewhat impatient and said, "Indeed, hastily lead us forth." Do not keep my master waiting." Upon finishing his words, the pupils of the sixth elder contracted sharply as he turned to gaze at the old turtle. His fists slowly clenching within his sleeves. Wasn't that voice exactly that of the god transformation cultivator from the Nameless Tavern a couple of days ago? Changsheng keenly sensed the emotions and thoughts of the sixth elder, whose previously calm demeanor now bore a hint of amusement. "Esteemed ones, I apologize. What I intended to convey is that our Merchant Association's teleportation array to the western regions has encountered some issues today and is temporarily out of service." The sixth elder shook his head, a look of regret upon his face. "Please, esteemed ones, take your leave." After saying this, a flicker of mockery passed through the depths of his gaze, and he prepared to turn away. Gu Helen's expression changed slightly as he reached out to speak, but the old turtle struck down his hand and, looking at the retreating figure of the sixth elder, said indifferently, "Halt." The sixth elder paused. Turning around with a smile, "May I inquire what further matters you have?" The old turtle, his face devoid of expression, replied, "You just stated that the teleportation array is damaged. Is that correct?" The sixth elder's eyes flickered, and he responded, "Indeed." The old turtle patiently countered, "What if the teleportation array is not damaged? Since this elder has declared it broken, it is naturally broken. Would I deceive you?" The sixth elder's face grew impatient. Suddenly, the old turtle raised his hand. The sixth elder's expression shifted, and his body was propelled toward the old turtle, who then seized him firmly. "What are you trying to do?" The sixth elder stammered, his face reddening as panic set in. This man was indeed a god transformation true monarch. How can a mere nascent soul ancestor be captured in a single move? There was no room for retaliation. The old turtle fixed his gaze on him, sneering, "Let me tell you, if that teleportation array is truly broken, then it would be acceptable. However, if it is not, then today will not end well. Oh, you know where this is?" The sixth elder exclaimed, his face paling as he inwardly lamented his misfortune in encountering such a formidable opponent. How domineering! Gu Helen's body tensed, but he could only watch silently, his heart filled with concern. Of course, his worry was for the Tianyin Merchant Association. Old Turtle cares not for where this is. After speaking, the old turtle turned to Changsheng and respectfully asked, "Master, what shall we do next?" "You decide." Changsheng replied softly. Gu Helen's eyes flickered as he recalled the old turtle's actions outside Miyu Town. He swiftly produced a stool and placed it behind Changsheng. Changsheng sat down slowly, not diverting his gaze. Chu Shuo, observing this, bit her lip. Good heavens, this Taoist friend Lu is directly enjoying the show. The commotion soon attracted considerable attention, with many people casting their gazes over, when they saw a Tianyin Merchant Association elder being seized by the throat. Their expressions turned to shock. Good heavens, someone actually dared to stir trouble at the Tianyin Merchant Association. Soon, cultivators from the first floor of the association began to gather. "Who are you? How dare you act so recklessly within our Tianyin Merchant Association? Release sixth elder at once." A dozen attendants in uniforms approached, their voices stern. "In 5 breaths, summon your president, or he shall perish," the old turtle taunted. Upon hearing this, not only were the attendants stunned, but even the onlooking cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Many recognized the old turtle's voice as somewhat familiar. With a bit of thought, their hearts raced. This was the god transformation true monarch from a couple of days ago during the tribulation. "Quickly, go summon the president. What are you waiting for?" The sixth elder shouted urgently, his expression desperate. "You have 2 breaths left," the old turtle stated nonchalantly. This. Everyone was taken aback, and the sixth elder's face turned ashen. He regretted his actions. Just then, a short, stout, middle-aged man appeared, a forced smile on his face. "Taoist friend, I am Zhu Chong, the president of the Tianyin Merchant Association. Please release our elder. If there is a misunderstanding, let us sit down and discuss it properly." The president of the Tianyin Merchant Association, Zhu Chong. The crowd's palms grew clammy with excitement, never expecting to witness such a spectacle at the association today. "President," without waiting for the sixth elder to express his surprise, crack, the old turtle abruptly twisted, snapping the sixth elder's neck while simultaneously dispersing his nascent soul. Then, like tossing away refuse, he discarded the corpse before Zhu Chong with a thud. "You have arrived too late. Your subordinate has met an unjust death that he surely never anticipated his demise while you, his president, arrived so tardily. The old turtle chuckled. Lu Changsheng and the others silently observed. While Chushuo seemed unfazed, Gu Helen's complexion had turned pale, but he understood that with the elder's death, the day would likely not conclude peacefully. At this moment, the entire space fell into an extreme silence. One by one, other elders and guards from different floors gathered behind Zhu Chang, staring blankly at the corpse of the sixth elder. Old Lu, the fifth elder murmured, recalling how just days earlier he had accompanied the sixth elder to that nameless tavern, only for him to meet his end today. Zhu Chang's face had lost all semblance of a smile as he asked coolly, Daoist friend, may I inquire about what transpired? What transpired? I found him displeasing and thus ended his life. It is as simple as that. The old turtle's face bore a mocking expression, truly a farce. Killing a person was simple, and such a being had no need to explain himself to these ants. It was simply done, nothing to fuss over. The crowd trembled, aghast at the old turtle's audacity. Such arrogance at that moment. The fifth elder's expression shifted as he conveyed something to Zhu Chang telepathically. Zhu Chang's gaze sharpened as he stared at the old turtle, stating a couple of days ago, someone underwent tribulation at my Xianyao Merchant Association. The god transformation cultivator beneath the heavenly calamity was you, was it not? I did indeed send a couple of elders to assess the situation. Yet it seems they did not trouble you, correct? Is it possible that you have come today seeking vengeance for that incident? Zhu Chang's voice had grown somewhat heavy. He had initially believed the encounter was due to the tribulation. He had refrained from acting hastily because he was a shrewd businessman. Provoking a god transformation true monarch for the sake of a mere elder was not worth the risk. Just as the old turtle was about to respond, Gu Helen mustered his courage to step forward. He knew that the other party would not expect the old turtle to explain. It was up to him to clarify, as he truly wished to prevent the misunderstanding from escalating and causing further casualties. President Zhu, it was actually your elder who claimed the teleportation array was broken, leading to the situation that I would like to inquire if it truly is damaged. As soon as Gu Helen finished speaking, he was struck to the ground by the old turtle's palm, the latter growling, You chatter too much. What nonsense are you explaining? Gu Helen's lips bled as he bowed deeply and silently retreated. Seeing this, the old turtle furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly, this moment. Zhu Chang's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a backstory. His mind, always sharp, quickly pieced together the events. It was evident that the sixth elder had been dissatisfied with the happenings of a few days prior and, having recognized these individuals, had deliberately caused trouble, and thus, a forced smile spread across Zhu Chang's face as he looked at the old turtle, at Chu Shaw, and finally at the still-seated, mountain-like figure of the man in green. His heart trembling fiercely. Taking a deep breath, he said apologetically, I sincerely apologize, esteemed friends. Today's events stemmed from the misdeeds of my Xianyao Merchant Association's elder, who has met his end. You have vented your anger. Shall we consider this matter resolved? President. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elders changed dramatically. Their hearts chilled. The crowd found it hard to believe. They never expected the president of the Xianyao Merchant Association to concede. He had witnessed his own elder being slain, yet he could endure this. Moreover, an elder of a nascent soul stage was a prized asset anywhere. Even in the Xianyao Merchant Association, he represented upper-tier combat strength. Silence, all of you. Zhu Chang reprimanded the gathering elders that we have no fear of a god transformation cultivator. But what of the man seated there? He clearly leads among them. What if he is in the tribulation stage? With our ancestor having gone to the western regions, should conflict escalate, who will bear the consequences? Zhu Chang conveyed this solemnly to the elders behind him before turning back to Lu Changsheng and the others. A sincere smile adorning his face. This. The old turtle regarded the stout man with slightly more respect. This fellow was quite astute. He then turned to Lu Changsheng, seeking guidance. Master. This respectful address sent shivers through Zhu Chang and the others. Good heavens, they had underestimated this man in green, having a god transformation true monarch as his servant, something they had never dared to imagine. Thus far, they had yet to encounter a god transformation true monarch willing to serve another. After all, every god transformation true monarch possesses their own dignity. Changsheng rose slowly, smiling. Very well, let this matter pass. With a long exhale, Zhu Chang and his companions felt an immense pressure emanating from the man in the azure attire. Since the master has declared this matter settled, why do you not escort us to the teleportation array? Why are you standing there in a daze? The old turtle admonished, despite being a turtle. He showed no leniency towards anyone except for Lu Changsheng. Clearing his throat, Zhu Chang issued a command to the disheveled stewards, forcing a smile as he said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Naturally, it was imperative for him to lead them personally at such a time. As Lu Changsheng and his entourage departed, the remaining cultivators were swiftly dispersed by the grim-faced stewards, leaving only the stewards behind. "Oh, Lao Lu, you died in vain. My poor Lao Lu," cried the fifth steward. Rushing to embrace the lifeless body of the sixth steward, tears streaming down his face, as he inadvertently removed the storage ring from the corpse. The other stewards sighed in unison at this scene. Lao Wu and Lao Lu had always shared a close bond, which was understandable. However, as fellow stewards, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen, reminiscent of the rabbit mourning the fox. Yet, upon realizing the unfathomable depth of the azure-clad man, they could hardly blame the president. After all, Lao Lu had brought this upon himself by recklessly confronting a formidable opponent. The law of the jungle had always prevailed. In the past, their merchant association had not refrained from bullying weaker cultivators. The teleportation array is ready. Fellow Taoists, please step inside, Zhu Chang said with a respectful gesture, his demeanor sincere, devoid of any trace of animosity, making it seem as if they were old friends. The teleportation array was a spacious stone platform, surrounded by numerous stone pillars linked by chains. The platform was intricately inscribed with a multitude of runes. Appearing exceedingly complex, how many spirit stones? Ancient Crane Lin quietly inquired once Lu Changsheng and the others had entered. Zhu Chang shook his head, gently pushing the surprised Ancient Crane Lin towards the platform. Then slightly bowing towards Lu Changsheng, he smiled. "Senior, I hope you won't take today's events to heart. It was the fault of my association's stewards. Seeing you depart, I won't keep you if you visit the Tianyin Merchant Association again in the future. I hope you'll honor us with your presence for a drink." Having said this, he pressed a nearby crystal button without giving Lu Changsheng a chance to decline. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The platform trembled as the chains clanked, and the runes emitted a blinding radiance. In the next instant, Lu Changsheng and his companions vanished within the teleportation array. Phew! Watching the empty array, Zhu Chang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was best to send the powerful figure away early, lest unforeseen complications arise. Of course, his last words were heartfelt. If he could forge a connection with that enigmatic man in azure, it would greatly benefit the Tianyin Merchant Association. Perhaps I should offer a few comforting words to the grieving stewards first. Zhu Chang cast one last lingering glance at the teleportation array, then, with his round belly protruding, he strode out in the dim space. The old turtle mused. It has been ages since I last experienced such rudimentary contraptions. It certainly piques my interest. He glanced at Lu Changsheng and chuckled. "Master, will you truly honor that corpulent fellow from the Tianyin Merchant Association with your presence for a drink?" Lu Changsheng, eyes closed, offered no response. Noticing this, the old turtle chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather bored. After all, time in this dim space seemed to stretch endlessly. He then turned to Ancient Crane Lin and remarked with a light laugh. "He Lin, today I inadvertently knocked you about until you spat blood. You aren't angry with your old turtle, are you?" Ancient Crane Lin, his eyes tightly shut and his complexion slightly pale, was overwhelmed by the suffocating speed of the teleportation space. Leaving him no energy to respond, he managed to utter, "I bear no grudge against Elder Turtle. It was my own recklessness." This reply pleased the old turtle, who gently patted Ancient Crane Lin's shoulder. Instantly, the dizziness and suffocation he felt dissipated. "Thank you, Elder Turtle," Ancient Crane Lin exclaimed in astonishment, quickly bowing in gratitude. The old turtle waved dismissively, then turned his attention to the silent Chusho, sniffing the fragrant aroma emanating from her. He grinned and said, Taoist Chu, are you feeling unwell in this teleportation space? If so, would you like Elder Turtle to assist you?" As he spoke, he reached out with his turtle-like hand. Chu Shuo tilted her body aside. Frowning, Elder Turtle, please maintain your decorum. A dignified celestial being. How could I possibly feel unwell in such a mere teleportation array? The old turtle retracted his hand with a pained expression. Taoist Chu truly fails to recognize the kindness of others. Sigh. It seems you're the only one who understands me, he Lin. The old turtle could only look back at ancient crane Lin, draping an arm over his shoulder. I could see that moment. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh as a strand of luminous energy flicked towards the old turtle's mouth. Master, why do you sigh? MMPH. Just as the old turtle was about to speak, he was shocked to find his mouth sealed. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and quietly said, in 3 days, it will naturally be released. I wish to see if you can survive without speaking. Upon hearing this, the old turtle's eyes dimmed, and he wilted. Ancient Crane Lin quickly supported the old turtle, his gaze fixed inward. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he felt a sense of delight at this moment. Chu Shua's lips also curled into a subtle arc. Feeling quite satisfied herself, she gazed at Lu Changsheng's silhouette, reflecting that it truly required the master to manage the old turtle. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted before them. In the next moment, they felt solid ground beneath their feet. Welcome to the Western region. You have arrived in the southern part of the Western region. At the Mayu Merchant Association, a melodious and warm voice rang in their ears. Lu Changsheng looked up to see several enchanting maidens respectfully bowing before the stone platform. The old turtle, seeing the beautiful female cultivators, longed to speak, but, alas, his mouth remained sealed, turning his face a shade of crimson as he ultimately succumbed to despair. As for the thought of sending a transmission, he dared not do so in front of Lu Changsheng, for the sensation of transmitting was vastly different from speaking. Lu Changsheng stepped down from the platform, hands clasped behind him, surveying his surroundings. He Lin, reward them, he stated calmly, before continuing on his way. Yes, sir. Ancient Crane Lin quickly produced a large handful of spirit stones and handed them to the enchanting maidens. Initially bewildered, their faces soon lit up with joy. So many, we can hardly contain them. The Mayu Merchant Association was the largest in the Western region, and their teleportation array was interconnected with the Tianyan Merchant Association, signifying a cooperative relationship among the 4 major merchant associations across the 4 regions of the Ling Dust Realm. After all, the teleportation arrays alone represented a significant profit. As Lu Changsheng and his group exited the Mayu Merchant Association, a throng of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators rushed toward them. Esteemed seniors, are you here in the Western region to witness the Ascension Tribulation? With merely 2 months until the old ancestor of the Xianyao Institute undergoes the tribulation, would you care for a tour? I'm a native of the Western region and know it like the back of my hand. Seniors, I am known as the Western region's jack of all trades. That am I not better than him? Choose me. Choose me. Seniors, I have an elderly mother at home, and I get lost, Xiaobai. You always say that. If you're going to deceive, at least come up with something new. We are all cultivators now. Why still cling to worldly matters? The young cultivators, brimming with anticipation, chattered excitedly, pushing and shoving one another. Observing this, Ancient Crane Lin felt a bit awkward, reflecting on how a great cultivator in the tribulation stage could stir such an economic frenzy. Sweeping in a wave of lucrative opportunities. Sir, what do you think? Ancient Crane Lin, unable to make a decision, turned to Lu Changsheng for guidance. The old turtle, unable to speak, left Ancient Crane Lin aware that if he could, he would have driven away the throngs of young cultivators by now. Lu Changsheng quietly replied, all are acceptable. Upon hearing this, Ancient Crane Lin respectfully nodded, then turned to a thin, dark-skinned cultivator among the crowd. Smiling, you there, Xiao Bai, step forward. You are the one, The surrounding cultivators were taken aback, casting envious glares at Xiao Bai before bowing quickly and retreating. Since the seniors had made their choice, they had no recourse but to acquiesce. They dared not cause a scene. Xiao Bai, astonished, pointed at himself. Seniors, can I really? Ancient Crane Lin smiled. Of course, we're not very familiar with the Western region, so you shall be our guide. As he spoke, he handed Xiao Bai a mid-grade spirit stone. Xiao Bai, momentarily stunned, trembled as he accepted it. Having worked for 2.5 years outside the Meiyu Merchant Association, this was the first time he had received such a substantial sum of spirit stones. "Seniors, is this too much?" Xiao Bai stammered, overwhelmed. Gu Helen smiled gently and said, "No worries, as long as you lead the way and introduce the gentleman properly, the spirit stone shall be yours." "Gentlemen?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Haizi instinctively glanced at the leading Lu Changsheng and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, sir, esteemed seniors. We are currently at the Meiyu Chamber of Commerce in the southern region of the Western Wilderness. The Xianyao Academy is located in the heart of the Western Wilderness. That if we take the spirit boat at full speed, we can arrive in 10 to 15 days. Xiao Haizi walked alongside, nodding and bowing as he introduced, his expression brimming with excitement, clearly motivated by the prospect of the mid-grade spirit stone. Throughout the journey, Old Turtle noticed Xiao Haizi was quite talkative and couldn't help but want to engage in conversation, but alas, he was nearly going mad. Chu Shuo, on the other hand, remained quietly by the side, hardly uttering a word. Xiao Haizi, the gentleman must be tired now. You know if there is a suitable place to rest at the Meiyu Chamber of Commerce. Remember, it should be a quiet one." Gu Helen said with a playful smile. "Indeed there is. If we speak of tranquility, then it must be the Wankaju. Seniors, please follow Xiao Haizi." With a bow, Xiao Haizi happily led the way, his demeanor reminiscent of a jubilant chick. Gu Helen's eyes brightened. Having a local as a guide was indeed advantageous, and he then turned to Lu Changsheng. "Then let us proceed to Wankaju, as per usual, to rest for 2 days before heading to Xianyao Academy." Lu Changsheng replied with a faint smile. 2 days later, "Xiao Haizi, you performed quite well these 2 days. Here, let me reward you." Gu Helen casually retrieved a handful of low-grade spirit stones and handed them over with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed seniors." Xiao Haizi beamed as he stowed the spirit stones in his waist pouch. To be honest, he hadn't done much over the past 2 days. He merely followed the instructions of the white-bearded elder, taking the seemingly mute hunchbacked old man around the brothels. The spirit stones came rather easily. Indeed, the big shots were quite generous. ITS said that a year without business can lead to 3 years of abundance. In a flash, the spirit boat transformed into a stream of light and vanished from Xiao Haizi's respectful gaze. 12 days later, Lu Changsheng and his companions arrived at the center of the Western Wilderness via the spirit boat, making their way towards Xianyao Academy at a leisurely pace. Along the way, various spirit boats and flying magical artifacts traversed the sky, all heading in the direction of Xianyao Academy, indicative of the impact brought forth by the ascension tribulation faced by the Academy's ancestor. Throughout the journey, no one dared to provoke Lu Changsheng and his group. A few days prior, after Old Turtle's mouth had been unsealed, he resumed his incessant chatter, prompting Lu Changsheng to reapply the seal for another 2.5 months. Old Turtle was utterly devastated at that moment, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. But Lu Changsheng remained unmoved. On this particular day, the thunder tribulation that had expelled Gu Helen from the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce once again descended. Soon, he successfully overcame the tribulation, advancing to the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm. Had it not been for that cup of Bai-Hsian-Xiong brewed at the Nameless Tavern, he estimated it would have taken him at least half a century to break through to the mid-stage. During the tribulation, he attracted quite a few curious onlookers, some harboring ill intentions, but they unfortunately crossed paths with the already irritable Old Turtle. In an instant, Old Turtle dispatched them with a single slap, leaving not a trace behind. Although Lu Changsheng and his party did not hurry, time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, 2 months had flown by. Today marked the day of the Ascension Tribulation, and the weather was, well, clear. Outside Xianyao Academy, in the center, stood an exceptionally tall jade stone platform. Surrounding the platform were densely seated cultivators, with the innermost 20 or so figures being those in the tribulation stage. Beyond them, there were hundreds of Huashan true monarchs, including the venerable ancestor Shun Jingtao of the Qingyi sect and the ancestor of the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce. Further out, thousands of Yuanying stage ancestors gathered, with the grand elder of the Qingyi sect among them. The outermost layer consisted of a multitude of cultivators who stood far from the Yuanying ranks. They had not received invitations, having come of their own accord. and now stood at a distance to observe, most of whom were Jindan stage cultivators with a handful of late and peak foundation establishment cultivators, while none from the Qi refining stage were present. Who are those for? They are heading straight towards the inner circle. Heavens, I've never seen them before. That man in the blue attire seems to be the leader, oh, and that female cultivator is rather beautiful. Ah! Seriously, fellow cultivator, could you perhaps focus your attention on something more appropriate? We as cultivators have seen our fair share of storms. A mere beauty is nothing to dwell on. Yet, she does seem remarkably stunning, even veiled. Rivaling the likes of Palace Master Qin. That old man with the white beard, I recognize him. He seems to be Gu Helen from our Eastern Domain's Qingyi sect, the one with exceptional alchemy skills. Indeed, I've heard of him that Changsheng and his party's movements were quite conspicuous at that moment, swiftly garnering the attention of numerous Yuanying, Huashen, and even tribulation stage cultivators that Gulin, Shan Jingtao, and the Grand Elder immediately spotted the trailing Gu Helen. Their faces filled with astonishment. Shan Jingtao, filled with doubts, probed Gu Helen's aura and was left dumbfounded to mid-stage Yuanying. What in the world? Was he just at the pinnacle of Jindan? Sir, Gu Lin has spotted the elder of his sect and is heading over. Gu Helen said stiffly as he walked, finally noticing the bewildered expression of the Grand Elder, and then respectfully greeted Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Seeing this, Gu Helen was elated and quickly bowed before hurrying over. Under the gaze of the multitude, he, a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator, felt utterly overwhelmed, especially under the peculiar gazes of so many tribulation and Huashen cultivators. Ji Yulin, weren't you at the Jindan stage? Why have you traveled such a long distance? And what else with these companions of yours? As soon as Gu Helen arrived, the Grand Elder hastily inquired through sound transmission. Ji Helen's expression turned serious as he replied, Grand Elder, I am now at the mid-stage of Yuanying. While you are merely at the initial stage, please be mindful of your words. Well, you little rascal, are you now mocking me? This is not how one boasts, the Grand Elder retorted, his mouth twitching. Just recently, Gu Helen was still at the pinnacle of Jindan, and now he claimed to be at the mid-stage of Yuanying. The Grand Elder felt no desire to probe further, as it seemed utterly impossible. Gu Helen smiled mysteriously, his muscles tensing, and suddenly, a unique aura belonging to the Yuanying stage radiated from him. Good gracious, are you serious? The Grand Elder stared in shock. What kind of miraculous elixir did you consume? Gu Helen coldly snorted, not offering an explanation, but instead turning to Lu Changsheng and said, Grand Elder, do you remember the Li Shui Empire? He is that gentleman. Indeed, the Grand Elder's attention was instantly diverted, and he looked at Lu Changsheng with astonished eyes, realization dawning upon him. This is the esteemed Huashen Senior. It is only natural for him to venture inward. The atmosphere gradually quieted, and in this serene environment, the footsteps of Lu Changsheng and his companions were strikingly clear. Soon, under the astonished gazes of Shan Jingtao and the ancestors of the Tianyin Chamber of Commerce, they passed through their ranks. They strode directly towards the group of over 20 tribulation stage cultivators seated in meditation. This scene left everyone utterly perplexed. What does this mean? Are these people out of their minds? Do they not know who is present here at Zhang Yudeo's Grand Ascension ceremony? Please, fellow cultivators, hold on. Finally, one tribulation stage cultivator slowly stood up and called out solemnly. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a loose black robe, his hair disheveled, exuding an aura of demonic power. He was the ancestor of the Western Wilderness's mad demon palace, Duan Jiu Mo. His cultivation had long reached the mid-stage of tribulation, and it was said he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. If he were to break through to the late stage, indeed, once Ancestor Zhang ascends, Ancestor Duan Jiu Mo will likely take his place and bear the banner of our Western Wilderness that it's a pity he is a demonic cultivator. He still falls short. Hush! Are you seeking death by speaking such words? Ah, truly, thanks to Ancestor Zhang's tribulation for this opportunity. Otherwise, when would we get to witness such pinnacle cultivators? The crowd murmured, their gazes filled with admiration and awe. Lu Changsheng paused his steps. Noticing this, Chu Shuo and Old Turtle also halted, though Old Turtle's expression had begun to turn unfriendly. He had quite the temper at times. Lu Changsheng turned his head, gazing at Duan Jiumo, and said with a faint smile, "What is the matter?" As Duan Jiumo's peripheral vision swept across the assembly, he noted that every individual present was fixated on this very spot. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a grave tone. "Fellow cultivators, this location is designated for observing the tribulation phase and the ascension calamity. All those undergoing tribulation from the 4 domains gather here. Yet I have never heard of your names before." The implication of his words was unmistakable. "Do you possess the qualifications to be here?" This sentiment echoed the thoughts of nearly everyone present. Lu Changsheng, fully aware of the underlying message, maintained a smile and inquired, "So what is it that you wish to convey?" Observing the other's smile, coupled with an air of tranquility, Duan Jiumo felt as though his own prestige had been diminished. Although they had long since scrutinized Lu Changsheng and his companions, they had gleaned nothing of substance. The Lingqian realm was quite expansive. Apart from Jiang Yuan, Zhang Yudao, Qin Piaomiao, and Lu Wuxiu, they could not conceive of anyone more formidable. Suddenly, an inexplicable pressure enveloped Duan Jiumo, prompting him to declare with a fierce tone, "Naturally, I intend to test your strength, should your prowess be inadequate." Then, as a practitioner of demonic arts, he exuded an aura of brutality that sent shivers through the ranks of numerous cultivators present. Old Turtle, witnessing the scene, could no longer restrain himself and took a step forward, intent on teaching the intruder a lesson. However, Lu Changsheng raised a hand, causing Old Turtle to freeze in his tracks, only to feel a surge of excitement within. My master appears to be inclined to intervene personally." Even Chu Shua's eyes sparkled. She was eager to witness Lu Daoyou's methods, having not seen him engage in combat during their time together. "Are you afraid?" Duan Jiumo's heart suddenly steadied upon observing this exchange, and he grinned with a chilling smile. With newfound confidence, he abandoned pretense and decided to reveal his hand. As the spectators anticipated a retreat from the figure clad in azure, their pupils dilated in surprise. The azure-clad man, hands clasped behind his back, began to stride toward Duan Jiumo, each step resonating as if upon the very hearts of the onlookers. What was his intent? Lu Changsheng, approaching the ominous Duan Jiumo, spoke with a serene smile. "Testing your strength is indeed permissible. However, should I inadvertently strike too hard, you might find yourself facing death. You wish to proceed?" The azure-clad man's smile was gentle, yet it radiated an unsettling chill, leaving the crowd breathless. Such words caused even seasoned cultivators of the transformation and tribulation phases to blanch in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lu Changsheng. Truly audacious, Duan Jiumo's heart quaked violently at these words, compelling him to involuntarily step back half a pace. Yet his face quickly flushed with indignation. How dare he be intimidated before so many witnesses? This retreat would undoubtedly become a point of ridicule in the realm of cultivation. He resolved to eliminate this azure-clad man, to say that my life could be extinguished by your careless strike. What a jest! With a furious roar, Duan Jiumo unleashed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, unable to contain himself any longer. He formed a simple seal with his hands, and boundless demonic energy erupted from his core. Swirling into a tempest, the cacophony of terrifying demonic howls reverberated through the air. Many cultivators of lesser cultivation levels felt blood trickle from their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. Indeed, Duan Jiumo was formidable. His mere incantation had the potential to wreak havoc upon so many. Witnessing this, the tribulation phase cultivators swiftly erected barriers to shield themselves, their expressions finally shifting towards calm. Demonic technique, Xianyao annihilation finger, with a bloodthirsty roar. Duan Jiumo unleashed his ultimate move. Today he would obliterate this arrogant azure-clad man, for he could not afford to lose face in the world of cultivation. The malevolent energy coalesced into a colossal black finger. Its surface swirling with dark energy, countless skeletons flickered into view. In that moment, it was as if the heavens had been drenched in ink, a sight both ominous and soul-chilling. Go. With a thunderous roar, the massive black finger descended with terrifying force, Ha! Do not even think of evading. My Xianyao annihilation finger has already locked onto you. No matter where you flee, you cannot escape. Duanjiu Mo maintained his hand seal. Laughing maniacally at this juncture, many tribulation phase cultivators wore expressions of grave concern. For those among them who dared to withstand Duan Jiomo's attack would face dire consequences, potentially resulting in their own demise. In that moment, Lu Changsheng simply flicked his sleeve, and without any visible fluctuation, the enormous black finger inexplicably halted in midair, unable to advance even an inch. The crowd gaped at the suspended black finger, their eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible! Duan Zhuo was momentarily stunned before unleashing a frenzied roar, his eyes ablaze with madness. If we are to test, then let it be death. Lu Changsheng's voice was casual as he uttered a single phrase, making no observable movements. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Duan Zhuo disintegrated like a sandman swept away by the wind, collapsing into nothingness. Outside the Xianyao Institute, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, resembling a multitude of statues. Only the suspended black finger remained, soon beginning to flicker like flames before dissipating completely. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the Xianyao Institute was charged with an ultimate stillness. When a gentle breeze swept through, the gathered crowd shivered involuntarily. Thousands of gazes converged upon the azure-clad man. Who is this azure-clad senior? The Grand Elder murmured in disbelief. Jiyu Helin, though slow to comprehend, shook his head in bewilderment. Even with the knowledge of Lu Changsheng's status as a formidable figure from the celestial realm, he remained astounded by the bizarre events that had just unfolded. He questioned whether celestial beings truly possessed such unfathomable prowess. Had they indeed displayed such terrifying might without any grand displays of celestial techniques? On the other hand, Chushuo was even more astonished than Gu Helin, for she hailed from the celestial realm herself. She introspected, realizing she had never witnessed such methods before. Was it possible that her understanding was too limited? Her gaze shifted to Lu Changsheng, who now appeared enigmatic and inscrutable in her eyes. The faces of the gathered cultivators turned pale, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. They understood that after today, the Lingchan cultivation realm would no longer be dominated by the four reigning figures, Jian Yuan, Qin Piaomiao, Zhang Yudao, and Lu Wushu. The true pinnacle of cultivation had but one representative, and that was the mysterious young man before them.